Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Hokage. I can analyze everything 1A Chapter 1 The Lazy Cancer Kid of the Uchiha family. Hey, I didn't expect that I would travel to the world of Hokage and become the little boy of the Uchiha family, Tan Sho. Konaha village, Uchiha's resident, on the roof of a remote building, a little boy with handsome eyebrows and a lazy expression murmured helplessly with pain on his face. The kid's name is Uchiha Hiko, and he is the grandson of the elder of the Uchiha family. He is the top of the clan in terms of blood purity and appearance talent. However, his temper was too lazy, which caused the majestic and calm elder Uchiha in front of his tribe to suffer from headaches and liver pain from constant anger. No, this kid skipped his daily training class again and went to the tribe's land in the south to be lazy. Thinking of his pedantic and old-fashioned cheap grandfather, Uchiha Hiko snorted contemptuously from his nose. TCH, what kind of bullshit daily training class? My young master is so young, so he went to exercise hard. Could it be that he practiced like that idiot Itachi, with hidden injuries all over his body? Don't you see the main characters? They are all weak in the early stage and reckless in the later stage. Into a ball. Listen to your words, I am a fool. Even if I, Uchiha Jinzei, are beaten to death, it is impossible for me to cultivate. HMPH, but compared to cultivation, this pit wall system is the most hateful. Silently complaining about the old man at home, Uchiha Hiko came back to his senses and began to complain about his own system. There is no way, this system that is bound just after crossing, is really too FC King foolish. With his mind sinking into his mind, Uchiha Hiko started his daily spraying. Gooby system, give labor and capital out. Didn't you say that you can pass the novice test period today and use it officially? Why hasn't there been any movement yet? Looking at the ball of light in his mind, Uchiha Hiko was out of breath. He still remembered the boiling joy when he heard the system binding prompt sound in his mind when he just crossed. But what he got afterwards was only endless egg pain. This pit wall system claims to be an endless analysis system, which can analyze everything in the world. After the analysis is completed, you can fully grasp its principles. However, there is no use for eggs, because this dog system has just been bound, and it has fallen into a cooling off period, and this cooling off period lasts for 6 years. In the past 6 years, God knows how many times Uchiha Hiko sprayed angrily. However, it was useless. In the end, the reply was only, don't ask, asking is cooling, angry, so angry. Finally, when a spray was launched yesterday, the answer of the dog system finally changed. Congratulations, respected host, your novice cooling time will expire in 24 hours, please pay attention to the official opening time of this system. So, even though tomorrow is the most important annual assessment for the new generation of the Uchiha family, and today's training is an expedited training before the assessment, Uchiha Hiko still doesn't blush and doesn't heartbeat, and he is upright. I'd like to see if your dog system is as hot as you said. Advertisement snorting out his nose, Uchiha Hiko stared viciously at the ball of light in his head, looking like he was going to hit someone. As time passed by second, finally, the 24-hour deadline came quietly. Wow. At an inadvertent moment, the ball of light in my mind suddenly burst into bright light, and then, it bloomed. When Uchiha Hiko reacted, the ball of light had transformed into several cool interfaces. Ding dong, congratulations to host, the endless analysis system is officially bound successfully. This system will serve you wholeheartedly. That's it. Seeing the system interface that popped up suddenly, and the notification sound that suddenly appeared, Uchiha Hiko's eyes widened. It's that simple. So, lousy sprayed for 6 years. Peeved, Uchiha Hiko felt that his blood pressure couldn't go down, and he really wanted to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Calm down. Uchiha Hiko gasped for several breaths, and finally recovered without killing himself. Start to communicate with the dog system calmly. Gobi, tell me about your function. Dear host, do you want to change the name of this system to Gooby system? Calm. The system introduces your function. Okay, dear host, this system is an endless analysis system. As the name suggests, it can analyze everything in the world. For example, the sea-level ninjutsu you have learned so far, the Great Fireball technique, after analyzing it, you can fully master it after the analysis is completed. Ninjutsu, learn the principles, flaws, weaknesses, and various methods of perfection of this ninjutsu. Oh, can you also parse the Great Fireball technique? Uchiha Hiko, who was originally angry with liver pain, his eyes lit up when he heard the system's explanation. I am only 6 years old now, even because of the elder grandson, I have only learned 3 body technique, Great Fireball technique and lightning style Hanabi in total. Moreover, because of the young age, the amount of chakra is insufficient. Basically, if you put a ninjutsu, the mana amount will be emptied, which is not only weak in power, but also consumes a lot. Because of this, Uchiha Hiko is very excited when he hears that the system can help him fully master and perfect the Great Fireball technique by the bad old man at home. Advertisement. System, how can we analyze it? At this time, Uchiha Jinx has completely forgotten that he is facing a system that he has sprayed for 6 years, and his face is almost full of real fragrance. Dear host, you just need to put the things that need to be analyzed into the analysis column. Since you are currently an inexperienced ninja, you can only open one analysis column. Every time the host upgrades a level, an additional analysis column will be opened.
The time to analyze the item depends on the complexity of the thing that needs to be analyzed. I see. After listening to the system's explanation, Uchiha Hiko also understood. It turns out that it can be directly put into the panel. There are two system panels transformed by the light ball just now, one is his own data panel, and the other is something similar to the item bar in the game. It is empty, and it seems to be put into the analysis bar for analyzing things.
Look at my data first. There are 2 panels in total. Uchiha Hiko first looked at his personal data. Open black lens bracket name. Uchiha Hiko close black lens bracket open black lens bracket age. Close black lens bracket, blood succession boundary. Sharingan, unawakened. Chakra level. Not influential, Genin, elite Genin, everyone, elite Chunin, Jonin, elite Jonin, quasi-cage level, peak, super cage level, quasi 6 pads level. Physical strength. Not influential, open black lens bracket spirit level, Chunin close black lens bracket. Ninjutsu learned. Fire style great fireball technique, C-level ninjutsu, lightning style Hanabi, C-level ninjutsu. Sure enough, the amount of chakra is small, so it is not popular, and the physical strength is afraid of leaving hidden injuries, so I didn't train hard, so I didn't reach the level of Genin.
Only the spiritual power has reached the Chunin level because of the time travel.
As for the display of the data panel, Uchiha Hiko said clearly that it is indeed quite accurate. So, next, try the parsing function. Uchiha Hiko's eyes are getting brighter and brighter, looking a little impatient. Compared to the great fireball technique, which is clumsy and difficult to hit the enemy, and can only be used to pretend deterrence, it seems that lightning-style Hanabi is more suitable for me at this stage. Looking at the only 2 C-level ninjutsu, Uchiha Hiko thought about it and decided that it would be better to analyze lightning-style Hanabi first. Because lightning style is faster and more lethal, it is a better choice for him who is indeed still in a weak state. After making up his mind, Uchiha Hiko directly dragged lightning-style Hanabi from the data panel into the analysis column. The moment lightning-style Hanabi was dragged into the analysis bar, a system prompt sounded.
Ding dong, congratulations host, C-level ninjutsu, lightning-style Hanabi, start to analyze, time needed, 1 day. Advertisement Chapter 2 Lightning-style analysis succeeded. Lightning-style Hanabi, as the name suggests, looks like Hanabi.
The learning difficulty of this ninjutsu is C. Although its formation is not as strong as the great fireball technique, its actual combat damage is simple and rough. Boom in front of you and it's over. The speed of the thunder and lightning is quite fast, and the range of the cone in front of it is not small, so it doesn't consider the situation of not being able to hit someone. If you really meet that kind of ultimate speed ninja, then you don't need to make moves, just wait to die. This will be very useful for tomorrow's family test.
Uchiha Hiko watched with satisfaction as the system took a day to resolve.
I smile smugly, jumping off the roof. He is now in a state of joy, full of energy, and plans to go to the training ground to practice gymnastics again.
As soon as he walked to the training ground, he smelled the fragrance. Today's stakes are so fragrant. Basic gymnastics training is all practiced on this wooden stake with 1 punch and 1 kick. He doesn't think about skills and physical fitness now. How much effect can he train his 6-year-old body? What he needs to practice now is to be fast, accurate and ruthless, as well as the endurance of his fists and feet. Can't punch out, my fist hurts first. He took out the cheap fingerless protective gloves from the knife store from his bag, put them on, and started working against the stake. Hey, drink. Punch and punch are exhilarating. Early the next morning, Uchiha Hiko was woken up by the system prompt. Ding dong, remind host, C-level ninjutsu, lightning style Hanabi, the analysis is complete. I'll go, this automatically sets the alarm clock for me. I was too tired from practicing physical skills yesterday, so I fell asleep.
Waking up in a daze, I only felt that a lot of information was stuffed into my mind. What is the attribute change of lightning style chakra? What is the general principle of lightning style ninjutsu? What is the timing of releasing ninjutsu? In short, a ninja ninjutsu textbook can be published. So this is the analysis. He quickly ran to the bathroom and iced his face with cold water, and he woke up immediately. After thinking about it carefully, the knowledge in my mind flowed out naturally.
This is a very good feeling, as if the Olympiad problem that was presented in front of me yesterday has become a 3rd grade math problem today. C-level lightning style ninjutsu is not difficult, but it is not easy.
Advertisement: anyone who can learn and use it can already be called an excellent ninja. However, in his feeling now, this so-called C-level difficulty lightning style ninjutsu is as natural and proficient as reaching out to put on clothes. If eating is a human instinct, then he has already mastered this C-level lightning style ninjutsu to this extent. It's not just lightning style Hanabi, I also have new insights into the complex ninjutsu I saw on those scrolls. Thousands of questions come from the mother topic. When he understands the truth contained in this lightning style ninjutsu, he has laid an extremely solid foundation, and he can naturally see clearly the same type of lightning style ninjutsu. Just when he was about to ask the Great Elder for a B-rank ninjutsu scroll, a ninja from Uchiha suddenly appeared in the yard. Uchiha Hiko knew that person, and that person was the Great Elder's side. Just listening, he said respectfully, Master Yan, the family test is about to begin, please be prepared to go to the family trial ground. Got it, Uchiha Hiko replied. In fact, this person doesn't need to remind him, he will go too. He needs to practice and test his head full of knowledge. Immediately, he quickly dressed and washed, and looked in the mirror. In the mirror, he has short, clean hair, unlike most of the simple hairstyles of the Uchiha tribe, which looks old-fashioned. Start today. After packing up some kunai that will be used in the test, he walked towards the family trial ground. This year, there are not many Uchiha adults. There are 2 reasons. First, the hot blue man came back a few years ago, disabled first Hokage in a wave, and gave him an ignition, and Senju Hashirama died soon after. Even though the hot blue guy has long since defected, someone is still throwing dirt on the Uchiha clan. Second, in the last war, under the leadership of that old fox Senju Tobarama, many young and middle-aged men died heroically. The original Uchiha is now a little stronger than the Hyuga clan. Now that things have calmed down, it is estimated that everyone is trying hard to have children. The achievements of the younger generation have become their face. Yo, the lazy boy from the great elder's house has finally arrived. Fortunately, I'm not late today, ahaha, it's great that Yan can come, let's just have fun. As soon as I arrived, I heard many dogs barking. Uchiha Hiko didn't care about that. Is this the passerby in the novel? It's really funny. With the arrival of all the people, in fact, there were only 12 people in total during the same period of the test. The man who was the examiner walked out from the crowd. Advertisement looking around, that face is somewhat familiar. Uchiha Kagami. He muttered softly. Uchiha Kagami is a student of the 2nd generation and has served as a guard for the 2nd generation. His strength and prestige rank first in the clan. Is it overkill for him to be the examiner for a boring test? Just when he was wondering, young Uchiha Kagami spoke up. Everyone is ready. Kunai throwing test. 12 children quickly stood up in a row, some 2 or 3 years older than Uchiha Hiko, and deliberately stood in the middle. For nothing else, the older you are, the more contact you have with practice, and the results shown are naturally excellent. At that time, compared with the next one, it will be the younger Uchiha Hiko who will make a fool of himself. Boy, don't miss the shot later, you won't even hit the target. Uchiha Hiko sneered sideways, looked at the target 20 meters away, and asked, have you ever heard of lightning-style kunai? What is kunai? Do you still want to cheat? Kunai technique is obtained through hard work. It will be clear in a moment. The chief examiner, Uchiha Kagami, frowned. This group of children didn't obey the discipline before they started, so it's difficult. As a last resort, he could only quickly announce the start of the test. Starting from the left, throw in order. Uchiha welding, start. Yes. A kid with a mushroom head agreed. Then, he took out his kunai, took aim, and threw it out. Kunai flew across quickly and nailed to the edge of the target. If you can hit it, let's consider it qualified. Next, Uchiha Yuzuru. This is a juvenile with a pot head, who looks 2 or 3 years older than Uchiha Hiko. Being able to keep a pot head in this family, in terms of hairstyle, he was originally called the strongest. Boom. His bitterness was precisely nailed to the red heart of the target. Full marks. It seems that among this group of passersby, there is still one who can fight, Uchiha Hiko exclaimed. Soon, it will be his last turn. Staring at the black iron kunai nailed to the red heart, he began to use the knowledge about lightning style in his mind. The lightning style talent doesn't increase his accuracy, but it does increase kunai's sharpness. What he has to do is not as simple as hitting a red heart to get a full score. After the preparation was complete, he held his breath and threw out the kunai in his hand. Chapter 3 I don't like fire style. Hitting the bullseye at a distance of 20 meters is only a basic operation. It's like an enemy ninja 20 meters away, such a big group of people, if they can't hit them, they just commit suicide. Hitting and killing are 2 different things. Once the pain is gone, the person who was hit did not die, and it depends on whether he stabbed you or not. Kunai with lightning-style chakra pierced the sky and stabbed at the red heart. Because there were not many people, and everyone present was a stroke master, so even though the 11 hairs were nailed to the target, the examiner did not clean them up. When Uchiha Hiko's kunai pierced the red heart with imperceptible lightning, the kunai that was originally nailed to the red heart was instantly split in 2. The kunai made of black iron is like being pinched from plasticine. Kunai blessed with lightning-style chakra is so sharp. The previous kunai was cut in half, and immediately, his kunai pierced the red heart, and pierced the target without any suspense. Boom. Everyone looked at the black hole above the target and fell into a long silence. No one is going to run a Sharingan on a 6-year-old's kunai, so they have no idea what's going on. Don't even know the truth, a 6-year-old boy can have such amazing arm strength? No, the child from the great elder's family, how could that lazy child have such arm strength? Many people even think that such a lazy guy is not qualified to be a ninja. But the reality has been placed in front of them. Only Uchiha Kagami, the examiner at close range, witnessed the whole process. He is an elite jonin in the clan. Even if he does not open Sharingan, his insight is unmatched by others. Lightning style. He murmured, knowing how to use lightning style and kunai at such a young age, this child is too. Before he came back to his senses, he heard a fart boy among the candidates, shouting. Uchiha Hiko cheated. He must be cheating. Yuzuru-kun's kunai must have pierced the bullseye, he just took advantage of it. After all, it is childish nonsense. If you say it, everyone will fart. Advertisement: all the seniors present are ninjas, and they know the truth. Although Uchiha Yazuru's kunai hit the bullseye before, it was also crooked. If you want to pierce the bullseye with a mace in that situation, you need skills that you may not be able to do. If there is a slight mistake, both kunai will fly away. With vigorous strength, it can actually be a little simpler. This is the only reasonable explanation. It's just, everyone slowly turned their eyes to the two petals of kunai that fell on the ground. What kind of power can make kunai of the same material cut the former like cutting tofu? Uchiha Kagami looked at the eyes of the people around him, and silently hid the words in his mouth. Then, he said, the kunai throwing test is over, and the ninjutsu test is next. The ninjutsu test is still here, but this time we have to stand in a row, not in a row. Among the Uchiha clan, the signature ninjutsu is the Great Fireball technique. Those who have not learned this ninjutsu are embarrassed to participate in this family test. This time, Uchiha Kagami was the thief, and he said, "First, Uchiha Hiko, come on." Why am I the first one? Uchiha Hiko was also wondering. Just now he was the last one, and now he became the first one. Will you be mad at those few just now? There is no reason. You can use ninjutsu against the stone monument in front of you. Let me congratulate you on how your Great Fireball technique is doing. I don't like fire style. Uchiha Hiko is an honest person. If you don't like it, you don't like it. The hit rate is always a mystery fire style ninjutsu. Just play for fun. There is no need to practice it as your own life. Hearing this, the corner of Uchiha Kagami's mouth twitched. One of the signatures of the Uchiha clan is fire style ninjutsu. This kid actually said he didn't like it? Forget it. Use your most proficient ninjutsu, facing the stone tablet in front of you. Only then did Uchiha Hiko nod his head, and cast his eyes on the large black stone tablet directly in front of him. The big stone tablet is about 1 foot high and about 70 centimeters thick. It is covered with marks. Obviously many people have suffered from ninjutsu in normal times. It seems that some tribesmen are no longer satisfied with evaporating the lake water, and are already planning to roast stones. While complaining, he slowly formed seals. There were only 3 seals, but it took him 5 seconds. Advertisement: it can be fast, but it doesn't have to be. Everyone could see clearly that it was a lightning-style seal in the end, but they didn't even think about it. In their cognition, there is a lightning-style ninjutsu that only needs 3 seals. It wasn't until Uchiha Hiko moved his palm forward, and the crystal blue thunderbolts bloomed like Hanabi in full bloom, blasting towards the big black stone tablet, that they realized that it was just a sea-level lightning-style ninjutsu. Lightning-style Hanabi. Uchiha Hiko whispered in his heart. The lightning style he uses is completely different from his previous cultivation. In the past, it was released according to the principles and experience on the ninjutsu scroll. And now, he's like a lightning-style ninjutsu master with millions of proficiencies. Apart from other things, it is no exaggeration to say that he is the #1 ninjutsu in lightning-style Hanabi alone. If there are only these, that's all. Others can achieve it if they die with a ninjutsu. The difference is that his lightning-style Hanabi has greatly increased power, runs faster, consumes less chakra, and seals more easily. Originally there were 7 seals of ninjutsu, but now only 3 seals are needed. When the blue Hanabi hit the steel, it burst open. Accompanied by a loud bang, the steel was blown to pieces. That stone tablet, which has undergone countless refinements, finally couldn't bear the weight of life at this moment, and passed away suddenly. Everyone stared at the scene dumbfounded, as if they saw some monster. If it was said that this ninjutsu was performed by elite Jonin Uchiha Kagami, they would only applaud and praise a few awesome words by the way. But when this happened to a child who was only 6 years old, it seemed too much. Is this still the Uchiha Hiko who is idle and pretends to be a tiger? Is this the child of the great elders family that some of their population said that they were lazy? Impossible. Is that steel's lifespan expired? How could it be destroyed by a small lightning-style ninjutsu? I was still practicing here yesterday, said a certain Uchiha Chunin. Hey, Tien Sijun, don't let me look down on you. Why are you talking about 7-year-old children? It was a coincidence that there was nothing just now, but it's not a coincidence this time. How can it be such a coincidence? Hey, Uchiha Hiko. Hiko-sama seems to have awakened today, and suddenly became so powerful. Even a group of adults are amazed by Uchiha Hiko's ninjutsu. When he turned his head and looked at the comrades who participated in the test, he found that they were frozen in place like sculptures, not daring to move. Chapter 4: The Shabby Ninja School. The family tests are all for children, so the content will not be too much or too complicated. Kunai throwing and ninjutsu are enough. When Uchiha Hiko finished showing his lightning style, the rest of the idiots were so frightened that they didn't even know how to tie the seal. Truly amused. After the test in the morning, someone forcibly pulled Uchiha Hiko out of the family residence at noon. After the war, Konaha's economy was still recovering. 2 big bosses of the Senju clan died and entrusted the village to a young Sarutobi Hiruzen on their deathbed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is only 24 years old, is far from enough in both prestige and ability. It's not that he's a bad person, but compared with the previous 2 Hokages, the gap between the villagers is relatively large. So, why did you take me to ninja school? Lousy went there to waste his youth? Uchiha Hiko frowned, dissatisfied. The old-fashioned Uchiha elder looked at Uchiha Hiko expressionlessly, then looked at the signboard of the ninja school and said, "Your youth hasn't come yet. Even if you come, it should be there." "I lost it. I've already told Hokage that the school has already arranged a place for you to join the class, so hurry up and take your place. Then let me tell you, going to school is for socializing and socializing costs money. My living expenses will double in the future. 3 times for you, go. FK, so generous. Uchiha Hiko just wanted to cheat, but I didn't expect. This old guy is so rich. Lost, it should have been 10 times the price just now. But the words have already reached this point, he can't violate the gentleman's covenant. If you agree to go, you will definitely go. Walking into the ninja school alone, he should have been greeted by his superiors, and the teacher came out to greet him soon. It was an unreliable middle-aged man. Wearing thick glasses, the thin person seems to be floating. Are you Uchiha Hiko? Welcome, yes. Okay, Sayan, please come with me, and I will take you to your class. Uchiha Hiko didn't answer, but just followed behind the teacher. The teaching building is very small. Passing through the corridor, it seems that there are 4 classes in total. Advertisement. The thin teacher stopped at the door of the classroom marked A1, and knocked on the door. Then, he walked in with Uchiha Hiko. Anyway, the classroom is also a bunch of little kids, and there may be his future wife here, so he is not nervous, but glances very comfortably. In the Uchiha clan, most of them have black hair, and very few are light-colored. And here, it is simply a Yunin hair salon, not to mention all kinds of strange hairstyles, just that hair color, they can all be made into a 7-color light. Etc. Why does that white-haired afro look familiar? Why does that little white face with black hair look familiar? And that blonde airport. Oh, it's a little too much to say that about a 6 or 7-year-old girl. Huh. What are you looking at? The kid from the Uchiha family. Do you worship me, Master Jiraiya? The white-haired afro proudly said. Even though the teacher was in front, the afro was restless. The Uchiha family is highly recognizable. As long as it is an individual and his eyes are not blind, he basically knows the family emblem. Quiet. Jiraiya. Get out, the teacher yelled angrily. Others don't know the thin man in front of him, but he does. This is the current headmaster of the ninja school. It's no ordinary Uchiha for the principal to deliver it in person. He still knows a little about the 3 or 2 things about the big family. Jiraiya pulled her face and walked out very skillfully. The so-called A1 classes are basically people with status and talent. Jiraiya's talent is not bad, and her family background is not bad. But if you want to compare with the Uchiha who was brought by the principal, it is still a bit short. The only one in the class who can compare with it is the blonde princess. After kicking Jiraiya out, it was considered to be an example to others, so the teacher stroked Uchiha Hiko's back and said with a smile, "Let me introduce yourself to everyone, new classmate." Uchiha Hiko ignored Jiraiya's trouble just now and said blankly, "I, Uchiha Hiko." Gone. Gone. The teacher scratched his temples with a smile and said, "Student Yan, what dream do you have?" Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko looked up at the lecturer in surprise, and a figure of a certain teacher Wong appeared in his mind inexplicably. Advertisement. You, what dream do you have? This really doesn't look like a good voice show. Could it be Dream Blue? My dream is world peace. The most perfunctory answer in the 21st century. However, this is the most perfunctory answer from the 21st century, and it happens to be the best speech in the ninja world and ninja school. Some people say that there is no distinction between greatness and baseness in dreams. But at this moment, something has changed. In this classroom, the dream of more than 50% of the little ghosts is to be Hokage. Even if they don't want to be Hokage, they still want to be the dignitaries in front of Hokage. My brain is rusted. What a grand conception of this sudden world peace. Saying these 4 words alone gives people a sense of majesty. You must know that the war came to an end not long before the war at a heavy price. This kind of dream is simply amazing. Uchiha Hiko's indifferent expression, coupled with his psychology and temperament far superior to theirs, made them forget to think about the feasibility of this dream for a while. If AB************* D like Jiraiya said such a thing, I'm afraid it would only make everyone laugh. It's amazing. Yansang can have such a great dream. I really want to make friends with him. He looks very strong. I'm going to discuss with him after class later. That person seems to be serious. I can't do it. Listening to the voices from the audience, Uchiha Hiko felt a little relieved. The kids' thinking in this era is still positive, unlike a certain period of peace, where they thought about mating after eating and drinking. Student Yan, it seems that you are very popular, so go and sit over there first. Following the teacher's direction, that position is nothing but the back row of the blonde princess. The classroom is divided into steps, so you don't have to worry too much about your height. As long as your eyesight is healthy, you can sit in the last row without any problem. Besides, in this age group, as long as they are not semi-disabled, they are all about the same height. Sitting on the seat, there was a textbook prepared for him a long time ago, but he still looked out of the window first out of habit.
Not far from the window is the old playground. At this time, the old playground has been renovated and the foundation has been laid, and it looks like it is going to be covered. It's true to think about it, the war is over, young women all over the street are full of big bellies, and the baby boom after the war is natural. It can also be seen from this that Konaha's policy is to expand its troops. Chapter 5 The strongest transfer student in history. Let Uchiha sit behind Senju, thanks to the school teacher who dared to arrange. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that when Uchiha Hiko opened the textbook, what he saw almost made him forget it. This is actually a function. I know it. Where is the textbook for the first grade of elementary school? Laozi really knelt down. Now he understands why so many people are not suitable to be ninjas. I got stuck at the first level, and the commoner's family didn't have much background, and if they couldn't pass this level, even chakra couldn't touch it. Maybe those who can't pass the level say that they hate ninjas, what Chidora anti-polyphenols. In a world where the death rate is ridiculously high, who doesn't want a little bit of self-preservation? The above refers to civilian families. The ninja family is another matter. Start higher than others. So, whoever loves to learn this thing can learn it. Freed from the shackles of his thoughts, Uchiha Hiko's eyes began to wander around. His deskmate is an idiot. The figure develops horizontally, and he is not very old, but he looks quite chic. There is also a big word, food, written on the clothes, and he remembers that the Uzumaki clan likes this hand. He didn't call him stupid just because he was fat, but because, even though the teacher's eyes were on him, he still sneaked snacks. Just like elementary school students, they sneakily grab a handful of potato chips, take advantage of the teacher writing on the blackboard, and immediately stuff them into their mouths, pretending to be serious about listening to the class. Putting it in his mouth, he didn't dare to chew it out, but he didn't know that the plate on his big face was bulging into a big watermelon. Come on, Akamaki Kita-san, you answer. The teacher finally couldn't bear the roll call. Suddenly being named, Akamaki Takata jumped up as if being clicked. But he couldn't open his mouth. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was exposed. Akamaki Kita, why don't you speak? The teacher asked, as this question, on Chakra's force technique to increase the hit rate and flying speed of Shuriken, difficult. The young child still doesn't know what a rescue is, and even his good playmates are laughing at his naivety now. Seeing that Akamaki Takata was blushing and his fragile spirit was about to collapse, Uchiha Hiko raised his hand. Uchiha Hiko, do you have something to say? Advertisement. As soon as this newcomer was mentioned, everyone in the classroom cast their gazes. Tsunade in the front row was a little curious. She thought that as a Uchiha tribe, he would be arrogant if he joined this class, but she didn't expect to expose herself in the first class. This is not the style of the Uchiha clan. I saw that Uchiha Hiko stood up and answered this question with his practical actions. In fact, it is a question of the intersection point of the parabola and the x-axis and the acceleration. Okay, you two sit down. The teacher was not too surprised by Uchiha Hiko's performance, after all, he is a child of Uchiha's family. And Uchiha was brought in by the principal himself, how could he be a poor student? The two sat down, and the teacher continued the lecture. Akamaki Takata silently handed Uchiha Hiko the potato chips in the drawer. Thank you, he whispered. Uchiha Hiko waved his hand and refused the potato chips. I forgot to wash my hands before coming in, next time. It is his habit to wash his hands before meals, and he will never be able to eat without washing his hands. Tsunade in the front row looked back silently. Sitting in the front row, she could naturally hear a little voice behind. She found, this Uchiha, something different. A class ended quickly, and Jiraiya, who was punished for standing, walked in swaggeringly. He went straight to Uchiha Hiko. Hey, boy, the uncle you just killed was punished to stand, what do you say? Before Uchiha Hiko answered, Akamaki Tata spoke first. Jiraiya, you can't blame Hiko just now, it was your teacher who asked you to make a noise to let you out. The little fat man's tone was somewhat cowardly. Although Jiraiya is neither Senju nor Hyuga, she is quite active in the class, honest people are afraid of this kind of person. None of your business, Akamaki. Go away, I'm going to teach this new kid a lesson. Jiraiya laughed wildly, rolling up her sleeves. In the end, before he could make a move, there was a heavy elbow from behind. The power echoed in his cavity, and there was a muffled sound. Jiraiya, get the hell out of here, stay away from me. Tsunade clenched his fists and said angrily. Since Jiraiya is in front of Uchiha Hiko's table, it is natural to stand behind the Tsunade chair. With a pain in his back, Jiraiya jumped down the aisle grinning, hey, hey. Tsunade, this guy belongs to Uchiha, can I teach him a lesson for you? I don't have your boring thoughts, childish. Advertisement. Huh, Jiraiya was struck by lightning. Childish is often a word that makes a man blow his hair. Even though Jiraiya is still a boy now, she was still hit hard. Hey, Orochimaru, you. Jiraiya was about to abandon Tsunade and find his best friend to heal the trauma. However, Orochimaru over there has a poker face and his eyes are not in focus at all. Quote. At this time, Uchiha Hiko smiled, stood up and looked into Jiraiya's eyes. I like peace, I don't like fighting. Huh, are you a coward afraid of my uncle? If you are willing to apologize to me, then I will forgive you. I like peace and don't like fighting, but that doesn't mean I can be provoked. So you accepted my uncle's challenge. You call yourself an old man before even writing your horoscope. Let's go, practice on the playground. If it was Uchiha Hiko yesterday, he would not dare to be so arrogant. He was just a common man who learned 2C level ninjutsu at the age of 6. But today's Uchiha Hiko is different. The non-material wealth obtained from the Gubi system is enough to improve him a lot. The dry goods in the mind are the confidence to speak. The technology at hand is the pillar of support. And I saw the two came to the playground, because it was a working day, there was no construction here, only some unfinished foundations were left. The two stood facing each other, and the classmates who watched the excitement formed a circle. Sure enough, watching the excitement is a common problem in Otherworld. Yan, why don't I call the teacher? Jiraiya is very powerful, I can't even beat him. Akamiki Takada kindly reminded him. However, Uchiha Hiko just waved his hand. Don't worry, if I don't knock out his baby teeth today, he will still beat tomorrow. Hey, Jiraiya heard, a little angry, remember the seal of reconciliation, the seal of reconciliation, I am the sword, I will pierce you. Yes, you are cheap. What? How dare you scold me? Ah. The fist in his hand is bound to hit Uchiha Hiko's face. Chapter 6 fell face into the toilet. Surprisingly, Jiraiya's fist went straight through Uchiha Hiko's head. No matter how powerful the fist is, it can't be like this, right? Clone technique. Far away in the classroom, Orochimaru, who didn't like to watch, murmured. It is not surprising that the clone technique is used in the A1 class. What is excellent is that it can play a miraculous effect with a clone in actual combat. This is just a normal clone technique, not a shadow clone technique. The practicality of the clone technique is very poor, it is not easy to use an ordinary clone to this extent. I saw that when Jiraiya's fist hit the avatar, before he could react, a fist rushed out from the corner of his sight. His body was actually hidden in the shadow of the clone. Jiraiya received a solid punch on the jaw, as if thrown over the shoulder, and flew 10 meters away. Appeared. The legendary face break. Uchiha Hiko didn't pursue the victory, after all Jiraiya is still a child, let him go. Ah, it hurts. It kills me. Jiraiya got up and touched his face. The bruising left him grinning beyond recognition and was very painful. However, who is Jiraiya? How could she give up her dignity because of this little pain? A person's character can be seen from his childhood. He didn't feel hatred because of this, it was just scratched, and his power was inferior to others. Skills are not as good as others, but he is not willing to bow down. Again, I was careless just now, this time I will be serious. I will beat you down. Up to you. Seeing Uchiha Hiko fight, Jiraiya clenched his fists, putting the pain aside and thinking about how to fight back. He didn't rush forward this time, so as not to be tricked again. He is not in a hurry, others are still in a hurry, the class is about to start, if it is not over, it will be a military training when the teacher comes over later. On Jiraiya, it's all here, don't be cowardly. It's not a big deal to watch the excitement. Yeah Jiraiya, didn't you just say you were going to beat Uchiha down? Up, whoever loves whose grandson. After all, Jiraiya doesn't have the kindness of later generations, and he still can't stand being teased now. A group of people called him to go, and his hands and feet were out of control. Uchiha Hiko looked at Jiraiya who was rushing again, no longer delaying, and moved with both hands. Advertisement. Orochimaru in the distant classroom noticed this detail and immediately jumped out of the window. The analyzed ninjutsu has become handy, and even the technique seal has been simplified. The 3 seals were completed within a second, and then he moved forward with one hand. Chakra carried out the nature transformation of the thunder attribute, and produced thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning in full bloom are like Hanabi, and like a net enveloping Luo Tiandi, they bloom in an instant. Jiraiya is the fish in the net. This unexpected ninjutsu, among the students in the entire ninja school, no one can avoid it. However, just as the lightning was about to hit Jiraiya, a wall of earth suddenly rose. The earth wall took the blow for Jiraiya. Otherwise, Jiraiya is already smoking. Uchiha Hiko looked sideways with interest, and saw that Orochimaru was panting for the earth-style imprint, and the earthen wall was his ninjutsu. Do you want to kill Jiraiya? Orochimaru gasped. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, during the Uchiha's morning test, Uchiha Hiko's lightning style instantly destroyed the giant monolith. But just now, the immature earth-style earth flow wall perfectly blocked lightning style. What does it mean in the middle? Uchiha Hiko smiled and did not answer Orochimaru. At this moment, the class bell rang, and everyone hurried back to the classroom. Only Orochimaru and Jiraiya remained on the playground. Jiraiya wiped the bloodline from his face, and grinned again in pain. Orochimaru, thank you, I didn't expect him to be able to use lightning style, I underestimated him. Orochimaru didn't answer Jiraiya immediately, he was still thinking about the scene just now. As a man who likes to think, he likes to think very much. There is nothing wrong with that. Often when a question is asked by the teacher in class, he will think of many things, such as real life, combat simulation, desperate counterattack and so on. He thought about it, from when Uchiha Hiko entered the classroom today, to the fight just now. That person, he won't have murderous intentions for Jiraiya. Suddenly, he understood what. Did he even count my actions, knowing that I would help Jiraiya, so he delayed the release of lightning style. Much of lightning style is about speed. It is impossible for that person to condense chakra with one hand after the seal is completed, and let the thunder and lightning dance at the fingertips. At the same time, how fast the lightning is released, definitely faster than his earth-style earth flow wall. Advertisement. Theoretically, if he jumped from the classroom window, he would never be able to catch up. But he still caught up. In other words, that person's target is not Jiraiya, but the Tsunade who is waiting for him. That person didn't try to kill Jiraiya with ninjutsu. Everything is in his calculations. Orochimaru turned back in shock, looked at the back of the man who jumped into the classroom through the window, and burned it into his mind. Hey, Orochimaru, why are you trembling with fright? Look, I'm fine after being beaten. Jiraiya murmured forcefully. Hearing this, Orochimaru pushed Jiraiya away with a bored look, and said coldly, Idiot, don't do right with him again, if he wants to hurt you, you are dead now. Hey, don't you have Earth style, you can help me. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya with indifferent eyes, you have no brains, go practice Earth style yourself. Huh, come on, I don't like Earth style, I like fire style. After the words fell, Orochimaru had already turned around and left, only saying, Go away, I don't like fire style. Huh, are you looking down on fire style? You stinky poker face. At #%. Jiraiya ran to the classroom following Orochimaru cursing. But they were one step too late after all. The teacher has already walked in with the class bell. When Orochimaru gave the report, the teacher saw that he was an honor student and gave him a step down. Orochimaru, why did you come in? I just had a stomachache and it's better now. Well, pay attention to your body. Yes. Orochimaru returned to the classroom without incident and sat back in his seat. Immediately afterwards, Jiraiya ran to the door with a half-bruised face. Stop. Jiraiya, what are you doing now? The teacher immediately became unhappy. I have diarrhea, I just went to deal with it. You have diarrhea too. The teacher looked at the wound on Jiraiya's face. Did you fall into the toilet? Yes, I accidentally fell. Fall in first. Chapter 7 Ruthless Iron Hand. The teacher's self-righteous humor did not enliven the classroom atmosphere. He stood on the podium and looked at them, feeling that there was something wrong with this group of people today. These people are still young, and they can't hide things in their hearts. The teacher knew from years of experience that the problem was with freshman Uchiha Hiko. In connection with the injury on Jiraiya's face, it is not difficult to guess that the two people had a conflict. During the last class, Jiraiya was boisterous, and it was obvious. However, when you enter a ninja school, fights are unavoidable. Usually Jiraiya also jumps a lot, but I suffered a loss today, so I just took it as a lesson. One thing more is worse than one thing less, the teacher did not pursue it. He continues with his class. Little did they know that all the students in the audience had already lost their minds. What did they see just now? Ninjutsu. Lightning style ninjutsu. When I entered the ninja school, I just wanted to learn a few ninjutsu and go out to be an excellent ninja. But so far, some of them have not even mastered the three-body technique. But Uchiha Hiko directly performed lightning style ninjutsu just now. Although this is an elite class, it doesn't mean that everyone is a family member. Except for a few iconic big and small families, more than 2/3 of the rest are dark horses killed by the masses. No matter how dark the dark horse is, he is also envious of Tianma. Both are members of the elite class, the gap between them is really not that big. While everyone was envious, they seemed disappointed at the same time. The psychological blow caused by that kind of gap cannot be recovered in a day or two. None of this has anything to do with Uchiha Hiko. It doesn't matter if it matters. In this 3-foot land, only the strong have the right to mate. Oh no, only the strong have the right to speak. System, you were able to analyze everything yesterday, and I suddenly had an idea, can you explain it to me? In the second class, Uchiha Hiko began to pretend to be asleep. He internally communicates with the system. Back to host, do you want to analyze? Thought. As he said that, the system analysis column was also displayed, and the idea was temporarily made into a text icon. Ah no. I mean, can you analyze my body? I found that my body is too weak. Advertisement. You have to rely on ninjutsu to fight Jiraiya, which is so bad. The main reason is that there is less physical exercise, and in terms of physical skills, it may not be the current Jiraiya's opponent. Sure. What I want to know is, what state am I in during the parsing process? Return to host, your current status will not be affected in any way until the analysis is completed. For example, if you analyzed lightning style Hanabi before, you can still use lightning style Hanabi during the process. After the analysis is completed, you will get the analysis results. Quote. I understand. Host, do you want to parse your body? Yes. Ding dong. Remind the host that your body data has been analyzed and it will take 7 days. This may be the first person who dares to make fun of his body after using the system once. However, analysis is analysis, not dissection. Besides, if you die, count the ball. Oh, it seems that these 7 days have to wait slowly. ... After all, waiting is exhausting, and by the 5th day, he couldn't bear it anymore. Because his body was not strong enough, he began to train hard. There is a limit to this effort. As long as he feels tired, he will immediately sit down and rest for half an hour. You can't force your body to the limit and practice desperately, that will leave hidden wounds on your body. Anyway, no one will fight with him for food, so why fight? The summary is, I can't make me tired. Anyway, weekends are off, and he doesn't go to work or 996. Uzai come and it's over. What others cultivate is body, what he cultivates is mood. Just as he finished the second set of push-ups and was sitting next to him to drink water, he suddenly heard a burst of movement not far away. From a distance, it sounds like someone is knocking on a wooden fish, but if you listen carefully, you can tell that it is chopping a wooden steak with an iron tool. The ironware should not be too thick, and the steel content should not be small, otherwise the sound will not be so appropriate. While Uchiha Hiko was resting, he walked over curiously to have a look. This practice field is relatively remote, and he only came here to practice while taking advantage of the remoteness. After all, a ninja practiced for 10 minutes and rested for half an hour, and it would be embarrassing to spread the word. Can't be discovered by others. Pushing aside the leaves, he saw a white-haired boy about his age. It's not like Jiraiya. Jiraiya's goofy guy who makes his hair look like a ghost. Advertisement. The person in front of me, no matter in aesthetics or temperament, looks like the white-haired male supporting role in the comics. Pay attention to a cool word. His first reaction when he saw this person from behind, the name, Hotake 50%, appeared in his mind. But obviously in this day and age, Hotake is not even an egg at 50 to 50. So he went around and went to the side, and found that the person was not wearing a mask. He's a good guy without a mask. He went out and asked, "Who are you?" Hearing the sound, Beifa stopped, turned around, and replied after a 2-second pause, "I'm Hotake Sakumo, are you Uchiha Hiko from Class A-1? I saw the exchange between you and Mr. Orochimaru that day. Great, but I will definitely surpass you. Hotake Sakumo, would ye white teeth, although he hasn't had his milk teeth yet. He has caught this legendary man. He also wanted to meet those well-known ninjas when he traveled across time, but the population of Konaha village was larger than expected, and because of the war, he didn't dare to just wander around in the village. Now, it's the first time I've seen Hotake Sakumo. Although it is a bit abrupt to ask someone, who are you, but among men, they pay attention to the first impression with a hammer. You said you saw me sparring with Orochimaru. When did I spar with Orochimaru? 5 days ago, because I saw your strength, I will practice hard here every day. Hotake replied honestly. 5 days ago, so it's a date with Jiraiya, right? Orochimaru is just a brawler. How could one of the parties be ignored? Beimao, why bother to embarrass Beimao? Uchiha Hiko looked at the broken sword in Hotake Sakumo's hand and the wooden stake in front of him. The jujube wood pile with a diameter of 30 centimeters was almost cut off by the dagger in his hand. A short sword, not a long sword, nor an épée. To use that thing to cut jujube stakes, you must first have a hand that does not suffer from blood blisters. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Anyway, Hotake Sakumo's hands were wrapped in gauze, so he didn't know what was going on, and he didn't dare to ask. Can use a short sword to cut jujube wood piles until they are incomplete and will be broken. What the hell is hard work? Through. Ruthless. It's not what you think. 5 days ago, I wasn't fighting with Orochimaru. Chapter 8 Analysis Results of Terror. What? Actually, I was fighting with Jiraiya. Orochimaru just tried to persuade the fight, and then we just played against each other. In other words, the two of you haven't exerted your full strength. Yes, as long as you click. You guys are so strong, it seems that I have to work harder. Hehe. This is the attitude you want. Practice. Practice to death. On that day, Hotake Sakumo finally remembered the fear of being dominated by Class A. 2 days later. The auspicious time has come to open the coffin for autopsy. Ding dong. Congratulations to host, this analysis lasted 7 days and has been completed. In an instant, Uchiha Hiko felt a strange force flowing through his body. Unlike the last analysis of lightning style ninjutsu, this time he analyzed his own body. The feeling it brings is the most intuitive. In a word, comfortable. After getting used to this feeling, he checked the analysis results. It seems that there is no change in strength, and the body has not turned into a muscular devil boy like a Super Saiyan, and the feeling has not changed. Why did I still feel a little strange just now? Wait. Uchiha Hiko looked at himself in the mirror. It's not that he looks a little handsome today. But after the analysis system was handed over, a 3D meridian diagram appeared in his mind. When he looked at himself in the mirror image and the diagram just combined. In the brain of the blue meridian image, there is a red stroke label, Sharingan. This is. Back to host, this system has analyzed your body and customized hundreds of ways to improve yourself. The way to improve yourself. Uchiha Hiko nodded and murmured. Then the line of sight moved down, from the brain to the torso, and finally stopped at the part that all men understand. This guy, can there be a way to improve or something? Like going to work early. I have endured it for 6 years. I saw that as he concentrated, a red stroke mark appeared on that part, indescribable. He looked at the indescribable, and a lot of information appeared in his mind. Indescribable. Bury the indescribable in hot sand for 30 minutes, and persist for 10 years to obtain the indestructible ability of diamond. Close black lens bracket. Undescribable. By boxing double yolk eggs for 10 minutes a day for 5 years, you can get unlimited firepower. Close black lens bracket. Undescribable. Karma leak, understand. Close black lens bracket. ... Matt, is this something people do? Advertisement. Farewell, farewell. In desperation, he returned to the topic, Sharingan. About Sharingan's eye-opening method, it turns out that you don't have to die. Uchiha Hiko muttered to himself. Host, Sharingan is one of the constitution abilities of the Uchiha family. Whether it is turned on or not does not interfere with its actual existence, so it has nothing to do with whether people die or not. Well, let me know if there is any way to open my eyes, and try to find the easiest one. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the top again. As the system image pops up the Sharingan label, a large number of graphic and text information boxes are displayed in front of you. 1. Look directly at the sun for 3 hours every day, and make sure to open Sharingan within 7 days. Each Uchiha's constitution is different. This method is only suitable for the host himself. Looking directly at the glare of the sun can temper the host's overall eyes. When reaching a certain level, the Sharingan will automatically open. Close black lens bracket. 3 hours. Why did he face the sun for 6 hours and Lousy died suddenly? Next. 2. Strengthen physical fitness. The host's mental energy is not weak. The human body is a whole, which requires a balance of yin and yang. Now the weak body limits the host's mental energy. As long as the physical fitness is improved, the mental energy can be fully utilized to automatically open Sharingan. Close black lens bracket. Liver again. Next. Uchiha Hiko swiped the message to the left with a displeased face. 3. Aftertaste fear. Fear is a very powerful catalyst for human beings. If the host has insufficient fear in his heart, this system can help the host create nightmares. Close black lens bracket. Damn, the next one. How can I scare myself specially? Open black lens bracket 4. Do the thing that the host resists the most. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 5. Talk about a sad love. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 6. According to the meridian route given by this system, effectively run the mental energy to stimulate the brain, thereby secreting special chakra, which is reflected to the optic nerve to change the eyes, and the Sharingan can be opened. Close black lens bracket. Originally, in his understanding, the opening of Sharingan's eyes was always accompanied by violent mental stimulation, and the concretization was death or something. But among the hundreds of eye-opening methods given by the system, 99 of them do not require a dead person. In other words, it has nothing to do with other people at all. Opening eyes is a matter of one person. Open your eyes to science. I choose the 6th one, not for anything else, just for the auspicious Liu Liu Dishan. Uchiha Hiko sat down quickly, and followed the method given in the 6th article of the system to run the mental energy according to the meridian diagram to stimulate the brain. Mental energy is the import, and brain secretion is the export, thus forming an energy supply chain. The brain feeds back the special chakra of the Uchiha family, and this special chakra is reflected in the optic nerve to change the eyes, that is, pupil power, that is, eye opening. The scientific approach is often the pursuit of high efficiency. When Uchiha Hiko opened his eyes again, his dark pupils turned crystal red. The color of Yigoyu's Sharingan is not that dark yet, and the pupils are like red crystals, which is really beautiful. This opened my eyes, I feel a little dazed. Uchiha Hiko murmured. He didn't beg for 2 hooks and 3 hooks as soon as he opened his eyes. Don't you see, those people who opened their eyes too hard have experienced what they have experienced and what they have ended up with. Step by step slowly is the kingly way. System, open the attribute panel and celebrate for the young master. Host, will show you the personal panel. Open black lens bracket host. Uchiha Hiko close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket age. 6 years old close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket blood succession boundary. Sharingan close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket chakra level. Genin close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical strength. Genin close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket spirit level. Chunin close black lens bracket. Ninjutsu learned. Fire style great fireball technique, lightning style Hanabi. Close black lens bracket. Above, Uchiha Hiko looked at the virtual panel and nodded. During this period of time, I practiced a few times, but I didn't expect chakra and physical strength to reach Genin. Lousy is really a genius. Chakra is the Genin level, this level is only the level of positioning compared with the average line. After all, when some monsters are not qualified for Genin, chakra has surpassed some anemic Jonin. Ditto for physical strength levels. There are also tanks and crispy skins among ninjas. His strength is also the level of positioning compared with the average line. To be honest, at his current level, it would be a second to apply directly for early graduation. The rating of the system is the standard among the standards. He didn't know if there was a difference in the assessment methods between the war years and the peace years. But it wouldn't make him fight a regular Chunin directly, right? Then it's not called Genin graduation, it's called Chunin assessment. Yan, stay inside, come out quickly. An old man called out in front of the house. Uchiha Hiko, who was in high spirits, frowned, and kicked open the door. Kaido, what are you doing, urging you to die, old man? The old man was none other than the great elder of Uchiha, his cheap old man. HMPH, come here. The old man said coldly, hurry up. What are you doing? Uchiha Hiko was puzzled. The usual old man would not do this, he would just ask him to do something. For example, where do you go, what do you do, not how you come here. Mirror told me that Sarutobi Hiruzen is planning to enroll a group of students in the ninja school. The old man said bluntly, and he reached out and grabbed Uchiha Hiko's arm firmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to accept disciples. Hundreds of people. He accepts students and has something to do with me. Shut up. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the third Hokage designated by the ancestors. If you become his disciple, it will be of great benefit to our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Hiko shook off the Grand Elder's hand vigorously. FKU. That man looks like an ape. He is willing to accept me, but I am not willing to be his student. Yan, how can you judge people by their appearance? Then why don't you find you a wife from the Akamiki clan? The Great Elder broke out with high blood pressure. The old man took a few breaths, and then said earnestly, Yan, although you are still young, there are some things I have to tell you. It is not easy for our family to come to this point. The civil war has hurt us too much. I don't know if it's destiny, or someone has already calculated it. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's qualifications are still young and he can't take power. I can conclude that he will accept your class. The girl from the Senju family is used to gain more people's support. If you also join his sect, then he can also get the full support of our Uchiha family. At the same time, we will also get feedback from Hokage in the future. Isn't it beautiful? So, whether you like that person or not, you have to do this for the family. Then what if people just want to replace the deceased teacher and educate their descendants? Uchiha Hiko retorted. The Great Elder paused, and almost slapped the iron sand palm on Uchiha Hiko's head. Chapter 9 The Chakra of Uchiha. You brat, you are going to piss me off. I have entered the ninja school according to your arrangement. I can't always follow the path you chose for me. I have my own way of ninja. You are Hiko of the Uchiha clan. Then I'll commit suicide and reincarnate. Don't. Yan, just be an old man and beg you. For the sake of the family, you should go to be a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In fact, that person is also a very good ninja. If you become his student, you will definitely do it in the future. Become a ninja of Megatron Ninja World. The old man can be soft when he can't be tough, which is really difficult to deal with. Why do these elderly people like this set? Uchiha Hiko had no choice, so he replied, Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to choose a disciple, he must have chosen it by himself, and I have a relationship with him. Hearing that the momentum had improved, the Great Elder immediately said, no, he has to follow the rules when he chooses himself. As long as you get the first place in school, he has to choose you. Understood. This is what persuasion means. Orochimaru is currently number 1 in the class, and he is an all-rounder. If you want him to learn theoretical and cultural knowledge, he may not be able to learn Orochimaru. Mainly lazy. There is no problem with the brain, but the cleverness does not use books. To get good grades, it's very simple, he has now turned on Sharingan, and he only needs to imitate Orochimaru's answers during the exam. With the same score in theory and culture, as long as he defeats Orochimaru in the practical class, he will be the first overall. Be the first, it's that simple. Okay, I will continue to do what you said this time, but when Sarutobi Hiruzen chooses someone else, it has nothing to do with me. Yeah, the old man nodded heavily. By the way, what do you think about every day, kid? You don't want a ninja like Sarutobi Hiruzen to be your instructor. You want to eat shit all day long. Lousy is holding on now, and Lousy will die later. Well, let's see how the people in the clan treat you. This old man is creating your future survival capital for you. All right, I understand your great kindness. The Great Elder glared at Uchiha Hiko, then come with me. Where are you going? Just follow me. The Great Elder walked in front, followed by Uchiha Hiko. He didn't think much of it. After a while, the two entered the scroll room of the Uchiha clan guarded by the Grand Elder. The room was dark, so the Elder lit a candle. Advertisement. Then he said leisurely, this place is an important place for our family. With your seniority, you don't have permission to enter. Today is an exception, and you can't spread it to outsiders, understand? Uchiha Hiko looked at the scrolls all over the room. It wasn't his first time here, and he concealed his curiosity. Well, I see. Very good. The Great Elder stroked his beard, pulled out a scroll from the bookshelf with a solemn look, and said, I don't tell you the mechanism of the village, and the secret of ninjutsu has long since ceased to be a secret. The family still has one thing they stick to. The Great Elder did a good job of piqued Uchiha Hiko's interest. He wanted to know what the scroll in the Elder's hand was. I sneaked into the scroll room a few times ago, and didn't pay attention to the classification there, just thinking about the powerful ninjutsu. So, what's that? The Great Elder handed the scroll to Uchiha Hiko. This is our family's chakra refining technique. Chakra refining technique. Uchiha Hiko opened the scroll dubiously, and looked up and said, one family's chakra trick. But I remember the teacher at school said that the method of refining chakra is the same, and the ones given to me by the family before are also the same, depending on the potential of the human body. No, our family has been passed down for many years. Our ancestors have long traced back to the most basic chakra of ninjas. This is the wealth accumulated by our family over the ages. It is definitely more effective than ordinary chakra refining methods. The Akamiki family, Yamanaka family, and Nara family also have, otherwise, why do you think the family is called the family, but theirs is too immature compared with ours? Uchiha Hiko ignored the Great Elder's words, he looked at the scroll with all his attention, and it is not difficult to find that there is indeed something in this ancestor's handbook. A generation has to leave something for a lifetime, especially the Uchiha family who are capable people. And on this, there are treasures left by dozens of generations. Yan, I make an exception to let you take this scroll out once, and the time limit is 1 day, and return it to me in the family hall tomorrow. The elder said. Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko nodded immediately, okay, I will definitely return it tomorrow. Go ahead. Holding the scroll, he quickly left the secret room and returned to his house. Lay the scroll of chakra tricks flat on the table, and practice in no hurry. The content on this scroll can be summed up as a key point, which is the idea of meditation. Meditation method plans a clear direction of practice, which is the special chakra in the mouth of Senju Tobarama in the second generation. This method corresponds to the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. There are many people who have opened Mangekyo in the past, and I am afraid it is related to this method. During the period of family strife, Mangekyo's eye openers appeared frequently, and that was definitely Uchiha's peak period. There are so many talents, but unfortunately most of them died in the civil war. In the eyes of many people, the Uchiha clan is a clan that bears hatred, and they think that Sharingan is the product of hatred. In fact, it is not the case. There is love to hate. When the love is lost, the pain will stimulate the brain of Uchiha and produce a special chakra. This special chakra is the key to Sharingan. This is just the basics of the Uchiha family's blood succession limit. Mangekyo Sharingan can't be opened after suffering, it needs talent. And this chakra's practice trick is to cultivate talent. It is best to practice in childhood. It uses meditation methods to continuously increase spiritual energy to feed back to the brain. Practicing this method will not only be related to Sharingan, but also passively improve other aspects of Uchiha Ninja. The most obvious manifestation is the maturity of youth. Advertisement. It's no wonder that the Uchiha family has produced a large number of geniuses. However, because the above content has been recorded by several generations of people with different minds, it has long become obscure. The principles of cultivation are inherently profound, but as a result, different people have different experiences, and then record it to a person in future generations. I am afraid that it will lead to schizophrenia. Putting it in a martial arts drama, it is crazy. System, analyze the scroll in front of me. Ding dong. Remind host, Uchiha Chakra Refinement Technique Shikai Analysis, time required, 3 hours. 3 hours, much faster than analyzing C-level ninjutsu before. But this does not mean that this chakra refining secret is weaker than lightning-style ninjutsu. In Uchiha Hiko's view, this fundamental thing is more important than superficial ninjutsu. 3 hours. In the absence of convenient entertainment facilities, it seems so long. Finally, ding dong, the analysis is complete. Hearing this voice, he immediately cheered up. Bring up the system panel to view the analysis results. Scroll. Uchiha Chakra Refining Technique. 17 loopholes were found, 28 were redundant, and 6 disadvantages were found. Close black lens bracket. The analysis of the vulnerability is completed, and 124 kinds of repair solutions are provided for you. Please pay attention to check. Close black lens bracket. The analysis of the disadvantages is completed, and 109 kinds of purification solutions are provided for you. Please pay attention to check. Close black lens bracket. The complicated part of the analysis is completed and simplified. Close black lens bracket. Among them, the pain stimulation method is a major risk item, and it has been directly deleted. Close black lens bracket. Inside, Uchiha Hiko grinned. He had just flipped through the scroll no less than 80 times. This scroll contains the different ideas and viewpoints of the ancestors, and the posterity sorted them out. For fear of missing the legacy of the ancestors, they did not make any changes. To master it, the difficulty is no less than S-level ninjutsu. The key point is precisely these mistakes made by the seniors. If you gnaw them raw, I am afraid that chakra will bleed and die suddenly. Now with the help of the system, those problems have been completely eliminated, and most of the contents of this scroll have been optimized and improved. What a stroke of genius. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the most powerful chakra refining technique in the whole ninja world. System, configure the optimal solution, and merge it into a complete secret method. Ding dong, we are screening the best plan for you. Ding dong, the excerpt numbers 011 and 103 have been synthesized to complete the secret method. Chapter 10 Family Meeting. This new and complete version of the cultivation secret, I will change its name to Book of Uchiha, please back it up for me. Backup complete. The reason why he had a system backup instead of a pen was because he didn't want others to see it. This perfect cultivation method must not be leaked. Otherwise it will be a disaster. Similarly, he will not change a single word of this scroll, and send it back intact tomorrow. Reaching out to close the scroll, he sat aside, closed his eyes and watched the perfect cultivation method backed up by the system in his heart. The main focus is on the special chakra related to the blood succession limit, but I have not forgotten the basic chakra of the ninja. The combination of the two is definitely the most suitable training method for Uchiha. The energy of chakra is different from the energy of other worlds. The energy of some worlds needs to go through the cycle, unpack the meridians and other methods to improve oneself. But chakra is different. Before this practice secret, a ninja's chakra is linked to his own constitution. Now that he has this tailor-made training secret, he will not say that he will become a Chattanla that surpasses Senju and Uzumaki, but at least there will be no shortage of land in the future. Without further ado, try it yourself. Sit cross-legged, look at the nose with the eyes, and watch the heart with the nose. Chakra consists of the physical energy absorbed by the body's 130 trillion cells and the spiritual energy accumulated through practice. His mental energy was originally stronger than his peers, but because of his young body, the body energy he could absorb was far from enough, which caused his current chakra volume to be mediocre. But now, according to the practice tricks in this secret method, run the stored chakra to specific acupoints for discharge. The large amount of chakra leak made him surrounded by light blue chi, and this state only lasted for a few seconds. After all, a ninja school student can't store much chakra in his body. When the original chakra is gone, I feel dizzy and tired instantly. Uchiha Hiko gritted his teeth, resisting the discomfort, and began to refine a new chakra according to the practice tips in the Book of Uchiha. Soon, the cells all over the body felt a tingling sensation, and the new body energy was extracted. He observed the newborn and scarce body energy, and suddenly noticed something strange. Advertisement. The quality of this freshman seems to be much higher than before. While amazed, it is fused with spiritual energy, which creates the human energy called chakra. The new chakra has an azure blue color, much richer than the previous light blue chakra. The color didn't tell everything, but he couldn't help but be amazed when he took a closer look at his brand new chakra. This chakra is more than 3 times higher than the previous quality. In the ninja world, chakra not only pays attention to weight, but also pays attention to quality. The chakra of the tailed beast is far superior to the chakra of ordinary ninjas, both in terms of quality and quantity. And the chakra of an elite ninja is also far superior to a second-rate ninja. When the quality of chakra, which is the foundation of a ninja, is far ahead, then, with the same great fireball technique, he can steadily suppress the opponent's great fireball technique. Similarly, in terms of ninjutsu attribute restraint, it is well known that water overcomes fire, but when the chakra quality of the fire-style ninja is much higher than that of the water-style ninja, then this restraint relationship becomes vulnerable, or even reversed. It's cool. It seems that it's worth taking a trip with the old man. Uchiha Hiko sighed. Having tasted the sweetness, he can't wait to refine the full chakra now, but his young body is already exhausted, so he can only take a short rest and come back tomorrow morning. The next day, the east is turning white, and Uchiha Hiko wakes up from the dream. One advantage of being young is that the body recovers quickly. He immediately lifted the quilt, sat cross-legged, and refined the chakra in the same way as last night. In just half an hour, his complexion was like jade, and his brows were full of vitality. This feeling is so cool. Looking out the window, it was almost time for school. But today, I made an appointment with the great elder to go to the family hall to meet, send a shadow clone to class and it's over. Advertisement. After a quick breakfast, he took the scroll and walked to the meeting hall of the Uchiha clan. When he arrived, he realized that besides the great elder, there were several other faces here. The patriarch, and Uchiha Kagami, the head of the family, is here too. You are here, the dull patriarch said. To be honest, he really doesn't like this patriarch. As a patriarch, he does nothing, which is tantamount to waste. Uchiha Hiko nodded perfunctorily, then handed back the scroll in his hand to the first elder in public. Yan, just sit in the middle, the great elder said seriously. Hearing the sound, he didn't care, he just sat cross-legged in the middle of the hall. Come to think of it, all of you gathered here in your busy schedule, there must be some high-level opinions. Uchiha Yan, the mum patriarch suddenly called out. Exist. Uchiha Hiko, do you know what your last name means? Yes, our Uchiha family is one of the founding families of Konaha village. It is also the most powerful family in Konaha today. Not bad. The head of Mune praised, the Uchiha family is the most powerful family in Konaha. Therefore, the pride of our family must not be dusted. In times of peace, the honor of the family will automatically fall on the shoulders of your younger generation. You have qualifications, and the obligation to undertake this mission. Yes, Uchiha Hiko replied, what to say on this occasion, he practiced when he was still a blue star. Just listen, the dull patriarch continued. You, Uchiha Hiko, are the best winner in the family test, and you are also the person recognized by me and the elders, so your responsibility is even greater. You must abandon laziness from today, to practice for the honor of the family wholeheartedly. The elders present, and Uchiha Kagami, who is the disciple of Master Hokage, will strictly guide you to train here. This is a great secret of the family, do you know? Uchiha Hiko quickly bowed his head and responded. I understand, thanks to the clan. Very good, very good. You are becoming more and more like a ninja. Uchiha Hiko, said the patriarch, and glanced at the scroll in front of the great elder. You should have previewed our clan's chakra cultivation secret method yesterday. Then starting today, you can start practicing. After the patriarch finished speaking, the first elder on his left stood up and said, Uchiha Hiko, you have read the clan's chakra cultivation tips, so what do you think? It seems that this group of people is planning to join forces to become a teacher. Uchiha Hiko replied. The whole text is obscure, it is really difficult to understand, but. Chapter 11 The talent that shocked the elders. Well, it is indeed very difficult for you. After all, the treasures left by these ancestors, even the few of us. But what? Nothing. Several elders looked at each other and smiled. Hee hee, Yan, it doesn't matter if you don't understand, the old man will explain it for you. Do you know that the blood successor limit of our clan? Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko just wanted to roll his eyes. If the people in Uchiha didn't know the limit of their blood inheritance, they would simply die. Yes, I know. The elder opened his three-tomo Sharingan, and continued. Our family has the most powerful pupil technique, blood succession limitation Sharingan, which is infinitely stronger than the white eyes of the Hyuga family. Last time I personally saw the family test, your ninjutsu talent is good, but for our family, Sharingan is more important. Quote. Uchiha Hiko remained silent, waiting for the elder to speak. The opening time of each of us is different. The old man was only 13 years old when he opened his eyes. The elder said with a look of air, as if he was a peerless genius when he opened his eyes at the age of 13. At that time, I experienced war, my closest companion died in battle. Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko already understood what he wanted to say. According to the age of the elder, I am afraid that when Shiyu Zebo fought Senju, his so-called companion died in the hands of the Senju clan. Similarly, everyone present, except for the young Uchiha Kagami, probably has a grudge against the Senju clan. Come back to business. Yan. The most important aspect of the letters left by our ancestors is our Sharingan. Yes, I have a deep feeling. The Sharingan was opened after half a quarter of an hour of comprehension yesterday. Uchiha Hiko said, running chakra to both eyes, and in an instant, a pair of crystal red Sharingan appeared in his eye sockets. That, it turned out to be. In the Uchiha family meeting hall, everyone gasped. 6-year-old opens Sharingan. This is probably the youngest eye opener of the Uchiha clan ever. Younger than Uchiha Madara back then. Yan, didn't you just say that you didn't understand this scroll? The great elder asked tremblingly. This is also the doubt of everyone present. I saw that Uchiha Hiko shook his head and replied. Just now I only said that the scroll is difficult to understand. Yes, I only understand a small part. Only understand a small part. Advertisement. This starts the Sharingan. A group of Uchiha leaders looked at each other, and only their rapid breathing could be heard in the hall. Is it because of Uchiha Hiko's amazing talent, or is it because the ancestral codex hides a secret? Tonight, each person has a manuscript, and they will decipher it to death. Only the young Uchiha Kagami remained calm. He looked at Uchiha Hiko silently with complicated eyes. This child must be the hope of the family. If this class retires now, Uchiha Kagami thought to himself. Suddenly, the dull patriarch frowned, and asked Uchiha Hiko, Yan, you really only understand a small part, and you opened the Sharingan. You know, when the system analyzed that scroll, it found many problems. One of them was considered a dangerous item and was directly deleted. And that dangerous item is Sharingan's radical eye-opening method. That's what it says on the scroll. So, that dull patriarch asked the question. Could it be that Uchiha Hiko, who read the scroll, killed a relative in the clan in order to test his strength? Or anyone else in Konaha village? This is not a good thing. Uchiha Hiko looked straight into the patriarch's eyes, and replied calmly, Yes, patriarch. What did you do? The patriarch's tone became cold. It was not murderous intent. Definitely not killing intent. But fear. If a child of this age did that kind of thing, I'm afraid, he is a monster. Looking at the faces of the patriarch and the elders, Uchiha Hiko chuckled and said, What did I do? Patriarch Wei, I didn't do anything. I just realized something when I saw the legacy of my ancestors, and I thought I had peeped into something. The secret of the Sharingan, try it as you want, and you will open the Sharingan. What did you say? The patriarch had used up his expression for a year just today. Only then did he realize that the way this kid opened his eyes was different from all of them. They have all gone through pain to stimulate their potential. But he is different, what a genius he is. The second elder sighed silently. Advertisement. Just now, he seemed very proud to say that he opened his eyes at the age of 13, right? Say it. Can I still withdraw? Uchiha Hiko replied. Master Wei Patriarch, let me tell you, I am opportunistic, and fortunately opened Sharingan. The patriarch took a breath and looked at the great elder. Although the great elder had already created a big surprise for everyone in the family test last time, but today's surprise is too big. At this moment, the great elder who felt the patriarch's gaze coughed twice, and then said, Yan, this child is always like this, everyone, don't take offense. Second elder, please continue to explain the chakra movement technique of our Uchiha clan, which is opened at the age of 6. Sharingan means nothing, please continue. The second elder was hit again. The conversation fell on him. No, I still want to know, what did this kid Yan discover to have such an effect? We have all interpreted it repeatedly, but we have never gained anything. Yes, great elder. That's right, Yan, talk about it, and avoid detours. Take a detour. Uchiha Hiko sneered in his heart. He showed Sharingan, just to keep these people from being irritable. Just a pair of Sharingan. Can you be called a genius if you open your eyes at the age of 6? Not necessarily, but this group of people seem to have never seen the world. What did I find? Uchiha Hiko thought for a while, and explained, I just ran chakra according to the method my ancestors said, and then I opened my eyes. The second elder silently turned off his Sharingan. If this continues, the face of the old man will be lost. They all came from that era. It can be said that he has studied all the scroll records of the Uchiha clan. However, the biggest gain is just to increase the power of fire-style ninjutsu. After living for more than 60 years, I haven't found any shortcuts about Sharingan. Perhaps, this brat is really just luck. Oh, it's just that my Yaxian family's talent is not enough. The second elder sighed in his heart, and then he straightened his face and said to Uchiha Hiko, let's start with the chakra operation method of the clan. Chapter 12 Amazing idea. Uchiha Yaxian, that is, the family test that day, a spiritual guy who was 2 or 3 years older than Uchiha Hiko. He is the grandson of the second elder. Otherwise, what is the comparison of family tests? What is measured? Obviously, all the disciples of the family were ashes that day. Lightning-style Kunai cuts black iron Kunai, lightning-style Hanabi scares others to forget how to seal. Today, the guy showed his extraordinary talent again. But when it comes to Uchiha's chakra operation method, the second elder is confident. It is precisely because of the chakra operation method of the Uchiha family that he has cultivated fire style to the top level. And under his influence, his grandson Uchiha Yuzuru also surpassed his peers in terms of fire style. Therefore, he felt that at least in this respect, Uchiha Hiko's spirit could be dampened. Yan, the most basic chakra refining technique for ninjas, I don't think I need to say more. Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko nodded, yes. Well, among the scrolls left by our ancestors, apart from those just now, the chakra operation method is also very precious. You should know that some family members have special constitutions, which can naturally obtain a large amount of chakra. Our great ancestors improved that the inherited chakra running technique reduces the consumption of general ninjutsu and increases the amount of chakra of our family. Quote. Here, Uchiha Hiko should be shouting ancestral Niubi. He thinks it is unnecessary to cultivate extreme family ISM, because he is an egoist, and he will eat whatever is good for him. Seeing Uchiha Hiko, listen carefully, the second elder became even more excited. You probably didn't understand all the content on the scroll, most of it is actually explaining how our family can get more chakra. Yes, the scroll is obscure, I'm stupid. Uchiha Hiko agreed. Modesty. It doesn't matter, the old man is here to help you out today. As we all know, chakra is formed by the fusion of physical energy absorbed in human cells and spiritual energy from cultivation. In the beginning, ninjas used the same way to refine chakra, and the family has optimized it through generations. Got a better refining and operating method. Saying that, the second elder stepped forward and took out a sketch from his pocket. Advertisement. Continued. Run chakra through the meridians, stimulate the above fixed points, and circulate like this, you can stimulate more body energy. Uchiha Hiko looked at Jien too and couldn't help sneering in his heart. He remembered this picture, and it was also in the old man's scroll. However, this is exactly the disadvantage that has been purified after the system analysis. According to the system description, stimulating these fixed acupoints in the long run can indeed increase the body's energy production, but there is still a high probability of terminal illness. A healthy human body is a sophisticated system. Each organization system has a clear division of labor, often enslaving one organization to work for another. Sooner or later something will happen. Therefore, the system directly purifies this evil. Master Elder. Uchiha Hiko stared at Jontu and smiled. I'm afraid this is inappropriate. Hearing this, the second elder's face changed. What's wrong? Are you questioning the treasures accumulated by your ancestors? My lord, it doesn't mean that what has been handed down is all good things, right? Have you ever heard that bad customs harm people? Similarly, this method was proposed by the patriarch of the 20th generation, but among the patriarchs of the 7th generation after that, there were the 5 criticized it, although they did not explicitly deny it, but the ideas they put forward are completely contrary to it. For that scroll, unintelligible, belongs to unintelligible. But the words are always recognizable, and the meaning can be read out naturally when the concept is put forward. It is only the connotation of the concept that you don't understand. As soon as these words came out, there was a dead silence in the hall. Those who have practiced have a deep understanding of whether that method has any harm. It's just that I was lucky enough to avoid terminal illness. Among them, Uchiha Kagami, who has studied under second Hokage Senju Tobirama, has a certain right to speak. Although Uchiha is unhappy with Senju, he has to admit the fact that Senju Tobirama is really not easy. In addition to studying their own body, blood, and ninjutsu, they even did a lot of research on the bodies of the Uchiha clan. If you work in the research industry for a long time, you will accumulate an occupational disease. Uchiha Kagami is his disciple, and he is a very good disciple. He naturally had in-depth exchanges with Uchiha Kagami. Advertisement. At the beginning, he said that Uchiha Kagami had some problems with his body and he should stop certain behaviors immediately. So, he stopped using that chakra operation, and after 2 years it was back to normal. But this also caused his strength to remain stagnant in the past 2 years. My lord, what Yan said makes sense to me. Uchiha Kagami was the first to stand on Uchiha Hiko's side. As the most powerful person in the Uchiha clan today, although he is young, his words are not light. Mirror. Yes, my lord elder, not all the treasures handed down by the ancients are treasures, just like what we leave to future generations, not all of them are correct. Uchiha Kagami's tone is very peaceful, so peaceful that it can relieve the resentment in everyone's heart. At this time, the dull-looking patriarch spoke. So, Yan, do you think it is the problem of the proposer, or the mistakes of the 5 opponents? Hearing that the patriarch asked him such a serious topic, Uchiha Hiko immediately stood up, bowed his head and replied, I am still young, and my qualifications are shallow, so I dare not talk about my ancestors. Only the great elder at the side stroked his beard, his old eyes seemed to see through his own child. In the mind of the great elder, such a thought suddenly came into being. This boy Yan, I am afraid that he has already penetrated the scroll. There are too many smart people in this world, but it is rare to be able to understand the hodgepodge scroll at such a young age. Even he, the guardian of the scroll, has not fully understood the scroll in his hand so far. He looked at the patriarch, with a smile on his old-fashioned face, and said, Patriarch, it is indeed inappropriate for this child to talk about his ancestors. Who does he think is right and who is wrong? He knows what the hell. I think it's better. Before the great elder finished speaking, the patriarch said, I'm also confused, forget it, since Yan thinks that there are loopholes and drawbacks in the chakra operation method, then, what do you think? Upon hearing the question, Uchiha Hiko replied, since there is a conflict in the concept of ancestors, and we don't know who is right and who is wrong, then we should discard both. Give up, abandoning the achievements of our ancestors. Seeing that you are a child, I will not pursue this kind of words, but next time I talk about it, I will. Giving it up is tantamount to denying everything. Chapter 13 earned a tutor. Uchiha Hiko smiled, then slowly raised his right hand. Above his right hand, azure blue flames suddenly rose. That is, pure chakra. Master Elder, just look, I tried to discard that section just now, and I extracted such a high-quality chakra. Is it fake? This is it. The second elder looked at the chakra on the boy's arm in front of him, his face was horrified, it's actually possible to realize chakra to such an extent. They are discussing matters in the family. Commoner ninjas generally lack mana. Even if it is a chunin, it may not be able to embody the refined chakra on the arm like Uchiha Hiko at this moment. That's fire style in blue. That requires not only the quantity of chakra, but also the quality of chakra. Yan, your chakra turned out to be. How did you do that? A group of people stared at the 3-tomo Sharingan, staring at the chakra on Uchiha Hiko's arm, that didn't seem like the power a 6-year-old could have. Before they could see what was going on, Uchiha Hiko put away chakra. After all, maintaining that state would cost him mana all the time. Chakra's arrogance was extinguished, and the second elder's heart was also cold. Feeling that his legs and feet were weak, he quickly and humbly returned to his seat. Originally, he wanted to frustrate the spirit of the Grand Elder's grandson in this respect, but he didn't expect that he would be frustrated by others in turn. His old man's face was lost. Yan, what's going on with you? Didn't you say that you haven't read the scroll yet? Why is this chakra so different from your previous chakra? The Great Elder was startled. If it is said that the shock degree of opening Sharingan at the age of 6 is 10, then the shock degree of the extremely high-quality chakra just now is 100. Uchiha Hiko sighed. Why does my old man always act like a reporter? I really haven't understood that scroll yet. As I said, it's just a temporary photoshoot and learning a little bit. Temporary. Learned a little fur. If he is a member of the Senju family today, he must be beaten to death by random punches. That's great. Such an excellent child belongs to the Uchiha family. Rao is the dull patriarch, he also understands the situation at this moment. Advertisement. Uchiha Hiko is the grandson of the Great Elder. Uchiha Hiko is a member of the Uchiha clan. With such a talent, it is better to devote the power of the clan to cultivate it, then he is really a patriarch with cerebral palsy. Elders, I have a proposal, he said. The elders immediately turned their attention to the patriarch. From today, Uchiha Kagami, be the teacher of Uchiha Hiko. Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko was taken aback for a moment. Is this asking for a tutor for him? He let Shadow Clone deal with the school courses, which gave him a whole tutor. It's fine if it's a beautiful tutor, at least something can happen, but this man Uchiha Kagami. I object, I still have classes in the ninja school. Senior Mirror and my time don't match. Yan, you should understand that you are not asked to go to the ninja school to study. There are not many things that the ninja school can teach you. You should make time to graduate early, and the mirror can give you more things. The patriarch said. Uchiha Hiko cast his eyes on Uchiha Kagami, and found that he, a busy man, didn't mean to refuse, but just touched the back of his head and smiled. As the legacy of second Hokage, everyone else is busy fighting for power and profit, but this guy is lucky to have time to come and be a tutor. That's the deal. Let go. Yes. Uchiha Hiko never expected that he pretended to be next door, and ended up earning himself a tutor. The next afternoon, taking advantage of the setting sun, he was carried to the practice field. Uchiha Kagami looked at the displeasure clearly written on his face, and smiled wryly. I can't do anything about it, it's the patriarch's order. By the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen has gone to be Hokage. You don't want to be a Hokage assistant, but you actually come back to work in the family. Are you afraid that they will eradicate you as a kind after they take power? Eliminate the same kind after taking power. What is this saying? Uchiha Kagami was puzzled. Yan smiled. What kind of statement is this? This is today's statement. Forget it, kids, don't talk about the regime. Today I will teach you ninjutsu. Uchiha Kagami said patiently. However, Uchiha Hiko didn't buy it at all. I won't learn. You can practice it yourself. I will lie down and sleep for a while. Advertisement. Yan Jun, you can't be lazy all the time. You are the #1 seed of the family now. Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Hiko jumped up in fright. Don't say that I'm the #1 seed or something. Don't milk me, I'm afraid of death. Huh, what does this mean? It's nothing interesting. Just don't talk about me like that. Taboo, taboo. Uchiha Kagami nodded half understood, and said nothing. He wants to teach Uchiha Hiko, not just because of the order of the family patriarch. It was he himself who took a fancy to this child. If it was him, he might be able to bring a new look to the family. Now this family, he really dare not compliment. Uchiha Kagami is not the kind of narrow-minded family but he can't stand by and watch the family decline. Yan Jun, how about teaching you the fire style Howlong fire technique today? I said it last time, I don't like fire style. Why don't you like fire style? Fire style is our family's signature ninjutsu. Our family also has a large collection of fire style ninjutsu. With your talent, you should be able to achieve a lot. Because fire style can't hit anyone, as the famous philosopher Tristana said, if you can't hit someone, you can't hurt anyone. Uchiha Kagami is almost stunned by this god man, who is the philosopher Tristana. Then let me teach you the ninjutsu you like, okay, don't you not learn it? Maid, if a natural curly beauty begged like this one by one, he would have softened his heart a long time ago. Uchiha Kagami is also a natural role. But, oh, forget it, you can teach me, I am naturally dull, can I learn to read fate? With this reply, Uchiha Kagami was already happy. As long as he is willing to learn, even if he does nothing this afternoon and fights all the chakra, he must remember a ninjutsu. I saw that he quickly formed a seal, took a deep breath, fire style Howlong fire technique. A ferocious fire dragon spewed out from Uchiha Kagami's mouth, hitting the sky. That power is not much more violent than the ordinary great fireball. At least it has a shape, which is very ornamental. Wait, I didn't say that, I don't like fire style, you can't do this technical job. I don't learn. Chapter 14 Uchiha Kagami's tongue smacking. As a man of a wealthy family, Uchiha Hiko has long tested his chakra attributes. It is the dual attribute of fire and thunder. Most of the family has the fire attribute, and many people are called geniuses when they have dual attributes, but that is purely stupid. If dual attributes dare to call themselves a genius, then wouldn't Iwagaker's big nose become a god? Nonsense. Nonsense. Yan Jun, this is a very practical fire-style offensive ninjutsu. It won't do you any harm if you learn it. Uchiha Kagami emphasized. It's the first time I saw someone chasing my A and begging me to learn ninjutsu. Uchiha Hiko complained. Yan Jun, you said fire style can't hit people, so I taught you this fire style. This great dragon fire technique is different from the great fireball technique. Once you master it, you can freely control the fire dragon to attack the enemy, no matter what, whether it is power or precision, it is first class. Wait, you said you can control the fire dragon freely? Yes, why didn't I know that before? Maybe you don't like fire style all the time. Not only that, this jutsu has more powerful derived ninjutsu. Uchiha Kagami strengthened the induction. Uchiha Hiko straightened up immediately. He thought Howlongha technique was also a silly ninjutsu. The one that impressed him deeply was that the two pillars were used to shoot at the sky to create cumulonimbus clouds. There are so many ways to create a dark cloud and thus use the lightning style Kilin. There is no need to learn. But now it seems that this fire style has something. Senior Mirror, I have learned this ninjutsu. Really? Great. Uchiha Kagami was overjoyed. Maid, teach a ninjutsu, people agree to learn, he will be so happy. I didn't expect that my dignified Uchiha Kagami would be reduced to such a situation. Excited, Uchiha Kagami slowly formed seals, and then took a deep breath, fire style Howlong fire technique. The ferocious fire dragon flew towards the sky, directly roasting a few sparrows that were lucky to fly by. Learning fire style is very simple. He can use the C-level ninjutsu great fireball technique after reading it once. This B-level difficulty is just one level higher than C-level. He has watched it twice. Advertisement. Imitating the knot seal of Uchiha Kagami, ending with the final seal, the high-quality chakra in the body is transformed instantly, and immediately, fire-style Howlong fire technique. It was a dark red dragon-like blood. Compared with Uchiha Kagami's fire dragon, his fire dragon is more ferocious and terrifying. And it flew nearly 100 meters into the sky before dissipating, and the rumbling sound was like thunder. Judging from this remote training ground, it is already so amazing. If it is released on the main street of Konaha village, I am afraid that Anbu will serve tea and water 24 hours a day. Uchiha Kagami looked at the dark red fire dragon and clicked his tongue, amazing. Yanjin, your fire style talent is obviously so high, why don't you like it? You are born with 2 chakra attributes. If you only practice lightning style, it is easy to be targeted by wind style ninjas in the future, but if you double repair fire style, wouldn't it make up for the shortcomings? However, in Uchiha Kagami's words, go in on the left and out on the right. Uchiha Hiko frowned and asked, I was thinking, this fire dragon can't turn a corner, you lied to me just now, right? He originally wanted the fire dragon to circle in the sky, but he didn't expect it to jump straight up. Seeing Uchiha Hiko's uneasy expression, Uchiha Kagami quickly smiled and said, Yan Jun, learning ninjutsu is a process, and you are definitely not proficient at performing ninjutsu for the first time. Once you master it, you will definitely be able to play it freely. Hehe, you'd better not lie to me, or I won't learn anything in the future. Yes, then let's practice this ninjutsu first today. I'll leave first, I will leave you my own space. Elite Jonin is Elite Jonin, Yan's, just came out, and Uchiha Kagami disappeared without a trace with a body flicker technique. After he left, Uchiha Hiko did not continue to practice. Instead, he sat aside slowly. System, explain to me the fire style Howlong fire technique. Ding dong, remind the host to start Shikai analysis of fire style Howlong fire technique, time required, 30 hours. 30 hours, that is, a little more than a day, probably until tomorrow night. With an analysis system, it is definitely more effective than practicing here. Even if you practice until you are exhausted today, it will not be as effective as seeing the analysis results tomorrow. So, start being lazy. The famous romantic poet Yasuo said, there are 3 joys in life, honor, nap and hopijiu. Advertisement. There is no honor worth getting now, and I don't want to have a beer belly in the future. So, he chose to take a nap on the tree. As soon as the eyes closed, they heard rustling in the bushes. This remote practice field is surrounded by bushes, and there is only one big tree in the middle, lying on the tree, you can see all around. He squinted his eyes and looked sideways, and soon found the source of the sound. What? I thought it was Anbu who came to investigate, but I didn't expect it to be a brat. Although his own body is also a kid's body, he never admits that he is a kid. But to say that other people are little ghosts is unambiguous. The kid was wearing green clothes and got stuck in the bushes. He looked extremely embarrassed and made people laugh. It's too green. Uchiha Hiko on the branch laughed, and then shouted down, boy, this is a place where ninjas practice, don't get close, or you will die. That kid is not a student of the ninja school. Not even chakra yet. He came here probably because his dragon fire technique set off fireworks just now. Hearing the sound, the idiot boy looked up and searched for a long time before he found Uchiha Hiko on the branch, and immediately asked for help. That, can you help me, I'm stuck here. Can't you just go back the way you came? Ah, that's it, it really came out, that's great, thank you. Hurry up, don't come near here. He didn't leave, and shouted from a distance. Are you a ninja? Uchiha Hiko replied impatiently. Yes, if you don't leave, I will kill you kid with ninjutsu. No, I just want to see how ninjas practice, and I want to be a ninja too. You want to be a ninja and go to the ninja school, they are teaching how to practice. But, I was rejected. Ninja school won't let you in. You are such a genius, go away, go back and learn a craft, and go into business in the future. Don't. I might have to become an excellent ninja. Even if I don't have talent, I still have to work hard to be a jonin. Wait, Might Dai. Chapter 15 You are not worthy. Uchiha Hiko jumped off the branch. This training ground is simply the training ground of fate. Last time he came here, he found Hitaki Sakumo chopping wood piles, this time Might Dai came to study. The gap between the two of them is too big, and there will be no intersection. But their sons like to get together very much. Fate, this is the arrangement of fate. You want to be a ninja? He asked. I really want to. Why do you want to be a ninja? A ninja is a profession of killing and being killed. I want to be a powerful ninja to protect the village. Then you should give up, your aptitude cannot become a powerful ninja. Might Dai's ninja talent is really bad, quite bad. It took 20 years of hard work on 8 inner gates to master it. Doesn't that A-level auxiliary technique just need to have hands and feet? To persuade him is to give him a way out. However, after all, I still underestimated Might Dai's determination to become a ninja. Even if I can't become a powerful ninja, I still want to try. Might Dai said with firm eyes. It was a look Hiko had never seen in the eyes of the children of the Uchiha clan. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Uchiha Hiko was moved, and after finishing speaking, he turned and walked away. Seeing him leave, Might became anxious. Then, can you teach me how to become a ninja? Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko didn't care at all, and replied casually, 500 push-ups, if you can't do it, you can do 500 push-ups, and if you can't do it, you can run 50 laps around Konaha. So that's it. Thank you so much. Uchiha Hiko waved his hand, indicating that it doesn't matter, he is talking nonsense anyway. When he has tasted the pain, he will go back to lie down. 500. 80 can make this kid who has not yet refined chakra get down. Go back to the tree and close your eyes. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. He was surprised to find that he actually lost sleep. Advertisement. Bored, he looked sideways down. Unexpectedly, that silly Might Dai was still doing push-ups there. The guy gritted his teeth, his arms trembling uncontrollably. I don't know how many times he has done, but if he can persist for 20 minutes, it is considered his tenacity. Hey, Uchiha Hiko jumped down and landed right in front of Might Dai. Frightened by the landing, Might Dai loosened his arms and fell to the ground. Ah, might wear it, right. Yes, I am Might Dai. Well, let me tell you a shortcut to become a ninja. Ah, you No, please advise. Uchiha Hiko smiled, and sure enough, people are the easiest to subdue at this time. He said, it's what I just told you, you don't practice here, you go to practice under the Hokage building, and you must practice during the day. Huh, but that's Master Hokage's. Whether I let you in or not, you are just outside, cheering yourself up while practicing, and in about 7 days, you will be arranged to enter the ninja school, and the rest depends on your luck. Ninja school. Me, can I really enter the ninja school? Okay, rules are dead, people are alive, just try it out. Uchiha Hiko laughed. Whether it is to show his own mind, or out of personal appreciation, Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time will let Might Dai enter the school. The next day, Uchiha Hiko woke up early in the morning. Because I slept too much yesterday. According to the information reported by Shadow Clone last night, today's ninja school will hold a class competition. So, he plans to go to school in person today. Although I haven't been here for a while, there is nothing rusty. After all the information of Shadow Clone will be fed back, which is not much different from my own. After listening to a few theoretical classes in the morning, the school organized Class A-1 to go to the outdoor arena in the last class of the morning. The wind is very noisy today. When they assembled, Class B was already standing in front of them. On the opposite side, he saw a bunch of bright little white hairs. Advertisement. The so-called competition between classes, in fact, the purpose is not to win or lose, but to stimulate enthusiasm. Elite classes have the educational methods and competitive environment of elite classes. After attending the ninja school, as long as they are so self-motivated, they definitely want to enter the elite class. But the number of people in a class is fixed. Then in this game, we can see who is eligible to continue studying in the elite class, who is eligible to be promoted from the second class, and who will fall from Class A. Uchiha Hiko didn't pay too much attention to the students in the class, but he knew that someone might be promoted from Class B to Class A today. All of them. 2 ninja teachers walked between the 2 classes, and the teacher of Class A shouted, I will announce the rules of the competition. According to the usual comprehensive score rankings, parallel comparisons will be assigned to 1vs1 duels. Secondly, duels are limited to in the circle under my feet, those who get out of the circle are considered to have surrendered. Do you understand? Learn. The voices of the 2 classes were like a wave, and they seemed to be fighting. It's very simple. Class A has its own pride and disdains Class B. Class B has self-confidence and thinks that I can be in Class A if I am. Uchiha Hiko shook his head. This group of 6 or 7-year-olds only play this. The 6 or 7-year-olds on Blue Star are still doing their homework every day in elementary school. Class A Orochimaru's vs Class B Hatake Sakumo. Upon hearing the name, the candidates from the 2 classes immediately stepped forward and walked into the duel ring. Hatake is definitely no match for Orochimaru if it is fighting in the wild. But now the competition rules have been added, and it is limited to a small circle, which is beneficial to Hatake Sakumo. His Hatake family's swordsmanship is much faster than that of ordinary ninjas. And Orochimaru, although a genius, is good at ninjutsu. This is embarrassing me, Orochimaru. Single quote. Orochimaru looked at Hatake with a grim look, ready to retreat to the edge of the circle as soon as he was on the court. Only by keeping a distance can he have a chance to perform ninjutsu. Hatake-kun, come on. Sakumo, go defeat Orochimaru and bring glory to our class. I believe you can do it. Suo Maojun, you are so handsome. Before the battle even started, the talents of Class B gave Hatake Sakumo a boost. On the other hand, in Class A, everyone understands Orochimaru's strength, so they don't care at all. Orochimaru is someone who can already use Earth-style ninjutsu. The white-haired guy in the opposite class seems to only be able to play with daggers, right? Battle. Start. However, to everyone's surprise, Orochimaru tied with Hatake Sakumo. HMPH, Hatake Sakumo, you are far from that guy. The wind style I learned is reserved for him, you don't deserve it. Orochimaru smiled inwardly while holding the seal of reconciliation. Chapter 16 Violent Display. At the beginning, the 2 sides were tied. This is a good signal for everyone, and instantly inspired the fighting spirit of both parties. Class A no longer underestimates Class B, and Class B is more confident. Finally, after a few tedious sparring matches, it was Uchiha Hiko's turn. Class A Uchiha Hiko's vs Class B Kato Dan. He originally wanted to fight Hatake Sakumo, and wanted to see what the legendary Muyi Baya was like when he was young. But it didn't match him. Looking straight ahead, there was a young man with lake blue hair in front of him, and there was no trace of timidity in his eyes. When other students saw the Uchiha clan, they were somewhat timid in their hearts. From this point of view, this blue-haired man is very confident in his own strength. Battle. Start. The teacher shouted. The moment the voice fell, Kato Dan moved. Be the first to act first. Very good. His speed is not much slower than Hatake Sakumo. At this stage of low martial arts, everyone's upper limit is not very high. It's a pity that his seemingly decent speed, in the eyes of Uchiha Hiko, is like a vicious dog rushing at people. He doesn't even need to open the Sharingan, just relying on his calm state of mind, he can see all of Kato Dan's movements. Get close quickly, then feign a left uppercut, and the right is the main attack. That's it. Uchiha Hiko sneered. When Kato Dan's fist was about to hit him, his body turned into a stake. Body replacement technique. Seeing the stake in front of him, Kato Dan was shocked. He thought about the next 3 steps of physical combat, but he didn't expect that he guessed wrong in the first step. This Uchiha Hiko didn't fight him at all, just cheated him with body replacement technique. Behind. Surprised in my heart, my body reacted quickly and turned around quickly. His reaction is considered to be quite qualified. However, his reaction was half a beat slow after all. A fist magnified rapidly, and finally hit the left cheek that he had just turned around. Snapped. Advertisement. This punch was a solid one. The strength of the fist is not very strong, because he is afraid that if he uses the chakra boost, it will not be fun if he punches someone to death. The ninja school stipulates that death fights cannot occur in the school. Damn it. Kato Dan staggered back a few steps, wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, and said angrily. You don't hit people in the face. Kato-san, come on. Class B's cheers started. Stop, come on. Damn, you will definitely win. Hearing the call from Class B, Uchiha Hiko silently glanced at Kato Dan. He will surely win. Then let you see, what is the gap? The refined chakra in the body starts to run at a high speed. The energy of chakra can not only be used for ninjutsu, but also used for body arts to enhance strength and speed. How much strength and speed can be enhanced depends on 2 points. One is the precision of the ninja's control of chakra, and the other is the quality of the ninja chakra. The control is extremely precise, and the limit of chakra in the human body can be exerted. The chakra quality principle is simpler. For example, Jinchuriki's performance when using Tailed Beast Chakra. High quality chakra, enhanced by more than 1 star. At this moment, Uchiha Hiko not only has a good control ability, but most importantly, he has a high quality chakra. He moved. This is the first time he has taken the initiative to attack. Chakra increased his legs, and his speed suddenly exploded. He didn't play any fighting routines because he didn't need to. In the face of absolute power suppression, bells and whistles look so weak and powerless. Boom. Uchiha Hiko's body turned into a black shadow, and his fist was like an arrow from the string, hitting Kato Dan's abdomen mercilessly. Under such a huge force, Kato Dan's body bowed like a shrimp, and his eyes popped out. It's like being hit head-on by a mad bull on the street. However, Uchiha Hiko will not allow Kato Dan to just fly out. After punching Kato Dan in the stomach, he immediately raised his hands and grabbed his shoulders. Forced from below, caught from above, his whole body will lean forward. Once he leans forward, what awaits him is cruelty. Advertisement. And Uchiha Hiko hugged Kato Dan's shoulders, slammed down, and at the same time raised his right leg, and slammed into it with his knee. Crack. Kato Dan was struck by lightning, his mind went blank, and he completely forgot what he was doing after being hit hard. When he was punched just now, he still thought about how to fight back. But now the head was hit hard, his head was buzzing, and he lost the ability to resist in an instant. Uchiha Hiko let go, and Kato Dan's body went limp. With a snap, he fell to the ground. Such a violent and swift battle caused the surrounding crowd to fall into dead silence. Who would have imagined that this unfamiliar person from Uchiha could possess such powerful physical skills? It would take them many years to learn such explosive power. Hehe, they will never be able to learn, because this is not a question of whether to learn or not, but a talent they cannot have. The scene fell into dead silence, and it took a long time for the referee teacher to react. Uchiha Hiko wins. Hey, Kato Dan is alright. Kato-san. My god, he won't beat Kato-san to death. Hehe, what the hell are the guys from Class B doing? Didn't they encourage Kato Dan from their class just now? Why aren't they talking now? Jiraiya clenched his fists and looked at Uchiha Hiko's back. He never expected that Uchiha Hiko's martial arts would be so violent. If he was too provocative that day, it would be scary to think about it. If he was beaten up like this, he might have to be hospitalized. If I provoke Yansang in the future, I will be melon skin. I must have a good relationship with him. Jiraiya murmured. Orochimaru, who had finished the game, licked the corners of his mouth, and looked at Uchiha Hiko with a particularly enthusiastic gaze. Hiko has improved again, I must learn more ninjutsu. The lightning style that day really scared him, so after he went back, he tried his best to learn a wind style ninjutsu that restrains attributes. But today, it seems that Uchiha Hiko is not only strong in ninjutsu, but also very pervert in taijutsu. Obviously no trace of his practice can be seen, why is it so powerful? Tsunade of the girl group had the same doubts. She looked at Uchiha Hiko with curiosity. Due to family reasons, she had to pay attention to her classmate Uchiha Hiko. The scene of abusing Jiraiya that day is still vivid, and the use of clone technique can already be called wisdom. The lightning style that followed was even more shocking. Fortunately, human beings are very adaptable. After accepting that Uchiha Hiko is a ninjutsu genius, it is not surprising. But today, she found that she didn't know a thing or two about Uchiha Hiko's information. Chapter 17 Challenge. Provocative. If a person only takes one move forever, if Uchiha Hiko only has one lightning style back and forth to suppress the bottom, then she will think that Uchiha Hiko is just a ninjutsu genius. This kind of genius is not uncommon in Konaha, and Orochimaru is one of them. However, the physical skills he showed today, in addition to the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, he has no shortcomings whether it is ninjutsu, physical jutsu or illusion. How can this guy be so powerful? At this moment, as the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, Tsunade felt the burden of responsibility fell on him. The comparison between people never stops, and the contest between families never stops. The Uchiha family deliberately placed this person in class A-1, right behind her. The strength he displayed now is already beyond her reach. Fortunately, today is a class-to-class contest. What will she do if there is a matching list of Uchiha Hiko vs Tsunade, one day? Starting today, I'm going to work harder. Can't be compared to this Uchiha guy. Winner, Uchiha Hiko. Loser, Kato Dan. Ninja school students duel, and finally need to seal the seal of reconciliation. But now Kato Dan is lying on the ground as if dead, embarrassing Uchiha Hiko. According to the rules, you can't leave without the seal of reconciliation, which seems very disrespectful to the other party. In desperation, he looked at the teacher. The strength level of the class A teacher is Jonin, and Jonin's insight ability is several levels higher than Genin. He can clearly sense how hard Uchiha Hiko's punch is, whether it will kill Kato Dan, and if it will cause fatal damage, then he will use Jonin's speed to properly stop the duel at the nick of time. This, for Jonin, is just basic operations. I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. I have never had it among the students I have taught before. I'm afraid this kid is a monster. The teacher said with emotion in his heart. At this moment, he felt Uchiha Hiko's questioning gaze. Looking at Kato Dan lying on the ground again, the teacher waved his hand, and the school medical team that had been prepared for a long time immediately stepped forward and quickly carried Kato Dan away. Yan, you don't need the seal of reconciliation, you go down. Advertisement. Yes, Uchiha Hiko replied, before walking to the other side of the dividing line. Those who have finished the game will stand in separate teams from those who have not played. When he walked over, he found Orochimaru's eyes were staring at him, which was extremely uncomfortable. Orochimaru, why are you staring at me? Believe it or not, I cut out your eyeball. The evil forces are online. Orochimaru looked away, smiled and said, Hehe, Hiko-kun, I am looking forward to fighting with you. Then let's play now. That Kato Dan is like a weak chicken. I haven't finished the fight, and he can't hold it anymore. It's not fun. Fun. You know, Kato Dan is a very good student even in Class B. Not to mention geniuses, at least they are talents. His Xingxing is not the kind of stunned young boy, as can be seen from his fighting consciousness. But who knows, he failed in one attack, and was caught by Uchiha Hiko with a hammer. Orochimaru's heart tightened. Fighting this man was something he had been looking forward to for a long time. But when it came to the juncture, why did he feel like retreating in his heart? Could it be that you are afraid? With the power that Uchiha Hiko erupted just now, there is no shame in being afraid. Yan Jun, today is an event held by the school, we'd better not make trouble, it would be bad if we were punished by the teacher. Hehe. Uchiha Hiko sneered. Just when he was about to sit down and take a rest, suddenly, a cataract patient came out from Class B. Oh no, a boy with white eyes. Without the teacher calling the roll, he walked out on his own initiative. Then he said, Teacher, I request a duel with Uchiha Hiko, I hope the teacher can agree. Looking at this seemingly polite little guy, the teacher frowned. I remember I emphasized the rules. Besides, Uchiha Hiko is already tired after a duel, you'd better go back and wait for me to call your name. Hearing his own name in the distance, Uchiha Hiko looked over. Teacher, I'm not tired. If this student from the Hyuga clan wants to challenge me, Uchiha Hiko, I will accept it unconditionally. To be honest, after living 2 lifetimes, this kind of person is still the one I hate the most. Advertisement. 1. Knowing that he has only experienced a duel, but making an appointment to fight at this time is not considered to be taking advantage of someone's danger, but it is also annoying. 2. Bai Yan has already proved his identity, and it does not rule out the suspicion of establishing his family's prestige. This kind of person should be pushed to the ground and rubbed against him. The teacher of Class A is a smart person. He often adheres to the principle that one thing more is worse than one thing less. This kind of abiding by the principle has prevented him from many troubles. The conflict between Jiraiya and Uchiha Hiko last time, he just took it as air. Now it seems that the relationship between the two of them is very good. But this time, the teacher also wants to see how much potential this Uchiha Hiko still has. The Kato Dan ninja just now has good qualities, but his strength is quite satisfactory. The Hyuga boy who stood up at this time is named Hyuga Rilin. He has white eyes, and his fighting ability is naturally much stronger than Kato Dan. The conflict between the two Konaha families is best dealt with directly with the children, and it cannot be allowed to continue to ferment. Today, let's just, one more thing. Okay, since Hyuga-san took the initiative to challenge, and Yan-san accepted the challenge, then today I will make an exception and agree to a duel between the two of you, the rules remain the same. Come on. The two stepped forward and walked into the circle. The face-to-face distance is less than 2 meters. This distance is very beneficial for the Hyuga clan who are good at physical arts. Until the teacher shouted, Get ready, start. Hyuga's white eyes instantly opened, ferocious blue veins spread all over his face, and he started with a gentle fist move with both hands, and he has already attacked Uchiha Hiko. Although it is gentle fist, the number of roads is not soft at all, but pays attention to speed. Is this the capital for you to challenge me? Uchiha Hiko didn't retreat but advanced. His understanding of Gentle Fist was probably deeper than this brat of the Hyuga clan. Sealing the acupoints and attacking internally are just mediocre. Body replacement technique. Your body replacement technique has been seen through by my white eyes. On the left. Is it? Hyuga's day rotation is on the left, Uchiha Hiko has made a yin-yin, and the transformation of chakra's nature has been completed. This is fire-style ninjutsu. Hyuga's face turned pale with fright, such a close-range ninjutsu, he must not be able to avoid it. He hasn't learned any defensive moves like revolving heaven. Chapter 18 Scared. Fire-style Howlong Fire Technique. Uchiha Hiko formed a mudra with both hands, and the amazing chakra was stirring, which finally transformed into that blazing flame. The flame formed by the high-quality chakra is hotter and deeper than ordinary fire style. The dark red dragon blasted at Hyuga's sun with its fangs open. Before the flames came, the long hair that the Hyuga clan liked to grow was first curled. Needless to say, with such powerful fire-style ninjutsu, there is no way for Hyuga to survive. Looking at the scene of death rushing towards him, Hyuga's limbs were paralyzed from fright, and only fear remained in his mind. He originally thought that Uchiha Hiko was at the same level as him in the same school, even if they were not in the same class, the strength would not be too far behind. Moreover, Uchiha Hiko fought with Kato Dan just now. From the battle, he is confident that he has seen through Uchiha Hiko's attack method. As long as this pair of white eyes can see through his strength, will the rest be easy to deal with. What's more, using chakra to assist body strengthening and acceleration will consume a lot of energy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he can definitely defeat this Uchiha guy and justify the name of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan is the #1 family in Konaha. However, he never expected that this Uchiha Hiko has mastered such a powerful fire-style ninjutsu. Damn it, everyone is 6 years old, why is there such a big gap? What he saw with his white eyes was no longer the established future, but the shadow of death. Of course, the teacher of the ninja school saw this, made a decisive decision, reached out from the ninja bag, and threw out a kunai with a steel wire. The wire quickly wraps around the Hyuga sun wheel, and then, jerks it out. The fire dragon roared past, and Hyuga's life was saved by the teacher. After reacting, Hyuga sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Suddenly, there was a hint of meaning between his nasal cavity. He looked down, and the ground was already wet. He was so frightened that he lost control of himself. When he raised his head and hurriedly looked around, he found that no one cared about his ugly appearance at all. A group of people, all looked at that Uchiha Hiko. As expected of Uchiha's genius, he has learned such a powerful fire-style ninjutsu. Yonjin is so handsome, I really want to go to Class A and sit with him. Advertisement. He is too strong to foul. Their eyes, worship and awe. That person stood there to accept the worship, but he was like a clown that no one paid attention to. Damn. Hyuga hit the ground with his fist, impotent and furious. At this moment, the teacher of the ninja school said, Yihiko, you just used AB level fire-style ninjutsu, are you trying to kill Hyuga-san? The teacher's questioning was clearly speaking for Hyuga's solar disk, but when those words were spoken, it became the last straw that weighed on Hyuga's solar disk. B-rank ninjutsu. He actually mastered B-level ninjutsu. Hyuga's eyes tremble. He practices Gentle Fist hard every day, but he can't even learn 8 trigrams 32 palms, and he has already applied B-level ninjutsu to actual combat. The gap between them was like a cliff in front of him. He wanted to look up, but all he could see was the boundless sky. Hearing the teacher's question, Uchiha Hiko smiled. The consumption of B-level ninjutsu is quite obvious. The quality of chakra has improved, but the small body can't hold much. To realize the vision of the chakra engine, it will take time to temper. Teacher, I'm not very proficient in using fire style. I just had an attitude of trying. I didn't expect that by chance, I would succeed. Quote. The teacher was speechless. After all, the hat of deliberate killing should not be buckled indiscriminately. If he offends the Uchiha clan, he should die tomorrow. I looked at the Hyuga sun wheel, and there is nothing serious about it. This time, it is better to have one thing less than one more thing. Continue the competition, temporarily add a rule that the use of C-level and C-level Jonin techniques is not allowed. The teacher shouted loudly. This is so beautiful. The rest of the ninja trainees silently lowered their heads. Not to mention C-level ninjutsu, some of them haven't even learned the 3-body technique. The next game was like chickens pecking at each other. After the end, as Yan expected, Hitaki Sakumo from Class B was promoted to Class A, and the bottom student in Class A was automatically demoted. As the school bell rang, the ninja school began to boil. Starting today, Uchiha Hiko's name should spread. He still prefers the school to organize activities and competitions, because there are activities and competitions, which means that school ends early. Leaving school early means that you can go out and surf. Advertisement. Although he has been making waves all the time, he will never get tired of waves. After leaving the school gate and turning left, it is still a bustling street. Snacks and drinks are meaningless, men's romance has been dancing with guns since childhood. The sight automatically skips the colorful signboards, and freezes on an ordinary ninja shop. Both feet walked over uncontrollably. The feeling of walking into a ninja shop is much more reassuring than entering a shop. Steel hangs everywhere here, revealing integrity from the inside out. The weapons used by ninjas are all kinds of strange things, and the Kunai shuriken is just the most basic prop. In addition to these two, there are also lock sickles, wind demon shurikens, maces, Malay swords, chainsaws. After removing these abstract props, he looked at the more conventional weapons, swords. Boy, what do you want to buy? The owner of the ninja store asked enthusiastically when he saw that it was a child from the Uchiha family. The Uchiha clan is the head of the Konaha police force. Specializes in managing the security of the inner streets of Konaha village. It can be said to be a patrol police or an urban management. Those who open a shop can be offended by others, but the Uchiha family cannot be offended. Uchiha Hiko looked at the Tadao engraved with a black dragon on the knife holder, and said, "How much is this sword?" This knife is a famous knife, Haikiri. The length of the knife is 96 centimeters. It is inconvenient for you to use it. I suggest you change it to a short sword. Hearing the name of this knife, Uchiha Hiko's eyes widened. This thing is also called Heiki. As for the famous knife, it may be just empty talk, no matter whether he is famous or not. If you want a dagger, it's too shabby, and it's better to have a useless one. Look down on people. I want this knife. The owner of the ninja shop quickly apologized, and said, No, I welcome every customer very much. Young man, if you are sure you want to buy this knife, you need to pay for it. Nonsense, of course I will pay. Then, the price of this knife is 57,000 taels. You don't have that much money, do you? Or go home and find. This broken knife is also worth 57,000 taels. I think a bowl of ramen is enough. Chapter 19 Amazing Fire Style Talent. In order not to embarrass the owner of the ninja shop, Uchiha Hiko turned around and left. Maid, a decent weapon is so expensive, it's almost embarrassing. That knife is quite good both in terms of material and appearance, much better than Kunai, but it is still unaffordable. After visiting the ninja shop on the street, it was almost sunset. Although he didn't buy a single knife, he learned a little bit about the current market, which was rewarding. Back at the family mansion, the system's notification sounded just in time. Ding dong, the analysis of B-level ninjutsu fire style Howlongha technique is completed. While walking, check the system analysis results. The analysis mode is the same as the analysis of C-level lightning style ninjutsu last time. The system analyzes the essence of ninjutsu and extends it to ninjutsu, which can't be more detailed. As long as it is an individual, he can learn it. Analysis of fire style Howlongha technique, get the common skills of fire style ninjutsu. Close black lens bracket. Analysis of fire style Howlongha technique, found 13 items that can be optimized, please pay attention to check. Close black lens bracket. Analysis of fire style Howlong fire technique, discovering extendable items. Close black lens bracket. Fire style ninjutsu, starting from chakra's fire attribute nature transformation. When the system gets the result from the analysis of Howlong fire technique, it is equivalent to laying the foundation of the entire fire style series of ninjutsu for him. From the basic to the specific, from the specific to the extension. It's a well-known fact that a large number of fire style jutsu are related. He opened the extended project analyzed by the system, and his eyes lit up immediately. This Howlongha technique can be derived from the Longyan Fang technique. He is no stranger to Longyan Fang technique, throughout the entire Hokage, that is, Madara used it once. Although it is only used once, it is easy for people to remember. Howlongha technique is a single dragon, and Longyan Fang is a group of fire dragons. Greatly increased the hit rate. Yan, I said why I couldn't find you, so you just came back. A voice brought Uchiha Hiko back to reality. Looking up, Uchiha Kagami is walking towards you. Senior Mirror, I got lost, so I came back late. Advertisement. It's okay, how is the fire style ninjutsu I taught you yesterday? Good. Before Uchiha Hiko finished speaking, he felt that he was being grabbed, and then he flew up with his hands. After a few breaths, he was brought to yesterday's training ground by Uchiha Kagami. To say willful, or elite Jonin willful, with this speed, why not deliver food? Hiko, come on, let me see if you have mastered the dragon fire technique, let me see if you are lazy. Uchiha Kagami said. Hehe. Uchiha Hiko smiled inwardly. The analysis system is not a decoration. It can not only analyze the pros and cons of this ninjutsu, but also propose an optimization plan. Even the derived ninjutsu can be analyzed. That's fine. Uchiha Hiko closed his eyes, carefully comprehending the information given by the system. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hands and quickly formed seals. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. Compared with using Howlongha technique before, this time using it is obviously more agile. This is the feeling of a normal ninja who has practiced hundreds of times. Moreover, this time, he can clearly perceive the connection between himself and the fire dragon created with chakra. When that dark red, bloody fire dragon appeared, he charged the fire dragon with his own will, and circled around the two of them. Surrounded by scorching flames, Uchiha Kagami stared at the scene in disbelief. Even he, the elite Jonin of the Uchiha clan, and the former guard of the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, couldn't command fire style like his arms. It was said before that this ninjutsu can be directed by people, but that is just a concept. As we all know, ideal things are ultimately ideas, and it takes an incalculable cost to realize them. But now, he just mentioned it at that time, mainly to arouse Uchiha Hiko's enthusiasm for learning, but he didn't expect that he really learned it in just one day. This kind of talent, even the harsh second Hokage, I'm afraid he will be full of praise. Also, I used to call it a fire dragon, but in fact what they used was just a fire dragon bullet. At this moment, the dragon fire technique used by Uchiha Hiko is the real fire dragon. It was a ferocious fire dragon with a length of 15 meters, and it was not in the same style as theirs. Advertisement. In order to avoid causing a fire, Uchiha Hiko circled the fire dragon twice, and then rose into the sky. Phew, the scale of ninjutsu has been enhanced, and the consumption of chakra has been reduced instead, comfortable. Uchiha Hiko thought to himself. I just demonstrated such a wave, thinking of becoming a real ninja in the future, and being surrounded by enemies after joining the battle. So circling fire dragons, let them surround one try. Yan, your fire style ninjutsu talent is definitely the best in the ninja world. Uchiha Kagami is not good at flattery, even when he was fighting with second Hokage, he kept his words straight. This is what he said from the bottom of his heart. Although there are countless fire style masters in the Uchiha family, even Uchiha Kagami himself is an expert in using fire style, but compared with the talent shown by Uchiha Hiko, they are simply not even scum. If such a person is not the number one gifted ninja in fire style, then who is it? Number one in the ninja world. I'd rather not put a hat on me anymore, but whoever is number one in the ninja world won't die early. But your fire style talent is really strong, you should learn more fire style ninjutsu, I know you don't like it. Who said I don't like it? I'm starting to like it now. Uchiha Hiko argued. I used to think that fire style is an atmosphere ninjutsu and special effects ninjutsu. But now after the system analysis, whether it is the basic detailed explanation or a lot of usage skills, he fell in love with fire style. Can't hit someone. That's the fire style of those brothers. Have you ever seen fire style ninjutsu that can be commanded at will, as long as the enemy is within the perception range, you can chase the enemy. Lousy will now. As long as the hit rate is guaranteed, there is no need to worry about the power of fire style ninjutsu. This change caught people off guard, and Uchiha Kagami didn't know whether to smile wryly or to be relieved. This is genius, no way. Then, let me teach you the fire style impatience technique today. In front of a genius, there is nothing too greedy, just teach it. As long as he is willing to master a lot of fire style ninjutsu and pile them up, he can become a powerful ninja. Uchiha Hiko nodded. Uchiha Kagami slowly seals. Ziyin Shucho Mao Yin. Fire style impatience technique. Multiple fireballs spread out in all directions like impatience seeds, and finally hit the only big tree in the training ground according to Uchiha Kagami's intention. Chapter 20 Homemade Ninjutsu. Well, this technique is very flexible. But, I'm calling you an asterisk. That's my favorite tree, and you burned it for lousy. With a roar, Uchiha Kagami hurriedly used water style to put out the fire. Fortunately, the impatience flower technique pays attention to flexibility, and its power is not as strong as the Haolongha technique, otherwise he would have to apologize to the family today. Sorry, I took the big tree as a target in a moment of excitement. Uchiha Kagami apologized with a smirk. Seeing that the fire was extinguished and the branches of the big tree on which he lay on were not damaged, Uchiha Hiko didn't care. Immediately, he imitated Uchiha Kagami's seal just now, Ziyin Shucho Mao Yin. Fire style impatience technique. The so-called one method is universal, fire style is one of the specific examples. The characteristics of their ninjutsu are the same, but the difference is in form. 5 small fireballs spewed out continuously, flew into the sky with irregular paths, and finally intersected and exploded at one point. Learning a ninjutsu just by watching it once is just the basic operation of a genius. If you can't even do this, then don't call yourself a genius. Uchiha Kagami nodded and praised. As expected of you, your talent for fire style ninjutsu is really high. Uchiha Hiko didn't reply. Suddenly, he felt something in his heart. Before he came, he had already seen the derived ninjutsu, Longyan Fang technique, which was opened by the system analysis of Haolongha technique. Now that I have learned the impatience technique, let's look at it again. Isn't the so-called Longyan Fang technique a combination of the Haolongha technique and the impatience technique? Thinking of this, he couldn't hold back the impulse in his heart, took a breath, waited for some chakra to recover, and then practiced. The system has already told him the knots and principles of derived ninjutsu. If you want to use it, you only need to practice. With practice, there are successes and failures. But at this time, he has mastered the Haolongha technique and the impatience flower technique first, and it is not a problem to want to succeed in one go. Hiko, what's wrong with you? Uchiha Kagami was still wondering why Uchiha Hiko was in a daze. Suddenly, he looked solemn and turned to raise his hand to form a mudra. After a while, Uchiha Kagami could already feel the change of chakra in him. You are fire style Longyan singing technique. Advertisement. A large amount of chakra poured out, turned into flames by nature transformation, and changed from flames into fire dragons. Those were 5 lifelike flame dragons, arranged in a regular array, surrounding the 2 people. The high-temperature flames stirred up the airflow, which made the clothes of the 2 of them rattle. Uchiha Hiko struggled to maintain this huge lineup of fire style ninjutsu. Although this is a ninjutsu with great artistic appreciation value, he doesn't have that much thought to appreciate it now. When he couldn't hold it any longer, he used his last strength to command the 5 fire dragons to fly towards Chongyu together. Hold head high. Uchiha Kagami stared wide-eyed at the 5 flaming dragons flying into the sky. He could accept a junior who perfected fire-style ninjutsu, but he couldn't accept a young junior who developed an extremely powerful fire style in an instant. Ninjutsu. What the hell is too foul? The massive fire dragon has exhausted Uchiha Hiko's chakra. Although this small body has the Book of Uchiha as its foundation, it recovers relatively quickly, but the upper limit of chakra's capacity is so small. The only thing limiting him is his physical age. Hiko, you have developed such a powerful fire-style ninjutsu. Uchiha Kagami was still looking at the sky, amazed again and again. When he realized, Uchiha Hiko had already sat on the ground with a weak face. That's right, no matter how amazing a child's talent is, he can't stand the consumption of large ninjutsu. This child, has he mastered B-level ninjutsu? In a room of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with his arms crossed. As the third generation designated by the ancestors, there are still many things he needs to pay attention to in Konaha. Both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama are powerful people. They can manage the village well with their own strength and ability, and the village trusts them a lot. But now, the Senju brothers have both passed away, and the heavy responsibility is handed over to him. He is under more pressure than anyone. Among the Senju family, there is Mito, the teacher's wife, suppressing, but it's okay. But Konaha was originally founded by a group of family joint ventures. Now he not only has to manage the common people in the village well, but also pays attention to the movements of the major families. A little carelessness will cause turmoil in the village, which will lead to even greater disasters. Advertisement. The Uchiha family is a tenacious family that has been weakened and is still strong. This is his focus. Fortunately, one of his former teammates was a member of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, he looked at his academic records and fell into deep thought. Here are Uchiha Hiko's performance at school, and the results of Anbu's secret investigation. There is never a shortage of talent in Konaha village. A child from Uchiha, who had mastered AC level great fireball technique handed down before entering school, he could accept it. But the ninjutsu of B level difficulty is qualitatively different from C level. At the same time, the chakra needed by the dragon fire technique is not something that ordinary children can supply. This child, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and found 2 other pieces of information from the pile of documents. In one of them, the photo of Orochimaru is pasted in the upper right corner. For a long time, how much he admired the child Orochimaru, who is talented and intelligent. As long as he cultivates it himself, he will definitely be his best heir in the future. Another one, with a photo of Tsunade posted in the upper right corner. As the granddaughter of first Hokage, Tsunade's aptitude is not bad, but she prefers medical ninjutsu. If these 3 children are gathered together, I can rest assured. As soon as the voice fell, he noticed the change in the sky. It was originally a clear evening, but suddenly, a strong wind picked up and the sky was covered with dark clouds. Has the weather changed? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was tangled indoors, didn't know that this was Uchiha Hiko's gift to the sky fire style, and now the sky is giving back. He went to the window and looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. His mood was cloudy like the clouds in the sky. Young and in power, there is no stable support above, and there are strong competitors below. The Sarutobi family can't help him much in this situation, and Mito, the teacher's wife of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, can't offer more help. Now, although the overall situation outside has stabilized, no one knows how many enemies will miss Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama's Konaha village son. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the ancestor Hokage hanging on the wall, and fell into a long silence. Let's appease the Hyuga clan first. Chapter 21 The Uchiha Arsenal. After a few days, I don't know which D ninja shop owner leaked the news, and actually disclosed the news of Uchiha Hiko's visit to the ninja shop to the Konaha police force, that is, the Uchiha clan. It's okay to leak it, but it also focuses on describing that he looks at it and doesn't buy it, and pays great attention to swords and weapons. This kind of store that sells customers' personal information is really hateful. So, Uchiha Kagami took him into the ninja collection room of the Uchiha clan. Look, the patriarch said, you can pick whatever you like after you come in, and take whatever you like. This is the first time I've seen the patriarch be so generous. Uchiha Kagami said with a smile. I especially remember the expression on the usually dull team leader after he reported Uchiha Hiko's study situation. Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko pouted. A gentleman does not eat food that is cheap. Hey, this knife is beautiful. You can take it if you like it, the patriarch said you can pick whatever you want. But it's a little girly to carry around. Quote. The ninja tool collection of the Uchiha family is quite large, not only because the family is rich, but also because the family has special suppliers. This is more awesome. The ninja tools in this ninja tool storage room are different from the other ninja tool storage room. What can be collected naturally has its value of being collected. Materials, stories, and uses all have a certain truth. Uchiha Hiko's eyes shifted. He suddenly wanted to have the ability of King's treasure, store these ninja tools exuding romantic atmosphere together, and pull them out one by one when fighting. If you want to copy it, you can just find a ninja from Grandmaster Time and Space Ninjutsu, make a big scroll, and seal all these ninjutsu. However, this one is forced, and the other is forced. Can't compare. In the end, his eyes settled on a blade without a sheath. After visiting so many ninja shops, he probably knows that for a famous knife, even if its craftsman didn't make a scabbard from a single birth, someone later will ask someone to make a suitable scabbard to seal it. Advertisement. There is something particular about it. However, Wakizawa, who was hanging on the wall in the corner at this time, did not have a scabbard. He walked over to have a look, and found that the blade was not rusted, but it was originally black. The black blade really looks like the weapon of the hero of the two stinging apes. This wakizashi has a pitch black blade, without any decoration, and even the handle is neat and tidy. Some people will hang red tassels on a kunai, but this collected ninja tool is so poor. Uchiha Hiko jumped up and took down the knife hanging on the wall. It has a heavy feeling in the hand, unlike the stainless steel material.
Hey, Senior Jing, what is the origin of this knife? He asked. However, Uchiha Kagami also shook his head, explaining, when I got permission to come in when I was young, I also asked that elder, and the elder at that time said that this knife is older than his age. Damn it. Uchiha Hiko was uneducated, and he walked the world with a single sentence. He said in surprise, this thing is at least 100 years ago. Let me collect it for a few decades, and it can be regarded as an antique, auction it, it's worth the money.
Quote. I want this, let's go. Uchiha Kagami kindly reminded. Yan, it's hard to come in once, I hope you can choose carefully, the patriarch gave you the authority to choose at will. I think the short sword with red hilt over there is good, it is made of special metal, can absorb and store chakra, it is a sharp weapon for desperate counterattack when it is exhausted. The name of that knife is Fei Yuan, I wanted it 10 years ago, but I have no authority. A knife that can be enchanted. So awesome. Uchiha Hiko smiled and replied. This item was not chosen by the protagonist, I still value the ordinary corner sword. If you don't even understand this principle, wear a hammer and get better. Hey, since you are so determined, let's go. Leaving the ninja tool collection room of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Hiko hurriedly took out a bandage from his bag and wrapped the whole black knife. The blade length of wakizashi is usually 30 to 60 centimeters, this one is exactly 59, he measured it with his fingers. Now that you've picked out ninja gear, I'll teach you Uchiha-style swordsmanship from today. Said Uchiha Kagami. He was still thinking about the dagger in the storage room just now. Advertisement. If he used that, Yan's practice would definitely be much more efficient, and he could also realize the operation he imagined 10 years ago. However, he chose a black knife that was heavy and not very sharp. If it is in a ninja battle, this thing is not as useful as a fine steel sharp kunai. Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Hiko held the newly wrapped black knife, and couldn't help but think of a man called Shisui. That man, from the audience's perspective, was the first to demonstrate Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Konaha has the swordsmanship of the Konaha school, such as the 3-day moon. Uchiha has Uchiha's genre of swordsmanship, which is actually equivalent to ninjutsu. Uchiha Kagami drew out the sword he had prepared, released chakra in his hand, and traces of flames appeared on the blade. He was about to introduce the tricks of this method and the matters of using Uchiha-style swordsmanship, but he suddenly stopped. He suddenly discovered that Uchiha Hiko was holding the broken black knife in his hand, and he had imitated him and used the chakra transformation. Not fire style, though, but lightning style. As an analytical ninjutsu attribute, Uchiha Hiko's mastery of it is naturally above fire style. Although lightning style Hanabi is only AC level ninjutsu, he still likes to chew on the basic usage of lightning style obtained from the system analysis. Lightning style ninjutsu changes in thousands, some are thunder from the sky, some are self-improvement, and some are single body puncture. He did intend to develop the Chidori series of ninjutsu, but the current conditions do not allow it. That ninjutsu is strong, but if you are not careful, it will cause harm to yourself. Therefore, he plans to study again in 2 years. At this time, the lightning on the black knife in his hand was not Chidori, but an ordinary lightning-style chakra. The high-quality chakra produces lightning nature transformation and spreads it on the blade, which undoubtedly enhances the sharpness of the blade. Even though he was wearing a bandage, he raised the knife, and with a mentality of giving it a try, he slashed at the stone on the side of the road. His right hand tightly held the handle of the knife. If he could not cut this stone, he would cease to be a human being. Click. The blade passed by in an instant, and his strength was as if it had been scratched on cotton. The black knife was almost thrown out of his hand. Looking closely, the stubborn stone that was still on the side of the road just now has been broken in two, and its cutting surface is as smooth as a mirror, more like being cut by a laser. Chapter 22 I found the treasure. Sounds like a good knife. It feels very strange. I haven't extended the lightning style knife yet, and cut it open with a swipe from the air. Not to mention that, even the bandages he wrapped around the black knife are still in good condition. As for technical tasks such as high-precision chakra knives, he thought he hadn't learned it yet. Scattering the lightning style clinging to the blade, he looked at Uchiha Kagami, wanting to get an explanation. However, at this time, Uchiha Kagami's eyes widened, and a pair of Sharingan with 3 hooks stared at the ninja in Uchiha Hiko's hand, his expression was full of horror. Hiko, tell me, did you learn Uchiha-style swordsmanship in advance? No, didn't you demonstrate it just now? I'll draw a tiger like a cat, it's not difficult. Uchiha Hiko replied. What he wanted to know was not this, but, about this knife, did that elder tell you? You more. He found that although Uchiha Kagami was asking him about Uchiha's style of swordsmanship, the pair of Sharingan never left the blade in his hand for half a second. The Sharingan of Sengoyu has enough insight to know what he saw from this knife. Uchiha Kagami shook his head. The elder just said that. He passed away a few years ago, and no one knows about it now. But I think the workmanship of this knife is a bit different from the traditional style of our Konaha village ninja tools. So, it wasn't originally Konaha's. I have no idea. Uchiha Hiko couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy doesn't know what to ask. What a headache. Might as well. Senior Mirror, I am in poor health today. Let's practice Uchiha style swordsmanship another day. I will go back first. Come on, ninjas just want to overcome. Before Uchiha Kagami finished speaking, Uchiha Hiko ran away. He quickly returned to his house and put the black knife in his hand on the table. System, analyze this knife for me. Ding dong, remind the host, start Shikai to analyze the unknown black threat. Time required, 15 minutes. 15 minutes. It seems that the system parses the objects of entities much faster. Analyzing the scroll last time, and analyzing the black knife this time, are both faster than ninjutsu. Advertisement. Moreover, the analyzed Book of Uchiha is much more practical than sea-level ninjutsu. 15 minutes is not too long, even if he counts every second, he is willing to wait. Soon. Ding dong, Kuroto Wakihashi's analysis is complete, please check the host carefully. After receiving the system prompt, he immediately opened the system bar without saying a word, and looked expectantly at the analysis instructions. Weapon. Wakizashi. Name. Month. Open black lens bracket durability. 1000 close black lens bracket. Attribute. Yin. Function. The blade is made of special metal, which can automatically convert chakra of any nature into a blade, and has the storage capacity of 1 unit of chakra. Close black lens bracket. Detailed explanation. It was originally the key to a ruin somewhere in the Uzumaki kingdom. After the ruins were sealed, the key was split into yin and yang halves, and the yin half fell into the hands of the Uchiha clan after several twists and turns. When durability drops, it can be repaired with yin nature transformation chakra. Close black lens bracket. Special function. This prop carries the power of seal. After mastering chakra's yin nature transformation, it can be freely stored taken out. Close black lens bracket. FK, this knife really has a story. Uchiha Hiko looked at the information analyzed by the system and couldn't help but sigh. The secrets that no one knows are analyzed by the system, and all the secrets are no longer secrets. Sure enough, the humble weapons leaning against the corner are all so awesome. This knife is already a ninja knife, in essence, a level higher than ninja tools. It is placed in the corner of Uchiha's ninja tool collection room. The reason why no one cares about it is probably because it is too inconspicuous. The sight of those who enter is blinded by those fancy things. According to the system's explanation, it can directly transform chakra into a high-density blade, which is an instant conversion without the need to attach lightning style. It was easy to cut through the stubborn stone before, because it absorbed a part of chakra, and at the same time, the light of lightning style covered the high-density chakra blade. Baby. Uchiha Hiko stretched out his hand to pick up Wakizashi happily, and poured chakra into it with the mentality of giving it a try. This time, he watched carefully, and sure enough, a light blue edge appeared on the periphery of the blade. He increases chakra's output, and the light blue blade extends and expands, and decreases chakra's output, and the light blue blade retracts. Advertisement. Lift the blade and try to get close to the corner of the table. The corner of the table is neatly cut off as soon as it touches it. Sharp. Too sharp. Fast. Too fast. When most people see the blunt black blade, they will definitely think that it is a tire that has not been sharpened, but they don't know that the sharp blade formed after transforming into chakra blows hair and breaks hair. Also, this knife has a rather interesting ability. That is the power of sealing. It does not require the user to learn the complicated sealing technique. He only needs to master the yin nature transformation of chakra and resonate with its attributes, and he can freely seal it into his own chakra, and reopen it when needed. Taken out by the yin attribute nature transformation chakra. This is equivalent to, in the process of fighting the enemy, when the hand is obviously empty when the attack is made, but when the attack falls, a dangerous knife appears out of thin air in the hand. This kind of unexpected attack, I don't know how many ninja heroes can be killed. In addition to this attack performance, it also has the ability to store chakra. The so-called 1 unit of chakra is actually the amount of chakra when the user's body is full. Regardless of whether the person is Senju Hashirama or Hitaki Kakashi, what it can store is 1 unit. This ability is not so rare. Among the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki family, there is a sealing technique with the same function as this, that is, the 100 healings mark. In comparison, the upper limit of the chakra that can be stored in the 100 healings mark is high, and the practitioner can store chakra in it for years and months, and this knife is convenient. It stores a unit of chakra, which is a matter of an instant, and the release of chakra is also an instant matter, without the need for seals. Same as the special retractable ability above, in the ninja's shopping, it is absolutely unexpected. This knife is the designated LYB exclusive. Above. It is the ninja practical value of this knife. Looking at the analysis report of the system, Uchiha Hiko fell into deep thought. The key to open the ruins somewhere in the Vortex Kingdom. And it's only half of it. The world is full of wonders, and in the huge ninja world, there are many ruins, large and small. For example, the failed ruins of a certain artificial summoning beast, such as the Lulin ruins. Of course, this has not yet been turned into a ruin in the long river of time. Chapter 23 Swordsmanship Contest. The country of Uzumaki. The first thing that comes to mind is the Uzumaki clan. There is a relic in that place, and such a powerful wakizashi is actually only one of the keys to open the door. It is conceivable that there may be some ancient treasure hidden in the ruins. I just don't know where the other half of the key is, otherwise I must find an opportunity to dig the treasure. Since the place is in the country of the Vortex, I should ask people from the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Mito is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and under normal circumstances, he would definitely not let people from the Uchiha clan get close. Then, there is only one matchmaker, which is Tsunade. The story begins with a dice. When he went to school the next day, he brought 2 dice from home. After all, it's just 2 people playing casually, it doesn't need to be so formal. Just after class, he reached out and poked Tsunade in the front row. It seemed that the strike was a bit heavy. Tsunade was poked, turned his head, and looked at Uchiha Hiko with dissatisfaction. What are you doing? Even if you become famous in the ninja school, you can't be so arrogant, right? Uchiha Hiko smiled slightly and spread his palms. Nothing, today is too boring, let's play 2 games. When you have mastered a person's personality and preferences, it is easy to get close to her. Tsunade blushed with anger after losing round after round. Seeing this, Uchiha Hiko smiled secretly, and returned the pocket money he won to Tsunade. The effect is good, continue tomorrow. This is a matter of taking a long time and slowly, otherwise it will be too abrupt. After dealing with the boring classes of the ninja school all day, and just after lunch in the afternoon, he took the initiative to run to that remote training ground. Now, with a nearly perfect ninja sword, his heart is quite hot. The happiness of a man is as simple as that. Knowing nothing about swordsmanship, he decided to become a great swordsman from today. First of all, start with swinging a knife. The upright man of the Hokage family has demonstrated it before. The most basic swordsmanship is to grasp the strength, accuracy, and speed of the knife. Wearing protective gloves, without using chakra, greet the jujube stake in front of you 100 times. Benedict, Benedict, Benedict. Advertisement. Yo, Yan Jun is also chopping steaks today. A voice came from behind. Following the reputation, I saw that the person who came was the straight man from Hotaki's family. He really said that Cao 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 has arrived. This is my training ground, you have to pay a protection fee when you come in. Hotaki Sakumo patted the back of his head with a smirk, and replied, sorry, I don't have any money for that. I used all the money my family gave me to buy knives. With that said, he took out a brand new short sword. There is no clear distinction between Konaha swords and swords. To be honest, in Uchiha Hiko's opinion, the little thing in Hotaki Sakumo's hand is at best a dagger. But in the mouth of their family, it can be called short sword. Are you eating a knife? Hey, the material of these short swords is not very good. I have already broken several swords. My father said that after I graduated, he would give me the sword at home. The knife at home, I'm afraid it is their family heirloom. Hee. Uchiha Hiko laughed twice. The so-called knife he called was the broken knife that was chopped off by a dragon in Kakashi's hand at once by Rock Shinobi. By the way, Hiko-kun, your ninjutsu is already very good, how did you practice swordsmanship today? Hotaki asked curiously. Personal hobby. My talent in ninjutsu is not as good as yours. Hiko-kun, I recently learned a new sword technique, how about we compete? Hotaki Sakumo made a bold invitation. He wants to prove himself. This classmate of the Uchiha family has an unattainable height in ninjutsu, but he has considerable confidence in swordsmanship. Hearing Hotaki's invitation, Uchiha Hiko laughed and stopped chopping the steak. To be honest, chopping wood piles is really boring. Okay, warm up your body, don't say I bully you. He laughed. Hotaki held the short sword horizontally, and replied, no, I can start anytime. Now that that's been said, Uchiha Hiko doesn't need any scruples. Holding the black knife in his hand, he rushed forward first. For a novice in swordsmanship, slashing is the most powerful attacking move. However, this kind of open and close moves is full of flaws for Hotaki Sakumo, who has been practicing swords since he was sensible. He smiled triumphantly, lowered his body, and the short sword in his hand cut across Uchiha Hiko's abdomen. Aware of this danger, Uchiha Hiko turned offense into defense, crossed his hands, and the black knife in his hand was held back. Advertisement. The black knife is 60 centimeters long, and it is definitely not as fast as Hotaki Sakumo's attack in the case of a straight cut, but when it is held backwards, it instantly hits Hotaki Sakumo's back. As long as he dares to continue attacking, then, at the same time as he cuts through Uchiha Hiko's abdomen, the black knife will penetrate his entire body from the back. Whoever was injured more seriously does not need to be explained. What a sharp judgment. Hotaki's eyes froze, he didn't dare to continue attacking, his body turned quickly, and the two quickly opened the distance. If you want to say fast, it is still Hotaki Sakumo Kue. Unremitting practice, coupled with the use of chakra, made his body fully able to keep up with his knife. The first time they played against each other, they were evenly matched. But the fighting doesn't stop there. It was Uchiha Hiko who took the initiative to attack just now, and this time it was Hataki's turn. The short sword in his hand pierced Uchiha Hiko's throat at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that the sharp blade was about to be pierced into the throat, suddenly, a pitch-black blade slammed into short sword's blade, knocking it off track with force, and pierced Uchiha Hiko's right shoulder above the head. Hatake Sakumo lost control of his physical strength for a moment. And precisely because of such a momentary loss of control, Uchiha Hiko took advantage of the gap and slapped Hatake Sakumo's ribs with the back of the knife. Snapped. The strength is neither too heavy nor too light, knocking Hatake Sakumo back a few meters. Feeling the pain in his side ribs, Hatake gritted his teeth silently. There was no way he would admit defeat with such a slight injury. In the ninja sparring, if he admits defeat because of such a small injury, then he is not even qualified to go to the battlefield. Yan Jun, I'm going to be serious, the next move may be dangerous, please be prepared. Maid, don't use it if it's dangerous. What? Want to kill Lousy? Also get Lousy ready. That's fine, my next blow is also in danger, so you should be ready. In terms of danger, the knife in his hand is far more dangerous than Hatake Sakumo's current swordsmanship. I saw that the eyes of Hatake Sakumo, who was 10 meters away, changed. Chapter 24 Defeating Hatake Sakumo. That metamorphic aura change is real. He could feel that Hatake Sakumo used all his strength this time. So, he silently transported chakra to both eyes and opened the Sharingan. Although the current level of Sharingan is not high, at least there is some dynamic vision enhancement. As long as you can see Hatake Sakumo's attack trajectory, then everything is not a problem. Up. Hearing a low shout from Hatake Sakumo, holding a short sword, he came like the wind. His speed was 7 points faster than before. This kind of explosive power cannot be ignored. The apparently ordinary stainless steel short sword actually exudes a silvery white faint light at this moment. That knife is naturally not a specially made chakra short sword. The faint light at this time should be used by chakra, an attribute that can be used with one hand. This seems to be a bit of a shadow of wooden Yibaya in the future. It's a pity that in Sharingan's vision, his movements were clearly seen by Uchiha Hiko. The swing of the arm, the subtle movements of the wrist, and the trajectory of the blade are all seen through. This is one of the strengths of Sharingan. Chakra used wisely. Huh. Uchiha Hiko sneered, and silently injected chakra into the black knife in his hand. In an instant, a layer of high-density chakra blade appeared on the originally blunt blade. Is the fine steel short sword with the attribute chakra stronger, or the chakra blade formed by directly transforming chakra? Holding the knife, he hit the short sword that Hatake Sakumo swung up. Scandium. Just listening, there was a crisp sound, and the seemingly blunt black knife went down and smashed into the ground. The short sword in Hatake Sakumo's hand had been broken in two from the handle, and a gleaming steel blade spun several times in the air before falling to the ground. Up and down have been divided. Hatake looked at the bare handle in his hand in shock. He has been practicing swordsmanship since he was sensible. But at the moment of contact, he dully felt the terror carried by that knife. Advertisement. In terms of explosive power, he lost to Uchiha Hiko, who has high-quality chakra after all. If the slash just now had been aimed at his head, then he would have been cut in half at this moment. There is no denying the sharpness of that knife. In terms of knives, his quality is far inferior. He regained his respect and looked at the black knife in Uchiha Hiko's hand. At first glance, he would only think it was blunt and old, but when he looked closely, he could find that the blade contained a majesty like thunder. At this time, Uchiha Hiko had already put away chakra and did not extend the blade again. Hatake raised his head, and despite his lack of courage, he looked straight into his eyes. I lost. He originally wanted to say something like, I will definitely defeat you, you are just using the sword's advantage, or something like that. However, seeing that pair of crystal red Sharingans that cannot be ignored, his lack of courage was instantly defeated. Looking at the pair of Sharingan, he can only humbly admit defeat. Whether it is explosive power, sword, or blood, he has lost. However, Uchiha Hiko was not proud of this, but instead patted Hatake on the shoulder. Sakumo, you are a genius, I just opened the Sharingan by chance, and I happened to predict your attack, otherwise, it should be you now put a knife on my neck. Hearing Uchiha Hiko's comforting words, Hatake's heart warmed. But immediately after, a sense of inferiority welled up in my heart. Genius. Who is the name of genius compared with? Is it with those classmates in the lower class? Most of them just want to be a ninja, whether it is genin or chunin, to do tasks for the village, get paid, and support their families. That's all they want. But the people of the Hatake family, how could they only have so little pursuit? What he wants to be is a powerful ninja. A real genius, when someone like Uchiha Hiko. He is a genius standing among the elite, among the group of people called geniuses. How can he surpass such a person? Yan Jun, you really are too strong. Advertisement. It can't be said to be strong, it can't be said to be strong. Orochimaru in the class is the number one in our class, what do I count? Hatake shook his head negatively and said, no, I have fought against Orochimaru. In the last match, I knew that he still has some hidden strength. Even so, I think he is still not as good as you. Well, I'm not sure. That. Hatake pointed to the black sword in Uchiha Hiko's hand, and said, can we practice together? I think the speed of improvement is much faster than practicing by yourself. Uchiha Hiko smiled and replied, I think so too. Let him stay here alone to chop wood stakes, maybe he will lose interest in swordsmanship after a day, and such a good ninja sword will be blinded for nothing. Only by fighting with the future Mu Yibaya in swordsmanship, psychology, and chakra, can we always maintain interest. Neither of them knew that in the distance, on a tree with a crooked neck, a ninja with a Konaha forehead protector was watching them. This person is the tutor Uchiha Kagami. He thought that the ninja school was over and he couldn't find Uchiha Hiko, so he ran to this frequent training ground to check. As a result, he saw the scene just now. The child of Uchiha Hiko's Hataki's family. His experience knows the lineage of the Hatake family. His eyesight can see through the strength of the children of the Hatake family. He planned to interrupt the exquisite swordsmanship several times, for fear that something bad happened to Uchiha Hiko, and he would apologize to the family. However, several dangers were deftly resolved by Uchiha Hiko. Just now he breathed a sigh of relief, but found that the two people seemed to have red eyes, and they used all their strength. As soon as he was nervous, he was going to use the body flicker technique to fly over to prevent the two from continuing to fight. However, this time, Uchiha Hiko's performance made him look forward to it again. He raised the black knife with the bandage removed, and a light blue chakra blade stretched out from it, unstoppably cutting off Hatake Sakumo's short sword. This time, he felt relieved again, and just about to cast the body flicker technique, he put it down again. My heart relaxed, and my feet slipped. Madeline sprained his ankle. But he couldn't make a sound, otherwise he would have to be labeled as a voyeur. So, he could only endure and climb down the tree. Ninjas know many skills, such as killing, surviving and so on. He simply flexed his muscles, and then walked towards the two people over there. The mission given to him by the family is to make Uchiha Hiko become stronger quickly no matter what. Chapter 25 Learn the body flicker technique in seconds, shocked Shuo Mo. The two were practicing, and Uchiha Kagami broke in suddenly. That, Uchiha Hiko. Ignore. Hatake Sakumo. Ignore. Well, Yan, can't you learn the body flicker technique? Learn. Uchiha Hiko stopped immediately and looked at Uchiha Kagami seriously. In the entire ninja world, the jutsu of the instantaneous body series can definitely be ranked in the top 3 of the rankings. Body flicker technique is just AD level ninjutsu, the movement distance and speed are limited by the amount of chakra, and it needs to seal. In the instant body series, it is only relatively low level. In actual combat, if you are facing an upper body ninja, there is no time to seal. However, Uchiha Hiko is not fake at all. Wouldn't it be nice to learn the body flicker technique and then hand it over to the system for analysis to eliminate weaknesses and strengthen strengths? Then I'll go over there to practice. Hatake Sakumo said. He wanted to avoid suspicion. This is the private teacher of the Uchiha family. He saw it, and he was suspected of stealing it. Uchiha Kagami smiled. He is not the kind of narrow-minded person, and he appreciates Hatake Sakumo's emotional intelligence at a young age. No, Hatake's boy, just stay here, it's okay. Thank you, senior. Hatake bowed in gratitude. Afterwards, Uchiha Kagami continued to speak. Yan, body flicker technique is closely related to our Uchiha-style swordsmanship. If you want to learn Uchiha-style swordsmanship well, you must lay a solid foundation in body flicker technique. Now, watch. As he spoke, he formed seals at a speed that was neither too fast nor too slow. With the release of chakra, his body was illusory for a moment, and then disappeared in front of the two of them. That's high-speed movement. Uchiha Hiko memorized the seal, but did not learn it directly, but complained. Senior Mirror, why don't you learn from your teacher's Flying Thunder God technique? Flying Thunder God technique is time and space ninjutsu, and the body flicker technique just now is high-speed movement. Between the two, there is a difference between cloud and mud. Think about it, if Uchiha Kagami learned the Flying Thunder God technique, right now, he can start learning the Flying Thunder God technique directly. How cool that is. Advertisement. Hearing this, Uchiha Kagami spread his hands. The Flying Thunder God technique of the previous generation is an S-level space-time ninjutsu, not everyone can learn it. I don't have that talent. If it was you, if you were born more than 10 years earlier, maybe Tobarama-sama would know pass it on to you. Haha. Flying Thunder God technique, predecessor. S-class. Hatake Sakumo was at a loss when he heard the name. Has this person already started to make plans for that level of surgery? And he is still thinking about how to master AB level ninjutsu. From this peer beside him, he felt incredible in a gap. Sakumo, why are you so dazed? Remember the seal just now. I've read it myself and learned it, right? Show me one. Uchiha Hiko was a little dazed when he saw Hatake. He was afraid of strangers, so he kindly reminded him. However, this sentence stopped Hatake Sakumo. What does it mean that you have already read it yourself, and you have already learned it? Wait, why can I learn a ninjutsu after watching it myself? What is the principle of this? However, Uchiha Hiko asked this question to express his trust in him, and he could not let it down. So, just bite the bullet and start making seals. Body flicker technique. With a low shout, Hatake Sakumo's body trembled, and then fell to his knees. Body flicker technique requires a certain amount of chakra. Just now, he was fighting with Uchiha Hiko and spent a lot of chakra. Now there is no land to use body flicker technique. Coincidentally, this can also cover up the embarrassment that he has not yet learned the body flicker technique. In other words, why can I learn ninjutsu by watching it myself? Hitaki Shuo Mo grudges. Uchiha Hiko laughed, and helped Hitaki Sakumo, who teleported a millimeter. Afterwards, he stood aside and began to practice according to the seals he memorized just now. He can use B-level ninjutsu at a glance, let alone D-level ninjutsu. With the surge of the essence chakra in his body, corresponding to the seal on the hand, a rule is achieved. Instant body. Call out. Advertisement. Uchiha Hiko, who was still in front of Hitaki Sakumo, successfully used the body flicker technique to fly tens of meters away with a few leaves shaken up by chakra. First time using the body flicker technique and it was a success. He sensed the remaining chakra in his body, and roughly calculated how many times he could perform the body flicker technique at full capacity. If calculated according to the distance of 30 meters each time, half of the chakra used to use ninjutsu is deducted, then he can use body flicker technique 5 times in total. This data is nothing, his chakra volume still needs to be improved. As expected of Hiko, Uchiha Kagami exclaimed, he has reached a high degree of recognition of Uchiha Hiko's talent, it's him, it will do it. Not to mention the body flicker technique, even if he really knows the Flying Thunder God technique today, even if he taught him the Flying Thunder God technique today, it is not uncommon for him to be able to learn it all at once. He can accept it, but Hitaki Sakumo couldn't accept it. He couldn't even use the body flicker technique once, but Uchiha Hiko easily teleported 30 meters away, judging by his expression, there was still room for it. This gap formed an insurmountable gap in his heart. After finally being promoted from Class B to Class A, I thought I had worked hard enough during this time, at least I could catch up with Uchiha Hiko who was discussing with Orochimaru that day. However, this is probably the biggest hallucination he has ever had in his life. Yan Jun, congratulations, you have learned a new ninjutsu, he said with a little inferiority. Uchiha Hiko came over and said with a smile, Sakumo, if you put in some effort into ninjutsu, you can master it too. I believe in you. Trust me, Hitaki was quite moved. There are 3 major joys in a ninja's life, among which being recognized ranks first. Yes, I will not let you down. Hitaki Sakumo said firmly. He used to be a straightforward man who liked swordsmanship, but today, he wants to try to accept more. Of course he is upright, otherwise he would not commit suicide. But Uchiha Hiko is changing him. At this time, Uchiha Kagami came over, seeing that Uchiha Hiko had a friend who was not a member of the tribe, and he was also happy for it. So, he continued. Hiko, since you have mastered the body flicker technique, then I will teach you the Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Sakumo, right. I'm very sorry, this swordsmanship belongs to the same family. My secret, I'm sorry I can't let you. Before Uchiha Kagami finished speaking, Hitaki Sakumo stood up very politely, bowed to Uchiha Kagami again to thank him, and then said, yes, Senior Uchiha Kagami, I understand. Well, if you want to stay, I can teach you your sword skills later. Hitaki Sakumo was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed again to express his gratitude. Thank you very much, Senior. Chapter 26 Analyzing the Body Flicker Technique. What Uchiha Hiko wants most now is to graduate and qualify as genin. Because he discovered that after learning the body flicker technique, he will analyze the body flicker technique immediately, but the Uchiha-style swordsmanship that is about to be seen will be queued up later. After becoming a genin, he can get a new analysis field, which can analyze 2 at the same time. His body, chakra, and strength are all up to the mark, only one qualification is missing. Sighing, he looked at Uchiha Kagami. The so-called swordsmanship is actually body art, which also consumes the capital of the body. If you want to learn skills, you have to practice the basics. Uchiha Kagami took out a sealing scroll from the ninja bag. A wooden dummy was taken out from the sealing scroll. The dummy's body was covered with grooves, and those grooves seemed to be cut by sharp blades. The sword marks on the head, shoulders, torso, and limbs ranged from 3 inches deep to 8 inches deep, and none of them were missed. They all fell on the vital points of the human body. However, this sword mark was not cut out, but artificially crafted. Uchiha Kagami touched the marks on it, and said, start from the most basic, Yan, I need the strength, direction, and stability of each of your knives to cut into these grooves, otherwise, this special training tool will be broken. Clamp your blade, then you have failed. When can you make 100 knives in a row without jamming, and when will you enter the next stage of practice? Looking at the dummy, Uchiha Hiko was lost in thought. It was the first time he had seen this kind of training. However, it is not difficult to understand that most of the techniques are fast, precise and ruthless, and the knife used to kill people is no exception. The sword marks on the dummy's body, but on the human body, any cut would be dead or maimed. The difficulty lies in the fact that the sword marks are of different depths, directions, and widths, which will test the trainer's instantaneous judgment ability and muscle retraction ability. If you can't hit any sword marks with a knife, then just give up being a ninja. Advertisement. In order to improve his continuous and quick judgment ability, he had to turn on Sharingan for assistance. He held the handle of the black knife tightly with both hands, concentrating quietly. If he injects chakra into the black knife, he can cut the dummy in half with one knife. However, that obviously does not achieve the effect of training. What he has to do is to improve himself, not to vent like a childish child. Drink. With a low shout, without any chakra, it was cut down with a single knife of pure physical strength. This knife hit a 7 centimeter deep groove on the left shoulder of the dummy. If it were a human body, the trapezius muscle would be broken with one knife. However, when he was about to draw the knife for the next attack, he found that the black knife seemed to be sucked. Obviously I have paid attention to the direction, but it seems that the angle is still a bit off. Uchiha Hiko let go of his strength, and then he slowly took out the knife. The second time, he didn't switch targets, still the groove above his left shoulder. After gaining experience, the second time was obviously much easier. Immediately afterwards, he needed to be coherent and perform a second combo. The difficulty of the test increased further, but he did not give up. This kind of cultivation is a time-consuming, labor-intensive technical task, and he only completed 1/3 of it until that night. The muscles of the two arms have already declared a strike, not to mention the knife, even the chopsticks can't be lifted. Advertisement. Simply, go home and sit cross-legged, and start to meditate. He found that after today's training, the physical energy of this body has increased a bit, and the amount of chakra has also increased to a certain extent. This is a good sign, and it would be best if the amount of chakra can be increased. System, explain the body flicker technique to me. Ding dong, remind host that the body flicker technique has been analyzed, and the time required, 20 hours. Sleep. I don't know if it's because I've developed a lazy habit over the years, or I'm really tired from training. He was woken up by the system prompt 20 hours later, which is equivalent to sleeping for a full 20 hours, and he missed the ninja school classes. Not even shadow clone. For a top student, being absent from class is nothing, and even punishment can be ignored. However, this behavior is always bad. However, the small sense of guilt in my heart was quickly washed away by the joy brought by the systematic analysis results. Ding dong, the body flicker technique analysis is complete, please pay attention to the host. He immediately opened the status bar of the system and checked the body flicker technique that seemed to be shining with golden light. In the past, this technique was equivalent to tasteless ninjutsu for ordinary people. It cost a lot of chakra, and it also needed to seal. Even though it's called instant body, but the forward swing time is so long, it's clear that it's waiting to be beaten. Unless some ninjas with outstanding abilities combine the body flicker technique with what they have learned, it will be effective when they are used. And he, after systematic analysis, is bound to become the man who can use the body flicker technique best in the world. Seeing the analysis completed and the pros and cons analyzed by the system, he became excited. Chapter 27. Ninjutsu Body Flicker Technique. Ninjutsu that moves at high speed, looks like teleportation to the naked eye. Close black lens bracket. Advantages. Low learning threshold, can move at high speed. Close black lens bracket. Disadvantages. It needs to be read to activate, and the instant effect is average, and it is greatly affected by the quality of chakra. When it is activated, it will be temporarily stiff and easy to be attacked. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket have provided host with 13 kinds of speed improvement schemes, 24 kinds of body flicker technique chakra adjustment schemes, 15 kinds of pre-launch optimization schemes, and have directly solved the stiffness problem for host. Close black lens bracket. Body flicker technique is a high-speed movement technique, which seems to be a time-space transfer, but it is not. It has nothing to do with time-space ninjutsu. Uchiha Hiko clicks first to start the pre-optimization plan to view. After a closer look, he found that these 15 optimization schemes all point to one goal, to reduce or even cancel the body flicker technique. Cancelled the seal of body flicker technique, what kind of concept is this? On the premise of not considering the amount of chakra, it is infinite and uninterrupted instant body. Then it will be infinite joy. The body flicker technique does not need coordinates, you can fly wherever you want, Bashi. If you have a chance, you must die once, let someone give him pure world reincarnation out to try the body flicker technique under infinite chakra. However, at this stage, it is still difficult to directly cancel the seal of the body flicker technique. It is easier to print with one hand. Once you are familiar with the body flicker technique in one-handed not mudra, then it's time to perform the Muji body flicker technique. Advertisement. Secondly, there is the adjustment plan of chakra. The system proposes several options for readjusting the body flicker technique distance and the user's chakra ratio. Before that, he had budgeted it himself, and he couldn't even use the body flicker technique 10 times in actual combat. That is still an ideal calculation. In actual combat, it is unknown whether the enemy will give you a chance to use the body flicker technique. And now, the system has proposed a not printing optimization scheme, and also proposed a chakra ratio adjustment scheme, which directly improves the practicability of the entire body flicker technique. Looking at it now, although this is only a D level ninjutsu, its actual function is probably no less than an A- level ninjutsu. This is simply a qualitative leap. Turn waste into treasure, turn chicken ribs into magic skills. I was a little excited when I slept too long, but now I am even more excited. He immediately walked out of the room and practiced according to the systematic plan. His one-handed mudra is still unfavorable, so he first used both hands to make mudras, only one mudra is needed, both hands and one hand are temporarily irrelevant. As chakra was released according to the most planned proportion of the system, his body moved. There was a cloud of dust from where he was standing, and when he came back to his senses, he had already appeared at the gate 10 meters away. Convenient printing. Even the consumption of chakra has become very small, less than the chakra required for lightning-style sparks. Powerful. Try continuous casting. Advertisement. He formed a seal in his hand again, and immediately after that, his body flashed 3 times in the yard. Due to the non-stop in the middle and the high speed, it was as if 2 separate bodies had been separated. With a sigh of relief, he slowly sat back under the eaves, reflecting on the feeling of just using the body flicker technique. No, two-handed seals are still too troublesome. You must learn one-handed seals, or even no seals. Two-handed seals are too stupid in actual combat. It's okay to run away. If you attack, you will always be slow. He did as soon as he thought of it, and he rushed out of the yard to look for Uchiha Kagami, regardless of the meal. Such a delightful body flicker technique, he's gotta get a treat. Fortunately, the village was relatively stable during this period, and the troublesome things outside were handled by the route established by Danzo under the authorization of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Kagami has a lot of free time. It was the first time I saw Uchiha Hiko taking the initiative to study, but he was so happy. He was just having dinner, and he immediately dropped his chopsticks and rushed to the old practice field. Yan, in fact, the so-called one-handed mudra is to separate the two-handed mudra, but you can't do one-handed mudra on your own. While you are doing mudra with both hands, you still need to mobilize the chakra like you do with both hands. To put it simply, the inner body remains unchanged. The difficulty of one-handed mudra lies in your concentration. You must maintain a high degree of concentration, otherwise one-handed mudra will easily fail. Uchiha Kagami Jong Street. As he said that, he also started the one-handed seal. Just a small fire-style ninjutsu that he demonstrated. He continued. You see, without long-term practice, one-handed mudras can't even be faster and more stable than two-handed mudras, and many ninjas would not choose this. So, if you want to master one-handed mudras, you must put in a lot of practice. I'm still very confident in your concentration and comprehension. From his one-handed mudra to launching ninjutsu, it was not as fast as he imagined. As he said, he needed a lot of practice. The path of a ninja is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Uchiha Hiko nodded. This one-handed mudra is a skill he must master. It is related to the future Muji instant body. No matter how difficult it is, he must learn it. Chapter 28 One-Handed Seal. The one used for the experiment is the sea-level lightning style ninjutsu that he analyzed, Hanabi. On the one hand, after the analysis, he has a deeper understanding of lightning style Hanabi, and the system has been simplified to 3 seals. On the one hand, what he is learning now is one-handed mudra. Compared with the body flicker technique, it is more convenient to use the lightning style, which can be performed standing still, as an experimental material. The one-handed mudra for the first time is quite slow, even slower than the two-handed mudra. The brain has already engraved the hand seal into muscle memory, and performing ninjutsu does not need to go through the brain. The muscles of both hands can automatically complete the seal. But now one-handed mudra, you still need to think about what state one hand is in and what state the other hand is in during the process. But difficulties are paper tigers in front of great successors. Today is hard to eat the food pills, and I vow to master the one-handed seal. Finally, after an hour of experimentation, he was able to complete 3 seals with one hand in 1 second. Lightning style Hanabi. The shape and quality are the same as the lightning style cast by the two-hand seal. The violent lightning hit a jujube tree in the distance, and instantly shattered it. It's done. System, analyze the one-hand seal for me. I want to go one step further. Ding dong, open Shikai analysis with one-handed knot seal, time required, 30 minutes. After all, the one-handed seal is just a skill-based unit, not a complicated ninjutsu, and it is reasonable that the analysis time is short. At this time, Uchiha Kagami, who had been watching not far away, came over. He almost clapped his hands. Hiko, as expected of you. I'm a little envious, Uchiha Kagami said. Senior Jing, don't say these words, you are envious of wool. Advertisement. Obviously he himself will, envious of a wool. Uchiha Kagami waved his hand and replied. I mean, I envy your talent. If I had your talent when I was young, I would work hard and try to surpass Shodai. Trying to surpass first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Wake up. You don't have a fever, do you? That person clearly cheated, even the amount of chakra in Sage of 6 Paths was only 10 times more than him. How to compare? Well, you say. Hehe, I don't have such big ambitions, I just want to be myself, it doesn't matter if I surpass anyone. Okay, to have such a mentality at such an age, you must become a powerful ninja in the future. Before that, my family, Konaha and I will protect you. It seems that Uchiha Kagami did not hear what Uchiha Hiko said. He didn't want to be restricted by a predecessor, what he wanted was infinity. Instead of breaking through. The sword technique I practiced yesterday, can I go back a little bit today? Yes, I'm tired, Uchiha Hiko said. If Uchiha Kagami disagrees, he will report to the Konaha Children's Care Agency, saying that Uchiha Kagami abused child labor. Okay, for the sake of your hard work in cultivating the one-handed seal today, the dummy training is cancelled today, but tomorrow you have to work harder. No problem. Deal. By the way, why do you suddenly want to learn one-handed mudra today? Uchiha Hiko smiled mysteriously and replied, let me rest for a while. 30 minutes later. Advertisement. Ding dong. Remind the host that the one-hand seal has been analyzed. Please check the host carefully. One-handed seal. A more convenient and more beneficial way of seal for ninjas. Information such as seal speed and seal accuracy has been sent to the host's mind. Close black lens bracket. That is a stream of information. Ninjutsu genjutsu requires hard practice, and one-handed seals also need time to practice. But now that he felt the flow of information, he realized instantly. Just like the two-handed mudra, his one-handed mudra has become a physical instinct. Okay, enough rest, Senior Jing, I learned one-handed mudra today for this reason. As he said that, Uchiha Hiko made a sign of, not, with one hand, and saw that his body disappeared from the spot without warning, startled a few fallen leaves, and when he reappeared, he was already 30 meters away. This is the body flicker technique for one-handed mudra. 30 minutes of rest, according to the Book of Uchiha, he has mastered. Chakra's recovery speed is also quite fast. Uchiha Kagami looked at Uchiha Hiko in disbelief. He thought that this ghost spirit wanted to learn one-handed mudra just because of a whim. But he didn't expect that he was actually doing it for body flicker technique. What's more, the body flicker technique that was taught to him yesterday, he used it like a novice at the time, but now it looks like a veteran who has used the body flicker technique tens of thousands of times. Not just one-handed seals. He has already mastered the body flicker technique to the point where it can be activated with just one seal. So, is he created by proficiency? Obviously not. Even if he practiced non-stop from last night to now, it is impossible for him to practice tens of thousands of times. His chakra can't be so much, his body can't handle it. Judging from his complexion, it looks like he has rested all day. To be able to do that step just now, obviously, that is his talent. Chapter 29 Ramen, Hyuga. Although Uchiha Kagami has become numb to Uchiha Hiko's invincible talent, he surprises again and again. When he was still a novice in body flicker technique yesterday, he was already lamenting that this kid learned ninjutsu too quickly. Future achievements are immeasurable. Perhaps, it will become a ninjutsu library like Sarutobi. But looking at it today, he not only performed the body flicker technique with one mudra, but also performed the body flicker technique with one hand. It is not difficult to guess that he asked him for one-handed mudra formation because he thought it was too troublesome because there was only one mudra with both hands. Looking at the entire Konaha today, who can compare with this intelligence? Orochimaru from ninja school is also 3 points inferior. On the other side, Uchiha Hiko made another one-handed seal and flew back with body flicker technique. Senior Jing, let's stop here for today's training, and come back to practice swordsmanship tomorrow. Huh, me, no, you. Uchiha Kagami's voice has not yet fallen, and Uchiha Hiko has already used the body flicker technique to fly away. Typical wings were hard. Not only are the wings hard, but he is also hungry. After coming out of the training ground and walking up the main street, I saw a ramen shop that was still working at night. On the front of the store was written the words, hands on home. The store is small, with only 3 seats. Smelling the fragrance that diffused out, Wu Zhang Temple began to sing Empty City Opera. He trotted over immediately and shouted, Uncle, have a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Big serving. Ramen uncle, who was about to fall asleep, recovered his eyes in an instant, and said with a smile, okay, wait a minute. Are you still outside at this late hour? It's very dangerous. Advertisement. Danger. Probably for a small child. Uchiha Hiko smiled and replied, Uncle, you are still opening the shop at such a late hour, isn't it dangerous? Ahaha, my wife just gave birth to a son, I have to make money. As he spoke, a woman came out from the back kitchen with a baby tied on her back. A ramen shop is no easy job for a couple like this who stay up late into the night. Hard work, but also hard work. When the uncle saw his wife coming out, he pointed his chin at the baby on his back and said, No, my son, Ichiraku. Is this the legendary Otsutsuki Ichiraku? Huh, what kind of wood? The hat on the uncle's head was almost stained by spinach. I mean, it's a nice name. Ahaha, right, soon, an increased amount of ramen was presented. I have to say that this uncle's craftsmanship is really good. If he can find an investor, he will definitely do something. I'm gonna start now. A bowl as big as a bull's head is more like a basin. A whole pot of tonkatsu ramen, including noodles and soup. I don't know how that small stomach can hold it. Anyway, after eating, he is only 70% full. Just as he was about to order some more Konaha snacks, there was a sound of footsteps behind him. Accompanied by a string of not-so-pleasant Drake voices, it ruined his mood of continuing to forage. Advertisement. Hey, isn't this the genius from the Uchiha family? Hearing the sound, Uchiha Hiko looked back subconsciously, and saw that there were 3 poor cataract patients. One of them, he is quite familiar. Isn't that the same Hyuga who was almost burned to death by him in the last school competition? Yes, the genius of the Uchiha family is right, but be careful when walking at night, your eyesight is not very good. There are 3 members of the Hyuga family, except for the Hyuga son Wheel who was scared to pee last time, the remaining 2 are about 13 years old. According to the level of a normal family ninja, they should already be Chunin. One of the Chunin stepped forward, grabbed Uchiha Hiko's shoulder very impolitely, and asked, I heard you beat my brother at school. Your brother. Uchiha Hiko feigned fear. Seeing that Uchiha Hiko was scared, Chunin became even more excited. That's right. You little brat dared to hit my younger brother in school. If you hit me that day, I will pay you back today. Ah, oh, Uchiha Hiko realized something. I see you two have a pig's head and a donkey head. You said you two are brothers. Did you ask your father how he feels? Little devil, how dare you? Hee hee. I played with fire style that day. Can your family know fire style? Come back. The donkey-headed boy was trembling with anger, and the Hyuga Chunin behind him immediately said, Don't talk nonsense with this stinky brat. Drag him into the dark alley over there and beat him up. The uncle of the ramen shop saw that the situation was not good, so he quickly persuaded him. You guys, don't be so angry. Come here, I will treat you to a bowl of secret ramen. However, the owner of the ramen shop is a poor man. How did he get into the eyes of the Hyuga clan? Uncle, if you don't want to cause trouble, you'd better shut up. Uncle, your son doesn't seem to be in good health. Shall I give him acupuncture treatment? This year, the Uchiha clan, who had just undergone the reform of the second generation project, stood happily in the seat of the Konaha police force, which can be said to be conscientious. On the contrary, it is the Hyuga clan, who seem to be quite dissatisfied with the arrangement of fate. Chapter 30 Gentle Fist Method. Seeing this kind of clan scum, Uchiha Hiko felt a burst of anger in his heart. Originally, he didn't want to cause trouble today. He hit the young ones, the big ones came, and the old ones were attracted. There is no end to it. Therefore, he originally planned to tease a few words, and then called the patrol team of the clan to torture the boys with crooked heads. But now, he has changed his mind. If Hokage finds out about your younger brother's behavior now, is it clear what will happen? Huh, you brats still dare to question us. As long as you close your mouth. Before Hyuga Chunin finished speaking, Uchiha Hiko reached out and grabbed the arm that was on his shoulder. Due to the age gap, his strength is not very strong, otherwise he really wants to break this wrist. However, the strength is not enough to crush human bones, but chakra doesn't care. He performed the lightning-style chakra nature transformation between the palms of his hands in one-handed mudra. This is the prelude to using lightning-style Hanabi, but he will not immediately use lightning-style Hanabi, so that he can kill the Chunin of the Hyuga clan face to face, which is really meaningless. Chunin's body was paralyzed, and he just pulled his arm away easily. A-hole. Another Hyuga Chunin saw his friend being plotted against, his face changed immediately, and he waved his palm angrily and slapped Uchiha Hiko on the chest. Their gentle fist, which seals the target's acupuncture points. However, Hyuga Chunin, in a rage, didn't want to close Uchiha Hiko's acupoints, but to severely wound him. Seeing this, Uchiha Hiko will not be beaten in a daze. He once again made a one-handed mudra, immediately used the body flicker technique, and moved to the rear of the three of them. Hyuga Chunin blanked out and opened his eyes directly. With all directional vision, he immediately locked onto Uchiha Hiko behind him. Advertisement. Little devil, I think you must bleed some blood today. At the same time, the donkey-headed boy who had recovered from his paralysis and claimed to be the elder brother of Hyuga Sunlin also rushed up with his palms in hand. Two Chunin attacking a ninja school student at the same time, that's pretty brutal. No, the reasoning just now is just that a normal family child should be a Chunin at this age, like these two, I am afraid they are still trash. Uchiha Hiko sneered and stepped back quickly. Now, you are the ones attacking me, God has eyes. What? The two of Hyuga only felt a figure flash in front of them, and Uchiha Hiko disappeared. But their 360-degree viewing angle quickly found the target. He actually appeared beside Hyuga's sun wheel. What do you want to do? Let go of my brother. Let go of the sun wheel. Okay. Uchiha Hiko sneered, and kicked Hyuga's sun wheel with all his strength. Those two Chunins caught Hyuga's sun wheel narrowly, but found that their arms were hot and humid, and a rotten smell permeated the air. This spineless younger brother was so frightened that he lost control of himself again. Damn it, it's all the fault of this Uchiha brat. I really want to kill him. No, let's just beat him up, we can't kill people. I don't care anymore, I've killed my brother like this. Roaring, that Hyuga donkey face rushed towards Uchiha Hiko. The chakra in your hand is ready to go. A pair of white eyes looked particularly ferocious. Uchiha Hiko didn't dare to take it too seriously, he immediately activated the Sharingan and stared at the donkey-faced Hyuga's movements. He found that this crazy guy had blocked all his escape routes. Advertisement. Could this be the so-called Gentle Fist 8 trigrams field? Seeing this, he couldn't help but sneer, and raised his hands to seal. I don't know if your Gentle Fist is faster or my lightning style is faster. Lightning style Hanabi. In the dark night sky, blue lightning suddenly appeared, like Hanabi, or hundreds of thunder snakes, covering the entire space in front of Uchiha Hiko. Donkey-faced Hyuga, who was rushing up, suddenly turned pale with horror, and was so frightened by the lightning that he immediately stopped his offensive and turned to defense. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. A large amount of chakra is released from the chakra acupuncture points in the body, and then rotates at high speed like a top, forming a hemispherical chakra shield. This 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven claims to be absolute defense. It is said to be able to resist all physical attacks. However, that also depends on who is using it. If the real genius of the Hyuga family is using it today, then this lightning style is nothing to him. But when Uchiha Hiko's pure lightning style slammed at that Hyuga Chunin, the two chakra exploded at the mere touch. Instantly blasted that Hyuga Chunin out. He blocked the power of lightning style, but he was still blown away by the explosion and hit the opposite upstairs, and he vomited blood immediately. Waste. Little devil, you are indeed a little strange. It is inevitable that the sun will be defeated by you, but you are still careless. Chunin is not something you can underestimate. A voice came from the side of Uchiha Hiko. Following the reputation, I saw that it was another Hyuga Chunin. Uchiha Hiko looked at his posture. Obviously he had already set up the posture of gentle fist. 8 trigrams 32 palms. Chapter 31. If you don't seek death, you won't die. With the release of that Hyuga Chunin's chakra, suddenly, the two seem to have entered the field of 8 trigrams. The person of Hyuga stands in the center of the 8 trigrams, Uchiha Hiko, exactly in the southwest Kun Palace. The gentle fist method that Hyuga did not complete was taken over by this person. Being in the field of 8 trigrams, he felt as if he was being seen through by countless eyes, as if no matter how he tried to hide, those attacks would eventually fall on him. Oh, what a disaster. Seeing that the person from Hyuga was about to charge up, Uchiha Hiko pulled out Wakizawa from his waist in desperation. Inject your own high-quality chakra into this Wakizashi black sword, and it will be transformed into a light blue chakra blade in an instant. And as more and more chakra is injected, the chakra's edge will be extended for a while. The entire blade increased from the original 60 centimeters to 2 meters in an instant. He thought back to the tens of thousands of times of training on the dummy last night, and recalled the vital points on the dummy. Suddenly, the Sharingan in his eyes was full of air, and at this moment, Hyuga Chunin rushed in front of him. In the field of vision, in that moment of freeze, Hyuga's figure coincided with that dummy. He swung the knife without hesitation. The dummy has hundreds of key marks on it, and he could only practice a third of it last night. And this third of the swordsmanship is the swordsmanship in his hands now. Cut, 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 hack, advertisement. Chi 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 chi. He no longer heard the disturbing 2 palms, 4 palms, and 8 palms of the Hyuga clan, only the continuous sound of blades cutting through the human body, cutting muscles and bones. The other party couldn't even make a sound. When 1/3 of his swordsmanship was finished, he felt his whole body relax, and when he looked at that Hyuga Chunin again, he was already lying on the ground. The face splattered with bloodline fell right under his feet, and those cataracts were still staring at him ferociously. You be asterisk 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 D. Next time you reincarnate, remember to do your duty honestly, or you will be killed again. You still have more than 30 seconds left, so don't say any last words, I won't listen to them anyway. I just help him. I don't want to die, save me. I'm sorry, I know you're just doing a friend a favor, and it's very wrong to end up like this, but the interrogation department doesn't care about it. That person didn't cause fatal injuries to me, and you intend to kill me, so I'm acting in self-defense. Fate tricks people, don't you think so? Wronged. That's a shame. Lousy is just a regular match in school, and he joined the battle under the provocation of the other party. However, the opponent was not capable and was defeated. Are you still looking for 2 big brothers to come over to find a place? By chance and coincidence, he was able to leapfrog and kill this Chunin solo. If he is revived again, is he waiting for his revenge? In terms of comprehensive strength, this Hyuga Chunin may not be able to kill him, but he cannot kill this Hyuga Chunin either. But who let him see that Uchiha Hiko is just a ninja school student, careless? Thought 2 Chunin hit a ninja student casually. As soon as the anger comes out, the intelligence is halved, and what about Uchiha Hiko's one-handed seal and body flicker technique? The most important thing is that he couldn't imagine that the 60-centimeter wakizashi was used to the effect of 2 meters. Advertisement. Although Bayan could see the chakra wave on the knife, the chakra edge extended a little too fast. Add it all up, and Uchiha Hiko can kill him. If it is the second time, there will be no such opportunity. The news of lightning style just now should have alarmed the Konaha police force and even Anbu. So, don't worry about the next thing. Accept an interrogation honestly, tell the truth exactly, and you'll be fine. Reasonable backs are tough. As for accusing him of, why did he kill the ninjas from the same village, that's pure brain damage. The Hyuga family, this is a knife, and 2 deadly knives are placed on Uchiha Hiko's neck. Why did he kill Hyuga's people? Say something. Why did 2 Chunin want to harm a ninja school student on the street, and use the gentle fist method, revolving heaven, 8 trigrams 32 palms so many dangerous enough to kill people, but no ninja came to rescue? If Anbu sees it, would you please move your hands? But no. If this is not self-defense, then I should really get that person out of impure world reincarnation, and then examine his brain, whether he intends to kill Uchiha Hiko, and has activated 8 trigrams 32 palms. Before anyone arrived, he didn't want to smell the disgusting bloody smell here, otherwise he would throw up all the food he just ate. Soon, a group of members of the Konaha police force arrived, quickly sealed off the scene, and detained the other 2 by means of thunder. Looking at the bloodline on the ground, and at the owner of the ramen shop not far away who was hurriedly packing up the furniture, they walked over and started asking. Chapter 32. It's better to say than to sing, and it's credit for killing people. Uchiha Hiko, the patriarch is summoned. In the middle of the night, a Uchiha guard appeared in front of Uchiha Hiko. In that pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, apart from indifference, there is even a trace of admiration. This expression is very puzzling. I didn't expect Hiko-sama to kill a member of the Hyuga clan. It's amazing. Oh, this is my personal statement, please don't spread it. Which eye of yours saw me kill the Hyuga clan? I'm just defending, do you understand defense? Yes. Master Yan, this way please. Uchiha Hiko sighed, this is probably not just the thought of a small guard, but the thought of the entire Uchiha crowd. The grandson of the Great Elder, a person highly valued by the Uchiha Patriarch, this person, who has not yet graduated from the ninja school, can kill Chunin, the trash of the Hyuga clan, by himself. If this matter spreads through the mouths of 10 people, I am afraid it will be deified. Both identity and strength have been recognized, which is considered a good thing. Lest those little bastards say that he is idle. Following the guards all the way to the Uchiha meeting hall, as expected, Uchiha's top management started another meeting on this matter. However, Uchiha Kagami was absent. Advertisement. The guard stopped at the door, and he stepped in. Looking at the faces of the crowd, it can be said that there are joys and worries. Uchiha Hiko, do you know what you did? The elder slapped the table and cursed loudly. Everyone didn't expect that the first one to jump out was the Great Elder. However, when the Great Elder strongly reprimanded Uchiha Hiko, the others obediently shut their mouths, and even wanted to persuade the Great Elder not to blame the children too much. Hey, be safe. The patriarch raised his hand in a vain pressure to temporarily stabilize the atmosphere. Our ceremony today is to solve the problem, not to criticize in anger. Yes, well, the patriarch is right. I was impulsive, everyone. The Great Elder bowed slightly to express his apology. Seeing that the Great Elder had settled down again, the patriarch continued. Uchiha Hiko, you killed the Hyuga clan Chunin Hyuga, can you admit it? Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko said with a serious face, yes, he died by my hands. The patriarch took a deep breath, then, do you know that it is a felony for ninjas to kill each other in Konaha village? Very. No. Being charged with such a big crime, even the whole family can't give Konaha an explanation. Do you know what will happen to you next? Uchiha Hiko frowned, and asked back. Wait, did the patriarch make a mistake? I know that Konaha ninja cannibalism is a felony, but the question is, why should I be charged with such a big crime? Is it the Hyuga clan? They sent ninjas to assassinate me. I can't wait to die, right? I just put the sword skills I haven't learned into practice for a while, and the opponent died. I am not good at learning, so I can't blame me. Quote. These words are like flowing clouds and flowing water, without any stumbling. What they say is like a documentary described in a textbook. Advertisement. Everyone in Uchiha looked at each other in blank dismay. They were once again shocked by the boy in front of them. The boy's words were so G better than his singing. The Konaha police force has investigated the situation and it was not an assassination by the Hyuga clan, but revenge, but with a little conspiracy theory, they can be accused of being jealous and wanting to get rid of the geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, according to the scars on the corpse, it was indeed the most basic swordsmanship, and it was still an incomplete version, so many knives would kill him. If the knife kills, the nature is different, and it is called premeditated murder. Then, the Hyuga clan sent people to assassinate and failed, and was killed by Uchiha Genius Boy in a panic counterattack. The Uchiha clan can take this opportunity and go to Hokage to make a fortune for the Hyuga clan. This kid, he deserves the credit for killing someone. The patriarch looked at Uchiha Hiko with relief. He didn't want to punish him from the beginning, but wanted to observe his attitude and find a way to excuse him. Now it seems that it is no longer necessary. Yan, at the latest tomorrow morning, Hokage will forcefully summon you in person. What should you say then? I don't think I need to worry about it. Uchiha Hiko smiled slightly, and replied, I am not afraid of the shadow slanting. I will tell Mr. Hokage exactly, and ask him to make the decision for me. Just tell Hokage everything, it's too much to let him make decisions for you. Ha ha ha, the more I look at this kid, the more I like him. Hey, big old man, is your grandson engaged? Let me. Go away, stinky shrimp, you look like a ghost. Seeing the audience laughing, the patriarch raised his hand again and continued, everyone, Sarutobi Hiruzen is eager to deal with the relationship between the various families. This time we have reasons and evidence, but we can't ignore the wretched people of the Hyuga clan. We must start from today. From now on, be sure to pay attention to the safety of Uchiha Hiko. I suggest that each elder send a guard. It's all up to the patriarch's arrangement. If I'm not old, I'll protect this kid. Chapter 33 Righteous Words. Next morning, Uchiha Hiko had just finished washing, with a slice of bread in his mouth. There was a black shadow flying into his window, and when he looked closely, it turned out to be Anbu with a cat face mask. Uchiha Hiko, Master Hokage summons. The meeting has been held every day. You must see Lord Hokage immediately, don't play tricks. Yes. A light meal of milk and bread in the morning. In fact, the ninja should eat some high-protein food in the morning, such as frying a steak, but there is no time. Holding a piece of bread in his mouth, he leapt over the eaves, as if he was catching up with work. It was the first time I met the village chief, and I didn't know how to behave, but it's absolutely fine to eat enough and not panic. Looking up at the Hokage building, this was the first time he saw third Hokage alone. For most of the time, the Sarutobi Hiruzen in his memory looked like a bad old man, but the current Sarutobi is still a young and middle-aged Sarutobi. It is said that Sarutobi Hiruzen has shown more outstanding talent than Senju Tobirama since he was a child, and he is still in the period of rising ability. I don't know how scary it is. Come up with me, the cat-faced Anbu said again. Advertisement. Anbu led the way, walked into the gate, climbed the stairs, and stopped in front of a room full of calligraphy. Master Hokage, they're here, Anbu said at the door. Then, Anbu reached out and opened the door, beckoning Uchiha Hiko to go in by himself. This kind of treatment, and someone opened the door, I suddenly felt very good. However, he regretted it as soon as he stepped into the door. There was silence in Hokage's office, except for the younger version of Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting across from him, and two ninjas in black coats. The iconic black coat clearly showed their identities, interrogation department. Just when he was thinking about how to greet Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first. Uchiha Hiko, you are here. Yes, Hokage-sama, Uchiha Hiko responded. Looking at the atmosphere here, especially the evil spirit exuded by the two interrogation department personnel, he already understood some of the situation. With Sarutobi Hiruzen here, based on his vision and judgment, naturally there is no need for two mere interrogation departments to join in the fun. The reason why they are there is only because they are used to suppress the formation and create invisible threats to his psychology. But if there is only this, Sarutobi Hiruzen may be disappointed. Advertisement. His mentality is as tough as steel. Uchiha Hiko, although you are still young, it is an indisputable fact that you killed someone in the village. I believe that both the Uchiha clan and the ninja school have taught you not to kill the ninjas in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen first suppressed a wave when he came up, and then continued, I have investigated your performance in the ninja school, and your grades are indeed excellent, no worse than Orochimaru who entered the school earlier. In the last school competition, you accepted Hyuga's unsolicited invitation and used the dangerous fire style ninjutsu on him. Uchiha Hiko nodded, he is an honest man and will not lie. Yes, I fought against Hyuga Sunin in the ninja school competition, and I used fire style ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Uchiha Hiko closely, trying to see some flaws in any slightest movement of his, so as to facilitate the ensuing conversation, but he failed. Although the person in front of him was only a child, his whole body was like a solid iron plate, he didn't feel timid because of seeing Hokage, and he didn't shrink back because of the aura of the interrogation department. He has known Uchiha Hiko, and according to his understanding, this child is definitely not a cold-tempered character like Orochimaru. But at this moment, his performance was so calm, even after hearing the crime of killing a village ninja, which was fatal. I want to ask you, Uchiha Hiko, you should have known the dangers of fire style ninjutsu when you learned it, why did you use it in a competition with your classmates? Are you trying to kill your companions? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Road. Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko replied blankly, because the teacher said that fair competition is needed, and my original competition team came first, and Hyuga's classmates' invitation came later. I thought he had already understood my strength, and I was sure enough to defeat me, so I responded to Hyuga with great respect. Unexpectedly, the first time I used fire style ninjutsu, Hyuga stopped moving, and finally the teacher stopped in time competition. As for the idea of killing your companions, it's pure nonsense. Listening to the answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He originally wanted to ask whether Uchiha Hiko had the desire to kill, or the motive, but this answer dismissed all the central content of the question and rationalized all of his own action. This kid's mind is really not simple. In that case, why did you kill Chunin of the Hyuga clan on Konaha's main street? Reply, Lord Hokage, I'm just a student of the ninja school. I'm 6 years old this year. It's a bit. Chapter 34 Hyuga Patriarch. Just as Uchiha Hiko was elaborating, there was a sudden knock on the door of Hokage's office. The sound interrupted his words and made Sarutobi Hiruzen frown in displeasure. He remembered that he didn't order anyone to come in. Immediately afterwards, the sound of struggle and conflict outside the door was heard. Master Hyuga, please wait here, Master Hokage is discussing important matters. Get out of the way, I want to see Master Hokage in person. Listening to the voice of dispute, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. The person who came was none other than the head of the Hyuga clan, that is, the head of the Hyuga clan. Let him in. He shouted helplessly towards the door. Anbu was called by his code name, and before the cat face Anbu opened the door, a man with long hair reaching his waist barged in. The Hyuga family has always valued etiquette. This middle-aged and elderly man with long hair reaching his waist coughed twice in a pretentious gesture, then stuck his temperament and said, Master Hokage, I'm sorry for your impoliteness. Sarutobi Hiruzen's age is not as old as this one. The time in the position of Hokage is not as long as that of the head of the Hyuga clan. It means that you have to taste it carefully. It's okay, I wanted to talk to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. The rapid change of face is full of respect, or fear, for the power of the big family in Konaha village today. Advertisement. The normal process is to vote for shadow candidates, and the previous generation of shadows will retire. But Konaha's situation is special this time. Ying died in battle, on the battlefield, a soldier at the point of battle. At the end of the war, if it weren't for the support of the major families, he might not be able to secure this seat. Konaha's power struggle is not as glamorous as it appears on the surface. Except for the few guards under the second generation, who would want to have a hand in the major families. With the permission of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the head of the Hyuga clan cast a murderous gaze on Uchiha Hiko, who was aside. Before that, he hadn't even met Uchiha Hiko. Through family information, he confirmed that this is Uchiha Hiko. Master Hokage, why is the criminal still standing here? Shouldn't he be in Konoha's death cell at this moment? He asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were calm, and he deliberately paused for a long time before replying. There are some things that haven't been implemented, and I hope you don't worry about it. Fulfillment. Is there anyone still suspecting that it wasn't this Uchiha kid who killed the ninjas of our clan? Do we still need the corpses of my clan to stand up and tell the murderer himself? Calm down. Calm down. Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly. But if Senju Tobirama is still in power, he will definitely look at the Hyuga patriarch coldly and yell at the presumptuous. Instead of telling him to calm down here. Following Sarutobi's words, the two members of the interrogation department also faintly stood on the left and right sides of the Hyuga patriarch. Although they are not good at fighting, their restraint skills are still quite high. If this guy is disrespectful to Hokage again, the two of them will tie him up. Advertisement. There are more than 100 people, and I still know it in my heart. The head of the Hyuga clan took a deep breath and said, Master Hokage, please give the Hyuga clan an explanation. We need a fair ruling. If there is an unfair judgment on the dead because of the power of the Uchiha clan, then our Hyuga clan is willing to stand under Hokage's command and fight against the Uchiha clan together. Does that mean he wants to go to war with the Uchiha clan? That's absolutely impossible. The village can't stand the toss of the first two families. Originally, he wanted to target the Uchiha family, take the opportunity to weaken a little power, and let them check and balance with other families. But now, hearing what the Hyuga chief said, he can't target the Uchiha clan anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed down his mind and said, when things happen, I can't just look at who is dead and who is alive. Could it be that the lord of the second generation died in battle, and we have to be hostile to the current Cloud Shinobi village forever? What does that have to do with fools? The difference. Proposing the second generation, the Hyuga patriarch was still shocked. He bowed his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. I am deeply sorry for the death of that child, but, in more news, it is said that people from the Hyuga clan took the initiative to provoke Uchiha Hiko, and first used ninjutsu in Konaha Main Street. The scene has been sealed off, you can go to see the traces on the ground. There are witnesses to prove that it is the three members of the Hyuga family who launched revenge against Uchiha Hiko. They used the gentle fist method at the beginning to kill this ninja school students. Turn the tables, and now, Hyuga is an attempted murder. Of course, the Hyuga patriarch refused to take the blame, so he immediately retorted, Master Hokage, the sacrifice of the Zong family cannot be done in vain. Maybe it was planned by the Uchiha clan, otherwise how could this kid run into the main street late at night, their clan no food. Otherwise, with this brat, how could he defeat the two Chunin from our clan? Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko almost laughed out loud. The Hyuga family can be regarded as a famous family that has been in Konaha for a long time. Their family has power, or the Hyuga family has the right to train their own ninjas. They don't need to accept the genin system regulated by Konaha. When their strength allows, they can directly take the Chunin exam. Chapter 35 Your account has been unfrozen. As for whether those two people received the basic training of the family, or were they in the ninja school? He doesn't know. But looking at the Hyuga patriarch now, it seems like a dog jumping over the wall, and even framed this as a conspiracy of the entire Uchiha clan. How ridiculous. Today's Uchiha clan, even if it has gone through the devastation of war, even if it has gone through the civil war within the clan, is not comparable to the Hyuga clan. With Uchiha Kagami, the disciple of the second generation, and the Konaha police force, they will always be short of a pair of cars. Need a conspiracy against their Hyuga clan. Why, senior, Uchiha has no time to fight with you Hyuga, my family's thoughts are all on protecting Konaha, and my master Uchiha Kagami often tells me to love peace and love the village. If you say that about the Uchiha family, there is suspected of framing and slandering. I can't help but doubt whether what happened yesterday was controlled by you alone. Uchiha Hiko said coldly. Whether Uchiha wants to fight Hyuga or not, no one knows, not even the dull patriarch. However, Uchiha Kagami is an absolute pacifist, if not, an absolute village lover. This point, the contemporary Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't be more clear. It's just, when did Uchiha Kagami become a respected teacher? Kid, I'm talking to Hokage-sama, when is it your turn to interrupt? Do you understand the rules? The Hyuga patriarch looked scornful of Uchiha Hiko. Maybe they are the same in their family. Different or younger voices are not allowed. Advertisement. Uchiha Hiko wasn't angry at all, only sympathetic. Just then, a voice came from behind. It's you who don't understand the rules, you roll your eyes. There are many scenes of disputes in front of Hokage, but there are really few who directly opened their mouths to curse. Looking back, the great elder of the Uchiha clan pushed open the door of Hokage's office and walked in. Even this guy has come in, so it's okay for me to come in, right? The Great Elder said with a smile. How could Uchiha let a child enter the Dragon's Lake and Tiger's Den alone? Since Anbu entered their clan, they have followed behind. People who see Hyuga come in, so naturally they also come in. This is fair. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the first too big. During the second generation project, Uchiha Kagami often used Sharingan to help the Sarutobi Danzo team. He is indebted. Yes, this matter really requires both sides to be here, he said helplessly. Well, I heard from a long distance that someone here ignored Hokage-sama's majesty, and the vice captain of the Konaha police force came to help. The elder said decently. Ignoring the majesty of Hokage. Who else could it be? Could it be the young Uchiha Hiko? The Hyuga patriarch stared at him and said angrily, blood spouts. Ha ha ha, if there is blood in Laozi's mouth now, I will really spray you in the face. Shameless thing, the trash raised by my own family doesn't know how to be a chunin. If the chunin of our family burps like that, Laozi's hurry up, I'm too embarrassed to fart. You're good, I'm afraid others don't know about it. The great elder laughed, it was his free and easy attitude that made the rigid Hyuga patriarch very disgusted and angry. Advertisement. However, Uchiha Hiko on the side was already dumbfounded. In his impression, this bad old man was an ancient man. Usually with a straight face, like an old man with facial paralysis. But in this scene, could it be that the account of the number one sprayer in ancient times was unfrozen? Chief Hyuga clenched his fist, out of human instinct, he wanted to spray back. But after thinking about it, as the patriarch, he couldn't be like this. So he had no choice but to politely say Kaido, Master Hokage, listen to what this man said. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not answer for a long time. He can be said to be riding a tiger right now. As a young man, he really lacked majesty in front of the two seniors who had experienced the refinement of the times. What about Hokage? Unless the white hair hanging on the wall is still alive, but if he retires normally, he can also support him, he also has the confidence. Seeing the turmoil in the outside world is just over now, and this kind of thing happened in the village again, involving all the two big families. This is the last thing he wants to face. Uchiha Hiko saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's embarrassment at a glance, and suddenly had a thought in his heart, Master Hokage, I don't think the Hyuga clan did it intentionally. I can forgive Hyuga Chunin's assassination, but Hyuga must be resolved. The unreasonable resentment in the hearts of the patriarchs, the person who needs to tie the bell to untie the bell, the origin of the matter has to be traced to Hyuga Nichiren-san. At the beginning, Hyuga Nichiren-san lost his mind before the battle, probably due to malnutrition. I was lucky to win. Our Uchiha clan, I put all my energy on the Konaha police force, and I really don't have the strength to compete with the powerful Hyuga clan. If I really care about it, I might as well find a time to let me compete with Hyuga Niriwa again, so that the Hyuga clan you can also regain your dignity in an open and above-board way. Little devil, who do you say assassinated you? Okay, this is a good way. Before the chief Hyuga finished speaking, the elder Uchiha clapped his hands and applauded. Master Hokage, the white-eyed patriarch, looking at the current turmoil in the ninja world, the village has finally settled down, absolutely not internal strife. Think about the internal strife in Cloud Shinobi village back then, everyone knows the consequences. Chapter 36. The January Covenant. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up, this method is indeed a good one. No matter how he decides now, there will always be a big family dissatisfied. But if you can't just watch the two Konaha families confront each other, then you will become a truly incompetent Hokage. It's better to turn the big into the small, and let their own offspring have a formal contest. This can not only measure the young strength of the two families, but also ease the hatred this time. Although it can only be alleviated, it cannot be completely resolved. But when he survived the older generation, Konaha would only listen to his voice. At that time, it will be a matter of his order. Senior General, do you think this proposal is appropriate? He asked. Chief Hyuga clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. According to the information, the kid from Uchiha has already mastered B-level ninjutsu. What an amazing talent. Just relying on the brat Hyuga Rillen at home, even if he does it 100 times, he still can't be his opponent. No, I don't propose to have these two children confront each other again. I hope Lord Hokage can host it himself and hold a young generation competition between Uchiha and Hyuga. Each party will send 3 teams to compete fairly. Hyuga also has his own calculations in his heart. Uchiha's people, it is impossible to produce a second Uchiha Hiko. But the members of the Hyuga family can rely on their eyes, and the group cooperates seamlessly. They have to admit that they are not as good as humans when it comes to individual battles, but when it comes to team battles, they are not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. At that time, in the game, just follow the behavior of that kid Uchiha Hiko. One person may not be able to use it, but the 8 trigrams empty palm combined by 3 people is by no means inferior in power. Okay, this is a good idea. Great Elder Uchiha clapped his hands again and applauded. The Hyuga patriarch understands righteousness deeply. I admire. HMPH, better than you. Advertisement. Yes, you are really better than the old man. Saying that, the first elder stretched out his hand and patted Uchiha Hiko. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. This is the offspring of Laozi. Are you stronger than Laozi? Do you deserve it? Seeing that the two parties reached a consensus, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and directly arranged. Then, 1 month later, that is, on September 30th, Hyuga and Uchiha will meet in the Forest of Death, and I will personally host it. During this period, disputes between the two races are allowed. Yes, I totally agree. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, and said, in this case, you should step back. I have blocked the news, and only relevant people know it. I hope you don't spread it yourself. Yes. Scatter. Several people left one after another, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was on top, leaned back and leaned on the back of the chair. Mirror, you have taught a good student, thanks to him today. He is a dignified Hokage, and today he was rescued by a ninja school student. Think back to when I was a child, under the teacher Senju Tobarama, people often praised him at that time, saying that he was better than Senju Tobarama. But by comparison today, Uchiha Hiko's talent is even better than he was back then. Returning to the Uchiha clan, the Great Elder regained his senile facial paralysis. Starting today, you have to redouble your training. The guys from Hyuga proposed a group battle, which is very beneficial to them. If this continues, I will be the white-haired man to the black-haired man in a month. Brat. Uchiha Hiko smiled. It doesn't matter. I thought I was going to fight the Confucians today, but I didn't expect you to come here in person. Don't be too proud, I just see that old guy upset. Do you think I'm really worried about you? Advertisement. Yes, you are right. HMPH, get out, I'll go to the Patriarch to discuss who will fight with you in a month's time. Okay. Carrot. After leaving the Great Elder, he immediately ran to the training ground. From the actual combat last night, he discovered that swordsmanship is really G good. No wonder he likes to pick up a small stick and play around since he was a child, it's human instinct. He hasn't laid the foundation of swordsmanship well yet, so he wants to practice hard. Compulsive learning is completely different from personal hobbies. When talking about personal hobbies, no matter how tired you are, you still have the energy. Shadow clone technique. Boom. 2 clones that were exactly the same as him appeared on both sides of him. You help me go to class. Give it to me. You can practice swordsmanship with me. Promise. He has already mastered 1/3 of the basics, and it took half a day at that time, so now with Shadow Clone, it takes a whole day, and it must not be difficult to master the full version. In the case of Shadow Clone, he can actually create another one, but that's not necessary. 1 Shadow Clone is enough. If it is added to 3 at the same time, then the fatigue caused by the release is completely worthless. It's better for him to practice high-quality cultivation here with 1 body and 1 avatar. The family sent people to deliver the 3 meals a day needed for practice, which can be described as quite comfortable. Chapter 37 dedicated Danzo. Not to mention the Hyuga clan, the general mobilization has already begun. Uchiha clan land. Uchiha Hiko has practiced the basics of swordsmanship alone for 5 days. In these 5 days, he has mastered the basic routines of swordsmanship. However, Uchiha Kagami has not been seen for 5 days. He wondered if Uchiha Kagami was doing a mission outside and died outside. This is not a good sign. Just said a word of respecting the teacher before, and the person behind died, wouldn't that be his restraining the teacher? Unable to learn newer techniques, he can only use the system to analyze basic swordsmanship to fill in the blank period of practice. System. Analyze basic sword skills. Ding dong. Remind the host that the basic swordsmanship has been analyzed, and the time required, 1 day. Looking at the analysis time required by the system, he couldn't help being slightly surprised. This most basic swordsmanship actually takes a real day, and the difficulty is equivalent to C-level ninjutsu. He originally thought that this basic swordsmanship was at most equivalent to E-level ninjutsu. Advertisement. After all, there is a word, basic. In other words, the threshold for swordsmanship is high. And during the analysis time of the day, he met an unexpected person, Shimura Danzo. Sure enough, Mr. Danzo is the must-pass for everyone in Konaha. 1 word, dedicated. Looking at Danzo approaching from afar, and the 2 root organization members beside him, Uchiha Hiko really wanted to turn around and leave. However, that stinky cross chin still called out to him. Uchiha Hiko. What is it? Before Danzo could speak, the left and right climaxed first. Presumptuous, do you know who this is? Uchiha Hiko looked at the 2 masked men, and replied blankly. I don't know, I can't remember the whole village of Konaha, right? Are you Anbu? The left and right wanted to forcefully explain, but Danzo raised his hand and stopped them. Then, he took the initiative to lower his head and asked, I am Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami's comrade in arms and the leader of the root organization. Comrades of Senior Mirror, I don't know what the root organization is. Advertisement. Danzo was secretly delighted. With his ability to fool Hiroto, it was a breeze to fool this ignorant kid into his organization. He pointed to the trees that can be seen everywhere on the roadside, and explained. Look, this tree is thriving and its branches are flourishing, but do you know what is the power that supports it to grow like this? Danzo smiled. Uchiha Hiko really smiled when he saw this guy, and he smiled so kindly. What supports it is nature. Is it watering? Not necessarily. People need power to live, that is, to eat. The same is true for trees to live. Its roots are the strength to support it. Oh, our leaves are like these big trees, and my roots are the strength to support the growth of this big tree. Your roots. Uchiha Hiko really wants to complain, maybe a 6-year-old child is innocent in his heart, and he will really be fooled by Danzo. But it sounds to him now, does Danzo like to see through the floor? Watching Uchiha Hiko deep in thought, Danzo's face grew even brighter. He continued. In my root organization, there are many children like you. They are all geniuses like you, and I am responsible for cultivating them into roots buried in the ground by Konaha. They can be said to be real ninjas. The real great unknown who hides in the dark and does his best for the village. How about it, would you like to visit my root headquarters with me? Uchiha Hiko shook his head resolutely, and replied, I don't do it for anything, but I personally like glory, death and hangovers, and I have no interest in the great unknown person. The unknown person? Then I am a hammer ninja, I might as well go back to farm, that's really nameless. Chapter 39. The Foundation of a Master Swordsman. Rejected by such a reason, Danzo was slightly taken aback, but not overly surprised. He has experienced too many people and things, such cases are not rare. On the contrary, if he has figured out his psychology this time, he can win next time. He smiled slightly, strayed away pretending to be profound, and left a sentence in Uchiha Hiko's ear, there is darkness in your heart, your darkness, and your talent can only be revealed at the root. Uchiha Hiko didn't answer, just watched them leave. When he saw their figures disappearing into the street, he muttered, if Lousy encounters such a psychopath in the interview, he will report it on the spot. The contact with Danzo was only so brief. Perhaps with his personal charm, he can plant the seeds of curiosity in the hearts of ordinary people. But Uchiha Hiko's firewall is a new version of the boat. Right when walking down the street today, a dog came over and barked a few times. Forget it later. After one day, the time for system analysis was finally over, and he continued to practice. Ding dong, the analysis of basic sword skills has been completed, please pay attention to the host. Uchiha Hiko walked to his remote training ground, sat on a boulder, and began to examine. Open black lens bracket basic swordsmanship. Basic swordsmanship skills evolved from dummy training provided by Uchiha Kagami. Host will gain a deeper understanding of basic swordsmanship. Close black lens bracket. Advantages. Full killing technique, without any redundant actions. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Disadvantages. Single attack mode, lack of lethality against powerful ninjas. Close black lens bracket. Analysis derivation. Flash cut kick the target into the air, and then use the body flicker technique to cooperate with the vital slash to strike the target multiple times. Close black lens bracket. Feeling the analysis of swordsmanship transmitted by the system, his understanding of basic swordsmanship was only on the surface, which is the stage after everyone has learned the basics of swordsmanship. It's not easy to be able to fully grasp it. You must know that within a few seconds you can slash hundreds of vital points on the human body, so even if it's just an appearance, it's quite strong. And after systematic in-depth analysis, he instantly gained a deeper understanding and comprehension of basic swordsmanship. Swords are used to kill people. As the saying goes, one skill can master all skills. Almost all sword skills evolve from the basics. Even the sword skills with ninjutsu nature need such a foundation. The system helps him deepen his understanding, which is equivalent to adding points to his basic attributes in swordsmanship, and it can even be said to add points to his swordsmanship talent. After he slowly digested the deeper understanding of swordsmanship, he felt that the nature of the knife in his hand had changed. The black knife he held in his hand before was just a black knife. But now, when he stretched out his hand to hold the handle of the knife, he could feel a sense of unrestricted connection, as if the knife could change thousands of times in his hands. Take the previous dummy training as an example. If he needed 7 seconds to smoothly strike all the marks on the dummy, now he only needs 1 second. Just 1 second. This is not a simple 6-second improvement, this is a qualitative leap. Then, he looked at the sword technique that was derived from the system analysis and based on the basic sword skills. Flash cut. At this time, he who possessed this super high swordsmanship comprehension, just took a look, and understood the general idea of this swordsmanship. Advertisement. In his opinion, this sword technique is just a basic slash with 2 fronts added. One is to knock the target into the air to make it invulnerable, launch a slash attack on the target in the direction. This is to make the target difficult to block. When the two cooperate, the target can only be beaten passively. This swordsmanship can be said to be fancy, but it can also be said to be quite practical. The reason why it is said to be fancy is because it needs to be knocked into the air and slashed instantly, both of which have uncertainties. What if the target is not knocked into the air? What if the target is just a stand-in? What if the aerial slash is wrong? So many uncertainties have caused the risk of this technique. Even slashing in the air, if you encounter a strong enemy, you may be counterattacked. However, there is a reason for saying that it is quite practical. The same as above, when the proficiency reaches a certain level, the so-called bells and whistles will evolve into one word: steady. The swordsmanship that seems to be jumping constantly, when mastered, will change from a low error tolerance rate to a full grasp, natural swordsmanship, and stability. Then, it is called a master. Precisely at this moment, he got the advanced understanding of basic swordsmanship that the system helped to analyze. With such basic skills, he is full of confidence in learning this swordsmanship. Body flicker technique. He can already cast the seal with one hand in succession, the rest is enough powerful kicks. Strong enough to knock people into the air with one blow. That is the same pre-requirement as Konaha Fluid Art Shadow Dance Leaf. Therefore, from now on, he needs to practice on leg strength and the use of chakra. High-quality chakra can greatly enhance human strength, but physical training cannot be ignored. Chapter 40 Steady and Showy Swordsmanship. It's mid-September. Uchiha Hiko just saw Uchiha Kageme's figure. To be honest, in the era of no phone contact, he didn't see each other for half a month, and he felt that Uchiha Kageme died outside. What have you been doing for half a month? Uchiha Hiko asked directly without any pleasantries. When Uchiha Kageme came back, he naturally accepted the popularity of the family, and he already knew about the battle between Hyuga and Uchiha. He smiled apologetically, and replied, well, it's been a long time since I've been on a mission as a jonin, this time it's business. Business. I'm afraid it's an S-rank task. Where did you go? Uchiha Hiko didn't care, and asked casually while preparing supplies for his practice. Uchiha Kageme shook his head and replied, it's confidential, I can't tell you. Hehe, you smell like dirt, you must have gone to the land of earth, right? Don't talk about this, let's go to the practice field as soon as possible. Uchiha Kageme seemed anxious, as if he was in a hurry to teach Uchiha Hiko ninjutsu swordsmanship. If it was only because of the family appointment, it would be reasonable. After all, because of his departure, Uchiha Hiko spent half of the blank period of practice in vain. If half of the time is wasted, he needs to make up for it with double effort. The two went straight to the practice field, and Uchiha Kageme couldn't wait to draw the short sword behind him. Yan, you should have completed the training of basic swordsmanship during this time, right? Well, I think it's quite interesting, so I finished the practice myself. Okay, I'll teach you swordsmanship and flash cutting now. Remember to turn on Sharingan and watch carefully. Advertisement. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Before Uchiha Hiko could make a sound, Uchiha Kageme kicked the dummy in the training ground into the sky, then jumped up, and launched a series of attacks on the dummy with short sword. His figure moved in the air, slashing at the dummy's vitals one after another. In the end, he leapt to the highest point and hit the ground with a penetrating slash from top to bottom. Uchiha Kageme, who made a perfect stop, put away the short sword and looked at Uchiha Hiko. Ah, why didn't you turn on Sharingan? Did you see clearly just now? Uchiha Hiko spread his hands, I don't think so. What? I don't think your flash cut is interesting. No, you probably haven't seen it clearly yet, let me demonstrate it to you again. No. Uchiha Hiko hastily pulled Uchiha Kageme back, I see your flash cut, a little poor. Hearing this, Uchiha Kageme couldn't help being taken aback, why is his flash cutting a bit inferior? Look down on people, could it be? Let go of Uchiha Kageme, and Uchiha Hiko drew wakizashi from his waist, and on the black knife, there seemed to be a light blue blade. Senior mirror, I'd rather be optimistic, this is how flash cutting is played. After saying that, Uchiha Hiko's body moved. I saw that he was holding the knife in his right hand and making mudras in his left hand, and suddenly his body disappeared in front of Uchiha Kageme. Relying on the body flicker technique, he appeared like the wind near the dummy that had just landed. Advertisement. Immediately, he rotated his body, and with the strength of the spin kick, he lifted the dummy up into the air with one kick. Shadow clone technique. He formed a seal with one hand, and separated a shadow clone. The avatar and the main body jumped towards the rising dummy from two directions at the same time. When he reached the best height he had mastered in his usual practice, the main body and clone launched an offensive. The two passed by each other, and the light of the knife drew a trace in the air. The blow that boosted their sprinting strength should have caused them to fly in the opposite direction, unable to complete the combo in the short time in the air. However, at the moment they crossed each other, both of them formed seals with one hand at the same time. Body flicker technique. The positions of the two of them were switched instantly. They were facing backwards, but now they turned around in an instant. And, the blade in that hand attacked the dummy again. The moment they hit the dummy, the figures of the two intersected again, just now it was west and east, this time it was north and south. In this way, their sword lights crisscrossed in an instant, from southeast to northwest, up, down, left, and right, and their frequent and intensive attacks woven into a web of sword lights in midair. And their statures dashing with the cold front, the radius is limited to just the right distance, and the two quickly replace each other. With that dummy as the center, it was like blades of sword energy coming from all directions, all stabbing at it. All of this was completed in an extremely short period of time, so in the eyes of Uchiha Kageme, those sword lights almost formed a sphere. It can be described as a 360-degree attack without dead ends. In the end, Uchiha Hiko and his shadow clone escaped high, and the two attacked the dummy from top to bottom with an attack at an acute angle. That knife was like a sharp blade piercing the sky, the cold light was like a pillar, and the falling earthquake was like thunder. With the disappearance of Shadow Clone, the dummies that have turned into countless sections in the sky landed one after another. Bang 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 bang. Uchiha Hiko stood up slowly, turned the palm of his hand, put away the black knife, and exhaled slowly. Chapter 41. The confused Uchiha Kageme. At this time, Uchiha Kageme was already in place, like a person who discovered the gate of new world. You mastered it before I taught you. The scene just now was definitely not the flash cut he performed. That was directly past his flash cutting, reaching a higher level, more advanced swordsmanship. He thinks he can't even reach that level. Uchiha Kagami silently looked at Uchiha Hiko, although too many miracles had happened to him, but he was always creating new miracles. In just half a month, he not only completed the basic training of swordsmanship, but also realized such a brilliant swordsmanship. This comprehension, in his Uchiha Kagami's opinion, is unprecedented. In terms of swordsmanship, no matter whether it is the head of the Hitaki family, or any samurai he has met, even the teacher who created the school of Konaha Taijutsu is inferior to him. How can this talent not surprise people? That technique just now was called by Uchiha Hiko as his flash cutting. However, in Uchiha Kagami's view, that is completely self-created S-class technique. What is the concept of creating an S-level technique at such an age? Senju Hashirama, known as the god of ninjas, is also somewhat inferior. Listening to Uchiha Kagami's unbelievable inquiry, Uchiha Hiko nodded and replied, I just practiced it yesterday. After all, I thought you died outside, and I planned to avenge you. Uchiha Kagami couldn't laugh or cry. Advertisement. Well, is the flash cut like me? Yes, no, I think it's better to give it a new name, it's completely two different levels. Uchiha Hiko shrugged, and casually said, that's called Flash Cut Zero style. I'm too lazy to name it. I even want to use it as basic swordsmanship. Take the shocking swordsmanship just now as the basic swordsmanship. Thank you for daring to say it. Uchiha Kagami was completely convinced. Suddenly, he thought of something, and asked, when that incident happened, it was the time when I needed to travel on a mission. Yan, I'm sorry I wasn't there at that time. Well, don't give me everything here, just give me the secret of Uchiha quickly, and I will be satisfied. What Uchiha Kagami refers to is naturally the Chunin incident in which Uchiha Hiko killed the Hyuga clan. He is a rather loving village man, one of the few people who is not bound by narrow nationalism. He loves his people and loves the whole village at the same time. What happened to him made him very sad. But he chose to believe in Uchiha Hiko, and he believed that Uchiha Hiko, who had been with him for a short time, would not be the kind of intentional murderer. Then the Hyuga clan took the initiative to provoke and was killed in the end, that is their own fault. This incident fermented into a duel half a month later. Personally, he didn't want it to happen. Whether it's a duel of the younger generation of making big things small, or a collision between two families, he doesn't want to see it, because he knows that neither of them will have a perfect ending in the end. However, he also knew Sarutobi's difficulties. Hey, before I met you, I got to know a little bit. Yan, I recognize your strength and talent, but you must not be arrogant. There is one thing I have to tell you. In the Hyuga clan, there are two young genius brothers, the two of them once teamed up to defeat the Jonin of the enemy country. Advertisement. Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko was slightly surprised, and joked. Isn't it because Akuwu was thrown 800 miles away to grab the head? Of course not. Because their battle was witnessed by a senior Jonin of mine. Uchiha Hiko restrained his smile and asked, how old are they? No more than 12. 12 years old is a stage of transformation in the ninja world. Some people graduate from ninja school, some are promoted to Chunin, some enter Anbu, and some get Jonin qualifications. And those two Hyuga brothers who could combine to kill Jonin, no matter what the circumstances. Their fighting strength cannot be underestimated. It's like a certain white-haired genius who was qualified as a Jonin at the age of 12, with the title of a genius, but was actually blinded by Iwagakure Jonin. But according to Uchiha Kagami, the two Hyuga brothers actually killed the enemy country Jonin. Don't worry, Kagami-senpai, if I'm in danger, I can run faster than anyone else. Uchiha Hiko laughed. His body flicker technique, ordinary people really can't stop it. Uchiha Kagami shook his head, it's great if you can protect yourself, but to be on the safe side, I still think it's better to improve your strength. I agree, the Hyuga clan is just a stepping stone in front of me, I want to step on them and walk over. During the time you haven't come back, I have already mastered basic sword skills, what's next? Next, I will teach you the Uchiha style swordsmanship. Although it is swordsmanship, it also requires the cooperation of ninjutsu. Uchiha Hiko was slightly taken aback, and blurted out, ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. Well, there is nothing wrong with your understanding. Chapter 42. Uchiha Flow Blaster Sword. Uchiha Flow Blaster Sword. With a low shout from Uchiha Kagami, his figure was like lightning, as if he had directly penetrated the target in front of him. In fact, it's just an optical illusion, because the speed is too fast. Immediately afterwards, a strong flame erupted from the short sword in his hand, and the flame quickly turned into a blade more than 10 meters long, slashing at the target from behind at an oblique angle. That huge flame blade cut the target in half with just one blow. Although the name of this technique is Uchiha Flow Blast Sword, it has nothing to do with the wind attribute chakra, but fire style. The basic swordsmanship routine is leap behind the enemy with the body flicker technique, and then use a huge flaming blade to attack the enemy from behind unexpectedly. This swordsmanship coincides with his Wakazashi's ability. Instead of using chakra to transform into flames, it is better to use chakra directly into the black knife to create a 40-meter long ultra-thin light blue blade. That cutting ability is much stronger than a blade made of flames. Uchiha Hiko was thoughtful. Just look at this technique, he already has several extended versions in his mind. One of the advantages of being a traveler is the agility of thinking, which will not stick to the rigidity of this world. However, before that, he still had to learn this technique from scratch. Yan, have you seen it clearly? This technique is not like ninjutsu. It requires great sophistication. If it doesn't work, I will demonstrate it to you again. No, I've memorized it, try it. Uchiha Hiko said. His brain did remember it, but he didn't know if his body would cooperate. Advertisement. As he spoke, he raised the black knife. Uchiha Kageme's explosive power as an elite Jonin is definitely incomparable, but he is not stupid and knows how to use all available resources. Blinking technique. Taking the juju pile in front of him as a target, he used the body flicker technique to fall 15 meters behind, then turned around and slashed at a high speed, and the chakra in his hand was crazy output, and a 20-meter chakra blade was projected on the black knife. With one slash, the extremely sharp chakra blade, like cutting vegetables, cut off the jujube stake with ease. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Kagami hesitated for a moment, and immediately cheered, haha, your black knife has helped you a lot. You skipped the stage of changing chakra, and the speed is even faster. Uchiha Kagami looked at the black knife on Uchiha Hiko's phone, and suddenly, the red knife in the collection room was no longer fragrant. No. In terms of speed, you are faster. Uchiha Kagami didn't understand the meaning of these words. Don't worry, when you become Jonin, your speed will definitely be amazing. Let's talk about swordsmanship. I'll talk about speed later. I just took advantage of it. What do you think of Senior Jing? Opportunism is not counted. Ninja is to use everything. You have such a talent. Then, this swordsmanship is your swordsmanship. Uchiha Kagami praised. But Uchiha Hiko still shook his head, and the black knife in his hand had been raised again. I'm still not proficient enough. The wood is dead, but the person is alive. It can't be used in actual combat. Uchiha Kagami patted Uchiha Hiko on the shoulder. Since this is the case, you need to practice more. In the upcoming battle, you must not be careless. I see. As soon as the voice fell, his figure had rushed out. The great practitioner Zanake said, if you fail once, do it again. Advertisement. After he had practiced 10 times, he was able to use the same Uchiha Flow Blaster sword as Uchiha Kagami. The huge flame blade, although not as sharp as the black knife's chakra blade, lies in comprehension. When he understood it, he put it into the system analysis. System, give me an analysis of Uchiha Flow Blaster sword. Ding dong, remind host, Uchiha Flow Blaster sword has started Shikai analysis, time required, 1 day. After 1 day, ding dong, remind host, the analysis of Uchiha Flow Blaster sword has been completed, please pay attention to check. Uchiha Flow Blaster sword. Use the body flicker technique to move to the blind spot of the enemy's perspective at high speed, and then attack the enemy with a super attack. Close black lens bracket. Advantages. Simple moves, fierce attacks. Close black lens bracket. Disadvantages. The hit rate of attacks is uncertain, especially when facing humans with no visual field blind spots, or humans with super perceptual abilities. Close black lens bracket. Analysis modification. If you are dealing with sensitive enemies, it is recommended to use attribute ninjutsu to cover your eyes before launching this attack. If you are dealing with non-sensitive enemies, it is recommended to reduce the attack angle. Close black lens bracket. Derivation. Uchiha Flow Blastering Wind Dance. Based on the base of the blastering sword, more attack methods are added, which is more suitable for one-on-one group combat. Close black lens bracket. Oh, is this a large group? A group attack type of swordsmanship. As we all know, fire-style Great Fireball technique is an area ninjutsu, and most of the ninjutsu are area ninjutsu. But those ninjutsu require seals and are slow, which is one of the reasons why I have never seen Great Fireball kill people. But now there is such a Uchiha-style Wind Flurry Dance, it is a group attack technique that does not require seals and lands extremely fast. Chapter 43 Fire Style is almost done, I want to learn Lightning Style. He tried to go to an extremely remote place, and the original ninjutsu was not for others to see casually. Often some exclusive self-created ninjutsu, even if the power is not very powerful, can kill the enemy because of the opponent's ignorance. Uchiha Hiko confirmed that there was no one around, and drew the black sword from his waist. With the surge of chakra, he felt that the knife in his hand was extremely hot. Uchiha Flow Wind Flurry Dance. A large number of high-quality chakra erupted, with Uchiha Hiko as the center point, and the huge range of flames, like a shuriken capable of splitting a mountain, exploded in all directions. And in that flame, there are also light blue blades mixed in, this is the real horror hidden in the fire. I saw that wherever the terrifying chakra went, all the surrounding flowers, plants, trees, birds, mosquitoes and insects were turned into fly ash in an instant. Even the ground has turned into scorched earth. It can be said that no grass grows wherever it goes. Call. Uchiha Hiko let out a breath slowly, and couldn't help being shocked by the scene in front of him. This power, not to mention anything else, is directly arranged on the forbidden technique list. Well, powerful spells are often accompanied by the sacrifice of chakra. This spell cost me 1/3 of chakra. It seems that it should be the bottom card of the box. After the experiment was completed, he quickly left the place to avoid being caught and fined. Advertisement. Along the way, He quickly recovered chakra according to the method of the Uchiha book, and when he arrived at the agreed training ground, Uchiha Kagami was already waiting. Because he was about to face a battle, he urged him very hard. As soon as he saw Uchiha Hiko coming, he immediately said, "Hiko, you're late today." "Well, I was blocked by a black cat on my way." "Oh, forget it, I don't care about you, training is the most important thing." Uchiha Kagami took out a small notebook, opened it and said, "I considered yesterday based on your current situation and the opponent you are about to face. In the remaining time, I have formulated the most efficient cultivation method for you. Isn't my practice always very efficient?" While talking, he leaned over to read Uchiha Kagami's small book, Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Genjutsu Pass. "Well, illusion is not very helpful for you in the next battle, I want to give you targeted training, so, physical and ninjutsu. You should have experienced Hyuga Gentle Fist, right?" "Yes." Then, Uchiha Kagami began to form seals as he spoke, and then jumped up high, fire-style Hyoyanwa technique. 3 fiery fireballs fell from the sky and hit the ground like meteorites. It was obviously the flame created by chakra, but it seemed solid. When it hit the ground, 3 big holes were blasted out. This is not over yet. The flame ball burst at the moment it hit the ground, causing secondary damage. "This technique is suitable for you to attack the enemy in midair," said Uchiha Kagami. "Now that you have experienced Hyuga Gentle Fist, you will know that step-by-step training will not have much effect, and ninjutsu is naturally the best choice." Uchiha Hiko memorized the knot seal, and then performed according to the knot seal. He didn't jump up like Uchiha Kagami, because the rest of the usage can only be discussed after it can be used. When 3 fireballs flew sideways, he knew that this ninjutsu was not easy. The first experiment, tentatively feasible. Advertisement. So, imitating Uchiha Kagami, he jumped up, took the wooden stake as an imaginary enemy, and quickly made a seal, fire-style Haokao wa. The fireball he created was different in color from Uchiha Kagami's fireball, and the chakra quality of the two was different. "Okay, good, Yan, your ninjutsu talent is really amazing. If there is enough time, I really want to pass on all my ninjutsu to you, so that you can always have ninjutsu at the right time. Some people can fight a ninjutsu for a lifetime, but some people claim to have learned thousands of ninjutsu, and that also has a certain meaning." Uchiha Hiko chuckled. Since Uchiha Kagami took the initiative to teach ninjutsu, he didn't learn for nothing. "Senior, you should teach me a few more ninjutsu. Fire style is enough, can I use lightning style?" Uchiha Kagami nodded. "Of course, although I'm not good at using lightning style, it's okay to teach it to you. Is there a more powerful lightning style?" "Lightning style Thunderbolt Double Dog." Uchiha Kagami responded directly with actions. "I saw that 2 beasts formed by lightning rushed towards the big tree in the distance. It's really sad that the big tree that has endured the power it shouldn't have been favored by the Uchiha clan. The thunder and lightning burned the bark into black, and pierced a hole in the thick tree. You know, that big tree is not young, its body is as thick as 3 adults hugging it together, and it is harder than a human body, so the power of lightning cannot be underestimated. His lightning style Hanabi can be said to spread the attack, and this lightning style ninjutsu is to concentrate and penetrate a little bit. Senior Mirror, you should have taught me this ninjutsu earlier." "Well, I'm not very good at lightning style, I usually like to use fire style." Chapter 44 Lightning Style Thundering 2 Tigers. Uchiha Kagami taught 2 ninjutsu at one time, but the system currently only has 1 analysis field. In this way, it can only be queued for parsing. In fact, he currently has a considerable degree of mastery of the basics of fire style ninjutsu and lightning style ninjutsu, because the system will acquire the most basic knowledge when analyzing ninjutsu. This is also one of the reasons why he was able to quickly learn 2 types of ninjutsu. System, analyze fire style Hyoyanwa for me. Ding dong, remind the host, fire style Hyoyanwa opens Shikai analysis, time required, 1 day. System, sequentially analyze lightning style lightning 2 dogs. Ding dong, when the analysis of the last ninjutsu is completed, the Shikai analysis of lightning style Lei Wa Shuanggo will begin. Estimated time required, 1 day. 2 days later, Uchiha Hiko walked to the training ground and began to experiment with the analysis results. Lightning style thunder dogs. Gather the lightning style in the palm of your hand and swing it out suddenly. The lightning will form an image similar to a dog creature. When it hits an object, it will cause penetrating damage and paralyze the target. Close black lens bracket. Advantages. Fast speed, high hit rate, intuitive single target damage. Close black lens bracket. Disadvantages. Chakra consumes a lot, and the arm will be numb for a short time after using it. Close black lens bracket. Analysis. Modification. Reduce the consumption of chakra, and eliminate the disadvantages of this ninjutsu after it is used up. Close black lens bracket. Derivative. Lightning style Lei Dong Shuang Hu, lightning style Lei Go Shuang Go power enhanced version, with faster speed and stronger power. Close black lens bracket. Compared with the analysis of lightning style Hanabi last time, the analysis of lightning style ninjutsu this time is more intuitive. And yesterday, the analysis of fire style Hyoyanwa is completed. Advertisement. Fire style Hyoyanwa. Air to ground fire style ninjutsu, the fireball runs fast and hits the target more flexibly. Close black lens bracket. Advantages. You can flexibly increase the number of fireballs and control the strike point. Close black lens bracket. Disadvantage. Not powerful enough. Close black lens bracket. Analysis. Modification. Increase the mass and volume of the fireball by reducing the consumption of chakra, thereby increasing the power. Close black lens bracket. Derivation. Fire style array of flames. Form a large array with magnificent flames, and place the enemy in this array of death. Close black lens bracket. The analysis effects of the two ninjutsu are very powerful. Lightning style enhances the single target damage ability, and fire style enhances the area damage ability. But those are just theories, he needs to practice to know how it works. He was on the training ground itself, and he immediately started making seals. The originally complicated seals have become simple at this time, fire style luxurious formation. He jumped from the poor big tree, and suddenly a pinch of flames burst into the surrounding air, and the flames burned into a giant great fireball in an instant. A flame that burns everything. What array, this is indiscriminate bombing. Uchiha Hiko's scalp felt numb watching the dense fireballs. He was afraid that if he was careless, he would blow himself up to death. Boom 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 boom. Once upon a time, there was a remote practice field in Konaha village. Because of its remoteness, few people came to it, but since the boy from Uchiha came here, everything has changed. Of course, at this moment, this remote practice field is gone. The only thing left was the big tree. The big tree was burned terribly, but the trunk still stood upright. After the analysis, the chakra consumption of this ninjutsu is too little. I can't believe that such a large-scale ninjutsu only costs so much chakra. Uchiha Hiko murmured. Advertisement. Then, he looked at the big tree, which could only be described as a charred pillar. He sighed helplessly. Oh, let me see you off at the end. I used to really like this big tree, I can rely on it, and I can lie on it to rest, but now. Lightning-style thunderbolt twin tigers. As Uchiha Hiko formed a seal in his hand, the lightning jumped at his fingertips, and finally spurted out, becoming a heroic beam of lightning. The lightning continued to change during the galloping process, faintly turning into a tiger shape, and the tiger stretched out its claws. Want to tear everything apart. Ow! Accompanied by a roar of a tiger, the lightning pierced through the scorched tree. Immediately, the big tree that was forcibly supporting it collapsed. Once opened like this remote training ground really doesn't exist anymore. Who would have thought that this place was a good training ground a few days ago, and it is almost as good as a coal mine here. Get 4 ninjutsu again, I have full confidence in the next battle. The battle with Hyuga is a battle he must go through. I'm afraid there is no need to guess what those people have in their hearts. According to Uchiha Kagami, the Hyuga clan has a genius brother, and we will definitely meet them this time. 2 people working together can kill Jonin, that is an incredible and ruthless character, but starting today is the countdown to the fall of their genius. At that time, they will find that they are just one of the many beings, ordinary. The 1-month appointment progressed day by day, because the practice field was destroyed, Uchiha Hiko changed to another place to practice. Daily practice cannot be interrupted. The path of a ninja is like sailing against the current. If you do not advance, you will retreat. When that day finally comes. Chapter 55. You guys, let's go together. Dead Forest. Before this scene, the members of the Uchiha and Hyuga families gather here. Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly pressed the Hokage hat. As a notary, he came earlier than anyone else today. You are all elites in your respective families, you are the future hope of your family, and you will also be the hope of Konoha's future. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, in the minds of these children, Hokage is quite important, so to speak he went to heaven in an instant, full of satisfaction, and then he slowly said, then, I will announce the rules of the game. The front is your game area. According to the rules of each group of 3, you have to compete in such a big game. Find the buried quest item. Cassette. In the forest, and then return from this exit, and I will judge the winner according to the number of quest items you got and the ranking you returned. Above. Yes, everyone agreed in unison. Hokage's few words ignited the youthful blood in their hearts, the sound was like thunder, and the youths almost roared out. Uchiha Hiko was calculating in his heart, looking at the Hyuga clan opposite. They are all around 10 years old, and it can be seen from their appearance that they are quite confident in their own strength. And the pair of brothers that Uchiha Kagami mentioned is probably the 2 in the middle. Just as he was looking at the other party was also looking at him, and their eyes suddenly met. HMPH. The Hyuga man sneered. Uchiha Hiko sent back the same way, hee. Without time to think about it, Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and ordered, scatter. Hyuga people like light-colored clothes, and Uchiha also wears navy blue fan shirts. 1 shallow and 1 deep, 1 black and 1 white, the dancing figures are just like chess duels. Uchiha Hiko looked back at the Uchiha people who were following behind him. During this month's training, he didn't have much contact with them. It was only last night that I learned their names. They have only one goal, not to win the game, but to focus on him. This is the order of the patriarch. Entering the Death Forest this time, everyone knows exactly what the 2 sides want to do. Uchiha Yuzuru, have you found the location of the prop? Uchiha Hiko suddenly asked during the march. Advertisement. Uchiha Night String, once seen in the family test, a pot head. Hearing the sound, he replied. Yes, I have found it. It is 300 meters in front. After getting the answer, Uchiha Hiko nodded, and then asked again, where are the people from the Hyuga clan? It's around 500 meters from our 4 o'clock direction. And, it's approaching us. Okay, turn. Saying that, Uchiha Hiko took the lead and turned to the direction of 4 o'clock. Wait, this is. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he replied, if Hyuga's people are 0, then as long as we are 1, we win. Say so. Hee, the people from Hyuga came to your door looking for trouble, how dare you be so arrogant just now? It would be too boring to participate only for the results of the competition. Instead, let's make things interesting. The 8 members of the Uchiha clan did not dare to disobey the patriarch's order, since Uchiha Hiko turned, they must follow. Soon, in the eyes of several people, the light color with a strong contrast with the trees appeared. It's Hyuga. No, it's Hyuga. Start the training formation. Learn. Seeing Hyuga, Uchiha's 8 men immediately sped out from behind Uchiha Hiko and protected him in the middle. It seems that this is how the dull patriarch trained them. Everyone, no need. Advertisement. Nani. Everyone turned their heads to look at Uchiha Hiko in surprise, they were very puzzled. Because of the age difference, there are not many intersections at ordinary times. Also can't see Uchiha Hiko on the training ground. They only knew that it must be very dangerous to face such a Hyuga. The guy who made a big splash in the family test, what on earth is he trying to do? Do you want to? A blockbuster in the family test does not represent the level of a ninja. Those people, especially those 2 brothers, have killed people before. I saw that Uchiha Hiko stepped forward slowly and walked out of the swastika formation. He appeared again in front of Uchiha and the others. He also stood in front of the Hyuga crowd tens of meters away. Quote. The Hyuga narrowed their eyes slightly and peered around with white eyes. This unusual scene made them vigilant. However, there are no traps around. I saw that Uchiha Hiko looked at everyone in Hyuga, and then spoke. I'm a little angry now, and I just know what you guys are going to do, so don't bother. You guys, let's go together. Let's go together. Everyone present was shocked. What does this mean? He wants to face 9 people alone. You must know that both parties present are very sure, they are all smart people in the family. It is very clear what is a one-on-one situation, and it is even more clear what a 1 to 9 situation is. There is a world of difference between the two. Other people's information is not clear, but the 2 brothers of Hyuga are the information announced by Uchiha Kagami.
2A Chapter 46. Fly a kite and walk the dog. Let's go together. Those words echoed in the ears of the 9 Hyuga members, and the Hyuga brothers in the middle clenched their fists. Anyone who is crowned a genius has arrogance in his heart. These words are the greatest insult to them, they are angry. Superior. At one command, all 9 Hyuga were dispatched. Uchiha's 8 people were about to step forward to block, but they found that the back that was still in front of them suddenly disappeared. Who should they block? Over there, they only heard Hyuga yelling, and they looked, and saw Uchiha Hiko appearing on the side of the big tree like an ordinary ghost. His feet are attached to chakra, standing horizontally on the tree trunk, and he is already holding a yin seal in his hand. Needless to say, it's fire-style ninjutsu. Fire-style. Dai. Hyoanwa. 3 fireballs condensed in the air, and suddenly blasted towards the Hyuga 9. The blazing flame rapidly magnified in their eyes. It's not that they haven't encountered such a sneak attack in their ninja career, but why is the fire style so fast this time? Scatter. Among the 2 Hyuga brothers, the elder brother shouted. He rolled his eyes and found out early, if he is alone, he can completely hide. But those behind who didn't pay attention will suffer. In desperation, he could only grab 1 in each hand and run away quickly. Boom boom boom. 3 fireballs burst, and a piece of white shirt flew up, and was quickly burned up by the flames. There were only 8 people that Hyuga avoided. Advertisement. Just a face-to-face, a ninjutsu, and Uchiha Hiko killed one of them. Hateful. Damn Uchiha Hiko. Everyone rolls their eyes, 1 group and 2 groups focus on Uchiha Hiko, and the 3 groups are wary of them. Yes, as soon as he rolled his eyes, Uchiha Hiko's sneak attack effect was cut by half. But, there are thousands of ninja techniques, and sneak attack is just one of them. Now that they have opened the vision to hang, that's what your eyes look like. With a sneer, Uchiha Hiko dodged quickly, dodging a bunch of Shuriken Kunai's attacks. The Hyuga family is good at physical skills, and their long-range attacks are very limited. He can walk them to death like dogs. Fire-style Howlong fire technique. As the azure blue chakra rises, a ferocious fire dragon roars out. While using fire style, Uchiha Hiko tactically retreats towards the rear. Hyuga's idiots had to chase and hide at the same time, they were extremely embarrassed. Howlong Huo technique is a fire-style ninjutsu that he is particularly concerned about. From the beginning, he was aiming at being able to control the fire dragon freely. After such a long period of tempering, coupled with the system's analysis of fire style, he is now a fire style master. The remaining 8 members of Hyuga had already raised their spirits. Although they escaped the first wave of fire dragons, they didn't expect that fire dragons would not dissipate after being shot into the air. Instead, he turned his head and continued to chase them. Damn! What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why is his fire style like this? Everyone be careful, spread out. Not only the people from the Hyuga clan were shocked, but even several people from Uchiha were stunned. On fire style, it depends on Uchiha. Advertisement. But even those of them who are slightly older have never seen such fire style in the family. Why can his ninjutsu be so exquisite? Why is his fire style so flexible? This ninjutsu used to scare you guys from Hyuga, Uchiha Hiko sneered. Immediately, his eyes froze, and the ferocious and terrifying fire dragon suddenly charged, and Hyuga's people scattered, but they didn't disappear. As long as they can't escape from this area within a certain period of time, the fire dragon will definitely come as promised. Hold head high. Accompanied by a dragon chant, the three scattered people were all engulfed by the fire dragon. Frightened and intimidated by the huge dragon head, their hands and feet were stiff, and they wanted to use revolving heaven, but it was too late. No one could have imagined that the fire dragon would not only turn, but also suddenly accelerate the impact. 2 fire styles and 4 people, can you be serious? If you can't please me, then die. 3 groups of 9 people, 4 people lost at this time, leaving 5 people. Those 5 people's eyes were tearing apart, their companions died so tragically in front of them, but they were helpless. Even the best medical ninja can't save a mass of black carbon these days. Look for cover and fight. We must approach that guy quickly, otherwise we will be attacked by ninjutsu. Brother is right, the Uchiha clan is good at fire style, as long as we can get close, they're useless. Then, let's spread out. When he attacks one side with ninjutsu, the others will use all their strength to get close. Learn. Kill. Uchiha Hiko saw their whereabouts from afar and couldn't help laughing. Want to disperse and surround from all directions, thinking that you can find a loophole? These people are still too young. Thinking so, a few kunai flew over. Like this kind of tool that can only kill passersby, he only needs to jump to another tree to avoid it completely. Afterwards, he formed another seal in his hand. Chapter 47 Uchiha Flow Flash Cut Zero Style. Lightning Style Thunderbolt Twin Dogs. 2 Thunder Dogs rush to the left. Lightning Style Thunderbolt Twin Tigers. 2 Thunder Tigers rush to the right. If it is an ordinary person, it is useless to use these ninjutsu at this time, but Uchiha Hiko's ninjutsu chakra consumption is extremely low, and with the foundation of the Book of Uchiha, the amount of chakra is much more than ordinary people. The 5 of Hyuga thought of 100 ways to deal with fire style, but why did it suddenly become lightning style? Lightning style is swift. Although the beast transformed by lightning is not as shocking as the fire dragon, it is deadly enough. There was only a scream, and the ferocious thunder tiger had torn 2 Hyuga's people to pieces at the same time. The thunder dog on the other side was lucky enough to escape them. It's a pity that the Lei Jishuang dogs over there were just probing, and their lives were bought by their companions who died under the claws of Lei Hu. After being wiped out again, there are only 3 people left in Hyuga's team, brother Hyuga plus a female benefactor. Those who can survive must be of good strength. Uchiha Hiko frowned slightly. I should really praise you for being able to live until now, but it's a pity that you want to be my enemy. He finally got serious. Fire style Longyan singing technique. Just now, that mere fire dragon made their hearts tremble with fright, and some companions died in the mouth of the dragon. At this time, the 5-day fire dragon appeared at the same time. The appearance of those 5 fire dragons changed the color of the sky, and the blazing flames reflected the whole forest like a layer of red frost. Humans tend to be terrified of things they don't understand. Jonin might not even be able to use those terrifying 5 world-destroying dragons. Why do they face this kind of enemy? This, brother, I will protect you. Advertisement, younger brother. The 2 brothers often work together to do tasks, and their coordination ability is one of the best. They can even kill the Jonin of the enemy country. At this time, it is the 2 of them who can keep their minds. As for the female benefactor, she was submerged in the flames in an instant. Brotherly love, they didn't care about her. In terms of sacrifice, they had already sacrificed too much. I will be your brother's shield. Brother must kill him for us. If this continues, we will be finished. Younger brother. One of the Hyuga twins leapt out, surrounded by light blue chakra, and the chakra released from the acupuncture points all over his body resisted the flames for a moment. After a while, chakra dissipated, and the flames began to burn his body. The pain is unimaginable. Ah, younger brother. Ah. The 2 brothers worked together to break away out of the flames. The younger brother used himself as a shield to open up a way to attack and kill the elder brother. Seeing this, Uchiha Hiko was shocked. What surprised me was not being approached by the Hyuga clan, but that there are still monster geniuses who take the initiative to give away their heads these days. Under the blazing flames, only one person passed the level. That is the Hyuga genius who once joined forces with his younger brother to kill the enemy country Jonin. He has trouble. He has locked Uchiha Hiko. This man is his sworn enemy, not only killed his clansmen, but also killed his brother. All of this, he will fight back in the most brutal way. Advertisement, Uchiha Hiko, today is your death day. Oh, you weren't so excited at the door just now? Hey. Gentle fist method 8 trigrams 64 palms. Since you've come this far, it's not proper for me to use ninjutsu, so. Saying that, Uchiha Hiko slowly drew his black knife from his waist. Uchiha Flow Flash Cut Zero Style. Instant. That's faster than Hyuga's 8 trigrams 64 palms. Uchiha Hiko's figure was like a streamer, and it turned into 2 during the sprinting process. The two kicked Hyuga into the air, and then his figure flashed. The so-and-so field that the Hyuga clan keeps pretending to pretend to, looks like a joke at the moment. Obviously he was the first to cast the gentle fist method, but was counterattacked by Uchiha Hiko, who then drew the black sword, and was defeated by a kick. I saw, in the short time in the air, Uchiha Hiko and his shadow clone jumped up and staggered. The blade in his hand shone with a light blue cold light, and this was just the beginning. Crossing each other, Uchiha Hiko and shadow clone are getting faster and faster, until the naked eye sees only swords and swords. Hyuga's genius is also worthy of being a genius. Although he can't use his strength in the air, he still uses his quick reflexes to block the attack as much as possible to ensure that he can survive. The desire to survive is quite strong, however, Uchiha Hiko can't control that much. The blade is ruthless, and the ninja is even more ruthless than weapons. When the last knife hit the ground like a rainbow, he released the shadow clone, panting slightly. After all, he had performed so many ninjutsu just now, adding this physical technique now would consume a lot of money for him personally. Plop. Hyuga fell to the ground with genius. His body didn't fall apart like a dummy. Obviously, he blocked a lot of attacks just now. I'm. Chapter 48 Shocked Hokage. There is a village in the ninja world, and there is a treasure in the village. Its name is 3G Free Surveillance Camera, and its shape is a crystal ball. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished the opening, he returned to the office. After all, as third Hokage, it is impossible to stand outside and wait. At the same time, the rivalry between the two families is not a trivial matter and requires attention, and he uses the telescope technique. In this Konaha village where everything is crooked, it is reasonable to have a little crooked security technology. What is displayed on the crystal ball is a sea of flames. In terms of ninjutsu understanding, Sarutobi Hiruzen said second in Konaha village, and no one dared to call it first. Looking at the amazing fire-style ninjutsu at this moment, he fell silent. Instead, the two people next to him exclaimed, does Uchiha still have that kind of ninjutsu? They actually taught that kid that kind of fire-style ninjutsu? Kaharu, have you ever seen Kagami use that fire-style? I haven't seen it anyway. Listening to the discussion between the two, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally took a breath, and explained with an uncertain expression. Kaharu, Homura, look, that's fire-style Wu-Long Huo technique. How long Huo technique? How come, Hiruzen, you can't be mistaken, the knot seal is wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a heavy face. It's the Goryu fire technique, that's right. I didn't pay attention to it before. I just heard the teacher from the ninja school report it. This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. Then, there is no doubt that it is the dragon fire technique of fire style. However, it is completely different from the usual Haolong Huo technique. The normal dragon fire technique can be regarded as a powerful fire-style ninjutsu, but compared with the fire-style ninjutsu used by this child, it is completely rubbish. Even him, third Hokage, who has been praised in various ways and is proficient in countless ninjutsu, can hardly do that. Advertisement hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was so sure, Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura gasped. Of course they know fire-style Haolong fire technique. But such a fire-style ninjutsu that breaks common sense, they never imagined it. Immediately afterwards, another worrying thing appeared in their minds. Faced with such a fire-style ninjutsu attack, what should Hyuga's group do? A scene in the crystal ball, showing them the actual situation. Hiss. Such a thing happened. Hiruzen, Mitokado Homura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, trying to get a reasonable answer. But I found that Sarutobi Hiruzen over there was just silent. Hiruzen, are you indifferent to this? Hiruzen, Mitokado Homura was anxious. However, he didn't understand how much someone in Hokage's seat had to think about. After a long time, I only heard Sarutobi Hiruzen say, keep watching.
HMPH. Just performed fire-style ninjutsu on such a scale. Even if he is a geek, he should have exhausted his chakra, and he will definitely be chased by the Hyuga clan. Mitokado Homura's words stuck in his throat.
What he wanted to say was that the luxurious version of dragon fire technique just now must have consumed a lot of chakra. Under such a huge consumption, everyone would be exhausted. Don't talk about keeping the retreat speed, I'm afraid it's hard to breathe. However, the reality is that not only did Uchiha Hiko not collapse, but he was still alive and kicking. How is this possible? After consuming such chakra, how could he still stand up? Mitokado Homura almost screamed. In this death forest, there are a group of teenagers. Advertisement, not a group of ninjas of their level. The amount of chakra is the biggest guarantee to limit them. But what about Uchiha Hiko? Is he a monster with the same amount of chakra as Hokage? How is that possible? Utatane Kaharu was so dumbfounded that he almost managed to slip the crystal ball in. This is the disciple from the mirror sect. Why didn't he tell us? Actually, Kagami reported to me that there was a disciple who surpassed himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled wryly. This is indeed true. Who is to blame? Hiruzen, aside from other things, this child's talent is probably stronger than yours. Mitokado Homura said euphemistically. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a wry smile. It's not that I'm afraid, but that I have far surpassed me back then. Not only the second-generation master, but even I myself thought that I was very good at ninjutsu, but with compared to this younger generation, I am nothing. Mitokado Homura was about to say something when the picture on the crystal ball suddenly flickered. That's the light of lightning style. The fire style just now has washed away their cognition. They were shocked enough that the kid was able to hone his fire style to such an extent. But never expected that he also mastered lightning style. In Konaha village at this time, there are no lightning style ninjutsu masters, and even the lightning style mastered by Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is no one who can really handle it and hold the scene. However, that lightning style ninjutsu appeared on him. The scene in the crystal ball has already caught the eye of Mitokado Homura. Chapter 49 Breaking the Mountain. Uchiha Stream Fencing. Actually, it was more like Uchiha Hiko's own swordsmanship. Even if his swordsmanship is written into a scroll and made public among the Uchiha clan, it is unlikely that anyone can learn it. By the way, real people are different from fake ones. It seems that I will have to find someone to practice in the future, Uchiha Hiko murmured. In front of him is the so-called genius of the Hyuga clan who has been seriously injured. The genius boy never imagined that the target they wanted to kill was so powerful, it was simply a monster. Generally, ninjas who are good at ninjutsu will have poor physical skills, right? So he gave the order to forcibly advance, and even his younger brother used him as a shield to open the way forward. But what about the facts? The fact is that in terms of physical skills, he is the one who is vulnerable. It never occurred to him that the wakazasha hanging on Uchiha Hiko's waist is really a G display. Damn. Why am I not as good as one? Hyuga's genius was spitting blood in half of his words. I don't know if it's because of the resentment in my heart, or because the injury is getting worse. Uchiha Hiko slowly raised the knife, pointed at him, and said, "Why? There are not so many reasons in the world. If you have to find a reason, it is the same fate as your brother." Destiny, the so-called genius of Hyuga stood up tremblingly, clutching his wound. His clan companions who had been strictly trained with him for a month all died under the hands of this person in front of him. Now, he no longer cares about life and death. Advertisement suffering such heavy injuries, even if he walks out of the death forest, those medical ninjas may not be able to heal his injuries. He was already reading the progress bar of death. That being the case, it's better to go all out and kill the enemy in front of him who killed his 7 companions and his own brother. The Hyuga family is proficient in the chakra meridians and acupuncture points of the whole body, and he can remember those positions without rolling his eyes. The knife wound he suffered now cut part of his meridian, but it did not prevent him from continuing to run chakra. Uchiha Hiko, you are the most monster-like person I have ever seen in my life. No matter what I suffer today, I will get rid of you, monster. Hyuga's genius roared. With his roar, the chakra all over his body became intense. If the chakra in the human body normally flows like a turbulent river, then the chakra in his body is surging like layers of raging waves. That's totally out of control chakra. In that state, I don't know what the end will be, but the pain is certain. Oh. Uchiha Hiko looked at Hyuga with a sneer. He didn't attack when Hyuga was saving chakra, but stood quietly and waited. That's right, he's just waiting to see what else Hyuga's people have to spare. A pair of Sharingan leisurely watched the chakra on Hyuga's body become more and more violent. The chakra of that kind of riot is probably not something ordinary people can bear. He sneered, that's it for the mediocre Hyuga clan, come on, let's dance. I saw that the acupuncture points all over the body of the Hyuga man released chakra, and the whole body seemed to be wrapped in airwaves. One thing to say, he really looked a little violent. However, that thing is far from the Jinchuriki runaway, there is no comparison between the two. In such a small scene, Uchiha Hiko also smiled at the picture Ichiraku. I really want to watch the rampage, and I have to find a Jinchuriki. 8 trigrams. Hyuga made a gesture, advertisement. Seeing this, Uchiha Hiko also poured chakra into the black knife in his hand. Uchiha flow. 8 trigrams breaking mountain strike, the people of Hyuga yelled. Blaster sword. Everyone in Uchiha watched the duel. One by one, they were all in a daze, not knowing what to do. They thought they knew enough about their own tribe, Uchiha Hiko, but they didn't expect that what they knew about him was just the tip of the iceberg. It is said that Uchiha Hiko is a new generation of genius who used the extraordinary lightning style in the family test. But at this moment, that person, no matter what kind of genius, it would be an exaggeration to say that he is a ninjutsu monster. Not to mention the series of ninjutsu connections, it is any kind of ninjutsu of that scale. If only a few of them use it, that is, they will be drained after one chakra. Most terrifying of all, is the precision of his ninjutsu. The few people sent in by Hyuga are not fools, they must know how to deal with Uchiha's fire style. However, they are tied up like lambs to the slaughter under Uchiha Hiko's fire style. It's completely like the gap in strength between different dimensions, like trying to put out a raging fire with a drop of water. This Yan, I didn't know he was so powerful. Yeah, just now when I came in, I thought, this person is probably the patriarch's illegitimate son. Now, I'll review it. You should be like Uchiha Hiko, with extraordinary strength and love and hatred. I also accept that at first I looked down on Uchiha Hiko, but now, his ninjutsu is above me. No, his talent is far behind me. Chapter 50. Shock at the top, 8 trigrams mountain breaking strike. Uchiha Flow Blaster Sword. Hyuga's burst of chakra is like a laser ray cannon. As the name suggests, it is a blow that can shatter hills. If it hits people, it can be imagined. However, Uchiha Hiko's figure brushed past the dangerous chakra. He is like a shadow, using the body flicker technique to the peak, and the truth can be seen in the subtleties. In an instant, Uchiha Hiko appeared behind Hyuga at the same time that 8 trigrams destroyed countless giant trees. On the black knife in his hand, there's already a light blue blade. Immediately after he slashed with his backhand, the light blue chakra knife extending 20 meters in an instant cut through Hyuga's right rib from his back and left shoulder. Blood soars. At this time, the 9 people sent by the Hyuga clan into the Death Forest were all wiped out. These people all died in the hands of their prey at the beginning. In this dead forest, the rules are like this, and the position of the prey and the hunter changes rapidly. Uchiha Hiko put away the black knife, feeling indescribably happy in his heart. Hyuga's cubs didn't understand the situation, so they wanted to take revenge on him, and wanted to kill him a second time, so these people should all be damned. It's over, yeah, it's over. In Hokage's office, the executives sighed endlessly. Advertisement. Despite accepting Uchiha Hiko's monster-like talent, the final cut was a shock. That knife was not so gorgeous. But people with unique vision like them can discover how many details are hidden in that blow. That Uchiha Hiko's mind, it's terrible. Kaharu, it's scary, right? He's just a kid. Homura, it's because of this that I feel terrible. The two involuntarily set their sights on Sarutobi Hiruzen. The next thing depends on how Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is 3rd Hokage, handles. Sensing the questioning gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently took out a bong from the desk drawer and lit himself a few puffs. As the smoke slowly faded, he frowned. This matter is over. What? Hiruzen, you? Mitokado Homura was shocked. Such a big thing happened, and 3rd Hokage was going to pretend that nothing happened? Udatane Kaharu unobtrusively tugged at Mitokado Homura, signaling him not to get too excited. Everyone is young and inexperienced. Sarutobi Hiruzen has much more to think about than the two of them. Hiruzen, no matter what, I support your decision. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback for a moment. He looked at Udatane Kaharu slightly moved, and murmured, "Thank you." Hiruzen, is it worth telling me this? We are together. The teacher asked us to stay, just to help you. Advertisement. Mitokado Homura also seemed to recall the past, and sighed. Hiruzen, I was the one who got excited just now, I'm sorry. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled in relief. Homura, don't apologize to me. Even I can't digest Uchiha Hiko's performance for a while now, that kid. After all, it was the high-level people, so they quickly calmed down. Mitokado Homura asked calmly, Hiruzen, so what are you going to do next? The two of us have the right to know, and at the same time, we can help you. That kid's ability has already surpassed the scope of the ninja school. If he stays in the school, I'm afraid that some bad things will continue to happen. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. He took a few puffs of big cigarettes and said slowly, come on, I will let him graduate early. That is, there are 2 options now, you listen. 1, let him join the special operations team led by 3 Jonins, which can train an excellent talent for the village. Join Anbu. Hearing this, the two did not answer directly, but looked at each other. They thought about it and found that there was no difference between the 2 ways of treating Uchiha Hiko. The only difference lies in the issue of direct control. If he is brought by 3 Jonin to join the special operations team, then he will experience a lot. During missions, he has to obey the orders of Captain Jonin, and usually he has to obey the orders of the Uchiha clan. And join Anbu, his direct boss is Hokage. Join Anbu. Join Anbu. The two said in unison. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, okay, I also think the child is very suitable for Anbu, and he will definitely become an excellent Anbu. Whether Anbu is excellent or not is not for others to judge. They were all relieved that the matter was properly resolved. From a personal point of view, Mitokado Homura asked curiously, Hiruzen, look at that sword, isn't it a bit powerful? His swordplay just now doesn't look like he attached chakra to it. Could it be a special metal? Chakra conductive metal? Udatane Kaharu asked. She didn't care about Rashiko weapons, she was more concerned about Uchiha Hiko. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and said, the material of that knife is definitely not simple, that kind of metal is quite expensive, but if necessary, I also want to make one for my future child. Chapter 51. Incredible Hyuga Death Forest Exit. The members of the 2 major families of Konaha are waiting for their people to come out first. It's about a lot. Adults are very turbulent inside and very calm on the surface. Shoshi, look at what's going on inside. Is Uchiha Hiko dead? Hyuga clan chief turned his head slightly and said to the left and right. Because the traces of using Bayan are too obvious, he can't show his anxiety in front of big occasions. Nodding left and right, it should be, and then hid behind the clansman. Just when he was about to open his eyes, there was some movement at the exit of the Death Forest. Everyone paid attention. Which side will it be? I saw that Uchiha Hiko in black led all the members of Uchiha, jumped out from the exit, and stood neatly in the original venue. There 9 people in, 9 people out at the same time. Seeing Uchiha Hiko, who was intact and even a little proud, Hyuga's patriarch suddenly became short of breath. What happened? What happened? Why did he even send that pair of brothers in? How could this Uchiha Hiko be the first to come out? Shouldn't they be the Hyuga clan who came out? Shoshi, tell me, what's going on? What did you see? He asked coldly. As soon as the left and right eyes rolled open, looking at the scene in the distance, they were immediately stunned. This is, Shoshi, answer me, yes, Patriarch, our team, are all wiped out. Complete. Destroy. Advertisement. The Hyuga Patriarch's eyes widened in disbelief. His white eyes no longer cared about face, and frantically peeked into the death forest. Suddenly, a stump appeared in his field of vision. Next, Kurozumi in charred human form. Then came the severely deformed corpse. Then, it was the one that was cut in half, is not likely to. The 9 of them, Hyuga, were really wiped out. Those elites of the Hyuga clan were all lost in this broken death forest. Even if they die on the battlefield, it is better than dying here. Hyuga Patriarch's heart is pierced, nearly vomited blood to death. No matter what the ranking is now, their people are gone. Just then, Uchiha Hiko came over. He looked at the ridiculous faces of the Hyuga clan, lowered his voice, and said, Hyuga clan, it's best to detour when you see me in the future. If you attack me again, you will kill one by one. If I am the chief Hyuga, I should commit suicide and apologize in front of this forest of death. Waste. Give me a few more years, and I can break into your clan alone and kill you. Every word is like a knife stabbing the heart of Hyuga Patriarch. General Hyuga's breathing became more and more disordered, and his eyes were gradually bloodshot, which complemented his white-eyed ferocious face, making him look like a monster. The dull Patriarch of Uchiha is not always dull. He sensed the killing intent and immediately suppressed it with his own aura. If the Patriarch of the clan dared to attack a kid on such an occasion, then Hyuga would really be unable to cleanse himself. Their family will be directly removed from Konaha. General Hyuga's killing intent was suppressed. He was trembling with anger, his fists clenched. However, Uchiha Hiko has left in style. There are people from Hokage around here. They are equivalent to assistant examiners. The result of the competition is obvious. Hyuga's people are gone. Let's talk about a feather ranking. Ha ha ha, Hiko, you did a great job. Unlike the dullness of the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan can be described as brilliant. Advertisement. The family, also specially called the elders of the family, the famous Jonin, all came to witness this moment of victory. How many people they come, how happy they are, how painful and ugly Hyuga is. Since then, they have never been able to lift their heads in Konaha. At least everyone knows the Hyuga are inferior. The great elder stepped forward, picked up Uchiha Hiko, and showed a rare smile. Ha ha ha, those Hyuga guys are even worse than my grandson. These words are really hurtful. Yan. Uchiha. Those laughing voices are like scars that have been uncovered repeatedly in the hearts of the Hyuga clan. Pain. What can I do? Skills are not as good as people. They lost completely. Uchiha 9 people went in together and came out together. Not even a single hair was hurt, let alone damaged. What's even more frightening is that none of their formations are in disorder. The formations that come out are exactly the same. But on the other hand, Hyuga, their people, each of them died in a terrible way. Master. Stop talking, go in and collect their bodies, and take back Bayan. But some corpses are already charred. Shut up, don't you understand my order? Oh, those asterisks of Uchiha, how dare they strike so hard? The other 8 didn't do anything from the beginning to the end. They stood in one place, with the traces of the battlefield. Uchiha's side is always only that one person. How can this be? Chapter 52. Who will overwhelm who upon graduation? On the next day, Uchiha Hiko acted as if nothing had happened, and entered the ninja school as usual. However, what he has to do today is different from usual. Passing by the classroom door of Class A, he walked to the teacher's room. Teacher, I'm applying for early graduation. Applying to graduate to become genin, he can get 2 analysis fields, and he can analyze 2 fields at the same time in the future, saving a lot of time. In front of him was not the teacher in his class, but the principal of the ninja school. Seeing that it was Uchiha Hiko, he had already reached out and picked up a document that was handed down from above. Uchiha Hiko. His teacher. He thought that it would take some time to apply for early graduation, so he came here to consult in advance. If other assessments are needed besides compatibility, then he should be prepared. But unexpectedly, the principal of the ninja school in front of him directly handed over the document in his hand. He said with a smile, Uchiha Hiko, you are the best student I have ever seen, and I am proud of you. Although it was in official language, Uchiha Hiko couldn't help being happy when he looked at the document. This is equivalent to the speed of light review and approval. It was expected to pass the application, but the question is, why did the documents come down just as soon as he opened his mouth? Teacher, this is a document issued by Mr. Hokage himself. If you apply for graduation, you can pass it directly. That's it, then. What Uchiha Hiko wants to say is, now that he has graduated, what about the ninja forehead protector? Advertisement. The principal smiled and said, for the ninja forehead protector, you need to find the teacher in your class, and it should have been sent to him. If you make a small mistake at work, you have to go again. If you say that, then you understand. Although it is troublesome to make another trip, the teacher of the ninja school is also a profession, so it needs to be well fed. After bidding farewell to the principal, he walked straight towards Class A. At this time, he was in class, so he was embarrassed to disturb him. It was just waiting for the bell to ring after class before he knocked on the door and entered. Teacher. Uchiha Hiko raised the document in his hand and then said, the principal asked me to get the forehead protector from you. As soon as this remark came out, the teacher in Class A didn't respond yet, but all the students in Class A were upset. What? What forehead protector? Yes, what did Yan Jun say just now? Is there something wrong with my ears? Does any of you know what he's holding in his hand? Especially Jiraiya, his eyes are popping out of their sockets. The teacher of Class A smiled apologetically, and then took out a ninja forehead protector from the drawer of the podium. The Konaha logo on it had already attracted countless eyes. Ah, Yanjun, I'm sorry, I thought I was here to take over for you, but I didn't expect to make a mistake in communicating with the principal. This is, your forehead protector, the teacher said. Everyone's breathing was stagnant, that is, the ninja forehead protector. Oh my god, is the teacher going to reward Uchiha Hiko with the ninja forehead protector? Yanjun Saigao. Why are you acting like a fool? Is the ninja forehead protector rewarded casually? Yes, the ninja forehead protector has a very important meaning. Even if it is accidentally scratched, it must be reported, otherwise it will be considered a traitor. How could such an important Konaha forehead protector be rewarded casually? Advertisement unless, Orochimaru, who was still on his seat, narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully looked at the document in Uchiha Hiko's hand, and came to an astonishing conclusion. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Hiko graduated early. It exceeded my expectations. It seems that I have to work harder. Jiraiya. Carrot. The teacher of Class A saw the commotion in the audience, so he patted the desk. Crack. Quiet. You all go back to your seats. I didn't say that get out of class is over. Who told you to run around? The teacher was not angry and arrogant, let alone pretending to be angry. All of a sudden, everyone was scared and jumped back to their seats like little mice. Seeing this, the teacher continued. What are you looking at? Uchiha Hiko entered school later than you, and graduated earlier than you qualified. You have time to make noises. You should reflect on what you have not done well. Why are you not as good as Yan? Jun. Yes, you read that right. Starting today, Uchiha Hiko will become a qualified ninja. You all have to work hard. After speaking, the teacher took the lead in applauding and congratulating. The students in the audience also started having S***X. Uchiha Hiko smiled and bowed as a thank you. Then I took the forehead protector from the teacher, and put it on my forehead with ease. The appearance of the Uchiha family is supported here. The forehead protector not only did not decrease, but improved his appearance. The whole person looks energetic. At this time, off stage, a blonde girl gritted her teeth as she looked at the brand new logo on Uchiha Hiko's forehead. She is the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, and now, she sees a Uchiha surpassing her one after another. Uchiha Hiko. Think back when Senju Hashirama was there, Uchiha would always be suppressed. Could it be that in her generation, she will be suppressed by Uchiha? Chapter 53 Uzumaki Mito Uchiha Hiko left from school. These days, Tsunade has been restless. I don't know if it's because the seats behind are empty, or because of the family's burden. Returning home on the weekend, depressed, she finds her grandmother, Uzumaki Mito. When the surrounding guards saw the little princess returning home, they stepped up their defenses. Entering the quaint cabin, the grizzled Uzumaki Mito smiled kindly. Little Tsunade, come to my side. Seeing his grandmother, Tsunade felt warm in his heart, and sat down beside Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito stroked Tsunade's blonde hair and asked with a smile, you must have something on your mind? Huh? I don't, I just miss you, Grandma, hee, why don't you tell Grandma? Tsunade was seen through at a glance, so he had no choice but to talk about it. That guy from Uchiha graduated earlier than me. He went to school later than me, and sat behind me. He didn't usually listen to the class. The school even let him graduate. Hearing Tsunade's dissatisfaction, Uzumaki Mito laughed and said, is that the Uchiha family's kid called Hiko? Huh? Grandma, do you know Uchiha Hiko? Yeah, I heard the people below often mention it. By the way, it was yesterday that he seemed to have defeated the 9 members of the Hyuga family alone in the Death Forest. I heard that the 9 children of the Hyuga family are very good. The one named Yan, my child, it really reminds me of the past. One person defeated 9 people in the Forest of Death? Uchiha Hiko. The Hyuga clan? If she hadn't heard from her grandmother, she might never have known that such a thing happened in the village. Advertisement. Well, what's the matter? That guy Uchiha Hiko is indeed a bit capable. There is nothing to be proud of beating 9 Hyuga. Yeah, with Uchiha Hiko's ability, it's really not something to be proud of defeating those 9 Hyuga children. Uzumaki Mito said meaningfully. HMPH, who are those 9 Hyuga? Let me try. I can defeat them too. Grandma, please tell me. Tsunade said unconvinced. What Uchiha can do, Tsunade can do too. However, looking at Tsunade's angry eyes, Uzumaki Mito shook his head. They all died in the Death Forest. What? How did they die? Could it be that our village was invaded by an enemy country? Tsunade was shocked. She thought that 9 people died. It was no joke. No, because of the dual nature, they died in the Death Forest, under the hands of Uchiha Hiko alone. What? Uchiha Hiko killed people in the village, and 9 people? Why would someone like that still pass the graduation? Little Tsunade, becoming a ninja is one step after all. But you can't just bully the weak and kill innocent people just because you know some ninjutsu. Uzumaki Mito smiled. She already understood what Tsunade was angry about. So, she explained. In the participating Hyuga clan, there are a total of 3 genin, 5 chunin, and 1 elite chunin. 2 of the Hyuga brothers once teamed up to kill the jonin of the enemy country. These people, can't be considered weak. 3 genin, 5 chunin. Together they can rival jonin. Tsunade was dumbfounded when he heard this. He also thought what happened in the village, the Uchiha clan was bullying others, and Uchiha Hiko was bullying Hyuga's people like a dude. Who knows, things are not what she thought at all. Not only is it not Uchiha bullying others, but the Hyuga clan is shameless. To a student who just entered the ninja school, so many ninjas were dispatched. So many chunin. Advertisement. What shocked her even more was, Uzumaki Mito said that Uchiha Hiko killed the group of people alone. This, Tsunade felt unprecedented fear, and what lay in front of her was like an insurmountable mountain. How can she compare with that Uchiha? What he can do, she may not be able to do. Grandma, Little Tsunade, don't care about those things. If there is a chance, I hope you can become friends. Hashirama and Madara used to be very good friends. Every time I heard him talk about the past, the smile on his face is so beautiful, it's something I've never seen before. A few days ago, graduated from ninja school. Ding dong, congratulations to host for obtaining the genin qualification. Ding dong, a second analysis column has been created for host. Please keep up the good work, host. Haha, awesome, now open 2 columns, let's see who can block me. Uchiha Hiko was overjoyed. Then, with an idea, he put the forehead protector on his forehead into the analysis field of the system. Newly acquired things must always be consecrated. System, analyze this ninja forehead protector for me. Ding dong, open Shikai analysis Konaha Shinobi Village Ninja Forehead Protector, time required, 3 minutes. Listening to the system's reply, Uchiha Hiko took out a broken black ball from the ninja bag again. System, analyze this Bingliang pill for me. Ding dong, open Shikai to release ordinary Bingliang pills, time required, 4 minutes. Chapter 54 Anbu 3 years. After graduating from ninja school, newcomers have a variety of options. Under normal circumstances, it is Jonin who accepts Hokage's arrangement and continues to learn while growing up. Under normal circumstances, they are placed in a certain Jonin's team, as a soy sauce. This category has great requirements on the ability of interns. Under special circumstances, Anbu welcomes you. Anbu naturally welcomes Uchiha Hiko, who is a decisive and capable genius. And, for Uchiha Hiko, after graduation, it doesn't matter where he goes. It's good to be dragged by Jonin for 3, or to join Anbu. Anyway, he doesn't ask for help, he doesn't need anyone pointing at him. People with 2 analysis columns are so awesome. In contrast, following Jonin on missions all day long is overwhelming, and sometimes for a little money, you have to look at people's faces. It would be better to join Anbu, and occasionally receive a task of guarding a felon. Wouldn't it be nice to take a break from the busy schedule? Others may think that Anbu is boring, but Uchiha Hiko thinks that the so-called boring is leisure. So, he readily agreed to Hokage's invitation and joined Anbu. Today is the day when he reports to the department. Wakazawa, who usually straddled his waist, was replaced by him behind his back, and the scabbard he received from Anbu's equipment department fit just right. Tuck tuck tuck. He knocked on the door in front of him, and soon, a tall slender woman opened the door. But when she looked up, she found no one. Just as I was about to close the door, I saw the young Uchiha Hiko. Haha, is this the Uchiha Hiko that Hokage-sama said, what a little one. Advertisement. Uchiha Hiko looked up at the tall woman in front of him, seeing the special makeup on her face and the smell emanating from her body, she already guessed that she was from the Inuzuka clan. A woman raises a big dog. Taro is basking in the sun upstairs today. How do you know I have a dog? Nothing. The tall slender woman seemed to be a little boy, and she didn't think of any scene because of the above sentence, but quickly pressed Uchiha Hiko's back and pushed him into the room. In the room, a group of lesbians with slanted masks, long hair fluttering, and pretty faces. Did this really enter the Pansy cave? Through. Everyone, this is the newcomer here today, Uchiha Hiko. Please take care of me in the future. Following the captain's introduction, he felt that he was locked on by several scorching eyes. That feeling is not so good. Is this how you beat Yan Jun of the Hyuga clan? Well done, heroes come out of youth. Yes, Xiao Yanjun, come here to give you a massage, and let those Hyuga white-eyed wolves stay away from my mother in the future. This is nothing, there are more direct. Yan Jun, come here and let my sister check your body. This is a common practice. Please obey the order. Uchiha Hiko never imagined that one day he would face such torture. As long as he is given 10 years old, he will dare to kill these female monsters with his guns. It's a pity that the young body has nothing. A man's patience is often limited. It can be tolerated for 1 year, and it can be tolerated for 2 years. In the 3rd year, he couldn't bear it anymore. 3 years later, frontier of the land of fire. Anbu wearing a raccoon mask suddenly appeared. In front of him was a frozen figure. Advertisement. The raccoon mask. Anbu quickly half-kneeled on the ground and said respectfully, Squad leader, please return to the village immediately. Lord Hokage has new orders. 3 years have carved marks on Uchiha Hiko's face. He lost weight. His eyes became darker. The children of yesteryear are dead, and the killer is born. He turned his head slowly, and a Sharingan with 3-hooked jade in his eyes just glanced at it, and then replied, Oh, Luan, did you bring something unclean behind you? Hearing the sound, the young Anbu code named Luan was shocked. She quickly stood up, quickly pulled out the short sword from behind, and blocked it in front of Uchiha Hiko.
Sure enough, in sight, several red figures are getting closer. Squad leader, you withdraw first. Uchiha Hiko shook his head and stepped forward calmly. The moment he passed by Anluan, he gently borrowed the short sword from her hand. Squad leader, you are. Because you are new to my team, I will forgive you for being careless this time. If there is a next time, then you will commit suicide and apologize. He has no feelings. Even though under the Anbu mask was a beautiful and young woman's face, he could say the words of suicide and apology at any time. Yes, team leader. Luan didn't dare to be careless, let alone disobey. She more or less understood what it meant to join Anbu. Suddenly, a thunder flashed in front of her. Surprised, she looked at the person beside her through the hole in the mask. I saw that in his hands, thunder and lightning had been entangled at some point. The thunder and lightning poured down like a pillar on that ordinary Anbu-style short sword. Is this the lightning-style Chidori of the division leader? I was lucky enough to witness it with my own eyes. Chapter 55 One-hit instant kill, today's Yan. Unlike the shock of Anbu's subordinates, Uchiha Hiko didn't feel the slightest wave in his heart. It took him 3 years to analyze, develop, and reanalyze, and the ninjutsu he researched was not just a mere Chidori. This time, he just did it casually. Looking at the red figure that was quickly catching up, he stared coldly. The forehead protector is Rock Shinobi, hee. That thunder. Seeing Chidori's light, the 4 red figures all stopped. No, I didn't expect the legendary Fox Anbu from Konaha to be here. We are not his opponents, withdraw. The legendary demon Fox Anbu refers to Uchiha Hiko, who wears the mask of a demon fox. During these 3 years, due to the lack of training grounds to provide experiments, he used the results analyzed by the system on all enemies. The effect is obvious. Now those minions are trembling when they see the fox mask. If they see the rumored lightning-style ninjutsu again, they can just run away. However, Uchiha Hiko deliberately stayed behind to lead the way for those who escaped. In other words, except for him deliberately letting go, no one has been able to slip away from under his nose. Answer me a question, you guys, why are you pretending to be Rock Shinobi? Answer truthfully, and I can consider not killing you. Uchiha Hiko asked. Knowing that their chances of surviving the retreat were not high, the 4 replied, we are Rock Shinobi. I'm sorry to enter your land of fire, it's too dusty and we're lost. Yes, Anbu from Konaha, please stay calm, we will withdraw from your territory of the Fire Nation. Put down the knife. Hearing that, Uchiha Hiko sneered. In an instant, thunder flashed. Advertisement. His figure is like that flickering Chidori, crossing the bodies of those 4 people in an instant. With just one blow, the 4 suspicious people were instantly killed. What a terrifying strength this is. The 4 people on the other side haven't had time to use ninjutsu yet. If it weren't for the world of difference in strength, it would definitely not be possible to do this. The chorus of Chidori gradually faded away, and Uchiha Hiko waved away the remaining lightning. Then, he took the short sword and stretched it towards the bodies of the 4 people. The sharp blade rummaged through the corpses, and after a while, a Taki Ninja Village forehead protector was picked out from one of them. Taki Ninja Village, I don't know what to pretend to be. Score, Captain, the captain is amazing. Anbu Luan looked at Uchiha Hiko adoringly with gold stars in his eyes. Before joining Anbu, she didn't know that Anbu had such a number 1 person. After joining Anbu, you can slowly hear some news and rumors. After word spread about the newly promoted, youngest team leader in history, she was slowly transferred over. But after being transferred, for about half a year, they all did boring tasks in the frontier. It wasn't until today's small operation to convey information that she was lucky enough to see the youngest team leader in history make a move. He shot so hard that it was far from human. She didn't even see that hand movement. This is Uchiha Hiko, her age. The gap between the two did not leave anything in Luan's heart, she just kept adoring her. Advertisement. Some people can't say that she is not self-motivated, they can only say that she is smart and knows how to see the facts. Hey, rookie, here's your knife. Uchiha Hiko threw the borrowed short sword to Luan. Luan caught the short sword firmly, holding the warm handle, she decided not to wipe or wash it within a year. Squad leader, your lightning style is so strong. I am also a lightning style ninja, but I am far behind you. The girl smiled and said goodbye. Uchiha Hiko Furui Wubo glanced at her indifferently, worse than me. Garbage. Huh, my lord, this is too hurtful. HMPH, I said, if you can't handle your actions next time, then commit suicide in front of me and apologize. You should understand the value of a Konaha Anbu to the enemy. Uchiha Hiko said coldly. Luan was terribly frightened. If the mask on her face wasn't in the way, she would cry out with a wow. Yes, sub-captain. After warning her again, Uchiha Hiko breathed a sigh of relief, then looked around to confirm that there were no mistakes in the arrangement, and then said, since Hokage has a new order, let's go back. Yes, captain. Don't call me the team leader so loudly, call me by code name. Do you want others to know that I am the leader? You want to harm me? No. Absolutely not. Luan shook his head like a rattle, and the mask almost flew off. I'm sorry, sir, I'm stupid. If you have any questions, just teach me once. HMPH, you are really stupid. Forget it, let's get on the road. If you can't keep up, you can find a way back by yourself. If you are chased by the enemy again, you can destroy your own body. Do you understand? Destroy your own body. How to do it. Young, poor, and helpless. Chapter 56 Guiding Jonin. Konaha Village. Uchiha Hiko, wearing a fox mask, walked straight into Hokage's office. In the past 3 years, he is not the only one who has changed. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has been sitting in Hokage's seat all year round, has become more stable. Master Hokage. Well, you've been Anbu for 3 years, right? Yes, 3 full years now. It's been 3 years. You have become the team leader in these short 3 years. You are indeed worthy of being you. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, and continued, I first identified your talent and thought you would join the team. In the future, I will definitely become an excellent Anbu, but I still underestimated you. If you stay in Anbu with your ability, you will be burying talents instead, so. Sarutobi said so. In fact, he thinks Uchiha Hiko is too talented. If he stays in Anbu all the time, it may affect his mind, so no one can be sure what he will become in the future. Even, it will be the next Madara. As it happens, he recently had an idea. Uchiha Hiko was suspicious. So, from today on, take off your mask and live. This means, Hiko, are you interested in being a Jonin? Serve as Jonin. Jonin. Uchiha Hiko couldn't help being surprised, Jonin. But, I'm just a. In the past 3 years, his ability has improved rapidly, but the ninja's level has not changed much. From rookie to Anbu newcomer, it will take another year to steadily promote to the team leader, and then from team leader to legend. The improvement of his ability can be described as lightning fast. Because of this, he didn't have time to apply for a ninja upgrade. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, and said slowly, Uchiha Hiko, 0D level tasks, 0C level tasks, 43B level tasks, 55A level tasks, and 6S level tasks. Advertisement. Yes, Lord Hokage. Then, from today onwards, you will be Jonin. To be a Jonin is to lead a Jonin. It doesn't matter whether you are responsible or not. The important thing is that you can get more analysis slots by directly raising the ninja level to Jonin. The 2 parsing columns are already so convenient, not to mention directly upgrading to the number given by Jonin. Awesome. At the same time, according to your performance in Anbu, I will keep your Anbu position. Sarutobi Hiruzen said suddenly. Reserve. That's right. Since I succeeded Hokage, no one has been able to reach your level. But, you are still young, and Anbu cannot last your whole life. Yes, thank you very much. Uchiha Hiko Kaido, knowing in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in relief, then took out 3 papers from behind, and said, then Uchiha Hiko, this is your first mission as a Jonin. The other side. The 3 children complained incessantly in the empty field. Oh, I'm so annoying, Mr. Sarutobi made me wait so long as a girl. That's right, why hasn't our teacher come here? Are we called orphans like this? Jiraiya, shut up, silly asterisk. Orochimaru pierced Jiraiya's center 3 centimeters down with precision. Almost took his life. Seeing Jiraiya, the old hen, calm down, he continued, if the teacher doesn't come today, I will apply to join Anbu. I heard that guy also joined Anbu. Now my wind style is enough to beat him. It's been 3 years, I've lived these 3 years. Anbu. Well, Orochimaru, if you feel lonely, I can join Anbu with you. Go away, are you worthy? Seeing 2 people bickering, Tsunade found a place to sit down silently. Already used to it. Advertisement. These 2 are just made for each other, and they've always been that way since the first time they met. Suddenly, she felt something in her heart and looked back. At some point, a figure appeared behind them along with a burst of fallen leaves. Tsunade stared at that figure dumbfounded. She hadn't seen it for 3 years, and she almost forgot why she practiced so hard. Seeing that familiar yet unfamiliar face today, I feel extremely complicated. Grandma said that she wanted to make friends with Uchiha, but until now, she didn't know whether she was missing or competing. Yo, long time no see. When the voice came, Orochimaru and Jiraiya turned around suddenly, and it was Uchiha Hiko who fell in their eyes. Yan Jun, it's been a long time. Yan, really Yan, where did you go? I thought you sacrificed for a mission, and cried for a long time. Uchiha Hiko chuckled, I'm in Konaha village. Just in Konaha, how come I never met you? Tsunade asked. Well, it may be that I go home directly during my rest time. It's normal if others don't see it. Are you that busy? Why are we not as busy as you? Jiraiya said. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Hiko showed a knowing smile, from today on, you should get busy. Because, from today on, I will take over you. Orochimaru frowned. He felt that Uchiha Hiko was not the kind of person to talk big casually, so he said, take over means, from today onwards, you are our guide Jonin. As far as I know, you are still a genin, right? Quote. Well, just got promoted, do you have any objections? Tsunade took a step forward and faced Uchiha Hiko head on. If anyone has an opinion, she has the most. She is the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. If a certain yellow-haired boy is the prince, then she is now the real orthodox grandson of the emperor. With such an identity, why would someone of the same age and class as her come to be her guide Jonin? Chapter 57. 3 Small Battles Uchiha Hiko. If you want me to call you a teacher, it depends on whether you are qualified. She said proudly. However, Uchiha Hiko shook his head and smiled. No, you made a mistake. I am just your captain and take you on missions. If you want me to teach you ninjutsu, it depends on whether you are qualified. Well, now let's see who is qualified enough. Even if you are the captain, you have to get our approval. Orochimaru smiled. Without any other meaning, he just took this opportunity to try. For that day, he has worked hard to practice for too long. I have long wanted to compete with Uchiha Hiko. Seeing this, Uchiha Hiko is also refreshing, as the so-called 3 fires for a new official, then take advantage of the opportunity to ignite this fire. Okay, the 3 of you attack me together, please hold the belief of killing me. Mission rules. If you can injure me in any way, even scratches, you will win. Uchiha Hiko said. And what happens after we win? Jiraiya asked. Win. I'm sorry, I really didn't think you could win, so how about it? If you win, I will do whatever you want. If I win, you will have to obey all my orders in the future. Who do you look down on? Good. Just wait and see. Interesting. Good. Tsunade. I can. Come on. Uchiha Hiko glanced at the 3 of them one by one, and shook his head in disappointment. I'll let you have one hand. That's it. You can start at any time when you are ready. Give a hand. This is too crazy. Not to mention Jiraiya's character, even Orochimaru, who has always been calm, was a little angry. Advertisement. There are many double rules in the ninja world, such as 1 pair of Sharingan exerts the greatest power, 1 pair of hands can form seals, 1 pair of 3 years have passed, you underestimate us. As he said that, Orochimaru rushed forward with kunai in his hand, and the distance of more than 10 meters was an instant for a ninja. His kunai is sharp and fast, without muddling, straight to Uchiha Hiko's face. But whoever is stabbed is death. However, with such rapid explosive power, a lazy left hand gently grabbed his wrist. The seemingly ordinary left hand was like extremely hard steel, not only grabbed Orochimaru's attacking arm, but even stopped his entire impact force. What? Orochimaru was shocked, a shock that he had never seen before appeared on his pale face. He never expected that Uchiha Hiko would have such power. That doesn't fit his thin figure at all. Orochimaru. 0.5 points. Uchiha Hiko sneered, then violently threw Orochimaru away with one hand. Then let's see how good I am. Jiraiya laughed wildly, raised her fist confidently, and slammed at Uchiha Hiko. He, hiding in Orochimaru's shadow. Such a sneak attack is equivalent to appearing in front of Uchiha Hiko in an instant. Can he react? Yes, he can really react. Looking at Jiraiya's slow-moving fist, Uchiha Hiko calmly moved his left hand and pointed his sword, and poked it in between the middle finger and ring finger of Jiraiya's fist with precision. This poke broke his fist, and then, Uchiha Hiko turned his sword finger and held Jiraiya's ring finger and one finger, and then flipped it hard. This can be described as 4 or 2,000 pounds. Jiraiya's body was literally carried away by his own strength. Advertisement. If he doesn't go well, his fingers should be wrung off. Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya were thrown out, but Tsunade did not follow up. Uchiha Hiko looked over and saw her slamming her fist on the ground. The force on that little fist caused the ground to crack in an instant, and countless fragmented rocks flew towards him. It seems that Tsunade is still smart and knows how to use the rules. Uchiha Hiko smiled inwardly. The rule he made was that as long as he was injured, even if it was scratched, he would lose. Rushing up to hit him with his fists, or using a Kamau thorn, that's not going to work. Long-range intensive attack is the kingly way. It's a pity that there was a very obvious problem in the connection between the attacks of the 3 of them. If Orochimaru's attack has just landed and Jiraiya's fist can reach, then he is dangerous. If Jiraiya's fist has just been cracked, Tsunade's rock-breaking attack can reach, then he directly loses. But the reality is not like this. In a simple sentence, the gourd baby saves grandpa. Uchiha Hiko Shinsho pulled out the black knife from behind, swung it freely and effortlessly, and blocked all the broken rocks. At this time, he said, well, let me add another rule. As he spoke, he stretched his legs and drew a circle in front of him. I'm standing in the circle, as long as you can keep my feet outside, then you'll win. This is too crazy. The rules just now are already too much, except for 3-on-1 and frontal defeat, as long as it can hurt him. Chapter 58 Different Levels of Fighting. Then he gave up a hand. Fortunately, he even drew a circle for himself. As long as he got out of the circle, he would admit defeat. Such a rule dealt a great blow to the 3 of them. What kind of strength is it that makes Uchiha Hiko so confident? Damn it, you're too bad, Jiraiya yelled, standing up clutching her arms. Orochimaru clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. He is too strong. What is the problem? Obviously, I am also cultivating hard every day. Why is there such a big gap with him? Wind-style great breakthrough. Orochimaru quickly formed a seal, took a deep breath, and then transformed chakra into a strong wind and blew it out. His furious attack was full of strength. If you go out of the circle, you lose, right? Then just blow him out with a powerful wind style. That's just standing still and being beaten. It is equal to wind style must hit. The strength of great breakthrough cannot be resisted by his body. Seeing the wind blowing dust, Uchiha Hiko couldn't help but admire. this wind style is beautiful, but it's a pity, it's still useless. As he spoke, he formed a seal with one hand. When I was young, I used test paper in my family to find out that I was the best at practicing fire and thunder attributes. But over time, he has acquired the power of a Jonin. Mastering other chakra attribute changes is trivial. This is only his own ability. If coupled with systematic analysis, the 7 attributes can't stop him. Wind style great breakthrough. Advertisement. Uchiha Hiko's one-handed mudra, using wind style that is more powerful than Orochimaru. The quality of his chakra is better than Orochimaru. Even with normal proficiency, the ninjutsu he uses is more powerful than Orochimaru. When the more violent wind met Orochimaru's wind, it was wiped out in an instant, and its power remained undiminished, and it attacked Orochimaru and Jiraiya. No, idiot, hide, Orochimaru yelled. After receiving the reminder, the two quickly avoided to the sides. Wind-style great breakthrough was just Uchiha Hiko. Sha Tien thought it was too hot and used it to create a cool breeze, so he didn't focus much. The power is not very great. It's not very fast either. Therefore, those two boys avoided it for the time being. Did the three of you only have so little strength without eating? Uchiha Hiko sneered. After staying in Anbu for a long time, I saw a lot of enemies of all kinds, and even often assassinated the well-known rebels in the ninja world. Now when I see the 3 little ghosts in front of me, I feel that they are too weak. They fight like children playing. Hearing the ridicule again, the 3 gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. The original relationship among the 3 of them. Jiraiya is unhappy with Orochimaru but has a crush on Tsunade. Tsunade hates Jiraiya. Orochimaru is unhappy with everyone. But now, they're going to let go of those stereotypes. The 3 of us go up together. Just let him move 10 centimeters. Agree. That's right. I don't believe that the 3 of us can't beat one. Uchiha Hiko smiled when he saw that the 3 were able to unite, albeit because of the way they were united, at least they achieved their goal. He doesn't want to go out to do missions with a plate of loose sand. What he wants to do is the position of captain, and he has to be responsible for this position, not to be a tool man. In that case, it would be better for him to go out to do the task alone, a group with high efficiency. Not bad, come on. Advertisement. 3 people, deliberately circled around Uchiha Hiko, and then attacked from 3 directions. This simultaneous attack, let's see how he blocks it with one hand. Up, come on. Admit defeat, Yonjin. They rushed up aggressively. The 2 points in the back are dead spots, and there is only one Tsunade in front. As long as he turned his body, the 3 of them also shifted their positions, keeping a relative angle all the time. Uchiha Hiko is quite satisfied. This kind of pincer attack, with so many rules, the average person should really lose. It's just that Uchiha Hiko can't lose this time, he needs to win and be the captain they recognize. The elders may take the initiative to admit defeat at this time, giving the children a step down, so as to avoid too much blow to their self-confidence. But Uchiha Hiko is different, he is the same age as them, he doesn't need to be taken care of like that, he just needs to set up an object of absolute obedience for them. Lightning-style Chidori stream. Dazzling thunder and lightning were suddenly released from his body, which caught the 3 people rushing forward by surprise. He deliberately weakened the power to avoid killing the 3 of them directly. The incomparably swift Chidori flow spread, and the 3 of them had no time to defend themselves, and they were hit on the spot. Although the weakened Chidori style will not kill them, the paralyzing effect of the thunder attribute is quite obvious. ZZZ. All 3 fell to the ground. The body twitched endlessly. There is no more power to fight. Uchiha Hiko took a step and walked out of the circle. He walked towards Tsunade first, stretched out his hand to attach to her body, connected the body, and the lightning-style chakra remaining in her body would dissipate faster. Chapter 59 Gao Fushuai treats guests and dinner. What kind of thing is he? Okay, today I, as the captain, shall treat everyone to a big meal. Uchiha Hiko put his arm on Tsunade's shoulder and asked, do you eat fried chicken or grilled chicken? Snort. Hey, I haven't admitted, you, Jiraiya said tremblingly, paralyzed. Orochimaru did see the truth. Not to mention anything else, just the lightning style just now, as long as Uchiha Hiko wants to, he can kill the 3 of them at any time. With so many rules, they can't win. The strength gap between the 2 sides is too great. There is nothing wrong with letting him be the captain. Then let Jiraiya, the idiot, lie down by himself, and we'll eat, said Orochimaru. One thing to say, Orochimaru's physical fitness is much stronger than Jiraiya's. At this point, they were able to stand up by themselves, but Jiraiya was still lying on the ground. Uchiha Hiko helped Tsunade up, and seeing that she was still a little dissatisfied, he asked, why, your clan won't let you get close to Uchiha? No, oh, I thought you were going to blame us. Snort. Then let's go. Konaha Street. The storefront these days is just one word, honesty. Not only are the ingredients fresh, the seasonings are healthy, and the quantity is large. When he asked for a fried chicken, the boss hurriedly made a big fat CK. Just looking at the size of the big rooster, one can tell that this animal was very strong and healthy during its lifetime, and it was by no means a diseased or retired species bought from a certain channel. Advertisement. Because of their young age, even though Uchiha Hiko is showing his ninja forehead protector, the boss is not willing to sell them drinks. This is also a sincere person. Therefore, They can only eat chicken and drink plum soup. Huh, don't you think that's the one from that class? Jiraiya said suddenly. He was poor, really poor, and he looked around when he entered this kind of shop. Following his line of sight, he saw the table on the opposite side, which was the classic 1 Defense 3 formation in the ninja world. It seems that Jonin, who is in charge of them, is also treating guests to dinner. As Jiraiya said, it should be the boy with long blue hair. That shape is truly amazing. Broken. Is Jiraiya your friend? Uchiha Hiko asked. Hearing this, Jiraiya exaggeratedly said as if she had seen a ghost. Ha. Yan, don't say you don't remember. That school test, you sent someone into the health room. Uchiha Hiko shook his head. I really don't remember. Kato Dan, that was the ninja school competition, your first opponent. Didn't someone from the Hyuga family challenge you later? Don't you remember all this? Hearing what Jiraiya said, Uchiha Hiko suddenly realized, I understand when you talk about the Hyuga challenge. It seems that there is such an impression of blue hair. Here, Jiraiya is too loud and the yakiniku restaurant is not very big. Kato Dan on the opposite side can naturally hear the voice. Hearing talking about him, he walked over with a smile on his face. Ah, so it's Orochimaru, Tsunade and you guys. Kato Dan said with a smile, it's really a Sasha, I finally graduated successfully, today the teacher invited us to dinner, by the way, where is your teacher? Kato Dan is an idiot and a fresh graduate. He didn't know that the teacher of the genius Orochimaru is third Hokage. Uchiha Hiko coughed twice. Orochimaru understood immediately. The teacher has something to do today, so let's eat together. Do you have anything to do? Mr. Kato Dan. Advertisement. Hey, Orochimaru-san, I looked at the menu and found that this restaurant is very expensive, why don't we let Tsunade eat at our table? Then you have nothing to do, please disappear, it's quite an eyesore here. This, Orochimaru-san, I have no hostility. Orochimaru stopped talking, but Jiraiya wanted to hit someone. Mato, is it obvious to grab Tsunade? Is the young master just a display? Just when he was about to explode, Kato Dan suddenly noticed Uchiha Hiko in the back seat. In 3 years, Uchiha Hiko has changed a lot. It's normal not to recognize it the first time. But after leaving Hokage's office, he changed into the family's costumes, and no one in Konaha would miss that fan. Uchiha. As soon as he saw Uchiha, he would naturally associate certain psychological shadows. The Uchiha back then beat him until his front teeth fell out. At this time, Uchiha Hiko, who was searching for other delicacies on the menu, suddenly raised his head and shouted to the boss. Boss, I think these dishes in your store are good, let's serve them all. Looking up, Kato Dan saw Uchiha Hiko's face clearly. Although there have been some changes in the past 3 years, that outline has long been engraved in Kato Dan's mind. He is that shadow, he is Uchiha Hiko. After not seeing him for 3 years, he appeared in front of him again. Kato Dan closed his mouth, didn't even dare to make a sound, and walked away dejectedly with his tail between his legs. The two didn't even exchange a word, just looking at that face, the fear in his heart surged like a tide. He is ADK, his strength is not as good as Uchiha Hiko, his appearance is not as good as Uchiha Hiko, and his background power is not as good as Uchiha Hiko just in case. Gao Fushuai is here to treat guests and dinner, what kind of a thing is he? Chapter 60 Excellent people are so beautiful. Not to mention how Kato Dan humiliated himself last night, Yan planned to take his team members to take on the task the next day, yes, the efficiency is so high. Mission 1. Go to the Daming Mansion as a guard and escort the ministers to go on a mission. Mission 2. Clear up a nest of bandits in the southwest direction. Said Uchiha Hiko at the gate of Konaha village. In front of him were 3 people who were ready. Jiraiya immediately yelled. Of course we are going to suppress the bandits, escorting others or something, it's really boring. Uchiha Hiko chuckled. I forgot to tell you, I never accept tasks below B level, and I like to take tasks that are on the way, which means that this time, both tasks are above B level, and I will execute both of them. No, let you choose. Nani. Jiraiya was stunned. Although the overall strength of their small class is much better than other small classes, is it really good to do B-level tasks directly? They have tried C-level missions before, and they feel that C-level tasks are enough to scare people. In this B-level task, I am afraid that life is in danger. Very well, I appreciate your expressions now, don't embarrass me when you wait. Uchiha Hiko's eyes swept across the faces of the 3, and the other 2 were the same as Jiraiya. Even Orochimaru, who was far superior to Jiraiya. However, he was surprised because of the B-level task, and found it interesting, not timid. Several people set off here. Advertisement. Follow the map to arrive at Damingfu first. The so-called minister is actually the daimyo's cousin and also the daimyo's own brother-in-law. Your circle is really messed up. Detail. However, they also treat the ministers as Ichiraku sons, are fragile goods that need to be transported, and the task is completed when they are delivered to the terminal. There will be no deeper intersection. The minister was riding in a carriage, and the 4 of them sat in the 4 corners. Except for Jiraiya occasionally typing a few words and being a tool person a few times, the other 3 don't like him at all. Captain, I have a question. You said that you like to take the side mission, but we received the minister first. Could it be? Orochimaru suddenly asked at the rear of the car. Uchiha Hiko, who was sitting in the front of the car, smiled slightly, and said to the back, I have studied the route of this trip. We will cross the country of grass from the country of fire, and then arrive at the destination country of earth, and on this way, there is a must pass. It will take 3 more days to go around the pass. But if you pass through there, you must pass under the eyes of that group of robbers. Orochimaru understood immediately. It turns out that no matter whether we accept the mission or not, we will eventually encounter robbers. It is better to accept the mission first. In this way, we will be wiped out along the way, and we can get 2 mission rewards and mission records. Uchiha Hiko nodded with relief. Yes, that's what I meant when I said drop by. But don't be careless, the 3 of you. The reason why that pass has been occupied by robbers is because there are a large number of them from the last war. The combined strength of deserters cannot be underestimated. A deserter from the last war. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Hiko with complicated eyes. Even though they are all students in the same class, why is he next to him so familiar with the tasks? Considering all aspects, he even has certain information about the types of robbers. On the other hand, the 3 of them looked like newcomers. Rookie ninja. I thought that after graduation, the gap between them would gradually narrow, but who would have thought that not only did the gap not narrow, but it widened even wider. Advertisement. Suddenly, the minister in the carriage spoke. Hey, you 4 brats, knowing that there are bandits there, why don't you go around? 3 days is 3 days, my safety is more important. Is this how your Konaha ninjas do things? Send you guys over here escorting me, I'm already very unhappy. Do you believe in cutting your expenses? The minister's voice, one could tell it was a 300 jin creature. Uchiha Hiko didn't bother him, because the habit that Anbu had cultivated over the years was either keep silent or do it. The task of communication naturally fell on Jiraiya. Hey, Your Excellency, are you dissatisfied with our Konaha ninjas doing things like this? You have to find out the situation first. The 3 of us are disciples of 3rd Hokage, and the one in front is the captain appointed by 3rd Hokage. Also, it's you. Is the life of the country more important, or is the country's diplomacy more important? Shut up, you brat dare to contradict me. What's your name? I think you don't want to mess around. My uncle's name is Jiraiya. Okay, I remember you. This is a communication between the authority dog and the bottom level, and different, dickheads. Seeing that the atmosphere was not good, Orochimaru, who was sitting at the back of the car, had to speak up. Minister, we are the ninjas of Konaha. Hokage sent us to escort us. Naturally, we trust us, and please trust us. As for the road plan, it is stipulated by the daimyo, not by us. 3 days is so much remuneration, 3 days less travel is still so much remuneration, we are willing to hang out for a few more days. Finally, please respect the judgment of the captain. Orochimaru smiled. Now that there are a large number of ninja deserters among the robbers, Uchiha Hiko is the main escort for the next step. At this time, trouble the captain. Does the minister want to lose an arm or a leg? Chapter 61. The Deserters of the Ninja World War. Travel to the border of the Fire Nation. On the shortest route to the country of grass. A winding path is for horse-drawn carriages only. On the left is a bottomless cliff, and on the right is a lush forest. If someone robs the road on this road, it is bound to happen. Therefore, businessmen generally prefer to take a detour rather than take this path. When he was in Anbu, in order to establish an additional economic chain, the village dispatched the Anbu unit to protect a wealthy businessman who ate people but never spit out bones. At that time, Konaha Anbu's identity was there, and no one dared to approach her. Today, this is the second time he has passed by. Feeling the headwind blowing up from the cliff, Jiraiya couldn't help but stare, and silently grabbed the rear of the car. Oh my god, if this falls, my uncle will turn into a puddle of mud. Shut your crow mouth, silly asterisk asterisk. Orochimaru cursed. The reason why it is said that Jiraiya is a crow's mouth. It's because in the previous missions, Jiraiya's consecration is accurate. Good things don't work, bad things work. However, with Uchiha Hiko leading the horses ahead, the car shouldn't tip over. But now that the consecratory mouth has opened, according to the truth of the operation of the big world, something must come. So, soon, there was a rustling sound from the forest on the right. Captain. Orochimaru frowned. Uchiha Hiko nodded, and said relaxedly, you 3 take the lead first, don't be ashamed. The 3 of them agreed, and immediately set off, jumping into the lush forest. Advertisement. Just listening to the cries of the golden swords and the screams, dozens of corpses were thrown off the cliff. Uchiha Hiko took a look and found that those dead people were just ordinary bandits. Bandits usually dare to go down the mountain in groups to grab some food and a few neon girls. To say that the real robbers are those ninja deserters, they are the ones who have the capital to do great work. One is called survival and reproduction, and the other is called life enjoyment. What Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade killed was just some cannon fodder. That's what they put out to test on purpose. Try this time to see if the idea is hard. Obviously, the 3 of them are still not hard enough. It took more than half a while to kill a dozen ordinary bandits. If you are a real ninja master, you will either let a large number of them die silently, or use ranged ninjutsu to clear them all at once. Ninja, Konaha's ninja, I ask you to speed up immediately, there is a fight outside, there is a fight. The minister shouted in panic in the carriage. Here, Uchiha Hiko finally interacted with the minister for the first time. Hee, retarded. This mountain road is steep and there are no guardrails. Whether it is front drive or rear drive, you can try it. Falling off the cliff, life will be accelerated. Uchiha Hiko's taunt made the flustered minister shut his mouth tremblingly. At this time, all the rich and powerful are relying on one side, and strength is the last word. Suddenly, he sensed a chakra that wasn't weak. Looking up, I saw that on the offensive line formed by Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, a ninja wearing a shroud suddenly jumped out. Uchiha Hiko looked at the shroud on his head, and saw a lightning-like symbol engraved on it, but it was scratched horizontally at this time. Advertisement. Oh, Cloud Shinobi Village's rebellion. Didn't you say that Cloud Shinobi has no rebellion? How do you say that? General, Jun, Cloud Shinobi rebels with dark skin and speaks jargon in his mouth. As a robber, he was very smart. He didn't care about the three ninjas on the blockade line ahead, and went straight to the important officials on the carriage. Their sentry had already secretly seen the figures in the carriage. During the break on the way, it was convenient for the minister to get out of the carriage. He recognized at a glance that it was the minister of the Fire Nation. A minister's head, especially a minister of the country of fire, can be exchanged for a lot of money. Cloud Shinobi held a machete in his rebellious hand, just like his arrogant face, gathered chakra on his arm, and wanted to chop the carriage into pieces. However, at this moment, Uchiha Hiko, who had been sitting indifferently at the head of the carriage, raised his head. He turned towards the rear right, and glanced lightly at the rebelliousness of Cloud Shinobi. The three-hook jade in his eyes slowly rotated. Sharingan. It's a rather wondrous, relatively slow world. Cloud Shinobi's rebellious mind was stagnant, as if he had lost his mind, and the raised knife did not swing down, but followed the inertial force, and went straight to the depths of the cliff. Come fast, go fast. It can be said that one step is in place. Your general has hit a big plan. Uchiha Hiko couldn't help sighing. Immediately, he reached out and grabbed the horse's reins, and lightly tied it to the front of the carriage. Then, sensing more and more chakra fluctuations that were getting closer, he stood up. Minister, if you don't want to die, stop barking. The horse already knows that you should be dragged out of this road. I will go and destroy this mountain of thieves that gets in the way. See you later. After the words fell, without waiting for the minister to reply, he just jumped into the dense forest. Chapter 62 Pirate Ninja. Among the jungle, Uchiha Hiko glanced at the three who were fighting with ordinary bandits. Even though the other side has a large number of people, the three of them have the upper hand. The battle situation was considered satisfactory for the time being, and then continued to face the group of chakra and charged towards the top of the mountain. The speed of the ninja walking alone is quite fast. In this dense forest, it is like a cheetah locked on its prey. Lightning-style Chidori. While forming a seal with one hand, he drew the black knife from behind. The seal is only in an instant. When the lightning in his left hand gathers together, the lightning style stimulates the cells of the body, and the whole speed soars instantly. As for the black knife on his right hand, the original 60-centimeter long blade was filled with chakra at this moment, and it instantly became 1 meter too. The three-hooked jade in the eyes kept spinning, seeing everything in front of him. There are a total of 40 ninjas. It seems that there were quite a few deserters in the last ninja war. There will be deserters in every war. This is a fact that the major ninja villages are unwilling to admit, and they will not bring this matter to the surface. The last ninja war was larger than the average ninja war. Someone dares to rush up, isn't he afraid of death? The bandit leader laughed wildly. Where is the black head? He missed. Boss, I feel that his chakra is getting farther and farther away, it should be dropped. Ha ha ha, I knew all the people who came out of Cloud Shinobi village were reckless. Just then, Uchiha Hiko rushed out of the jungle. The mountain is a Mediterranean head shape, the slopes are full of trees, but the top is bare. A group of robbers are on the top of the mountain, condescending. But at this time, Uchiha Hiko rushed out. Advertisement. The lightning in his left hand is like 1,000 birds singing together, and the ninja knife in his right hand is emitting a cold light. One shot. With a low shout, the 1.2-meter-long chakra blade in his hand slashed across the neck of the leader. His high-density chakra blade cuts iron like mud. Cutting off a human neck is as easy as piercing a piece of white paper. Boss. Boss. Seeing the boss who was still laughing wildly just now, his head had already rolled to the ground, and all the robbers suddenly turned pale with fright. It was during this moment of panic that Uchiha Hiko, who was like a shadow, had leapt to the other side, and the bloody Chidori in his hand had already pierced a person's heart. That is, a traitor pointed to the thunderbolt in Uchiha Hiko's hand in horror. In the ninja world of this era, few dare to hold Raiden in their hands. Raikage from Cloud Shinobi Village, that iconic character, doesn't appear in front of their group. But that person in the legend has a more advanced grasp of lightning style than Raikage. Are you, my lord? Uchiha Hiko didn't answer a mere rebellious question. The habit developed in Anbu is to talk less nonsense when working. With Chidori in his hand, he directly tore apart one ninja's body, and continued to attack the next person. The deserter ninjas and rebel ninjas also reacted and launched a counterattack. At this point, 2 people have already fallen. It can be seen that Uchiha Hiko shot quickly. Fast as lightning. Isn't this just a brat? What are you afraid of in front of me? Give me, hold the sun, that lightning style ninjutsu is legendary. Up, earth style rock fist. Ah, Don't worry about it, let's go, kill him. Advertisement. Before the threat of life, everyone mustered up their courage. Legends are legends. The legendary Konaha Anbu, who wears a fox mask and uses a special lightning style, has always been ruthless. It is impossible for them to escape, even if they run to Tianya Cape, he will definitely catch up and kill them. Then, the only option is to fight back desperately. What if you are lucky enough to kill and destroy that legend, and you are the one who survives? 3. Uchiha Hiko thought silently. At the same time, the chakra blade in his hand easily cut a person's body in half. This extremely sharp chakra knife is quite a trick in actual combat. When others held the black iron kunai to block, his chakra knife cut off his kunai in an instant, split his head, and divided his body. The hardest bone in the body is like a piece of tofu in front of the high-density chakra knife. The legendary lord. Spare me. A Kusanagi rebellious ninja even knelt down in front of Uchiha Hiko, begging for mercy. However, in the chaotic battle, Uchiha Hiko did not notice him. Accidentally, it was chopped off. If this dear man knelt down and begged for mercy in a peaceful situation, he would respond with a few words and persuade him to have a good pregnancy in his next life. Sudden. After his figure of killing like a wolf and a tiger, a ninja without affiliation raised his rough hands and used the fastest speed in his life to form a seal. 3 seconds later, his 6 seals were finally completed. Holding the last seal, the smile on Rebel's face was very ferocious. I accept your bounty. Fire style fire flame bullet technique. As soon as you hear the name, you know that some pirated ninjas have done wicked things. Advertisement Chapter 63 Let's face XXX. Sensing the ninjutsu behind him, Uchiha Hiko immediately swept the chakra-long blade in his hand, repelling the rebellious ninjutsu surrounding him. Then he turned around abruptly and immediately formed a seal with one hand. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. The huge dark red Great Fireball blasted straight at the homeless ninja. Regarding fire-style ninjutsu, he has been in the ninja world for so many years, but he has never met a single opponent. Turn around and release a Great Fireball, and he ignores what is behind him and continues to meet the enemy in front of him. Boom. There was a loud noise behind him, and the 2 fireballs shattered against each other, and the powerful blast scattered away, knocking the sneak attacking ninja back tens of meters. At this moment, the enemy in front of Uchiha Hiko stabbed a kunai. Uchiha Hiko dodges sideways, and then the chidori of his left hand cuts up vertically, cutting off his wrists. When that part of the wrist fell, his eyesight and hands were quick, and he scattered chidori and took away the branch of kunai. Immediately, he backhanded and threw the kunai out. He doesn't need to aim at all. The moment he turned around and released ninjutsu just now, he had already calculated everything. The position of the wandering ninja, the impact force of the ninjutsu explosion, the moving position of the ninja after the impact, and how long he has to adapt to after the impact. The ninja who sneaked up from behind was hit by the blast and fell back dozens of meters. Just when he raised his head and was about to curse. A sharp kunai keeps magnifying in his eyes. Laugh. Kunai pierced into his left eye socket, directly submerging most of it. The dead cannot die again. Over there, Uchiha Hiko is still fighting the enemy calmly. The experience accumulated from years of fighting allowed him to kill every enemy in the most direct and efficient way. 18. Advertisement. With a death notice in his heart, the heart of a deserter ninja was pierced by him. In a blink of an eye, half of the 40 ninjas who were originally standing on the top of the mountain were now left. Due to the explosion of ninjutsu above, the ordinary bandits hidden in the dense forest were alarmed. Those ordinary bandits, some rely on their physique alone, and some have already obtained the chakra refining method. When fighting, they are always better than ordinary people. The 3 Orochimaru who were still in the upper hand just now, after being exhausted by the crowd tactics, have bottomed out chakra and are out of breath. Oops, there are people up there. What's the matter? It seems to have been fighting for a long time, aren't the bosses all ninjas, and it hasn't been resolved yet. I'm afraid it's Jonin, the leader of these brats. Go up and support the boss, don't worry about these little brats. Konaha's ninjas are 2 thieves. The number of ordinary bandits far exceeds the number of rebels on the top of the mountain. Although the 3 of Orochimaru had killed more than 20 people, with the explosion of the fire style on the top of the mountain, the hearts of ordinary bandits unanimously supported the road, and the flow of people visible to the naked eye almost flattened the lush dense forest. That number is more than 100 people. Being able to occupy the key points of customs clearance in the Nation of Fire, the comprehensive strength of this group of bandits is naturally extraordinary. There must be some manpower. Even though Uchiha Hiko was in the middle of the fight, he could hear the shouts of killing on the hillside. If one of them can gather together and use some kind of sound escape technique, it will definitely be awesome. It's a pity that among them, the limit is to extract chakra, and they don't even know a single ninjutsu. Those who have mastered the resources are all these ninjas who stood on the top of the mountain just now. 23. Uchiha Hiko counted. At the same time, he also slightly estimated the number of people below, and couldn't help frowning. 40 people are easy to kill, but it's too much effort to kill those people one by one. Advertisement. With this in mind, he jumped up immediately, jumping out of the attack range of the remaining rebel forces. And in the air, he formed a mudra with one hand and launched a fire-style ninjutsu towards the sky. Fire-style Longyan singing technique. The foot of the mountain. Orochimaru looked at the 5 fire dragons hovering in the sky in surprise. That fire-style ninjutsu is. Looking at the lifelike flame dragon, Tsunade said with certainty, well, it's Hiko's fire-style ninjutsu, that's right. But why did he release the fire-style ninjutsu towards the sky? It went wrong. Could it be that he is asking us for help? Orochimaru gave Jiraiya a blank look. Even if he asks for help, he won't ask you, an idiot, for help. These two people, even at this moment, did not forget to bicker. Suddenly, Tsunade seemed to understand something. That is, mountain top. Uchiha Hiko deliberately dealt with the rebels for a while. The ordinary bandits in the rear are still chasing after them. If he hadn't deliberately slowed down, the group of ordinary bandits might not even be able to see his shadow. Finally, the sky is getting dark. Is it going to rain? Someone asked doubtfully, looking at the gloomy weather, feeling a little depressed in his heart. They were going to rob the road, but they didn't expect to be robbed by a few ninjas to the mountain, and no one could get down. Now, this kind of hellish weather is happening again. Uchiha Hiko saw that the time was ripe, so he stopped and sneered at a group of bandits. Face your death. Chapter 64. This technique is called Kilin. The location where Uchiha Hiko stopped happened to be the highest peak of a mountain. The sky is gloomy, and it seems that the sky is extremely low. He stood there like a man in contact with the sky. Sudden, Chidori, familiar to the traitorous cruel party, lit up in his hand. However, Chidori is different this time. What is he going to do? In the eyes of the rebels, the lightning style is used for stabbing at close range. What can they do when they stand so far away? At this moment, there was a thunder in the sky. Lightning style. Thunder. For some reason, the ninjas always felt uneasy. The name of this technique is. As he said, Uchiha Hiko pointed the Chidori in his hand to the sky, and by virtue of the principle of mutual attraction between thunder and lightning, he connected with the sky thunder. In an instant, the sky changed drastically. The originally gloomy and dark sky suddenly burst into thunder and lightning, and the flickering thunder made the sky and the earth glow with fluorescence. That is, a traitor shouted hoarsely. He felt hopeless. In his line of sight, in the eyes of everyone, the thunder from the sky turned into an ancient giant beast. It was a colossal monster that looked like a wolf or a lion, and every part of its body was made of the thunder from the sky. This ancient giant beast hovered in the black cloud, like a god descending into the world. My lord, rebellious Nin dropped his hands weakly, and the knives in his hands fell to the ground with a clang. This is true for the remaining rebels, not to mention those ordinary bandits. The light of thunder and lightning shone in the eyes of each of them. With their fragile minds, they even forgot to breathe. Just the heavenly power emanating from the thunder monster that day shocked their souls. They are ants. Advertisement. Down the mountain. Tsunade's fair face, reflected by the flickering thunder and lightning, was particularly beautiful. Her temperament was not like ordinary people, and her blonde hair was also scattered in the battle just now. A drop of rain fell on the tip of her delicate nose. The sixth sense gave her a dangerous signal, but she never guessed that such a thing would happen in this world. What is that? Even her grandpa, Senju Hashirama, had never used a lightning style on this scale. Looking at the giant monster in the sky, it seems that it is close at hand, and it may engulf the living beings at any time. Orochimaru also muttered. Is it Uchiha Hiko's ninjutsu? As a genius ninja determined to defeat Uchiha Hiko, Orochimaru began to study wind-style ninjutsu 3 years ago. I hope to face Uchiha Hiko one day. His wind style can work wonders. His wind style is perfect. And it's great. But, at this moment, he was looking at the thunder roaring in the sky, and his heart was filled with endless despair. Such a lightning style, what kind of wind style does he use to counter and crack it? I thought that when the captain took office, he had seen the full strength of Uchiha Hiko, thought that the limit was the Chidori style. Such a Chidori style made the three of them lose their fighting power in an instant. Already powerful enough, but he never imagined that Uchiha Hiko still has ninjutsu of this scale hidden in his hand. No, it should be said to be a taboo technique. What level is this technique? Quote. Jiraiya's white hair flew up, just like his heart, fluttering like duckweed. He clenched his fist tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Even though the lightning style in the sky was not aimed at him that day, the majesty exuded already made him tremble with fear. He doesn't even know now what that is. Advertisement. Should it be Uchiha Hiko's lightning style, or the enemy's joint ninjutsu, or should they encounter some supernatural monster in this world? Thunder no tail beast or something. If Tsunade and Orochimaru are shocking, then Jiraiya is terrifying. Under this endless fear, his body, like the ants and bandits on the top of the mountain, didn't even have the courage to move. On the hill, Uchiha Hiko controlled the raging thunder and lightning, looking calmly at the group of thieves below. The scale of this technique is very grand, but the chakra required is not much. After system analysis, the required chakra is just a little bit more than Chidori. It's hard to imagine that such a huge ninjutsu only needs a little bit of chakra. Very little chakra is needed, because it is basically made up of thunder, natural thunder and lightning. Lightning style Kilin. He waved his arm lightly, and Kilin, the thunder in the sky, protruded a giant head from the black cloud, staring at his food with a pair of scarlet eyes. Just that terrifying Tianwei has already scared their minds to pieces. In an instant, the sky and the earth are flooded with white light. It only takes a thousandth of a second for the lightning to hit the ground, and this moment is the moment that leads them to death. Everyone in Fang Yuan seemed to have experienced a lightning bolt at close range, and their eyes were only so blindingly pale. In both ears, there is only that thunder roaring that day, like the deterrent of a god shaking the world. When all that slowly fades away, the three people under the mountain opened their eyes. Caught the eye, there is only a piece of scorched earth left. Chapter 65. This is just breaking lightning style, why are you surprised? The smoke filled the air. The hills in front of them have been moved flat, and their vision has widened a lot. The original mountain road was covered by the sun along the way, and it was cool inside and out when walking on it. Now, standing on the mountain road, they can already see the sun. The sun pierced through the black clouds above their heads, as if they were inlaid with gold. And him, where is he? Tsunade asked. Hiko-kun will not be under his ninjutsu. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, looking worried. He's completely captivated by Uchiha Hiko's monster talent. If you want to learn from him or use wind style to break his lightning style, then you are pure foolishness. That lightning style try. What he is worried about now is that the power of that lightning style is too great, it is already so great that it will affect the caster himself. Just when the three of them were worried, a figure suddenly appeared behind them. It's time to move. I used a small hypnosis illusion on the horse. It should have been awakened by the thunder and lightning. We have to catch up quickly. Uchiha Hiko said lightly. Looking at Uchiha Hiko's calm face, Orochimaru was even more shocked. The lightning style ninjutsu of such a large scale just now can't be seen on his body with any high consuming learning. Is there a tail beast living in his body? How can you have such a huge amount of chakra? As everyone knows, the lightning style Kilin just now didn't cost him much chakra at all. Yes. Orochimaru responded dully. Then let's go. Well, I want to ask, Yan, what is your lightning style ninjutsu? Tsunade asked very embarrassedly. She originally wanted to ask Uchiha Hiko about lightning style ninjutsu. Where did he practice it? Konaha doesn't have that kind of lightning style ninjutsu, but when the words come to his lips, he can't say them. Advertisement. I don't know if it's embarrassment, or I feel that the gap between the two is too big, and my self-confidence has been frustrated. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Hiko didn't notice her embarrassment. He just said it bluntly, and replied nonchalantly. Oh, I created a broken lightning style, which is very troublesome to use, and there is no need to use it widely. What he said was the truth from his point of view. Really, the current lightning style Kilin still needs to be improved. You need to do a lot of prep work before performing the technique, no matter if you use fire style or whatever, there must be thunderclouds directly above anyway. The preparation time is too long. Just break lightning style. However, hearing these words in the ears of the three people, the taste changed instantly. Such a powerful lightning style ninjutsu, you actually say it breaks lightning style. Jiraiya stared straight at the scene, and gestured with both hands. I thought it was God who descended to earth. Yeah, like a god descending from the earth, the power is too terrifying. I have never seen such a terrifying ninjutsu, even Mr. Sarutobi doesn't know that kind of ninjutsu. Orochimaru also said. Uchiha Hiko shook his head and looked at Tsunade. In terms of the scale of ninjutsu, I am still a bit short. The ninjutsu power of the old ninja god is 10 times and 100 times that of me. A nine tails is in front of the wooden man, which is about the size of a palm. His lightning style Kilin is about the same size as nine tails. What do you say? When Tsunade saw his grandfather mentioned, his eyes changed slightly. Everyone in Konaha knows that the Battle of Ending Valley was a shocking battle. Although no one dared to linger near the battlefield, but after looking at the messy battlefield, one knew how fierce the battle was. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. Tsunade pursed his lips and smiled. Grandfather was already a grandfather. At that time, you are only as old as me this year, and there will be a long time in the future. She's already got her own answer. The terrifying lightning style just now is Uchiha Hiko's own ninjutsu. How much painstaking effort did it take for a person to develop such a lightning style? Just how amazing is his talent? Uchiha Hiko didn't care about the so-called time versus comfort method. He didn't care about that kind of thing at all. What young? What age? Should we have nothing when we are young, and when we are old, we will automatically get what we need? That is impossible. Everything in the world is earned by yourself. Stop talking. Catch up with the wagon. Our mission is half done. After the voice fell, he had already rushed out first. The three of them looked at his back and were speechless for a moment, so they dragged their exhausted bodies after the battle and ran up after him. The four chased the carriage far away, but here the green hills turned into scorched earth. The green smoke rose into the sky, and the dark clouds in the sky were gradually pierced and split by the sun, and finally dispersed. When the sun pass shines on the mountain top again, what is left behind is not a vibrant scene. Instead, a piece of hellish death. The corpses on display, the raging lightning split the trees pierced through the bandit's body, and the dark red blood poured into the scorched earth, pouring into a hellish scene. This land, it is estimated that there will be no more angry things growing in a few years. But in the future, people who pass by don't need to worry about B. Chapter 66 I accept your heart. Ninjutsu, Genjutsu is inherently superior to the other two. Ninjutsu and taijutsu can be practiced bravely, but whether or not one has the talent for genjutsu is determined by heaven. Uchiha's Sharingan has a strong grasp of illusion. Others may need to practice illusion for a long time, but they can easily learn and enhance its power as long as they have Sharingan, except for some patients with pure brain diseases. Uchiha Hiko used his 3-tomo Sharingan to hypnosis the horse in front, making it run along the mountain road at a constant speed. Because the cast object is just an ordinary horse, the level of hypnosis he cast is extremely low. When the lightning style explodes, the horse has already woken up. Fortunately, the minister was lucky, and the frightened horses didn't pull him to the bottom of the 507 cliff on the island. After recovering a life at the gate of Wangquan country, the minister panted heavily, wanting to force him to say a few words, but seeing the blood on their clothes, he closed his mouth wisely. Before it gets dark today, it is expected to reach the central and western part of the country of grass, and the weather temperature will drop. Pay attention. Hiko, have you ever been to the country of grass? No. Then how do you know so much? We don't know. If you don't know, then come out and do more dangerous tasks, and you will definitely remember it. Oh. The crowd galloped all the way, over the mountains, and drove to the plain. Walking in here, Uchiha Hiko suddenly realized. No wonder the traitorous ninjas on the pass of the Kingdom of Fire, several of them know how to make up ninjutsu, because there is the Kingdom of Grass in front of them. There is Kusanagi village in the country of grass, and the ninjas of Kusanagi village have no other skills, but like to study other people's ninjutsu. This country is a small landlocked country, sandwiched between 4 countries. It just so happens that these 4 countries are stronger than theirs. The position is very embarrassing. The carriage of the minister of the country of fire entered the country, and several people had seen what it meant to be like a batch. Kusanagi warmly invited them to enter the village to rest, but Uchiha Hiko refused. Advertisement. Because, in his mission plan, there is no such thing. He doesn't like trouble when he doesn't plan for it. Night gradually fell. Several people stopped in the west of the country of grass and rested in front of the horse army. No one thought that his decision really avoided a big trouble. At the same time, in a small frontier village in the country of grass, there are usually a dozen ninjas stationed there. After all, their country is small and sparsely populated, and it is interesting enough to house 10 ninjas in a small frontier village. Night fell. A tall figure slowly entered the village. And, he went straight to Kusanagi's resting place. I saw that he slowly raised his fist, and under a strange force, his fist turned black. Immediately, he raised his fist and slammed it out. The power of that punch, even if a wall built with bricks by the villagers, it will fall apart in an instant. Tell me, where did they go? Before the smoke cleared, the voice came in, like a thick scythe of judgment, resting on their necks. A group of Kusanagi gathered from the panic and quickly jumped out of the ruins. Who is here? Where are you holy? The 2 Kusanagi asked. Hearing the sound, the tall figure turned around leisurely. Only then did the grass ninjas see clearly that this person's eyes were like greedy wolves, with a faint green glow. I believe you are not interested in me, I just want to know, where did they go? The tall figure asked. Advertisement. Just being locked on by that kind of sight, the leader of Kaushi is already terrified. It can be seen that this person is strong. It must be the strength accumulated over the years. He is very clear that this person in front of him is not easy to mess with. Who are you talking about? If you are looking for someone, there is no need to smash our residence. Oh, the tall figure didn't care about smashing the house at all, but just replied, Minister of the Fire Kingdom, the price of his head just increased. What, could it be that you are a bounty hunter? Kusanagi looked at each other in blank dismay, betraying the information of a big country, that is killing themselves. But if they don't speak today, they will perish now. The tall figure still didn't answer Kusanagi's question, but just murmured to himself. They also have very good ninjas in their guards, and their anti-tracking ability is commendable. I chased here and even lost the last trace of clues. Kusanagi seemed to have made a lot of determination. The grass, which side blows, which side falls. I just heard Kusanagi, the leader of the team, say, my lord, they went to the northwest direction, there is a carriage, 4 guards. Oh, hand. The tall figure was overjoyed, and was about to turn around and leave. But he never imagined that Kusanagi became addicted to licking. My lord, their 4 guards are all little ghosts, and their strength will not be too strong. I hope you can kill the grass and kill the people. The grass ninja leader solemnly said, however, before they arrived in the country of grass, we observed the country is full of thunder, as if a certain ninja used an extremely powerful lightning style ninjutsu. And, 1.9 and, they are coming in exactly the same direction. Hearing this, the tall figure stopped and turned around with great interest. Lightning style ninjutsu. He saw it too when he came out of the gold exchange. The lightning style ninjutsu that causes atmospheric changes like that can never be used by a kid. In other words, beside the minister of the Fire Nation, there is an elite ninja who uses lightning style. However, Hisaka paid a terrible price for using lightning style ninjutsu on such a scale, right? Hee. With a dry friction-like laugh, he murmured, very well, I'll accept your heart, just one is missing. Chapter 67 Argue, I'll give Tsunade a break. Not to mention a certain place, there is a bounty hunter in the dark just around the corner. Country of Grass. Northwest. Somewhere. Uchiha Hiko took out a box from the ninja bag, opened the box, and there were arrays of small pills inside. Its color is like winter snow, like white porcelain. He took out 3 of them and threw them to the 3 players. This is the Bingliang pill I made, one by one, which can keep you mentally and physically strong within 36 hours. Uchiha Hiko said. This little thing is actually something that he personally pounded out after analyzing it with the system. The original Bingliang Wan, depending on the workmanship, the proportion of ingredients, etc., tastes like a lottery, and you may vomit after taking one bite. And even the stable Bingliang Wan, the taste is really not flattering. In the end, that thing at that time didn't pay attention to human feelings, just replenish chakra with 23 physical strength to recover. But Uchiha Hiko formulated the perfect formula after systematic analysis. The military food pills in his box now taste like the sugar pills from his childhood. And there is a huge increase in the recovery speed of chakra. As long as the ninja is out of battle and rests quietly, then its effect can reach 300%. Orochimaru didn't even look at it, he was bored. This is out of his trust in the first peer of his life whom he admired. On the other hand, Jiraiya over there watched for a long time. He squeezed the white porcelain Bingliang pill hard, and said suspiciously, Yan, you can't be a stone, can it be so hard that it can be digested? Advertisement. That's right, it's a solid product, but it melts in your mouth, try it if you don't believe me. With an attitude of trying, Jiraiya carefully put it into his mouth, and if it didn't work out, he planned to spit it out immediately. However, once imported, he only felt refreshed physically and mentally. Sweet in the taste buds, refreshing in the mind. Wait, my chakra. Jiraiya couldn't believe it, he found that his chakra was recovering uncontrollably. His total amount of chakra was not much, but in the blink of an eye, it had recovered to half. Moreover, the fatigue of the long-distance trek is also swept away. The soreness in the legs and feet is like a stain on the drawing board, which is erased bit by bit with an eraser. Even the most important mental exhaustion of a person can be instantly purified. Jiraiya was ecstatic. This is amazing. Yan, you are simply a fairy soldier food pill, we can just eat this in the future, no need to rest. Uchiha Hiko shook his head with a smile. No, with your body, you can only eat one a week. Tsunade on the side put the Baichi Bingliang pill under his nose and sniffed it, and said in confusion, it seems that there is no special medicine added in it, it should be made of pure vegetables and grains, and it will not cause any harm to the body, why? Can I only eat one? Tsunade is still very concerned about this aspect. Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko joked, I'm afraid that Jiraiya will die suddenly. He used this thing, maybe he will do something. He ha ha, we are all ninjas, so we have to speak boldly. As for the minister in the car, no matter how high or powerful he is an ordinary person in the eyes of Uchiha Hiko. That is not eligible to eat his military food pills, a waste. Advertisement. By the way, I see that you are fighting today. The means of attack are too scarce. Uchiha Hiko said suddenly, those are just ordinary bandits, but you ended up in a bitter battle. Hearing the preaching, the 3 of them bowed their heads silently. The 3 of them, compared to Uchiha Hiko, are heaven and earth. Uchiha Hiko is dealing with the leader of the gang, all of them ninja groups. What they dealt with was nothing but a group of mobs. In the end, chakra was exhausted so badly that they couldn't hold it anymore. It just so happened that Uchiha Hiko chose lightning-style Kilin at that time. Orochimaru was very rational, and he responded, well, we are stronger than those bandits in terms of speed and strength, but after a protracted battle, our chakra is exhausted, and the effect of ninjutsu cannot be exerted during the melee. To an extent. What, Orochimaru? The captain is preaching to us, why are you helping him to speak 090? Jiraiya muttered, he doesn't like being lectured the most, because he is an orphan control +6. Orochimaru gave Jiraiya a disdainful look, shut up, idiot. Well, don't quarrel, Uchiha Hiko said, endurance is important to you, but you can't generalize it. I have been out for so many years, and I have seen many ninjas. There are many more types of ninjas than you can imagine. Orochimaru. Exist. If you were given more ninjutsu and a greater upper limit of stamina, what would you choose? I will choose ninjutsu. Where's Jiraiya? TCH, Orochimaru is the one to choose. If it's me, of course I want both. Hearing the sound, Orochimaru immediately said venomously, so you have nothing, idiot. What, Orochimaru, do you want to fight? My uncle is full of energy now. You think you're the only one recovering. By the way, have you beat me in any way? Chapter 68 almost taught a domestic violence 3rd generation. P.S. The layout has been modified a bit, and a little bit of the previous chapter has been moved to the beginning of this chapter. The quarrel between the two lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Uchiha Hiko admires it very much. One who quarrels for 10 minutes without making a move is really a chicken can bear it. Therefore, he pulled Tsunade aside, away from the carriage. Since the 2 of them like to quarrel and don't like to study, he makes a small fuss about Tsunade. Tsunade, I read your ninja information from your superiors. Compared with fighting, you are more focused on medical ninjutsu, right? Tsunade did not deny it, and said, I am very confident in medical ninjutsu. Even if I don't know how to do it yet, I am confident to learn it, but if it is fighting, I will. In the battle with the bandits, her combat performance was obviously inferior to that of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Uchiha Hiko smiled slightly. As I said, there are many types of ninjas, you don't have to worry about it, or feel inferior. Medical ninjas have nothing to be ashamed of. However, if you want to become a medical ninja, you must first learn how to protect yourself. So far, he is going to teach Tsunade to master strange powers. The so-called strange power is actually the use of chakra. Ninjas are used to calling it strange power, but it is actually the huge power that erupts from the combination of chakra in the body, and there is nothing strange about it. Very simple, as long as you have hands. Look carefully. Uchiha Hiko clenched his fists against the rocks on the grass in front of him. If you want to use the strange power, you must first have a foundation that will not be hurt by the strange power. Any powerful force, once it exceeds the quality limit of the medium, will inevitably be seriously injured or even killed when used. Advertisement. This point has been learned in the first semester of ninja school. Guiliquan belongs to Gangquan, but it is different from the conventional Konaha-style Gangquan, and it pays more attention to the control of details. However, when you use Gangquan, you need chakra as an assistant, and the ninja's physical quality is the main one. The strange power boxing is based on chakra, which does not require any exquisite physical skills. As long as he is hit head-on by the strange power fist once, the battle is basically declared over. Either the enemy is defeated, or the two are not in the same level of strength, so no matter how many strange power punches are used, it will not help, just wait for death. Uchiha Hiko's chakra, on his arm, is divided into extremely delicate rules, which can ensure that the power is exerted while protecting the arm with chakra. Boom. There was only a muffled sound, and under the moonlight, the rocks on the grass had been turned into dust, and even the entire area where the two of them were was sunk into a big pit like a spider's web. That is a big pit with a radius of more than 10 meters. Tsunade was unsteady, and sat down on the ground, with a strange look in his eyes, his little face turned pale with shock. Even though the two of them were far away from the carriage, the vibration of this punch still frightened the horse. If it hadn't been tied firmly, the minister might have suffered another disaster. Orochimaru and Jiraiya paused, and the action of spraying each other also stagnated. Hiko, Captain, I dare not. Jiraiya silently apologized. Me too. Orochimaru silently apologized. But who knows, Uchiha Hiko didn't like them at all. Instead, he reached out and pulled Tsunade up. He smiled and said, actually, this ability is not difficult. You should have seen someone use it in your home, right? Tsunade nodded obediently. Yes, when I was young, my grandmother beat my grandfather like that. What? Advertisement. Dare to love that Konaha #1 naive, also has tracheitis. Impossible. It's true, my mother beat my father too. It's okay, it's a matter between adults, don't worry about it, you just need to know that the strange power I taught you is not for you to beat your future husband-in-law, but to beat bad people. Tsunade nodded half understanding. Seeing this, Uchiha Hiko wiped the sweat from his brow. Mada, almost taught a domestic violence third generation. Oh, the last time I tested the three of you, I found that you already have a little bit of the foundation of the strange power boxing, but when using it, there are many problems. Uchiha Hiko said. Yes, Tsunade stared at Uchiha Hiko adoringly like a good baby. A person, he is proficient in ninjutsu, created his own extreme lightning style, has a wide range of knowledge and is very stable, and knows how to develop magical military food pills. This man is simply perfect. But, what should I do? Tsunade asked. Uchiha Hiko walked around behind Tsunade, stretched out his left hand, put it lightly on Tsunade's right arm, and said, the first thing to practice is chakra's precision control. Try it, I can do it more accurately sensing that your chakra is private. Direct physical contact is indeed a way to enhance perception, he really didn't want to touch that little white arm. Tsunade held his breath and focused, as the chakra Wang Lihao in his body circulated through the veins, and soon converged on his arms. Sensing the rough control technique, Uchiha Hiko denied it. Tsunade's current status can only be called Chuck strength, not strange power. This method is really rough. Many ninjas, when angry, use chakra bursts of power. But such an approach is not advisable, it is too much of a waste of chakra, and when the burst of energy has not killed the enemy, it will usher in a fatal period of weakness. Uchiha Hiko raised his left hand, followed Tsunade's arm, and gently brushed it up to the wrist. However, just when he was going to give Tsunade a detailed analysis of how to use the strange power, he suddenly felt a very strong chakra fluctuation. Chapter 69 5 for 5 is not a loss. His perception ability is not weak. Although it can't reach the level of perception accuracy of Sharingan, it can still perceive the general chakra fluctuation position. Someone is coming towards us. He whispered, his expression turned serious from enjoyment, and then he immediately took his hand from Tsunade and ordered, you three, Minister of Protection. After receiving the order, Tsunade was also very sensible, and immediately ran to the carriage, and took out Kunai to defend himself. These are the basic reaction abilities of ninjas. In Uchiha Hiko's perception, it is a very powerful chakra, which is not at the same level as those rebels. Even those 40 traitors added up can't match the strength of this person. And, in the 3 years of his Anbu career, he has never seen such a strong ninja. That feeling, only matched by the top ninjas in Konaha village. I've encountered an iron plate, I'm afraid I'm alone. Uchiha Hiko looked at the 3 people behind him, as well as the carriage. If he was the only one carrying out the mission, he wouldn't worry about 410 at all. No matter what enemy he encounters, he has the confidence to escape. But now, he has a mission target to protect, and he is also responsible for the position of captain. Apparently, one person's strength is not enough. With this in mind, he took out a special flare from his pocket. This is a special support flare for Konoha's Anbu. Generally, it is authorized to use only when an important target is found and needs to be killed on the spot. In other cases, even if Anbu's life is in danger, it cannot be used. As a special assassination force, rules are rules. Non-Anbu personnel should not carry it on their body. Even if they use it without authorization, they will be severely punished. Just like civilians disrupting military operations, the consequences are very serious. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen still retains his Anbu position considering his outstanding performance in Anbu. Now, although he is not meeting Anbu's specific killing target, he does need manpower. Advertisement. This is the country of grass. I remember that the closest point to the Anbu deployment network is over there. The direction Uchiha Hiko is looking at is the junction of rain and grass. While in Anbu, he was also sent to the land of rain. In recent years, there have been disturbances in the land of rain. As a neighboring country, Konaha Shinobi Village must be careful. Moreover, Konaha Anbu's investigation of the land of rain is a long-term task. In other words, a point has been established over there. If you ask for help over there, there will naturally be manpower reinforcements. These are all his information from Anbu. Sensing the powerful chakra getting closer, he no longer hesitated, and decisively released the signal flare. As the signal flare lifted off, he finally saw the figure rushing towards them. Uchiha Hiko narrowed his eyes slightly, and couldn't help but be surprised. This person is. I saw that the visitor was wearing a black robe, his eyes were full of greed, and his exposed arm was covered with stitches from sewing. Even if this person doesn't have the iconic attire in his impression, Uchiha Hiko can recognize this person's identity at a glance. The one in front of me is a veteran ninja. When first Hokage was alive, he was already active in the ninja world. Konaha is now in 3rd generation, and he is still alive. Even Uchiha Hiko knows that even if it is changed to 5th generation, CDEG, this one in front of him can still jump. It's really 4 little ghosts. I thought Kusanagi was lying to me. After all, I only believe in money, not people. The tall man said, his tone was full of jokes. Seeing the visitor stop, Uchiha Hiko also sarcastically said, I didn't expect that the legendary ninja who fought against the god of ninjas would appear in front of me today. Takigakure Rebels, corner #B. Oh, you little devil, you can actually know my name. Your eyes are. I see, but I don't remember the Uchiha clan having such ability. Uchiha Hiko sneered, of course, if the target of your assassination in the past was Uchiha Madara, then, you will remember it unforgettable. Advertisement. Because, if he assassinates Uchiha Madara, it's time to travel to the world of the dead. There are 3 people beside the car. Listening to the god of ninjas again, and Uchiha Madara's again, has fallen into a trance. While they were still arguing about ninjutsu or stamina, Uchiha Hiko was already talking about that level. The difference in vision is like the difference in life form, they can't help but feel humbled. Kakuzu is a decent guy. Naturally, he could understand the meaning of Uchiha Hiko's words. Back then when the 2 heroes of Konaha lived side by side, whoever dared to mess with Shira, even the shadow from another village would have to give him 12 points of face. He was just from the assassination team of Longyan village, but he was used as a tool by the village, so he deserves to dance. You kid knows a lot, I'll sew your mouth shut and kill your companions one by one in front of you. Kakuzu sneered. As he said that, he walked towards the carriage like a leisurely stroll. In his eyes, no matter how talented a brat is, he is still a brat after all, not worth mentioning. Most importantly, not worth the money. The heads in the carriage are worth the money. Wait for him to cut off the head of the minister of the country of fire, and then play with these little ghosts slowly. However, things backfired and Orochimaru could hold back Jiraiya for 10 minutes. Uchiha Hiko can't help it. Mr. Kakuzu, let's make a deal, don't you just want the lives of 5 of us? Oh, then, let's make a very fair deal, use your 5 lives for our 5 lives. Uchiha Hiko sneered. As soon as the voice fell, he moved. Chapter 70 How you want to die depends on what you reveal. In the past few years, if Anbu's negotiations are not going well, he often starts to strike within 5 sentences. Negotiations are not easy, let's see the truth under our fists. In this world, everyone is an individual, whoever gives way to whom. Fire-style dragon fire technique. He formed a seal with one hand, and a dragon of fire rushed towards Kakuzu. After releasing ninjutsu, Uchiha Sound did not stand still in place foolishly. He knows very well that a ninja of Kakuzu's level can survive until now, doesn't it all depend on 5 lives? The quality of the ninja must be outstanding. The flame dragon roared past, Kakuzu's eyes were slightly surprised, but his body dodged backward subconsciously. Uchiha Hiko hides in the shadow of the fire dragon, while adjusting the direction of the fire dragon, he rushes towards Kakuzu. The birth of many legends in the ninja world is due to the intelligence gap. For example, before Pain's ability was analyzed, people thought it was the power of God. After being analyzed, the two Konaha Jonins felt that it didn't matter anymore, and the power of Pain disappeared from everyone. Just like this time, ordinary people don't even know that Kakuzu has 5 lives. As long as Kakuzu has a 1-for-1 mentality, his sneak attack success rate is a terrifying 95% or more. Uchiha Hiko knows. But Uchiha Hiko also knows. Kakuzu's 5 hearts are 5 attributes, and the combination of his 5 attributes of ninjutsu is quite tricky. At the same time, his melee ability is not weak, especially the disgusting black tentacles. After all, it is that level of ninja, quite difficult to deal with. Water-style water curtain. Kakuzu stepped back and quickly sealed. Immediately, it fired a high-pressure water cannon at the ferocious fire dragon. Among the 5 attributes of ninjutsu, the water attribute restrains the fire attribute. Kakuzu basically didn't need to think about this kind of defense and counterattack action, and he used his experience to cast water style. Advertisement. Normally, his powerful water style will destroy fire style on the spot. There is no suspense. However, the high-pressure water cannon he used today was in a stalemate with the fire dragon for a while. When will fire be able to stalemate with water? The surprise in Kakuzu's heart gradually turned into cautiousness. This kid has some skills. His ninjutsu talent is so high. It seems that I can get 2 new hearts at the same time today. He still misses the heart of that lightning style. I just don't know where the lightning style caster is hiding now. The fire dragon and the water cannon stand in a stalemate for a few seconds, and the evaporated water vapor diffuses like Kurigaku's signature re-hiding technique. But water restrains fire after all in terms of attributes. After a few seconds of stalemate, the fire dragon finally dissipated. At this time, the fog has thickened. Following the fire dragon, Uchiha Hiko, who was hiding in the shadow of the fire dragon, suddenly attacked. Taking advantage of the thick fog, he uses the body flicker technique. Uchiha Flow Blaster Sword. He stood behind Kakuzu in an instant, the black knife in his hand was ready to go, the light blue blade compressed by chakra kept buzzing, and the sword that was tens of meters long slashed down on Kakuzu's body. Nani. Kakuzu still underestimated the enemy after all, he thought it was quite remarkable for a kid to be able to use that level of fire style. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Hiko's ability is not only fire style ninjutsu. His body flicker technique, swordsmanship are also excellent. Even his combat talent and ability to analyze the enemy are unacceptable. Hiding in the shadow of the fire dragon requires extremely fast speed. At the moment when the mist rises and the fire dragon disappears, the body flicker technique is used to test the ability to grasp the timing. Kakuzu couldn't dodge such a knife. Turning his body to the left, he tried his best, but he still couldn't dodge the 40-meter sword. A piece of arm was chopped off by the light blue sharp knife and fell to the ground. That was his right arm exposed. With Uchiha Hiko, how you want to die depends on what you like to show. What to expose, what to cut. Advertisement. Damn kid. A broken arm is not painful for Kakuzu, he just reattached it with a black beard. However, the gap in my heart is a bit big. He is getting angry. The other side. Beside the carriage. Hey, Orochimaru, should we support Yan? He seems to be in a hard fight. Jiraiya looked at the thick fog, worried. They can't see what's going on inside. Orochimaru shook his head, and said rationally. No, Yan-jun said that he was the person who fought against the god of ninja Senju Hashirama, and he survived the fight against the god of ninjas. We can participate. Yan-jun, to what extent have you reached? The ninja who fought against my grandfather. Tsunade's right hand held kunai tightly, and there was still a slight touch of Uchiha Hiko on the arm. She didn't know how powerful Senju Hashirama was when she was young, but as she grew older, the more he thought about it, the more terrifying he became. Yan, you are actually fighting against such a person and protecting us. Ah, little devils, take me away quickly, I don't want to die. Why do you guard me? I always encounter this kind of thing. The minister on the carriage poked his head out and almost collapsed. These words instantly angered the 3 people guarding the carriage. Even Orochimaru, who is usually rational and calm, is also frightening at this moment. He looked at the minister coldly, like looking at a corpse. Shut up, if it weren't for you, Yan-jun. Would we be in this kind of predicament? If Yan-jun loses, you have to die too. At this time, in the thick fog in the distance, Kakuzu's body under the black robe suddenly twisted. From behind him, a masked monster suddenly broke through the restraints and broke free. That is a creature like a ghost. Wind-style harm. A terrifying chakra erupted, followed by the strong hurricane. That storm is stronger than any wind-style Orochimaru has ever seen. In an instant, the dense fog was blown away. When the thick fog dissipated, the scene inside was also presented in front of the 3 of them. That's it. They looked at that scene in disbelief. I have written 6 chapters, I am a little sleepy, I am going to sleep, and I will wake up tomorrow morning, ye. Chapter 71. Not only do I dare, but I also dare. The 3 looked around. I saw, at the moment when the thick fog was blown away by the violent hurricane. A blue long spear pierced Kakuzu's body. The storm turned to the left, which was supposed to be the sneak attack position, but Uchiha Hiko turned to the other side in an instant. With this flash, not only dodged the storm, but also hit Kakuzu a second time. Chidori Sharp Gun. The blue Chidori Sharp Gun, attached to the masked monster, pierced Kakuzu's shoulder. Kill two birds with one stone. It worked. Successful. The three people who saw this scene were overjoyed. Regardless of the identity of the other party, as long as the person is killed, he will die. Now Uchiha Hiko's 347 lightning style ninjutsu has penetrated the enemy's body, killing him along with his summoning beast. But it's a victory. However, their shallow knowledge does not know that in the ninja world, if some people are killed, they will not die. Uchiha Hiko's sudden stab stabbed a masked monster, but Kakuzu's body was not stabbed. Even if it was stabbed in the heart, Kakuzu still has 3 hearts. Little devil, how dare you? Kakuzu was furious, resisting lightning style's paralysis, and pulled his body away from Chidori Sharp Spear. This willpower alone is enough to support him to become a strong man. If it were someone else, under the paralysis of lightning style, they would have already lost their ability to move. It's a pity, Uchiha said regretfully when the Chidori rifle was revoked. The blow just now, if it was the chakra edge of the black knife, then he would have cut Kakuzu's body in half with one blow. But it can't be cut. Advertisement. Kakuzu is old, but his reflexes are still at their peak. Kakuzu reacted to the Uchiha Flow Blaster sword that the general had just used, escaped the vital point, and launched a wind-style counterattack. That violent wind-style oppression, he is absolutely unstoppable. So, at the critical moment, the body flicker technique was used and transferred to the blind spot of wind style. At this moment, the black knife in his hand is still in full chakra state. If he raises the knife to attack again, when the blade falls, with the wind-style masked monster in front, Kakuzu will definitely be able to react again. At that time, an attack opportunity was missed. Therefore, in the extremely precious and short time, he used the Chidori Sharp Gun, a mid-range thrusting ninjutsu. The effect is also obvious. With just one blow, a masked monster was destroyed. The cutting ability of the Chidori Sharp Gun is not as good as the Black Knife Chakra Blade, but the piercing power is not covered. Seeing the death of the wind-style masked monster, Kakuzu's heart was bleeding. Hearts with wind attributes are quite rare. He can find 10 fire-style and earth-style ninjas, but he may not be able to find a satisfied wind-style ninja heart. This loss is too great for him. Smelly brat, I'll kill you. Kakuzu was furious, and suddenly tore off his black robe. It turned out that not only his right arm had thread marks, but his whole body was covered with thread marks, like a dismembered corpse stitched together stitch by stitch. Its appearance is quite terrifying. Uchiha Hiko's eyes narrowed slightly, and Sharingan watched Kakuzu's every movement. I saw dense black beards protruding from the remnants of his thread marks, and some longer strands stretched out towards the right hand that fell on the ground. As soon as the black beard made contact, the right hand that had been chopped off to the ground moved again. Little devil, your attack is ineffective against me, but now I have seen through you, so, just suffer. Kakuzu yelled angrily, and the right hand connected to Kurobe was like a rocket towards Uchiha Hiko. Come quickly. One of the reasons why Sharingan is so attractive is its ingenious insight. Advertisement. Kakuzu's tentacle punch is sudden and fast, but in Uchiha Hiko's Sharingan, it slows down by at least 3 beats. And this gave him enough time to dodge. Uchiha Hiko moved sideways for half a step, and just passed by the tentacles. After observing those black whiskers so closely, he realized that they are very similar to human blood vessels. Who knows, which BT developed this secret technique again? My attack is invalid, Uchiha Hiko sneered. He looked at the ever-extending black beard in front of him, and quickly raised the black knife. Cut. A cold light flashed past, like a meteor falling in the night sky. Kakuzu's right hand was cut off again. That part of the arm flew into the distance unabated. But this time, Uchiha Hiko won't give Kakuzu another chance to reconnect. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. A blazing fireball followed that arm and flew away. Uchiha Hiko turns around. Don't even need to look, the Great Fireball will definitely catch up to that flying arm and burn 0.7 of it. Looking at the explosion in the distant sky, Kakuzu's eyes popped out, and his heart was filled with anger, adding fuel to the fire. Damn kid, how dare you burn my arm? I not only dare, but dare to continue. Now, let me ask you whether you are angry or not. First a wind-style mask monster, and then an arm, how can Kakuzu not be angry? Most importantly, what he faced was just a little ghost. Sudden, Kakuzu remembered something. He recalled the never-before-seen lightning-style ninjutsu that pierced through the mask just now, and a bold guess arose in his heart. Could it be that lightning style is? Chapter 72. Extinguishing arrows with fire. No no no. Even Kakuzu himself denied his guess first. When he came out of the gold exchange, the lightning style he saw really caused a change in the atmosphere. Such a lightning style, even the Hokage of Konaha village in the land of fire, would cost a lot of money to use, right? How could it be used by the Uchiha kid in front of me? That kid just took advantage of a few escapes. Now that he has seen through his fighting style, the next step is to kill him and take his heart. A young heart is better than an old one. Kakuzu parted his mouth and gave a nasty smile. Fire style head hard. He used his tentacles to seal. This move fire style is very powerful. If combined with wind style, it can really create a sea of flames. However, the wind style mask monster has been killed. However, only with the current fire style, he is also confident to kill everyone in front of him. A bunch of brats, nothing worth mentioning. Snapped. Reality slaps Kakuzu hard. In front of the tide of flames, Uchiha Hiko calmly stuck the black knife in his hand vertically on the ground, and finger shadows flew on his hands. He has already learned one-handed seals, and even some highly proficient ninjutsu, which can be performed with only the most critical seal. But now, he has started to make mudras with both hands. When Kakuzu's fire wave was about to reach him within 5 meters, he sucked in a sudden breath. The range of 5 meters is quite a dangerous range. Advertisement. Uchiha Hiko didn't hide. Hehe. Playing with fire style in front of Uchiha, it's a classmate. Fire style huge fire extinction. Boom. The fire style transformed from high quality chakra is a bit darker than the fire style used by veteran ninjas like Kakuzu. In an instant, like an arrow, it hit Kakuzu's head hard. The flame arrows scattered the flame tide and lined up towards the two sides. The flame temperature displayed by fire style ninjutsu is almost the same, but the deeper flame of Uchiha Hiko means more density. That kind of fire style impact ability can be hedged against water style for several seconds, not to mention Kakuzu's scattered range of fire style ninjutsu. That flaming arrow is the scissors, and Kakuzu's flaming wave is the silk. Which one is higher and which one is lower, you will know immediately. Kakuzu looked at the ever-approaching flame arrow, and there was no slightest contempt in his pair of green eyes, even a trace of fear. This brat's fire style ninjutsu has already surpassed mine, at such an age. Could it be that he was also the lightning style before? Kakuzu thought to himself. Seeing the flaming arrows tearing his fire style head hard, Kakuzu didn't dare to be careless anymore, and immediately used the safest water style. Water style water barrier. One water barrier was not enough, Kakuzu once again made a seal with his tentacles. Earth style earth flow wall. With the water in the front and the soil in the back, it is finally possible to block the terrifyingly powerful flame arrows. Kakuzu breathed a sigh of relief. But he still didn't dare to let his guard down, instead he regarded Uchiha Hiko in front of him as a real opponent of the same level. Little devil, I have to admit that your ninja talent is stronger than anyone I have ever seen in my life. Your talent is really enviable. Kakuzu said in a serious tone, if you give me your heart, I can change it for you, well, keep it. When the voice fell, Kakuzu didn't leave any room for it anymore. Although it was embarrassing to use all his strength against a kid, he didn't dare to continue playing like this. Advertisement. Otherwise, his remaining heart will have to be destroyed sooner or later. With the eruption of chakra on his body, the remaining fire, thunder, and water hearts all escaped from the body. It turned into a ghost-like monster with strange shapes. Adding the soil attribute of his body, from now on, it will be 4 against 3. This is also the tactic that Kakuzu is proud of. He is originally a ninjutsu type, using ninjutsu of various attributes to blast the enemy to death. Should die, brat, even though you are not the heart of wind style, I am still willing to accept you. Kakuzu let out a low growl, and the 3 masked monsters around him rushed towards Uchiha Hiko. That monster looks strange and deformed, but its speed is indeed quite fast, and it even has a little ability to stay in the air. Fire-style masked monsters and lightning-style masked monsters jumped up, and chakra gathered in the mosque's mouth, and before a blink of an eye, fire-style ninjutsu and lightning-style ninjutsu were formed. Flame balls and lightning, full of killing intent, 820 attacked Uchiha Hiko. Boom 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 boom. The withered grass is flying and the dust is everywhere. Unfortunately, none of them hit Uchiha Hiko. His instant body technique now does not need any seals, nor any stiffness, as long as there is enough chakra, he can always be instant body. In such a state, how could he be tricked? HMPH, the brats who jump very fast, what about them? Kakuzu's eyes flashed a glint of complacency. While the fire-style mask monster and the lightning-style mask monster attacked Uchiha Hiko, the separated water-style mask monster rushed towards the 3 of Tsunade. Uchiha Hiko secretly exclaimed that something was wrong. Kakuzu, this guy started playing dirty and he can't help it. There is still a little way to win by attacking him head-on, relying on a lot of information on Kakuzu, there is always a chance to grind him to death. However, this old thing started to play such shameless tricks, and he was exhausted. One lost his mind and almost got hit by a fire-style mask monster. In that case, then I won't be polite. Uchiha Hiko's face was stern, as if he had made up his mind. Chapter 73 Don't like nonsense wind style Yan. Uchiha Flow Wind Ranbu. It says it's a flurry of winds, but it's actually a bladestorm of flaming blades mixed with chakra's blades. It has nothing to do with wind style. That is a wide-ranging swordsmanship, and the target of the swordsmanship he uses is Kakuzu's body, as well as the entangled fire-style mask monster and lightning-style mask monster. The water-style mask monster kills the 3 of Tsunade. Then, he will come to surround Wei and save Zhao once. Find out if Kakuzu wants to die, or live. As that flaming blade winds up a blazing storm, the storm is mixed with finely shattered light blue chakra blades. Everything within reach, regardless of grass or rocks, will be turned into fly ash in an instant. The range of ninjutsu has gone a long way, but with such a huge range of swordsmanship, let alone Kakuzu, maybe Kakuzu's own father has never seen it. The 2 entangled fire and thunder mask monsters were kept within a range of 20 meters. At this distance, their ninjutsu is the easiest to hit, and they can continue to suppress Uchiha Hiko. In that way, no matter how fast Uchiha Hiko's body flicker technique is, it cannot withstand continuous consumption. However, it was precisely Kakuzu's confident 20-meter range. The radius of Uchiha Flow Blizzard Dance is as long as 40 meters, and that devastating attack smashed the fire and thunder masked monsters into pieces in an instant. The fragments of the masked monster turned into fly ash in the blazing flame storm. Burn it clean. What? Seeing this scene, Kakuzu was already horrified. Regardless of the excellent fire style talent or the excellent transient technique, there is nothing wrong with gathering these on one Uchiha kid. Just think of him as the leader and genius of this generation of the Uchiha clan. The genius who died at the hands of his Kakuzu, I am afraid that, 100, is used as a unit. But, what is this incomparable flame and blade storm in front of me? What kind of technique is this? For the first time he was horrified by an imp who was not a fifth his age. All the unbelievable things appeared on him, which made Kakuzu have to think of the shocking lightning style. Even though he repeatedly denied it in his heart, thinking that it was impossible for a brat to use such a lightning style, but seeing this brat's secret skills emerge endlessly, he had to think about that. Earth-style Earth Flow City Wall. In desperation, Kakuzu hastily performed a large-scale defensive Earth-style ninjutsu. Advertisement. He didn't dare to use the small Earth Flow Wall to block, but directly used the Earth Flow Wall. Both the Fire-style Masked Monster and the Lightning-style Masked Monster died suddenly, and the Water-style Masked Monster is still in the direction of the opposite carriage. Now, his body only has one heart. There is only one heart in the main body, which means that once his current body is hit to a vital point, he will face death. Boom. The violent wind dance hit the Earth Flow City wall, and the storm-like dense sword attack directly chopped the thick earth wall into powder. Call. Uchiha Hiko took a deep breath. This move was listed by him as a forbidden technique sword skill. It consumed him a lot. This technique has a considerable burden on physical strength and chakra. However, the effect was satisfactory, and Kakuzu's two ghost sons were cut to pieces in one go. Looking back, the water attribute masked monster was already approaching the three of Tsunade. In just a few seconds, it has been opened wide. Although those three people had taken Baichi Bingliang pills, chakra, physical strength and mental state were fully recovered. However, the gap in strength is still too great. Just a face-to-face encounter, the water-style masked monster, one in each hand, smashed the Orochimaru Jiraiya who was facing him into the air. Only Tsunade is left, still guarding in front of the carriage. Chakra. In Uchiha Hiko's Sharingan, the chakra is converging towards the mouth of the water-style masked monster. That's ready to unleash water-style ninjutsu. With Tsunade's current small body, Kakuzu's water-style ninjutsu is absolutely irresistible. But, at this moment he didn't rush to save Tsunade. Instead, he ran towards Kakuzu's body at a very fast speed, and at the same time made a nod, seal with both hands, and suddenly met Kakuzu's green eyes. Illusion Sharingan. A pair of blood-red Sharingan kept magnifying in Kakuzu's field of vision. Suddenly, he saw himself being pierced by Uchiha Hiko. This earth attribute heart is the only heart in the body. If destroyed, he must die. Advertisement. He almost subconsciously manipulated the water-style masked monster far away to make it return to its original body. Only then can he live. However, in reality, Uchiha Hiko is more than 20 meters away from Kakuzu. And he didn't have the grasp to pierce Kakuzu's heart. What Kakuzu saw just now was just an illusion. But only when the fear of Uchiha Hiko truly arises in his heart, will his nerves be so sensitive. This kid's teleportation is too fast, and he can't tell whether it's an illusion or reality. After all, it's time to bring back the water-style mask. The ninjutsu accumulated by the water-style mask monster was suddenly revoked, and he was forced to move quickly, away from Tsunade, and flew towards Kakuzu. As the water-style mask monster returned to his body, chakra returned to his body, disrupting Kakuzu's flow of chakra, and he instantly woke up from the illusion. That illusion has not reached the level of free manipulation of illusion time, nor can it kill people in the illusion. It's just that Kakuzu saw a little bit of a false vision in advance. Although it was just a small illusion, it had an extraordinary effect in this battle. I didn't expect that I would be tricked by Sharingan's illusion. Kakuzu sneered. Suddenly, his sneer froze on that ugly face. A familiar scene appeared. The scene I just saw in the illusion was like previewing my own death in advance. I saw that when Uchiha Hiko was at a distance of 15 meters, he suddenly stepped forward, and the black knife in his hand, for some reason, turned into a humming incandescent chakra shuriken. From above, he sensed the nature transformation benevolence of wind-style chakra. This. Kakuzu was shocked. His eyes widened. By the way, this brat just had two-handed seals and no weapons in his hands. This brat is so scheming. Counting thousands of calculations and being extremely cautious, he only thought about what kind of novel ninjutsu this brat would come up with, but he ignored some minutiae. Details make a difference. At this time, Kakuzu wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Earth-style. Soil. Uchiha Hiko looked at Kakuzu at a close distance. The seal in his hand was intended to use Earth-style to harden his body. I don't like to talk too much nonsense with the enemy, so die. Wind-style spiral shuriken. Chapter 74 The Death of Kakuzu, the Worship of the Three. In terms of zero-distance attack power, the Spiral Shuriken is stronger than Fire Style, Lightning Style, and Swordsmanship. Even if Kakuzu's body transformed by the secret technique is cut in half by a sword, it is unknown whether he will die on the spot. Chidori's destructive power is like that, it is very difficult to destroy two hearts at the same time. I won't talk about Fire Style at close range. Wind Style Spiral Shuriken is an S-level ninjutsu derived from the Rasengan that he first learned and analyzed through the system. According to the analysis of the system, he also mastered the wind attribute by the way. It is the third attribute he has mastered. Moreover, even if it is cast in non-sage mode, it will not cause any damage to his body. The analysis and optimization function of the system directly eliminates the disadvantages of ninjutsu and strengthens the advantages. This ninjutsu is to turn the wind attribute chakra into fine needles, directly attacking human cells. It is also the strongest wind-style ninjutsu he has seen so far. It's ridiculous, I still want to use earth-style hardening to resist. Uchiha Hiko sneered. The incandescent energy that exploded after hitting 360 is like countless fine wind-style needles, stabbing Kakuzu's body continuously. Look at the body that was hardened and blackened by earth-style, and still pierced by wind-style. In Kakuzu's painful eyes, he seemed to see the dawn. The light of the Spiral Shuriken is like the white belly rising from the east, a ray of dawn that separates the sky and the earth. After being hit by this ninjutsu, he found that he couldn't move his body. Can't even use the simplest body replacement technique. I'm afraid, the meridians of the whole body have been cut off by wind style. I'm going to die in the hands of a brat, what a trick of fate. Think about it, the ninja who performed the task of assassinating first Hokage, even though he failed, escaped from the wood-style secret technique. It's an honor. But today, he has to be sacrificed in the hands of a kid from Konaha. Advertisement. This may be called fate. CDDF. Boom. With Uchiha Hiko's sudden push, the last chakra of the Spiral Shuriken in his hand exploded. That terrifying power immediately blasted Kakuzu's body tens of meters away, and when he was in the air, he died, like a kite with broken strings that was shot through, and fell into the wet and cold grass. Phew. Uchiha Hiko panted heavily, using large ninjutsu one after another, and continued to blink, but also to maintain the power of each blow. What he consumed was not only a lot of chakra, but also mental energy. He can breathe a sigh of relief after completely killing the legendary ninja. At this moment, when the mood is relaxed, the body seems to be exhausted. A few people in the distance are still in a daze, the terrible monster was still raging in front of them just now, why did it suddenly disappear? Immediately afterwards, there was a flash of light on Uchiha Hiko's side. They looked in the direction of Uchiha Hiko. The dawn light gradually shone on this land, shining on him, like a kind of holy baptism. The three of them looked at the figure who was hunched over tired but possessed an incomparable sense of security, and only admiration remained in their hearts. That figure seemed to be engraved into their souls, it will never be forgotten. He tried his best to pull them back from Wonkwon Road. Quote. The former voice is the call from three people, and the latter is a strange voice. They looked around, and saw a few ninjas wearing animal masks approaching from a distance. That's Konaha Anbu, but why did the people of Anbu call him by his name directly? Uchiha Hiko looked carefully and found that the person speaking was short in stature, with a bunch of white hair exposed behind the mask, so he understood. Advertisement. There is only that person who has such a sense of familiarity and such physical characteristics. Even if Anbu recognizes him during the mission, he cannot be called by his name. Uchiha Hiko who came from Anbu still understands this. Therefore, he did not disclose his identity. Hehe, if you come later, boy, we should all continue on our way. Sorry, we rushed over as soon as we saw the signal. Where's the enemy? Has it been resolved? As he spoke, the white-haired boy pulled out a cold-looking short sword from behind. The white short sword exuding slight fluorescence, just looks extraordinary. However, Uchiha Hiko pointed to Kakuzu's body. The enemy is over there, you can have tens of thousands to your heart's content. Following Uchiha Hiko's pointing, several Anbu stepped forward one after another. When they saw the face of the enemy, they couldn't help being stunned. What kind of pervert mentality is it that you sew so many needles and threads on yourself? But as they took a closer look, they realized that it was not ordinary needlework, but a secret technique. This body seemed to be hacked to pieces in an instant by an extremely fast attack method. The meridians of the whole body have been destroyed. A dog-faced Anbu exclaimed in surprise, the only one who can do this is the white eyes of the Hyuga clan plus gentle fist. But, he is Uchiha. No, look carefully, it's not the method of the Hyuga clan. The older Anbu focused on analyzing the traces on the corpse. The more they analyze, the more frightened they become. Only now did they know that in this world, apart from the Hyuga clan, there are other methods to attack the meridians, that is to destroy all the meridians in the whole body. This method is too terrifying. They were analyzing and examining the corpse, but the young white-haired Anbu looked at Kakuzu's face. Suddenly, a portrait flashed in his mind. Wait, seniors, who is this person? Chapter 75 Hataki Shirao, who doubts life again. This person is Takigaka rebellious ninja who is wanted by Sendai. Kakuzu. Uchiha Hiko walked over slowly and explained in a flat tone. Even if he missed the assassination of first Hokage, it must be remembered by Konaha. However, After all these years, no one can kill Kakuzu, not even find him. This is Taki Shinobu who tried to assassinate Lord First Hokage. An older Anbu exclaimed in surprise. Many young people know little about the deeds of First Hokage Senju Hashirama. But the assassination of special forces is different. They have more contact with things, especially murder. Once a person is on the list, his relevant information will be noted. Yes, absolutely right. Although there are some other traces on his body, he is right. The young white-haired Anbu said with certainty. That face was extremely similar to the faces on the wanted list in his memory. And he also believed that Uchiha Hiko would not lie about this kind of thing. Hiko, did you kill Kakuzu? No, Kakuzu committed suicide. The young white-haired Anbu stood there silently, with mixed feelings in his heart. His name outside of Anbu is Hatake Sakumo. He is a good friend with Uchiha Hiko and used to practice together. But Uchiha Hiko graduated early, and the number of times they met became extremely rare. Later, he heard that he joined Anbu, so after he graduated, he also applied to join Anbu. After entering Anbu, he realized that he is already the team leader. He continued to work hard, and followed his footsteps all the time. After all, that day in the ninja school classroom, everyone was making a fuss, only he clenched his fist silently. After 3 years of hard training, he finally became a qualified Anbu. But today, looking at Kakuzu who fell on the ground, everything seemed so pale. At least, until then, he thinks he'll catch up in Uchiha Hiko's footsteps one day. Advertisement. He can practice desperately and use all his strength to improve his swordsmanship. Now he has the confidence to beat the genius Orochimaru. But compared to the person next to him, he is still insignificant. Kakuzu, the ninja who once took the initiative to assassinate First Hokage. Such a powerful ninja was defeated by Uchiha Hiko, which shows how terrifying the strength of Uchiha Hiko is today. Hatake Sakumo smiled bitterly, his mood almost collapsed. Just then, the sound of Hisoka's footsteps came. He looked back and saw Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade through the hole in the mask. From their eyes, what he saw was not loss and inferiority, but worship and worry. Even people of Orochimaru's temper now look up to Uchiha Hiko with admiration in their eyes. Captain, are you alright? Orochimaru stepped forward and asked. It doesn't matter. Uchiha Hiko waved his hand, he was just exhausted too. Take a break later and just take a Baichi Bingliang pill. Seeing his weak face, Tsunade couldn't help but stepped forward and pulled his arm, put it on his shoulder, and supported him. Hatake Sakumo watched this scene in disbelief. What exactly did Uchiha Hiko go through to make these people see him all the time? He was born in the Hatake family, so he knows a lot of truths. Not to mention Orochimaru, a genius with a cold personality. Just say Tsunade, she is the granddaughter of first Hokage Senju Hashirama. And as far as he knows, Senju Hashirama's death is inseparable from Uchiha Madara back then. In such a situation, how did he manage to make Tsunade, a proud girl from the Senju clan, come over in a hurry and bow her head to support him without any explanation? Advertisement. Uchiha Hiko. Master. The older Anbu seemed to have finally finished the discussion. They had already confirmed that the deceased was Kakuzu, and he died at the hands of Uchiha Hiko. No matter how old or young, such strength was worthy of them. Praise, since it is Kakuzu, please forgive us for the late support. It is now legal for Uchiha Hiko to use the Anbu emergency support flare. This Kakuzu is also the major criminal they want in Konaha. When Konaha Anbu encounters, if there are no other tasks, it is necessary to take relative action. Can track, can report whereabouts, of course, can shake people to kill. Uchiha Hiko said nonchalantly. Since I've killed them all, it's God's favor, you should hurry back and carry out your tasks. Yes. Then, do you need our help with the disposal of the corpse? No, don't bother, I'll just seal the corpse, I'll escort the mission to the end, and I'll just go back and report it. Yes, I wish you success, my lord. Understood, thanks. Finally, Uchiha Hiko set his sights on Hatake Sakumo. Lowering his voice, he said slowly, Sakumo, Anbu is very suitable for you, you can train yourself here, I believe you will become a powerful ninja. Remember, no matter what you encounter, don't forget your original intention. Hearing the sound, Hatake Sakumo's eyes widened under the mask, so you recognize me. Hehe, you have put your name on your head. Ha. Hurry up, don't die. Anbu and his party leave. They also have important tasks on their shoulders. They put down everything and rushed over after seeing Anbu's emergency call for help. It's interesting enough. Since they have nothing to do now, they have to go back and continue their missions. There is no time to talk about the old days. Watch them leave. Uchiha Hiko looked at Kakuzu's body on the ground. System, analyze Kakuzu's corpse for me. Chapter 76. Last special teaching. System, analyze Kakuzu's body for me. Uchiha Hiko said in his heart. At the same time, his hands were not idle, he took out a sealing scroll from the ninja bag, and squatted down. Ding dong, remind host, Shikai analysis of Kakuzu's body will take time, 10 days. Following the system prompt, Kakuzu's body disappeared in front of several people. However, in the eyes of others, it is as if Uchiha Hiko sealed it into the scroll. Alright. Uchiha Hiko quickly put away the scroll, and didn't let them see that there was actually a blank space on the scroll. The analysis system can analyze everything. He would like to see what, 107, can be analyzed from Kakuzu's corpse. Huh, Yan, it was too dangerous just now. I almost thought we were going to die. Jiraiya saw that Kakuzu's body was sealed, and the shadow in her heart dissipated, and she immediately said. There was a water-style masked monster just now, so he and Orochimaru were slapped like chickens. Humiliation. Uchiha Hiko glanced at Jiraiya. How is the injury? It doesn't matter to me. Jiraiya hurriedly replied. It was a matter of saving face. Hey, Orochimaru, how are you? You won't be unable to walk. Cut. Orochimaru rolled his eyes in disdain. This time, he didn't argue with Jiraiya again. Perhaps, it is a change of mentality. See Uchiha Hiko battling the legendary ninja. Now, all he wants is the power zone. Tsunade asked suddenly. Yan, I saw that masked monster was about to use ninjutsu to attack me. Why did it suddenly go back? If at that time, Well, the three of you have done a good job. Orochimaru and Jiraiya fought for a short but extremely precious time, and Tsunade was not afraid at the critical moment. Give each of you a C-level ninjutsu. When you go back, you can choose it yourself. Uchiha Hiko praised without hesitation. These three people are 10,000 times stronger than a certain three people in a certain era. Advertisement. The task of escorting the minister, because an unnamed Mr. Kakuzu wants to do a single dungeon, so the task level has been raised from A level to S level. After returning, I was given a big reward for my name. In addition to money and property, there are some special rewards. After all, the canned urine on the carriage is his cousin and brother-in-law. Putting aside the daimyo rewards for now, Uchiha Hiko couldn't wait to turn on the system as soon as the 10 days were up. Ding dong. Prompt host. Kakuzu's body has been analyzed. Please check it carefully. Check. Kakuzu's corpse. An elite ninja who was born in the assassination force of Takian village. After being treated unfairly by the village, he took over the village's secret technique, Yu, and the heart of the village's high-ranking officials. 1. Secret technique Earth Resentment. Manipulate and control the black tentacles in the body with chakra through the secret method, which can be transformed, attacked, and can capture the heart of others, and absorb their chakra properties into the body. And you can separate and control your own limbs through the black whiskers. Constantly capture the heart, you can reach the existence of the same life as the world. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket secret technique Nature Mask. After capturing the heart, it can be transformed into a masked creature. The masked creature has the original chakra nature of the heart, as well as ninjutsu. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Wind style Harm. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Lightning style False Darkness. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Water style Water Curtain. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Fire style Head Hard. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Earth style Soil Spear. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the results analyzed by the system, Uchiha Hiko shook his head in disappointment. It would be great if there is a chance for others to practice such a disgusting secret technique like Earth Resentment. I just look at Ichiraku. He didn't want to turn his naked body into that kind of stitched zombie, or got. Advertisement. On the contrary, the ninjutsu of these 5 attributes is good. If he studies carefully, he can even directly master the 5 attributes of ninjutsu. Today is also the day we agreed with the 3 of them. It's time to leave. Coming out of the Uchiha clan mansion, he walked slowly to the southwest. That's where they first trained. The last time he was there, he single-handedly beat the 3 of them to the point where they couldn't fight back. This time, it's not about continuing to beat people, but fulfilling the promise and teaching them a little ninjutsu. When he walked slowly, the 3 of Tsunade were already waiting there almost moldy. Hiko, do you like being late so much? I'm sorry, I helped an old lady to cross the road on the way. Shut up, I'm tired of hearing that excuse. No, listen to me, I helped an old lady to cross the road, but the old lady pretended to fall down, trying to blackmail me, and then I took the old lady to the hospital, paid some money to cut her appendix. Quote. 5.4 inches hiss. Jiraiya shuddered. This new version sounds so scary. Seeing the obvious effect, Uchiha Hiko said slowly, by the way, have you 3 thought about what ninjutsu you want to learn today? Feel free to ask, as long as I can help you, I will do my best to help you. Jiraiya opened her mouth and gave up again. Why do these words sound the same as the routine of helping the old lady above? Just because he doesn't dare to speak, doesn't mean others dare not speak. Tsunade took a step forward, looked straight at Uchiha Hiko, and said, Captain, I want to learn the real monster power boxing, so please continue with what I taught last time. Chapter 77 Tsunade influenced by Uchiha Hiko, 5th change completed. Teach. I don't know what Tsunade means. Anyway, Uchiha Hiko heard some strange meanings. It may be that the inner thoughts are too complicated. Uchiha Hiko nodded seriously, and replied, no problem, no one disturbs today, I will continue with last time. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you two can exchange ideas first. Finished. He ignored Orochimaru and Jiraiya's opinion at all, and led Tsunade to the distance. Tsunade, you have a lot of chakra, but you must pay attention to the details of chakra. If you want to become an excellent medical ninja in the future, this is also a must. Last time I perceived your control of your own chakra ability, to be honest, is poor. So, now practice the control of chakra first. After that, we will talk about Kailaquan. Uchiha Hiko said. Tsunade isn't one to take criticism, either. On the contrary, she was inexplicably looking forward to hearing Uchiha Hiko speak so seriously. Yes, but how do I practice the finer details of Chakra 2.3? She asked. Uchiha Hiko looked at Tsunade's delicate face. Kaido, I have my own skills, but they may not be suitable for you, so there are no skills for you, only thousands of repeated practice. Waiting for you if you find the skill yourself, that is your ability. It's not that he doesn't want to talk, but that he doesn't want to limit Tsunade's space to play. Everyone's habits are different, and the direction of future development is also different. It is better to comprehend the skills of cultivation by yourself. If there are any drawbacks to the skills Tsunade comprehends, he can just propose corrections in time. Tsunade nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and started practicing on the spot. It's hard to imagine that a person from Uchiha is teaching a member of the Senju clan here, and the relationship between the two parties is quite harmonious. If this was seen by the first person above Hokage Yanyan, everyone would be happy. He hoped so. If he was still alive, if the world hadn't turned bad, the two of them must be on that rock, looking forward to their own village. Advertisement. I don't know how many times I have practiced Tsunade. Uchiha Hiko squinted aside. Hey, just listen. With a loud shout, the ground under Tsunade's feet cracked. Looking at the strength of that little fist, it must be uncomfortable to hit someone. Uchiha Hiko stood up and walked forward. Come on, do it again, let me see your practice. As he spoke, he put his hand on Tsunade's white arm. Because of long practice, my arms are wet. With Tsunade's control, the chakra began to gather on the arm at an extremely fast speed. This time the chakra control method is obviously better than last time. The path she took before was completely wrong. After being pointed out, her cultivation method has been changed. If it was said that chakra was instilled in one brain before, and the strength was increased in a rough way, then now, Tsunade's cultivation method has the meaning of technical work. Those chakra, proportionately proportioned on her slender arms, created a layer of protection beyond her fists. In this way, first of all, the retaliation suffered in the active attack can be greatly reduced. Hey, Tsunade let out a low cry, and the fist in his hand slammed towards the wooden stake not far away. The quality of the jujube stake is not simple. Hatake Sakumo once cut down several short swords, but he couldn't cut off a piece of the jujube stake. However, when Tsunade's punch containing strange power hit it up, the thick jujube wood pile turned out to be like a burst paulownia tree. First, the wood layer cracked, then the center was shattered, and then the entire upper part was turned into dust. Advertisement. Bang. That force that cannot be underestimated brought the smashed Muyong to the distance. Tsunade took a few breaths, put away his fists, and looked at Uchiha Hiko. That expression was like that of a girl who ran first in the 100 meters and was waiting for a reward. Uchiha Hiko smiled, clapped his hands, and stepped forward to take Tsunade's right hand. He carefully observed the back of her palm, and after confirming that there was no injury, he said, "That's right, if you can do this, you're already halfway there. Medical ninjas must protect themselves first. Do something else." 847, such as fighting. Medical ninja. Fighting. This kind of straightforward and reasonable tone caused a strange warm current in Tsunade's heart. In today's Konaha village, and even the entire ninja world, medical treatment is medical treatment, and fighting is fighting. No one has ever said that medical ninjas should go to the front line to fight. The combat team is a team dedicated to special combat. The medical team is the medical staff condensed into a group. However, Tsunade likes and is good at medical ninjutsu, curious and persistent in fighting. Sooner or later, she has to make a choice about her future situation and lifestyle. Now hearing what Uchiha Hiko said, a bold idea suddenly appeared in my heart. And, this idea is like a seed, taking root and sprouting in her heart. Chapter 78 Female Benefactor, please respect yourself. For the practice of Tsunade, Uchiha Hiko is a treat. Guided all the way. As for Orochimaru and Jiraiya, he also has meaning. After all, his task is to lead the team, leading the three of them to do tasks to accumulate experience. It was not his duty to teach them that it was a whim. 2 months later, Tsunade, who has mastered the strange power boxing skillfully, has become the strongest of the three. Even Orochimaru has to avoid it. That, Yonjin, I am asking you for advice, please teach me how to practice. Orochimaru couldn't stand it anymore. Think about when he was in the ninja school, he was also the kind of person who was at the top, but now he is so scared by Tsunade's strange power fist that he can't lift his head. Uchiha Hiko looked at the sincere Orochimaru, and said, "Since you are so sincere, then I will reluctantly teach you something. Hey, Orochimaru, don't try to learn ninjutsu secretly. You hide from me and ask for advice secretly. Are you afraid that I will surpass you?" Jiraiya caught up to him at some point. "Shut up, idiot, I can hit 10 of you." Seeing Jiraiya, Uchiha Hiko thought in his heart, just settle the matter between these two people at once. Don't you just want to improve your combat strength a little bit? For him who stands at this height now, isn't it just a matter of confidence? Okay, don't quarrel, you two. From now on, I will guide you two to train for a month. Are you ready for this month? The corner of Uchiha Hiko's mouth evoked a demonic smile. These days, anyone who asks others for advice on how to practice must suffer a little bit first. A month, Orochimaru murmured, before Kaido looked firmly in his eyes. Yes, I'm ready. Since Orochimaru is ready, so am I. Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko nodded with satisfaction, and then said, last time I asked you whether ninjutsu or endurance is important. Orochimaru answered that ninjutsu was important, and Jiraiya replied that both are equally important, so. From now on, Orochimaru 300 ninjutsu exercises. Jiraiya runs 20 laps around Konaha, then 300 ninjutsu exercises. Nani. Listening to the training content, Jiraiya almost lost her breath. Advertisement. Why does he have to run 20 more laps around Konaha than Orochimaru? Don't ask why. If you question my order, then give up your practice. No, I'll start now. Looking at Uchiha Hiko's face, Jiraiya's mind went blank, only the thought of executing the order was left. Only by seeing his battle with your own eyes can you appreciate his strength. The words of such a person weigh more in Jiraiya's heart than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Practice is on the right track. Jiraiya started to run wildly, and Orochimaru started to practice wind style. No one present can practice ninjutsu 300 times a day. Not to mention fatigue, there is not so much chakra in the first place. So it's a time-consuming project. It's okay to take a slow break in the middle, but you can't rest and sleep, you must finish it. As a result, Uchiha has reached 4 days. Uchiha clan land. Uchiha Hiko is taking a leisurely walk in the family, and now, no one dares to say that he is idle. On the contrary, wherever he went, he was greeted with longing eyes. As he was walking, a beautiful woman suddenly came in front of him. The beautiful woman held a baby in her arms, and as she walked, the brilliance of motherhood was overwhelming. What the hell, but anyone who is controlled by a personal wife will be unable to walk at this moment. Uchiha Hiko stood still. He stared at the beautiful woman approaching. Ah, Master Hiko. The beautiful woman kept looking after the child in her arms, until she approached and almost stepped on Uchiha Hiko. She realized that there was someone in front of her. So she quickly apologized. Loose kimono, inadvertently leaked some wonderful scenery. Young yet mature. Advertisement. Uchiha Hiko smiled, expressed his indifference, and asked casually, boys and girls. It's a girl. Hiko-sama. Her name is Makoto. Hello girl. Wait, Makoto. Uchiha Makoto. Yes, my surname. Our Uchiha family has added another member. With her last name, Uchiha Hiko. Black question mark face. JPG. Seeing his doubts, the beautiful woman gave a relieved smile and explained. The father of this child died in the mission 9 months ago. 9 months ago. I see through. That's really sowing the seeds and putting them in the ground. However, there is nothing funny about this matter. On the contrary, it made him respect this woman. As the only descendant of the great elder's family, as a generation of geniuses who are valued by the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he has the authority to do something. Poor Makoto, how about you find him a foster father? You are also a ninja, so it is inconvenient to take care of a girl by yourself. Uchiha Hiko said. Boys and girls are taught differently. And the beautiful woman is a ninja of the Uchiha clan, with complicated affairs. When Makoto grows up a little, her vacation will end. By then, I may not even have time to cook for Makoto. However, the beautiful woman shook her head with a smile. Thank you very much, Mr. Yan, for your concern, but, forget it. It can be seen that this woman has stubbornness and loyalty engraved in her bones. That being the case, Uchiha Hiko didn't say any more. Okay, let me tell the patriarch to grant you a period of vacation, and in the future, you should do less about the affairs of the police force and take care of Makoto more. Hearing this, the beautiful woman was extremely moved. As a ninja, she endured the pain of losing her husband for the time being, but who can understand that she is alone with her stomach full, alone Qian Wangchao gave birth to a child, and alone plans for the future. Although Uchiha Hiko's approach is only a negligible help, it is also said that it is in her heart and the promise is where she needs it most. I can't thank you enough. I can't thank you enough. Master Yan, I really don't know how to thank you. The beautiful woman's tears dripped down the face of the baby girl in her arms. Uchiha Hiko couldn't help but panic when he saw the beautiful woman like this. You should sort out your emotions first. Uchiha Hiko didn't know how to comfort women, and said in a mysterious way, my generation should be the uncle generation of Makoto, but if you mother and daughter if you want, Makoto can be my adoptive daughter in the future. I can help you take care of this child. We are all members of the same clan, and we help each other to create a beautiful and harmonious family. Wait, hey, don't do this, I really didn't mean it. Female benefactor, please respect yourself. Chapter 79 Monster Level Precise Manipulation Ability. Abstaining in a hurry. Afterwards, Uchiha Hiko was dumbfounded. Looking at the face and figure of that beautiful woman, Makoto will definitely be a beauty in the future. There are not many Konaha female jonin, and Makoto is one in the record, which means that she has excellent ninja talent. Now that they are all his adoptive daughters, it can't be cheaper than Fugaku. The dog is a few years older than Fugaku and Makoto, and is almost in school now. That guy should be a lolicon. And Uchiha Makoto, he remembers being born in the same year as Tsunade's younger brother Naoki. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to heal Tsunade's exclusive skill, Death No Flag. 4 days passed. Orochimaru on the training ground is about to die suddenly. If it wasn't for Uchiha Hiko's timely supply of special military food pills, in the name of Orochimaru, he might have died in this broken practice field early. Tsunade is practicing daily on the other side. Where's Jiraiya? Is hospitalized. Oh, hospitalization is okay. Phew, I think I'm going to be fast if I continue to practice like this. Orochimaru rarely complained. Uchiha Hiko chuckled, stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, you have passed the first 400 levels. From now on, I will teach you the real technical work. What? Orochimaru was puzzled. It must be a great skill to be said deliberately by the person in front of him. If it's just a C level or B level ninjutsu, he wouldn't even say it. Completely throw that level of ninjutsu like rotten cabbage. I saw that Uchiha Hiko walked under a sakura flower tree and reached out to pick up a fist-sized stone. He held the stone in the center of both hands, and immediately, chakra overflowed from both hands. With the flow of the chakra, Orochimaru found that the stone held by Uchiha Hiko in the center of both hands was actually falling into fine powder. At that scene, it was like a senior carving master, holding a sharp carving knife, pondering over a broken stone. Orochimaru's eyes are full of wonder. Advertisement. A long time. Uchiha Hiko moved his left hand away, holding the stone in his right hand, and appeared in front of Orochimaru. This is. Looking at what Uchiha Hiko was holding, Orochimaru was not only incredulous, he couldn't even believe it. I saw that the stone that was randomly picked up under the sakura flower tree was carved into a portrait by Uchiha Hiko. That small figure is exactly the appearance of Tsunade, who was training in Hyuga not far away. If it's just a general idea, then that's it. However, on this stone sculpture smaller than a fist, no matter the texture of the clothes, the facial features, or even the strands of hair are clearly visible. Not only that, Uchiha Hiko didn't use any attack yet, just by holding chakra between his hands, he did it. Surprised to see Orochimaru, Uchiha Hiko explained with a smile. This is the wind attribute, one of chakra nature transformation. At the beginning, when he practiced this skill, he just held a fallen leaf and a piece of blank paper. But after slowly becoming proficient, he increased the difficulty for himself. Not only to strengthen the strength and sharpness of the wind attribute nature transformation, but also to increase the accuracy. The use of the spiral shuriken, the ball is just the beginning. He believes that one day he will develop a wind style beyond the spiral shuriken. Now, holding a stone and carving out a portrait is just a basic operation. Orochimaru muttered. Chakra's wind attribute nature transformation. He has mastered a total of 4 wind style ninjutsu now, but those 4 are all without exception blowing and blowing wind. He also thought about learning the wind cut technique, which is more powerful in attack, but he never learned it. Now looking at the sculpture in the hands of Uchiha Hiko, he suddenly realized something. Yan-jun, we escorted the minister last time, the wind style ninjutsu you performed. Well, I also practiced from this step, but that wind style ninjutsu is too dangerous, as CDCC, you can't control it today, if you miss it, you will lose your life, you'd better not make any plans. I'll teach you something else. Wind style spiral shuriken was given to him by system analysis, and he was able to master it because of the good foundation laid before that. The foundation of others is different from his, how dare to teach it easily. Needless to say, the power of the spiral shuriken, at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen may not dare to say that he can fully master that technique. Not to mention Orochimaru at this time. Orochimaru nodded knowingly, and then picked up a small stone from the ground. Advertisement. Is that so? He held the small stone in his hand, and chakra desperately released it in the middle. It didn't happen either. This scene really made Uchiha Hiko laugh. Even a person like him who has the foundation of the Book of Uchiha, dare not practice with stones from the beginning, how dare Orochimaru? Hehe, Orochimaru, you'd better find a piece of dead grass and try it, don't try to reach the sky in one step. Yes, I see. Orochimaru was taught. He was not discouraged, he threw the stones very rationally, and picked up a piece of dead grass. Seeing this, Uchiha Hiko said, the wind attribute is thin and sharp. You should first think about how to cut this piece of dry grass. After getting the advice, Orochimaru felt a little happy, and finally embarked on a serious path of cultivation. Think about that big jerk in Jiraiya, how long he will have to lie in the hospital. Uchiha Hiko was standing beside Orochimaru waiting. Orochimaru's qualifications are many times stronger than that of a yellow-haired boy. As long as someone carefully guides him, his comprehension speed will naturally be very fast. It takes less than a stick of incense. The withered grass that Orochimaru held in his hand was neatly cut into 2 pieces from the middle. Well, great, next is a twig. The toughness and hardness of the branches are much stronger than that of withered grass. This is a difficult point for Orochimaru. It's like a student who just learned the function formula, and you suddenly throw him an Olympiad problem. But so what? This is the world of ninjas, since being a ninja means overcoming difficulties. Now that you know the method, at most you just spent some time practicing hard. Orochimaru gritted his teeth and held the fresh branch in his hand. This time, he spent an hour. When Uchiha Hiko looked at the neatly cut branches, he nodded with satisfaction. Well, yes, Orochimaru, you really are a genius. Hearing the praise, Orochimaru was overjoyed, and asked with great expectation, so, Yonjin, can you teach me a stronger wind-style ninjutsu? Hearing the sound, Uchiha Hiko slowly put down 2 branches, and asked with a strange face, why do you think that you can learn ninjutsu like this? The practice of wind-style ninjutsu has just begun. Chapter 80 Because I think the styling is too silly. After speaking, Uchiha Hiko picked up a stone and threw it to Orochimaru. Come on, carve a Jiraiya, if the fidelity is lower than 85%, it is unqualified. Start. Why Jiraiya? Orochimaru held the stone in both hands, not knowing what to do. To be fair, even carving a pig is better than carving a zillai, right? Unexpectedly, Uchiha Hiko had no room for maneuver at all. First, engrave Jiraiya. Second, the accuracy of the image must be higher than 85%. Start. Of course you can also choose to give up, but you should know the consequences of giving up. Orochimaru's legs trembled, his back felt cold, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. I do it, I will finish it. That's what makes sense. Orochimaru looked at the hard stone in his hand with a mournful face. Based on my just comprehension of nature transformation of a trace of wind attribute, when can I cut a stone? After cutting the stone, when will it be possible to achieve the level of precision of Uchiha Hiko? No more than 1 point, no less than a centimeter. It takes a lot of effort to peel potatoes, let alone carve portraits. This difficulty is higher than learning B-level ninjutsu. However, Orochimaru did not give up, but bit the bullet and started practicing. If it doesn't work once, do it 100 times until you succeed. Anyway, there are a lot of stones on the ground. The other side, Uchiha Hiko expected that it would take a lot of time for Orochimaru to meet the standard, so instead of waiting, he walked into the Konaha hospital. That idiot Jiraiya can train himself to be hospitalized, that is really a great talent. I don't know whether to call him stupid or to say that he has strong willpower. When he entered the ward, that stupid donkey was on a drip, reading the little H book. Not afraid of sudden death. I said, Jiraiya, you are still young. Relapse at this age is really harmful to your body. Be careful that you will become a premature and man in the future. Uchiha Hiko walked in so abruptly without knocking on the door. The sound made Jiraiya tremble with fright, and suddenly felt that the comic book in his hand was boring. Jiraiya shivered several times while hiding in the quilt, and said to Kaido in shame, why are you here? I'm fine, I'm just staying here for 2 days. When I go out, it will be fine, beat Orochimaru. Hehe, you're about to get over it. I'm afraid that when you go out, Orochimaru will kill you with a wind style. Advertisement. What? You taught Orochimaru the very powerful wind style ninjutsu. Uchiha Hiko didn't answer, but looked at Jiraiya's comic book silently. Even with his superb eyesight, he only saw a little content in the corner. Yo, you really know how to play. Don't tell others, I beg you. Hehe, I don't have the time to smear a person. Besides, man, what's the matter with watching the content of GG uplifting? Yeah, seeing Jiraiya relieved, Uchiha Hiko shook his head helplessly. How did such a virtue become Jiraiya, one of the heroes of Sannin? I really can't figure it out. Also came out of Class A, Jiraiya is like an ultimate B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Possibly, this is also called fate. Well, since this is your destiny, I will fulfill you. Uchiha Hiko said with a sudden sigh. Hearing the sound, Jiraiya looked terrified. Complete. Which one is perfect? Fate plus fulfillment. Doesn't that sound like murder? Yan, Captain, no, big brother, if you have something to say, speak up. However, Uchiha Hiko didn't attack him, instead he took out a scroll from his ninja bag. Inside the scroll, another large scroll was sealed. Taking out the large scroll, he threw it directly at Jiraiya. That impressive weight nearly exploded in half of Jiraiya's position. The bottle next to the bed can't be beaten anyway. The big scroll has crushed the needle. Jiraiya didn't feel any pain, but just looked at the scroll in her arms expectantly. What is this? Could it be the ninjutsu you specially prepared for me? Ha ha ha, so many ninjutsu, it's enough for me to hold Orochimaru in the eye was beaten on the ground. Advertisement. Hee, open it and have a look. Good. Jiraiya sat up, placed the precious scroll on the hospital bed, and unfolded it carefully. Asking for flowers. See above, neither fire style nor earth style. There is no ninjutsu in his imagination. He began to doubt life. This is, what? There is nothing related to ninjutsu on it, only a few personalized signatures designed by Fengwu for free. Could it be that such a large scroll is used for art signatures? IFK. Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Hiko, hoping for an answer. Seeing Jiraiya's blank face, Uchiha Hiko asked, Jiraiya, have you ever heard of the three great immortals? Three great immortals? Haven't you heard? No. Point 0. Mount Myoboku, Ruchi Cave, and Wetbone Forest, these three places are collectively called the three great immortal lands. There are extremely powerful summoning beast groups there, and there is also a brand new power system. If you can sign a contract with any of them, With their approval, you can not only use the summoning technique to summon them to fight side by side, but you can even go to the fairy land where they are to practice the new power system.
Uchiha Hiko explained. Jiraiya was confused, but he came up with one thing. This is awesome. Anyway, he is just like this, so he can do whatever he can. Brother, that is to say, I can sign my name here, right? No, signing your name and pressing your handprint is just the beginning. Whether you can summon the toad from Mount Myoboku and get their approval is another matter. Don't think that things will be that simple.
As he said that, Uchiha Hiko's eyes turned cold. Even if your summoning beast is too violent, it might attack you and eat you. Nani. Jiraiya was so scared that she almost threw out a few drops of urine. Feelings are a double-edged sword. Maybe you will get a regular thug, maybe you will summon a father for yourself. Etc. Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Hiko and asked. Brother, since you said that the three holy places are so powerful, why didn't you sign the contract first? I think the last name is not you. Hearing the question, Uchiha Hiko sneered, because I think the shape of stepping on a big toad is too stupid. Inch. Chapter 81 Toad Big Toad. This contract scroll of Mount Myoboku was obtained by chance during a mission in Anbu. I didn't figure out what this thing was at first, it was so bulky and I wanted to throw it away, until I accidentally knocked it over, and the scroll was spread all over the floor. He didn't realize that this was the contract scroll of Mount Myoboku. Although Mount Myoboku is one of the three great fairy lands, he really can't get along with those toads. He has a psychological shadow, those are toads. Also called toads, scabies toads. There are poisonous glands inside. The back is full of bumps, not frogs. Even a normal-sized toad would feel disgusting and pervasive. If it was as big as a house. I dare not even think about it. That is to say, if you look at it on the screen, if you put it in reality, it will be really scary. This kind of thing should be rejected decisively. Not to mention the three great immortals, even if the Sage of Six Paths came, he would not sign it. I heard that Jiraiya likes heavy flavors, so thank you in advance. Jiraiya, this is a contract scroll for one of the three great immortal lands. Your future contact will be at the immortal level. I advise you to make a decision quickly. There is a broad road ahead, so don't narrow the road. Fairy. My god. Then say a hammer. Jiraiya didn't say anything, and didn't need a pen, she just bit her finger and wrote her name with blood. Also, 3 big characters, plus 5 fingerprints, the contract is signed, it is considered complete. Then, all it takes is the seal of the summoning technique, and he can build a bridge with the Mount Myoboku toad. Uchiha Hiko is a set bag churches, and by the way, taught Jiraiya the summoning technique of Mount Myoboku. Come on, try what you can summon. Hearing this, Jiraiya hurriedly made a mudra while the wound on her hand was still bleeding. Then, it slammed to the floor. Snapped. Summoning technique. With the chakra gushing out of his body crazily, a connection was formed instantly, and a cloud of white smoke spread out in front of him. This is in the ward of the Konaha hospital, but Uchiha Hiko is not worried, because he knows that with Jiraiya's current chakra capacity, it is impossible to summon a large toad even if he uses the milking power. Sure enough, when the smoke cleared, what appeared in front of Jiraiya was a green toad with colorful makeup. Looking at that appearance, I almost didn't make people whole. Advertisement. Quack. This is it. The green toad squinted his eyes proudly and asked, how can there be humans here? Could it be that someone summoned me to the human world? Listening to that voice, it's neither male nor female, it's ugly anyway. Uchiha Hiko subconsciously took a few steps back. Jiraiya seems to be born with a wonderful connection with the toad. Looking at the ugly big toad up close, he didn't feel scared. Instead, wow, this toad can actually talk. The green-skinned toad looked at Jiraiya, oh, is this the human who summoned me? But, why do you look so weak? What's your name? Weak. This is a forbidden word in Jiraiya. My uncle and even Jiraiya. You say I'm weak, why don't you look at yourself? Jiraiya pointed to the green-skinned toad in front of him, and said to Uchiha Hiko, Yan, is this the summoning beast from the fairy land? I think it's okay. Uchiha Hiko continued to take 2 steps back, so as not to be blinded by the green-skinned toad. That's really not good, you can try again, it may be the first time you are not proficient, and you failed to summon a serious fighting-style toad. Jiraiya nodded as if realizing something, and then said apologetically to the green-skinned toad, I'm sorry, I need stronger ones. As he spoke, he made another seal and slapped the floor. Boom. However, this time the smoke is pitifully small, not as big as the first time. The more things that come out of summoning, the more ridiculous they are. There are only a few tadpoles. What's going on here? Your chakra is not enough. Here, I will reward you with this special military food pill. After taking Baichi Bingliang pill, Jiraiya's chakra recovered quickly. After a while, he stood up again. This time, he closed his eyes and contemplated the mystery of the summoning technique. After thinking for a long time, he decided to leave the ward. This ward is too oppressive, he can't play it out. The two came to the open space of Konaha Hospital. Jiraiya was wearing a hospital gown, but the excitement on her face was probably more than that of a drug addict. Immediately, he quickly closed the seal. Summoning technique. This time, it was a summoning technique he blocked Zune to come. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. It is also a call to block all chakra. Boom. The huge smoke dissipated, revealing its true face. That's it. Uchiha Hiko, who was watching from a distance, silently took a few steps back. A 10-meter tall toad will ask you if you are afraid. This has nothing to do with combat strength, mainly psychological factors. I saw that the smoke dissipated, and the exposed toad was covered with red lines, and the upper part of the eyes was even more raised, showing a fierce look. It is more than 10 meters high, which is equivalent to a 3-story house. It is much better than the green-skinned disgusting toad just now. Such a huge monster frightened some people who were hospitalized in Muya Hospital for another month. Ah, there really is a new contractor. It's a bit impolite to call me from the very beginning. The big toad said. Big and loud. This voice is like broadcasting to the entire Konaha hospital. Jiraiya is so excited. Looking at the huge toad, he fantasized about his chic and invincible fighting posture in his heart, and he got wet. Ahahaha, Jiraiya, can finally become a powerful ninja. He was laughing maniacally. In this 3-person team, it's not that he doesn't know his own food, and he often lags behind. But what can I do? Orochimaru is a genius, he knew it from the time he entered school. Tsunade is the descendant of Senju and Uzumaki again. Constitution is different from ordinary people. Of course, Jiraiya still doesn't understand what it means to combine Senju and Uzumaki. He only knows that Tsunade's physical fitness is extremely strong. Stronger than all boys. Under such circumstances, what can he compare with? I can only chat with Orochimaru, find some sense of presence. But, starting today, he can counterattack. With such a powerful summoning beast, his combat ability is to sit on a rocket and drive directly to become the second Titan. Ha ha ha, hello big toad, my name is Jiraiya, what's your name? Jiraiya asked the 10-meter tall giant toad after learning how to communicate with the last green-skinned toad. Hearing the small voice, the giant toad looked around for a while, and finally landed on one place. I didn't expect that my contractor turned out to be Ko. Advertisement Chapter 82, Licking and Dogs, Reincarnation continues, you lick. When the giant toad moved, the house in Konaha Hospital trembled. Those Konaha shinobi players, both open and secret, jumped onto the roof immediately, and looked at the big toad defensively one by one. They had no idea what it was and thought someone had invaded Konaha village. Not good, stop this monster quickly, it is heading towards that child over there. Tom. The giant toad looks bloated, but it still moves very fast. This is a shock to those Konaha shinobi lovers. They figured out the trajectory of the giant toad, looked straight ahead, and saw a boy with black hair and black eyes standing there. This huge toad didn't attack even though there was a living ninja in front of it, instead it rushed towards the boy in the remote corner. Brain pit. Suddenly, a Konaha shinobi with good eyesight recognized the figure in the far corner. Hibashang. That's Master Uchiha Hiko. Uchiha Hiko. Hearing this name, everyone stopped in their tracks. Is that Uchiha Hiko who killed Kakuzu? Yeah, look, it's right there. Everyone looked at it, and the stone in their hearts was put down. Since it is him, then this toad is not a certainty. However, Uchiha Hiko's heart is 100,000 mud horses galloping past. Damn, why is this ugly toad running towards Lousy? Jiraiya, did you grow up with dung? Call me away. Man of Steel Uchiha Hiko, he can kill hundreds of people without changing his face. He can cut off the enemy's neck with a single sword, and talk and laugh happily. But when he saw the huge, disgusting, smelly toad, Sharingan was scared out of his wits. If he was touched by that thing, he could spit out last year's New Year's Eve dinner. Advertisement. Blinking technique. Immediately, he opened the distance with the body flicker technique and jumped onto the high roof. Toad's eyes are very capable of capturing dynamic objects. Those horizontal pupils almost locked on Uchiha Hiko's figure, turning around. At this moment, Jiraiya is on the way. The huge toad stared at Uchiha Hiko, suddenly felt that something was wrong, it could not perceive any contractual connection from the person in front of it. A few minutes ago, it was listening to stories at Mount Myoboku. The old toad in the cave didn't know why he was so energetic today, so he came out to tell everyone about his past. Before the story was over, it was summoned to Konaha village. Preconceived, it found the pupil power person at the first time. Thought, that's the humans summoning it. At this moment, Jiraiya ran out of breath to the feet of the giant toad. What? Toad looked down at Jiraiya, with a look of disappointment on his face. What? It turned out that the one who summoned me was not the one with the pupil power, but this daredevil. Hello, Hachi. I'm Jiraiya, Jiraiya said breathlessly. Summoning a summoning beast of this tonnage consumes a lot. Being able to persist in running over here is considered a high spirit. Unexpectedly, the huge toad said disdainfully. Lousy doesn't care what your name is, what does it have to do with me? Tell you, don't think that you can summon casually after signing the contract. If you disturb me again next time, I will kill you. Hello. Jiraiya looked up at the majestic figure of the toad. With such a large body, he knew that he was very powerful, but sure enough, the temper is the same as Yan said. Hey, big toad, what is your name? What's the name? My name is Jiraiya, I summoned your other toad just now, shall we get to know each other too? HMPH, Lousy is not called Big Toad, Lousy is called What I. Toad What I. You still have such a name of hockey. It's amazing. Jiraiya looked like he was licking a dog, which was really realistic. HMPH, since you summoned Lousy by coincidence, so be it, I remember your chakra, don't summon me next time. The giant toad looked down on Jiraiya, then raised his head again, facing someone on the roof. Hey. Pupil, I think you are very suitable for me, why don't you sign a contract with me? Boy, our Mount Myoboku toad has experience in cooperating with pupils. Want to become stronger. The tone contrast before and after, yin and yang strange. When talking to Jiraiya, I can't wait to trample Jiraiya to death. When talking to Uchiha Hiko on the roof, I can't wait to sign on the spot. Advertisement. Jiraiya looked up expectantly and looked at Uchiha Hiko on the roof. That expression, as if his wife had been kidnapped. However, Uchiha Hiko on the roof silently stepped back again, refusing. No, I don't think we are suitable, and I don't like toads very much. Good one doesn't like toads very much. The jaws of several Konaha shinobi players not far away fell to the ground. I heard about Mount Myoboku just now, right? Well, if I heard correctly, it should be linked together as Mount Myoboku Toad. The legendary place. The legendary place has become true. But, why Master Uchiha Hiko? Toad what I was rejected, but he didn't change his face. When he meets someone or something he likes, he is quite bold. Young man, it's okay if you don't like toads. I'm a Mount Myoboku Toad. I see you're carrying a knife. In fact, I know a little bit of swordsmanship. Besides swordsmanship, I also know water style, fire style. In short, there are countless abilities and tricks. How about it? Do you know how powerful this martial arts master is? Toad what I? Well, what's the matter? Wish well. I was wondering, do you know a toad named Wentai? The giant toad was shocked. You actually know my cousin's name. But he hasn't been summoned yet. How did you know? Just ask. Masaka, you have the same predictive ability as the great toad sage. I actually met a genius like you. Hurry up. Oh no, I invite you to sign a contract with our Mount Myoboku Toad. Uchiha Hiko frowned, without any thought, directly refused. I refuse. 4.8. After you sign the contract with me, you will know the benefits of our Mount Myoboku. You will definitely be interested. No sign. Well, boy, you are still young. If you are an experienced ninja at this time, he will definitely sign a contract with me. What is our Mount Myoboku? Then it is one of the 3 great fairy lands. If you have the opportunity to meet me, you will be counted as you lucky. It's awesome, but don't sign it. Hey, you kid, I advise you to sign. Now you may not like me, but you will understand the benefits of me in the future. Our Mount Myoboku Toad fought side by side with your ancestors. Not to mention anything else, if you sign with us today, you can call me if you have anything to do in the future. Hehe. Chapter 83. Toad Mountain is shocked. Jiraiya looks up at the Mount Myoboku Toad that she summoned with all her strength. Do I have to look at you with disappointment? JPG. Does the book say that licking the dog licks everything in the end? That stalwart toad is like the big ocean horse in front of him. He spent money, worked hard, and invited it out. But in front of him, that big ocean horse became someone else's licking dog. And it's still a proud licking dog. Hey, don't do it in front of me, okay? Jiraiya shouted out to this hateful world. Hear the sound. The giant toad glanced down. Then when a gust of wind blew under the crotch, nothing happened. Then it continued to say to Uchiha Hiko. I don't have many people, you are one of them, I hope you think about it, you see I am so strong now, in a few years, I can still grow up bigger. When you encounter difficulties and call me out, what a card. If it doesn't work, I'll call my wife too. Uchiha Hiko looked at Jiraiya, who was full of frustration below, and shook his head helplessly. This giant toad is really disrespectful, letting the contractor stay below, but he is pulling foreigners up above, scumbag toad. The summoning technique has a time limit. After the giant toad babbled, even Konaha's Anbu circled around, but it failed to convince Uchiha Hiko. Boom. A puff of white smoke drifted past. Jiraiya stood there dejectedly, wearing a hospital gown and messy hair, looking like an escape from a mental hospital. Oh, forget it. He gave up the idea of going down to comfort Jiraiya and turned to leave. Jiraiya's talents in other aspects, in his opinion, are very average. Orochimaru can quickly master ninjutsu skills that take him a long time. And Mount Myoboku is Jiraiya's opportunity and the pivot to change his destiny. Whether he can get rid of mediocrity and catch up with Orochimaru's progress depends on his next fortune. The road has been pointed out to him, and the rest needs to be walked by himself. Advertisement. After Toad Takeda returned to Mount Myoboku. Immediately saw Fukasaku Senjin. Maybe this Fukasaku sage is the only frog in the entire Mount Myoboku. There seems to be something wrong with the prophecy of the great toad sage. Although someone from our family was summoned out, why was it me? Immortal Fukasaku stepped forward and said, well, what the great toad sage predicted was that the child would contact your family members. It might be you, it might be Wentai, it's not wrong. Moreover, the great toad sage also said, there are other things. One possibility is that the child fell into Mount Myoboku by himself. No, I didn't mean that. The giant toad shook its head. Of course, it's okay to call it a giant toad in Konaha village, but it can only be regarded as a well-behaved creature here on Mount Myoboku. I met Tongli Bai. Oh, the pupils. Fukasaku Immortal couldn't help but frown. What pupils? There is no mention of pupils in the prophecy. Yeah, not in the prophecy. But I see that boy, just like in the past stories that the great Toad Sage told us, his body hides extremely strong power, among human beings. Should be considered the elite of the elite. Sento Fukasaku nodded. Since it's your judgment, it must be it. So I tried to convince him to sign a contract with us. Immortal Fukasaku suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Well, it's a good thing for the elite of human beings to sign a contract with us, right? And then. Mrs. Toad looked embarrassed. Well, old man, don't worry, I did invite him, but, he refused. Nani? Fukasaku Sento raised his eyebrows. How dare anyone refuse an invitation from Mount Myoboku Toad? More than that, he also asked me if I knew Mrs. Wen. What? He actually knows about Wen Tai. Wen Tai has always been by my side and has never been summoned out. How could he know? Immortal Shen Zuo was shocked again. At the same time, an ordinary toad with a pattern very similar to the giant toad jumped over. This toad is a little bit worse than Jiraiya. It is a toad named Wen Tai. Yeah, I haven't seen a human yet. This son, it's unbelievable. Immortal Shen Zuo often breathed out, thinking something in his heart. Advertisement. If it wasn't for the fact that the great Toad Sage was tired at this time and went back to sleep, otherwise he really wanted to consult. Well, old man, why don't we reverse summoning first and call the guy who signed the contract over here? I've noticed that the guy who signed the contract is a partner with that mysterious pupil power man, so he must be able to ask something. The minister-shaped toad suggested. Immortal Fukasaku rubbed his chin. It doesn't matter if you have strong pupils or not, I just want to see who can refuse Mount Myoboku's invitation, who can predict Bunta. Okay. The giant toad clapped its hands together, looking cheerful. Let's reverse summon the kid who signed the contract, and then, take the contract scroll back from his hand. Speaking of the contract scroll, the giant toad looked apologetic. Actually, the contract scroll of Mount Myoboku has been kept by the toads for a long time. Last time, Wu Tai Toad lost the contract scroll when he went out to play by himself. This is his pot. That's why the great Toad Sage's prophecy will involve him this time. Now, you can redeem your sins. Naturally, I am happy. 920. Immortal Fukasaku gave him a blank look. You really like to PS people off. Now that the great Toad Sage's prophecy has been confirmed, don't act rashly, let alone cause trouble, understand? Understood. I will leave the rest to you, old man, and I will withdraw first. HMPH, let's go. The scenery in Mount Myoboku is beautiful, and the air seems to be full of aura. Toad Wadai quickly disappeared without a trace, leaving only Fukasaku Immortal and Toad Bunta in place. Although Wen Tai has not grown up yet, the temperament of Hey Boss has already revealed 3 points. It held a short sword backwards in its hand. HMPH, I want to see what that person looks like. What it says is naturally the pupil power user, not the contractor. Immortal Fukasaku smiled kindly. You will meet again in the future. Let's take a look at the child in the great Toad Sage's prophecy first, and let him summon you to go out and have a look after you get familiar with each other. I know. Gamoin replied impatiently, and stuck the knife on the ground. On the short sword, there was still some purple liquid, which corroded and smoked when it fell on the ground. Thinking about it, it should be highly toxic. Immortal Fukasaku was pleased. You have improved again, you can already defeat the poisonous snake. Saying so, it urged Chakra to reverse the summoning technique. Chapter 84 Uzumaki Mito's Sorrow. There was too much movement in Konaha Hospital. Anbu naturally had to report to Hokage. But the content of the report is not just about the big toad. Master Hokage, Jiraiya has disappeared. What disappeared? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared. Anbu quickly reorganized the language. Master Hokage, shortly after the big toad disappeared, Jiraiya, who was depressed, disappeared out of thin air. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the last mirror image on the crystal ball, thought for a while, and then said, back off, it's okay. As a ninjutsu professor, if you don't even know the reverse summoning technique, then you are still a third Hokage. Mount Myoboku Toad, Jiraiya's fate has been sublimated in Hiko. After a few months, Jiraiya just returned from Mount Myoboku. At this time, he is not what he used to be. In just a few months, he has gone from being a crane tail to a genius who can rival Orochimaru. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, chakra, etc., almost all aspects have been improved by leaps and bounds. Jiraiya's ninja way is very simple and real, he becomes stronger just to pretend to pick up girls. He was such a happy realist before he knew the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage. However, the Great Toad Sage finally told Jiraiya the prophecy. Time flies. Jiraiya often goes back and forth between Mount Myoboku and Konaha village. Every time he comes back, he will become stronger. Every time he comes back, he will challenge Orochimaru once, and each will win or lose. Uchiha Hiko and Tsunade are also practicing continuously. His adopted daughter Makoto also grew up day by day, and joined the ninja school in the same year as Tsunade's younger brother Naoki. Advertisement. However, I don't know why. Naoki obviously has a very good pedigree, but the aptitude of a ninja is mediocre. On the other hand, Uchiha Makoto, who was supervised by Ghost Father since he was a child, was supervised by such an excellent foster father. In the ninja school, he is a genius girl who is above everything. Konaha is 29 years old. Graduation season. 9-year-old Uchiha Makoto is taking the graduation assessment with other classes. When Uchiha Hiko was in school, the ninja school had already begun to expand the school, and now, it is finally called a campus. The previous ninja school construction was quite petty, like a private school. Originally, as an adoptive father, he had to take part in the graduation assessment of his precious goddaughter. But, at the critical moment, there is an important person who wants to see him. Cross the bustling street and walk into the courtyard with nostalgic design. With a slight glance, he found at least 5 guards in the dark. And the chakra waves emanating from those guards are not weak. The yard was cleaned cleanly, and walking forward, the host's house specially opened the door to welcome guests. Uchiha Hiko took off his shoes and walked in lightly. Unexpectedly, they didn't look for me, but you looked for me first. He smiled, with a gentle tone. What catches the eye is the old Uzumaki Mito. He is still very polite to the elderly, especially Tsunade's grandmother. Uzumaki Mito rubbed the back of his hand, squinted his eyes and smiled. I often hear Tsunade mentioning you. You taught her the self-defense technique of a medical ninja, and you also optimized the 100 healings Mark 1 taught her. Seeing you today, humble as amazing boy. Well, I just did a little bit of my duty, and I was able to learn it because of Tsunade's talent. That child, Tsunade, is really good. Yeah, if possible, I would also like to let her learn wood style, but unfortunately there is no clue yet. Advertisement. Wood style. Uzumaki Mito's voice froze. She didn't know whether it was joy or sadness or anger or anger. After a long time, she continued, are you really only thinking about Tsunade? Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko smiled slightly, and asked back, is it because you can't perceive my malice, so you asked the question? Being spotted, the aging Uzumaki Mito didn't show much either. Still smiled kindly, and said, I didn't expect you to know this too. Girls grow up to turn their elbows outward. Yes, I am Nine Tails Jinchuriki, because of Nine Tails Chakra because of this, you can perceive the malice of others. Now that Uzumaki Mito has a showdown, it means that she has perceived Uchiha Hiko and knows that he has no malice inside or out. Otherwise, I wouldn't say it out, and I still said it in such detail. So, Senior summoned me here, is there anything I need to order? Uchiha Hiko asked, he has been a ninja for so many years, and now he can see into people's hearts even without Sharingan. He could see that although Uzumaki Mito was kind and smiling at this time, there was always sadness hidden in his brows. You are a sensible kid. Uzumaki Mito smiled. Uchiha Hiko quickly sat up straight, and said, Senior, please tell me anything, I will do my best. He, it's not easy for this ninja world to maintain peace for so many years. Recently, various economic conflicts in the village have occurred frequently, and I have seen some bad omens. Not only our village, but also other villages waiting for an opportunity. Therefore, at this time, the ninjas in our village cannot act rashly. I see. Son, how much do you know about the Tailed Beast Jinchuriki? Uchiha Hiko thought about it, and then replied, this should be the secret of every village. I don't know more than others. Oh, however, I personally think that the Tailed Beast Jinchuriki must first have a certain constitution, or to put it bluntly, it is chakra. With the power of the seal, it can basically seal the Tailed Beast safely for decades. Secondly, I think Jinchuriki's heart it must be strong, or to put it bluntly, it must have ninja talent. I believe that the so-called Jinchuriki is definitely not just to seal and preserve the Tailed Beast Mode. How? The existence of Jinchuriki means that the founders hope that ninjas can master the power of tailed beasts, which naturally requires extremely high ninja talent. Uzumaki Mito nodded with a smile, your understanding is very correct. I am the current Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and I completely agree with your opinion, but unfortunately, my body is getting weaker and weaker. I'm afraid, there is not much time left. Senior, it's okay. I know my situation myself, unlike you young people, we old people understand it in our hearts. Yes, Senior, I'm coming to the end of my life, but Konaha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki can't go with me, someone must inherit Nine Tails. Uchiha Hiko frowned, and asked, Master Hokage should be very clear about this matter, don't you, Senior? Nobu. Chapter 85. The Country of Vortex. Of course Hiruzen knows. As Hokage, Hiruzen has changed a lot. Uzumaki Mito said, Son, have you heard of the Uzumaki clan? Uchiha Hiko replied. Yes, it is Mito Senpai, your family. Yes, I come from the place called Longevity Village in the Uzumaki country, where our Uzumaki clan originally lived. After becoming Nine Tails Jinchuriki, I never went back. Senior, do you miss your hometown? Hey, Uzumaki Mito laughed lightly, without expressing any meaning. Or in other words, everything is in the minister who chuckled. If Senju Hashirama is alive, then Uzumaki Mito wants to go back to his hometown, which is a small thing to say tonight and leave tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, my husband died early. Her identity as Nine Tails Jinchuriki has become a cage that binds her. If it wasn't for being able to suppress Nine Tails with hard power, the place where she lives now should be an enchantment cave, not this quiet little courtyard. Hiruzen himself will pick the next child from our family who is suitable to be a Jinchuriki, you don't have to worry about that. Uzumaki Mito said calmly. But it is that calmness that looks sad. Yes, Senior Mito. What I'm worried about is that there have been many ninja forces entrenched around Uzumaki recently, but our Uzumaki clan has only been friends with Konaha for generations, and we have no contact with other ninja forces, so. Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko couldn't help frowning again. Many ninja forces are entrenched near Uzumaki. By the way, I especially remember the time when Uzumaki village perished, probably during this period. It is said that it was raided by multiple ninja forces. A clan that had been passed down for hundreds of years collapsed overnight. So, Senior Mito, I can convey to third generation that Konaha's stockpile of troops is already quite sufficient. Excluding the recently strengthened border patrol guards, there should be a lot of combat power. As long as Konaha's ninja team reaches Uzumaki, the siege of the country of the vortex, can be resolved immediately. Uchiha Hiko suggested. However, Uzumaki Mito shook his head and said, the current village cannot send troops to the Uzumaki country. Once other ninja villages find their whereabouts, some problems will easily break out in this tense situation. So, I would like to invite you go investigate. Okay, please rest assured, senior, this matter is on me. I'm very optimistic about you, so you, CD, treat this as an entrusted task, and this is your task reward. As he said, Uzumaki Mito took out a box from behind. Advertisement. The box looks quite expensive. If you keep it for decades, at least you can get a sea view room. However, what Uzumaki Mito wants to give to Uchiha Hiko is not just this box, but what is inside the box. The gift from the elders is inescapable. Uchiha Hiko took the box respectfully, opened it, and found that there was actually a big scroll inside. Is this a sealing technique? The Uzumaki family is best at the sealing technique, and it can even be said that the old man Uzumaki Ashina was the ancestor of Konaha's sealing technique. The difficulty of the sealing technique is even higher than that of ordinary ninjutsu. But as a Jonin, he still needs to learn the sealing technique. For example, learn a seal of sealing evil, so that it can be used in emergencies. But now Uzumaki Mito puts out such a big scroll. He took a look at the top, and it was densely packed with ghost symbols. At this time, Uzumaki Mito said, you can choose to learn this sealing technique, or you can choose to give it up. But I hope you can master it, because after I die, I am not sure that there are still people in this ninja world who can safely suppress 9 tails. Senior, don't say such things. I'm going to the country of the whirlpool to investigate. Uzumaki Mito is also pathetic. I married into the Senju clan, but in addition to being able to enjoy some blessings during the Senju Hashirama period, when the Senju brothers died, her position in the clan was only 9 tails Jinchuriki. Now that I know that my family may be in trouble, but I can't even send a single soldier, but I have to come here to consider for Konaha village. In the end, he was forced to choose to seek help from the Uchiha clan. In general, what is the relationship between Uchiha and Senju? It is impossible for her not to know. Call Uchiha Hiko over privately, she is a little worried. Fortunately, Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha Hiko's leaving back and murmured. There are 3 kinds of luck. First, that child is from the Uchiha family but is different from other Uchiha. Second, he met Tsunade. Third, he is outstanding. If any of the items are missing, she will not be able to do today's work. Advertisement. The country of the vortex. This is a small country in the southeast of the Kingdom of Fire. The country is relatively small. I am afraid that if 2 ninjas fight, they can fight out of the country. Regarding the Uzumaki clan, he didn't have much in mind. Just know a few members of their clan. In this day and age, Kushina should still be a little pudding. Although Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Makoto are girlfriends, according to the ninja number, Kushina is obviously younger than Makoto. How much younger? I don't know, but it should be around 2 or 3 years old. Now Makoto is only 9 years old and graduated early, so Kushina should be 5 or 6 years old. However, today he went to the country of Uzumaki not to find Kushina, but to investigate the situation around the country of Uzumaki and the surrounding situation of Uzushio village. Uzumaki village is different from other Dainin villages such as Konaha village. Basically, one Uzumaki clan forms the entire village. This family-oriented ninja organization is definitely not as good as a regular village organization in terms of comprehensive capabilities. He did not enter the village, but hid in the surrounding area. Some people like to have a large number around the whirlpool village, so he will have a praying mantis catching cicadas and orioles behind him. Sure enough, on the second day of his stay, he found a suspicious ninja. Since it was a ninja from Uzushio village, he grabbed it directly and carried it to the beach. Tell me, your name, affiliation, boss. Uchiha Hiko asked coldly. The ninja gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground, but refused to confess. To be honest, Uchiha Hiko just likes this kind of hard bones. If you catch them, you can at least vent your anger. If you encounter some soft bones, you will cry before you start. Seeing the ninja's reluctance to confess, Uchiha Hiko skillfully took out a handful of kunai from the ninja bag. Since you have chosen to suffer, I will fulfill you. HMPH, kill me if you can. Hehe, don't think that dead people can't speak, have you seen these eyes? Uchiha Hiko opened the Sharingan of Sengoyu, and asked again, your name, affiliation, command boss. This time, the ninja who got the Sharingan hypnosis finally spoke. Chapter 86 Passionate Redheads. In fact, Uchiha Hiko should, as Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested, let the Uchiha family enter the interrogation department, so that once the Sharingan is opened, the interrogation target will have to speak obediently. It doesn't take those black coats to invent all kinds of instruments of torture. Come on, tell me. I saw that the ninja who had been attacked by Sharingan's pupil power hypnosis, with blank eyes, knelt on the ground and whispered in his mouth. Report to the elder, the defense network of Uzushio village has been mastered, and at least 3 ninja forces have been found. They should have the same goal as us. These are the original words that this ninja should have reported to his master. But now being hypnosis, it is said without any psychological restrictions. Elder. Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko paused in his heart and asked, have you investigated the other 3 parties clearly? It's still under investigation, but I'm 70% sure that they are Cloud Shinobi, Kusakashi, and Konaha. Hearing Konaha, Uchiha Hiko couldn't help being slightly surprised, and quickly asked in an elder tone, Konaha. Are you sure? They will do something to their sister country. Looking at the geography of the ninja world, the country of Uzumaki is a small country, and in the middle of the wave, the surrounding large ninja forces are distributed, that is, Konaha, Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi. At this time, the ninja didn't say Mist Shinobi, so he must be the spy of Yuan Yin himself. The so-called elders are the elders of Kurigakure. As for the unexpected existence of Sao Yin, after thinking about it, he understood. Kusakashi's disgusting ninjas specialize in piracy, and the Wuwei City Lord of Ghost Lantern City can even open the double 4-element seal, that is, the 8-sign seal. There may be some ulterior secrets in the middle. Because Konaha village has different opinions. Mist Shinobi's detective ninja said in a difficult tone. Seeing this, Uchiha Hiko immediately put kunai on his neck. This symptom is resisting Sharingan's pupil power. Advertisement. As expected of a ninja engaged in intelligence at the forefront, the inner defensive ability is so strong. Even though I didn't use all my strength, I can't even make you submit obediently with the power of Sharingan. I'm afraid other villages will catch you, and they won't even ask you anything come out. Uchiha Hiko gave a thumbs up. Immediately, the knife passed. The blood soars. He already knew all the information he wanted to know. No matter what the 7-point certainty is, in this critical year, as long as you have 3-point clues, you can directly draw a conclusion. Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, Kusakashi, so many people are greedy for the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. That's right, they have the strongest ability and the longest lifespan, but they are willing to live and work in peace in a small country, live in peace and die in sorrow. Looking at the corpse at his feet, Uchiha Hiko glanced around. After confirming that no one notices, it is a fire style to burn it. He was born in Anbu, and it became a habit to handle the dead body conveniently. Well, the current investigation has found such a situation. If Konaha is asked to go to war with Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Kusakashi at the same time for a small country of whirlpools, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely not do it. On the contrary, Mr. Danzo Nabe willing to do this kind of thing. Uchiha Hiko thought about it, but temporarily dismissed that idea. Looking at the pleasant village in the distance, he couldn't help but want to go and see it. It is said to be a mountain village, but the construction in that village is prosperous, with tall buildings everywhere. At first glance it is more prosperous than Konaha. In addition to residential buildings, they also have a large number of religious buildings, such as shrines and altars. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Konaha's ninjas are actually quite popular as they walk on the streets of Ushio village. In the early years, Senju married Uzumaki, Konaha established diplomatic relations with Uzumaki, and Konaha Shinobi had Uzumaki's logo on their work uniforms. Stepping into this Uzushio village, Uchiha Hiko's first impression is red. It's too red. A large area that catches the eye is red. Red is eye-catching, but the orthodox Uzumaki clan has red hair. Mom, I want to marry Konaha's ninja big brother when I grow up. Said a little girl in the crowd. Marry rich, is it enough to marry with your sister? That's enough, thank you mom, mom is so nice. I don't know if it's because people with red hair are more reckless. Uchiha Hiko began to coax, for fear that he would be taken away by the enthusiastic red-haired female bodhisattvas later. However, he still needs to do one more thing. A long time ago, he obtained a wakizashi from Kuri, a weapon of the Uchiha clan. The wakizashi is unpretentious, with a black handle and black blade, which can compress chakra into a high-density blade. After analyzing the system, he also realized that the extremely practical black knife turned out to be the key to a certain ruin in the country of Vortex. However, Haidao is only the yin of one of yin and yang, and the other half is yang, and he has no clue yet. But considering that the ruins themselves are located in the Uzumaki country, then the Uzumaki clan, who are like local nobles in the Uzumaki country, must know something. It is more efficient to follow the melon and follow the vine than to search blindly by himself. Therefore, when he entered Waikao village, he was looking for the current village head, to have a cup of tea. Chapter 87. The Uzumaki Patriarch shocked. Uzumaki village has its own ninja force, but there is no open ninja training institution. It is a typical family military system. However, in this Uzumaki hidden village, members of the Uzumaki clan account for more than half. Coupled with Konaha's protection for generations, or Senju's protection, the entire Uzushio village is harmonious and stable, and no one likes to fight and kill. Therefore, The middle and high levels of their clan only maintain a certain amount of ninja training. Do not promote and encourage ninjas, do not reject and oppose ninjas. Abbreviation, Buddhism. Now the Senju family is in decline and has no time to take care of others, but their Uzumaki family is still so Buddhist. 307. This may be one of the reasons why they were destroyed despite having the strongest sealing technique. In any village, it is very difficult to find other people, but it is very simple to find the village chief. Uchiha Hiko is to find it. As long as Konoha's ninjas are not malicious, they can still walk freely in this Uzushio village. Soon, he found the old man with white hair. You are. The old man thought it was just an ordinary Konoha Jonin at first, but when he saw Uchiha Hiko with his own eyes and felt the chakra on him, he couldn't help but wonder. Uchiha Hiko made a slight salute, and then replied, "The next Konoha shinobi, on behalf of Mito-sama, came to say hello to you." Water. Mito. The old man was a little surprised. Over the years, Konoha has had many contacts with Uzumaki village, but Uzumaki Mito rarely came to look for him. He thought that the woman died in Konoha. Why did she? Won't you come back by yourself? Advertisement. Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko smiled slightly, meaning nothing other than that this angry old man was funny. Mr. Patriarch, neighboring countries are not neighbors. No one can bear the price of Mr. Mito's bumpy trip, right? This. The old man snorted and hid those thoughts, and then said as a village chief, "Thank you Mito for your concern, but this sudden visit should not be a special greeting, right?" Quote. The old man also understands that Uzumaki Mito married into Konoha and became Ninetales Jinchuriki. They also know that Ninetales is the strongest tailed beast, so they don't dare to seal Ninetales in just by finding someone. At that time, the most suitable ones are their Uzumaki clan. However, Uchiha Hiko's task is not to come to them to ask for someone. Mr. Patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, Your Excellency the village chief of Uzumaki village, haven't you noticed some eyeliners near you? Uchiha Hiko asked directly. He knew that the abilities of the Uzumaki clan were not blessed. In many people's perceptions, the Uzumaki family has a long lifespan, tenacious vitality, and a large amount of chakra. But in fact, those are the most basic conditions of the Uzumaki family. Their most dangerous is the sealing technique. Besides the sealing technique, they also have excellent enchantment technique. For example, perception enchantment. The old village chief smiled confidently and said, "Over the years, there have been many people who covet our Uzumaki clan, but we are not easy to bully. Has your village experienced war invasion?" "No, never." Advertisement. Your Excellency, the village chief Hokage experienced, where does the confidence come from? Quote. The village chief Uzumaki, who was full of confidence just now, fell into a stalemate when he was asked this question suddenly. The old man also knows the meaning of talking on paper. If he refute it now, wouldn't it be right? At this time, Uchiha Hiko revealed a shocking news. When I came here, I caught a little mouse by the way, asked about it, and found out that the ninja forces entrenched near you now. Well, Cloud Shinobi Village, Kurigakure, Kauyan Village, if the village chief is confident faced with so much heart, Quan pretends that I didn't say anything, and I apologize to you. Ha ha. Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi. The old village chief's eyes widened instantly when he heard the name. Those are the ninja villages of two great powers. Even the weakest Kauyan village is not easy to mess with. The sum of these ninja powers is enough to trigger a ninja turmoil, and even a ninja war. Where is Konoha? If Konoha knows this information, he will definitely send ninjas to help us. The old village chief was anxious. But Uchiha Hiko shook his head and replied, Konoha still, don't know the news for the time being. Then go back and tell Master Hokage, please be sure to tell us that we are in the 4.3 road hand. I just saw that the village chief is very confident. I don't know how to ask Konoha for help now. Well, barriers have been set up around the village, which can resist quite a few ninjas, but if the three kingdoms attack us at the same time, we can't stand it at all. The old village chief's calves trembled when he thought about the combined army of Cloud Shinobi Mist Shinobi Kusanagi. But at this moment, Uchiha Hiko still had no intention of taking action. He looked around, and then whispered. What I said is only what I know. There may be other ethnic groups besides the three ninja villages, for example, many families that you have offended before. Quote. Chapter 88 Kushina. Plop. The old village head slumped on the ground. What the hell did the Uzumaki clan do? Why do so many people want to FK their little Uzumaki clan? Uchiha Hiko looked down at the head of the Uzumaki clan, and sneered. You must have thought that the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan was the best in the world, and could deter many people, but have you ever thought about who was alive at that time? The Uzumaki patriarch's eyes widened. At that time, Wei was alive. It has to be said that Uzumaki Ashina, the former Uzumaki patriarch, made a very good decision, that is to marry Senju Hashirama of the Senju clan. But the current patriarch is just eating from the old foundation of his predecessors. It can be said that it does nothing. Otherwise, the Uzumaki clan will not be destroyed. What should I do? Konoha, when will Sleepy Leaf's ninja arrive? Uchiha Hiko looked towards the door 23, it was empty, like Konoha's reinforcements. Most of Konoha's ninjas are hoarded in the north, because Sarutobi Hiruzen and Onoki are not very good-natured, so if you want to come in advance to defend the city for your Uzumaki clan, I'm afraid, it's difficult. Hearing this, Patriarch Uzumaki's heart was half cold. Is my family about to suffer a catastrophe? At this time, Uchiha Hiko lowered his head, looked straight at the Uzumaki patriarch, and said with a smile, not necessarily. Not necessarily. In the cloudy eyes of Uzumaki patriarch, the flame of hope was ignited by Uchiha Hiko's words. Advertisement. He is obviously the head of the clan, but now he is being teased by a Konaha Jonin. Mr. Patriarch, I want to ask you something. Uchiha Hiko pulled out a black knife from behind his back. Do you know this thing? The black lacquered blade was erected in front of the Uzumaki patriarch. It was only 10 centimeters away from his face, and it looked as if they would be chopped off at any time. Uzumaki patriarch applied to look at Heidao nervously. Suddenly his face changed, and he said in surprise, could it be? Could it be another key? Well, it seems that the patriarch understands it very well. How could this be in your hands? Is it weird? No, I'm just surprised. You want to know the secret of the other key. That's right. Uchiha Hiko smiled and said confidently, you can use this as a bargaining chip to ask me any conditions, and I will agree. The Uzumaki patriarch hesitated, because, unfortunately, I don't have the other key, and I just heard about the treasure, it's just the chatter of the ancestors. In that case, I will take my leave. Say it. Uchiha Hiko turned away. Very decisive. However, just as he stepped forward, the Uzumaki patriarch behind him stopped him. Don't. Let me tell you the truth. In fact, I have seen yin and yang double blades in the family history records. Your name is Yu. My family used to keep the other half, but it is a pity that many years ago, the son of Yang disappeared along with the patriarch of the previous generation. The Uzumaki patriarch said in a low tone. Uchiha Hiko looked at his expression, and opened the Sharingan without any trace. Advertisement. No matter how good a ninja is at deceiving people, he can't escape these eyes. But he didn't see any traces of the Uzumaki patriarch lying. In other words, the other half of the key was really lost. Okay, that's fine, I'll go back and report the matter to Master Mito, and the rest is up to your own destiny. Finished. Uchiha Hiko tried to leave again. But, again, he was pulled. If Mito could be 10 years younger, it might be useful to tell her, but now Mito is as old as me, so what if I tell her? Konaha has been friends with this Uzumaki for generations. I implore you one thing, I hope you can help me. Of course, the reward will not be less for you. Oh, what's the matter? No matter what the Uzumaki kingdom is about to face, I beg you to take my youngest granddaughter out of here and temporarily settle in Konaha village. Uzumaki patriarch firmly grabbed Uchiha Hiko's cuff and said, if you can promise, I swear I will definitely find what you want at 380 before you die. Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko looked at the old man again. It turns out he still has some guts. It is a correct choice to put a seed out at this juncture. The Uzumaki family has been locked by many eyes now, and it is impossible to move the whole family, and they may be slaughtered halfway. And let a senior Jonin of Konaha bring a little girl, the safety will definitely increase exponentially. Okay, I'm willing to believe the head of the Uzumaki clan, and I also believe that the head of Uzumaki village is an honest person. Uchiha Hiko nodded briskly. He was not in a hurry about the secret of the black knife, so he asked, where is your granddaughter? Where? Please call quickly, I will go back immediately. Seeing that Uchiha Hiko agreed, Chief Uzumaki was relieved. Afterwards, Kaido, Kushina is my youngest granddaughter, she hasn't become a ninja yet, so I hope you can take good care of her after Konaha. Kushina. Chapter 89 Incorporate the Uzumaki family. Yes, Kushina, what's your opinion on the name? No. He thought that the old man's granddaughter might be a red-haired little girl, but he didn't expect that his youngest granddaughter was actually Uzumaki Kushina. As far as he knows, Kushina experienced the demise of the Uzumaki clan before being found by Konaha shinobi and brought back to Konaha village. Now that the accident has not yet broken out, it is a good thing for him to take Uzumaki Kushina away in this way. The old Uzumaki patriarch called to the left and right to bring Uzumaki Kushina. Then, there is waiting. When he met Kushina for the first time, he knew that she was a master who was not afraid of getting into trouble. The old man talked all kinds of things to get her to agree. For this reason, I still go to Konaha village for tourism. However, once he found that the Uzumaki patriarch's mentality changed from panic to pinning a glimmer of hope, Uchiha Hiko's plan also changed. He reached out his big hand and grabbed the tiny arm of young Uzumaki Kushina like a chick. He pulled Uzumaki Kushina to his side, and then he said to the old patriarch Uzumaki, Mister, I suddenly changed my mind. What? The old patriarch was shocked, and the terrifying chakra almost burst out. Don't change your mind any other time. He just changed his mind when he handed his most beloved little granddaughter into his hands. Kushina is so young, and the opponent is Jonin, it only takes one thought to take over her district. Advertisement. Even if he, an old man, is close by, it's too late to save him. Uchiha Hiko smiled coldly, looked at the cute and innocent Uzumaki Kushina. I like the child Kushina, so please rest assured, Mr. Patriarch, I will not hurt her. You'd better not hurt him, or our entire Uzumaki clan. Well, before the old man could speak, Uchiha Hiko interrupted him, how about we make a deal? What deal? Just like the transaction between you and Senju Hashirama back then, it is better to say that you surrendered to Senju Hashirama than marrying. In the same way, from today on, you Uzumaki clan will also do the same things in the past, but the object has become me. Of course, I like Senju Hashirama, I will protect you Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Hiko said to himself. He's not kidding. Instead, they are using a clan as a bargaining chip. And this clan is not an ordinary family, but the Uzumaki clan that has been passed down for many years. It is a family that was bred by the descendants of Ashura, the second son of Sage of Six Paths. What are you talking about, young Konoha shinobi? The old patriarch Uzumaki was a little angry. After all, anyone would be angry if he said such words. However, seeing the expected behavior of the old patriarch Uzumaki, Uchiha Hiko just chuckled. It doesn't matter what I say, what matters is how I do it. While speaking, he pulled Uzumaki Kushina out the door. Now that Master Uzumaki Mito is exhausted, Konoha's ninjas will never help like before. You are dead, and you yourself are like this. When those tigers and wolves really do something, all that is left for you is to perish. But, I have given you away now. You. The old Uzumaki patriarch gritted his teeth, and only then did he realize that he had fallen into a trap. And it's the kind of trap that has no room for resistance. However, Uchiha Hiko's next sentence surprised him. Just listen, he said. You can't see the prospect of this road at all, so I plan to destroy Kauyan village first, to illuminate this road for you. Hidden Grass Village destroyed. Advertisement. Although Kauyan village is small, its comprehensive strength is still very strong. Even if other ninja villages want to attack, they have to weigh it. He just wants to destroy the Kusanagi ninja village. Isn't that what idiots say about dreams? The old Uzumaki patriarch looked at the back of Uchiha Hiko, and in a daze, he saw a person, a fearsome person. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, if you really have such strength, then I, the Uzumaki clan, are willing to surrender to you. HMPH, deal. As soon as the voice fell, Uchiha Hiko, who had just walked out of the door, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Along with Uzumaki Kushina, Uzumaki old patriarch can't even perceive it. So, he had to be shocked. I originally thought that Uchiha Hiko was just an ordinary, of Wang Qian's Konoha shinobi, who came to report a letter, daily greetings and so on. But as the discussion deepened, I discovered that this child's mind is terrifying, even more terrifying than that B*********** D Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is Hokage, it should be scary, and the young man in front of him is a ninja he has never met, and his exit is so amazing, he doesn't know what to do. To put it bluntly, it means that you don't understand the opponent's strength. Seeing Uchiha Hiko's unpredictable instant technique, he was finally convinced. People who are fast in body flicker technique are not necessarily strong, but people who have practiced body flicker technique to that level will definitely not be weak. Mito, what is the purpose of letting this person come? GEU. Chapter 90. Mito's Enlightenment. Ah Chu, Konoha Village. Afternoon. Uzumaki Mito suddenly sneezed. This didn't scare the nearby guards to death, so they thought something was wrong. Soon, a figure approached quickly. That is Uchiha Hiko who rushed back from the country of Vortex, his speed is so fast. The guards didn't stop Uchiha Hiko, to be honest, even a few of them couldn't stop Uchiha Hiko now. The three disciples of Hokage are basically trained by others. Just how strong he is, let's find out. Senior Mito. He stepped forward and said, excuse me. It's okay, come in. Uchiha Hiko walked in gently, and sat down opposite Uzumaki Mito. It seems that Uzumaki Mito hasn't moved since he left and when he came back. Senior, I've done some research. At present, there are three main forces, Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Kusakashi, surrounding 140 Uzushio village. This is only a conservative number. Well, is that so? Uzumaki Mito frowned slightly, and then stared at Uchiha Hiko for a long time. My child, did you bring something? Uchiha Hiko was slightly surprised, but Uzumaki Mito could perceive this. He confessed. The old patriarch, Mr., asked me to bring his little granddaughter Uzumaki Kushina back to Konoha village, saying that it is a good living offering. Advertisement. Oh, it turns out that his little granddaughter is called Kushina, hehe, I really want to meet her. Well, if Mito-sama is willing, I will send Kushina to accompany you. She is at my house now. I haven't seen my clansman for a long time. Uzumaki Mito looked a little sad. Uchiha Hiko nodded, and then asked, Senior Mito, you know that there are at least 3 forces trying to attack Uzushio village. Why, don't you worry. Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito laughed. That was something Uchiha Hiko had never seen before, grinning bitterly. My child, my hometown is going to be buried in the hands of jealousy and greed. How can I not feel heartbroken? But, what can I do now? Every word is heartbroken. Well, the third generation project must be a teacher-student relationship, right? Hehe. My child, is there anything you haven't said about the surrounding information of Uzumaki village? Uzumaki Mito smiled weakly. Uchiha Hiko looked at the kind but sad old man in front of him, and said truthfully, I caught a scout ninja from Mist Shinobi, and used Sharingan to force him to find out some information. The surrounding ninja forces, except those few and there are also Konoha's ninjas, right? Yes. Quote. I just found out that many Konoha shinobi were acting suspiciously, so I called you and asked you to investigate. You already knew, it's just a suspicion, but now it's really confirmed. However, I believe that the third generation is not such an ungrateful person. Uzumaki Mito smiled, looked straight into Uchiha Hiko's eyes, and said, "Little Hiruzen grew up under my watch, CDBA, I can tell what he has in mind at a glance. From his personal point of view, it is impossible to make a vortex. Chaomura doesn't care about it, but as third Hokage, he has the responsibility to make a calm and correct judgment in times of crisis." Advertisement. Uchiha Hiko suddenly realized. Those forces who plan to attack the Uzumaki family say that they are afraid of the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family, which is false, and that they are too greedy for their sealing technique is true. Especially those ninja villages who have tailed beasts and plan to develop tailed beast weapons. Only enough greed can make them launch a devastating attack on a small village at the same time. If you are afraid, you will definitely not do it like you do today. The investigation is so clear, why? And Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Konoha's third Hokage, has to deal with the real ally Uzumaki. Looking at the current situation, Onoki of the Land of Earth is full of ambitions, and Hanzo of the Salamander of the Land of Rain is eager to try. Just these two countries involved a lot of Konoha's troops. Now that the Uzumaki country is under siege, Konoha can only stay on the sidelines. The Uzumaki clan's treasure must not be taken away by any country, no matter what it does. On this point, the opinions of hawks and doves among Konoha village senior management are surprisingly unified. Uchiha Hiko looked at Uzumaki Mito, whose old eyes were full of tears, and said slowly, "Senior, if Tsunade knew what's on your mind, he would definitely do something." "No, you can't tell Tsunade about this, it's a secret." "Forgive me, since your family is going to train Tsunade as the next one, then she has the right to know." "Son, listen to my advice. In Hashirama's and my wish, Tsunade will be a ninja from Konoha, not from the Senju clan, let alone from the Uzumaki clan. If you do that today, it will waste both of us. All these years of hard work," Uzumaki Mito said, shaking his head. However, Uchiha Hiko, who has decided to awaken, is the kind that 10 cows can't pull back. At this moment, a sound of footsteps came from not far away. Sensing that chakra, Uzumaki Mito involuntarily took a breath. Chapter 91 Gambling S**X Behavior. Grandmother. It was Tsunade who came. Today was the graduation day of Makoto's ninja school, and they invited several of them to celebrate together. But the assessment was almost over, and Uchiha Hiko was still missing, so she searched in the village. It turned out to be here. "Little Tsunade, why are you here?" "I heard about grandmother Zhao Yan, so I thought there was something wrong, so I came to have a look." "Actually, there's nothing else, it's just a family matter." "Well, I've finished what I should say. You too, hurry up, the young man really misses you every second." Uzumaki Mito's expression changed very quickly. In Tsunade's in front of him, there was no trace of sadness, just the loving eyes of the elders. Hearing this, Tsunade blushed slightly, and said shamelessly, "Well, this guy's adoptive daughter graduated today, but he himself is not here." Seeing Uzumaki Mito deliberately, 067, to ease the atmosphere, Uchiha Hiko looked at her. He said just now that Tsunade has the right to know about Uzumaki Mito's difficulties. However, when Uchiha Hiko looked at Uzumaki Mito, her pitiful eyes made him speechless. He stood up. Bowing slightly to Uzumaki Mito, he said, "Then, I'm leaving. Go, I have to rest too, our 9 tails will be raging again, I can't bear it." "Huh," Uchiha Hiko sighed lightly, "did you miss Kushina? Next time, you take that child and meet Makoto as a companion, she is also lonely." "Yes, senior." Tsunade looked confused, "Which child?" "Don't get me wrong, I don't have an illegitimate child." The two quid Uzumaki Mitoju quickly walked towards the ninja school. Tsunade was asking along the way, she was curious what grandma would say to Uchiha Hiko. But Uchiha Hiko didn't tell her the truth of the matter. Since Uzumaki Mito made such a statement, then he didn't care about other things, and directly organized the Uzumaki clan in Uzumaki village according to his own ideas. He also discussed with the current head of the Shie clan on this matter. His approach required bloodshed. Advertisement. So, it's better not to involve Tsunade in it. The two came to the ninja school, and their identities were there, so they could walk freely. When they quickly approached the classroom, they happened to see the graduation assessment going on inside. The graduation assessment of ninja school is quite simple. If you pass it, you will be qualified as genin and will be awarded a Konoha forehead protector. If you fail, you will continue to stay in school and wait for the next opportunity. Uchiha Hiko looked into the classroom through the window. In this class, most of them are children around the age of 12, and these are students who have graduated through the normal process. There are only a few here and there, with varying ages, special populations. Makoto was among them, however, by Makoto's side. What's the matter? Why is Naoki here? Makoto was brought up by him, and now the graduation assessment is a process. But Naoki's talent is really annoying sometimes. Originally, he wanted to pin his hope of Senju Wood style on Naoki, but unfortunately, that cub learned Rasengan for 3 months and failed to learn it. Pure stupidity. Even if such a person relies on his family to get in touch with 3-body technique early, what will he do after graduation? Tsunade smiled. Although Naoki's talent is not very high, he is very kind and hardworking. After he graduates, he can start with D-level tasks. Take it easy, he will be a Hokage. Uchiha Hiko pouted helplessly, he really didn't hit Tsunade on purpose. If you can become a ninja with kindness and hard work, then open a hammer ninja school, let's open a church together, and brainwash everyone to become immortals every day. Tsunade, now he is in the ninja school, you will feel that he is very safe, you can help him with any problems, but after leaving the ninja school, you can't protect him 24 hours a day. You and I belong to Konaha Ninja, you know how risky the ninja path is. Hearing the lecture, Tsunade exhaled silently and said with a smile, "Thank you, Yan, for thinking so much about our family." Well, who told that kid to talk about brother-in-law? If he stops barking, I will be very sad. Hateful. Advertisement. At this moment, a gloomy figure came from the corner and approached behind Uchiha Hiko silently. Yo, Yonjin, are you flirting in the corridor? His voice was deep and hoarse, as if he had spent the night at KTV last night. Uchiha Hiko turned his head and smiled slightly. Orochimaru, I'll make a bet with you, do you want to bet or not? Huh, bet me, are you really infected by Tsunade? Stop talking nonsense, bet or not? Let's bet, where are the chips? Seeing that Orochimaru took the bait, Uchiha Hiko pointed to a few people in the window and said, did you see the special household in your corner? There are 5 people in total, and I bet only 2 of them can qualify. If not, it means I lost, you can do whatever you want, I will give you my head. I don't dare to think about your head. If you lose, I will take Makoto as my apprentice. That child is a genius, and you have been carefully cultivated since childhood, so perfect. I will take her as my apprentice, you do not obstruct. Good boy, you are ruthless. Good. If I lose, I will let Makoto worship you as my teacher, but what if you lose? Orochimaru smiled triumphantly, you bet that only 2 people can pass, right? Then, I will turn the other way and bet that there are definitely not only 2 people who can pass. My odds of winning are several times higher than yours. Yonjin. Stop talking nonsense, what if you lose? Ditto, whatever you want, I'll give you my head. Hehe, I don't want your zombie head, if you lose, immediately take Naoki as your apprentice. Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment, and then realized, interesting. So you just want me to teach Naoki, hehe, but no matter what, your odds of winning are much lower than mine. Uchiha Hiko glanced into the window again, and silently patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. 1.9. Orochimaru, some things can't just be analyzed by data, but must be integrated into reality to determine the outcome. What? You have already lost. Looking through the classroom windows. There were 5 special ninja trainees in total, and they all stepped forward and stood in front of the examiner. Their age is younger than the students in the normal graduation class. The youngest of them looks to be about 6 years old. Graduating at the age of 6 is not uncommon in ninja schools. However, it doesn't mean that everyone can pass the assessment. Many people don't have a genius destiny, but they have a genius disease. They always think that others can do it and they can do it themselves. However, in Uchiha Hiko's eyes, the 6-year-old's chakra was not enough to support the full 3-body technique. Chapter 92 Father and Daughter. Even clone technique, transformation technique, and body replacement technique cannot be fully displayed, so it is still a woolen graduation. Is letting such a person graduate is planning to cheat insurance. Except for the 6-year-old. The remaining 2 people are slightly older, and the amount of chakra is enough, but they can't do it. As for why it doesn't work, I can't say it. Anyway, if it doesn't work, it won't work. Then among the 5 people, only Makoto and Naoki from the Senju clan are left. Although Naoki is stupid, he still has the basic skills of 3-body technique, otherwise he should stop being a ninja and die. Uchiha Makoto. Exist. In the classroom, a very aura and lovely girl stepped forward, and everyone in the classroom cast their eyes. Everyone has a love of beauty, and the students of ninja school are no exception. That girl is from the Uchiha family. I just said how beautiful she is. A senior student exclaimed. If only I could be born a few years later, if I could be in the same class as her, I would chase her even if I were a dog. It's so cute, I like every girl. Ying 23 Kajo. Female dinosaur, please don't compare yourself with Uchiha Makoto. Sure enough, the girls in the class are all ugly, and the girls in other classes are all beautiful girls. That's all right. The examiner is the teacher of the class. The students in their class have this virtue, they are used to it, so they ignore it. Facing the lovely girl in front of him, he couldn't bear to speak loudly, and said softly, yes, it's you, right, then please start, let's start with the transformation technique first. Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto did not hesitate to seal the seal directly. She didn't even have an extra word. Transformation technique. A tall and stalwart figure appeared in front of the examiner. Looking at the indifferent expression on the familiar face, the examiner was instantly terrified. Because that was none other than Uchiha Hiko. They can't even imagine how strong that lord is, they only know that he is a living legend. Makoto's transformation technique is excellent, even imitating the aura. Outside the window, Tsunade exclaimed. Uchiha Hiko smiled without saying a word, her adoptive daughter had a hard time in her heart, and she said that she was here to go through a process. Advertisement. Inside the classroom, Makoto's transformation into Uchiha Hiko looked down at the examiner in front of him indifferently, as if he was waiting for the examiner's next instruction. Finally, the examiner responded, 4. Body replacement technique. Boom. Makoto didn't even remove the transformation technique, and directly used the body replacement technique in a transformed state. The body replacement technique was cast so fast that it was completed almost as soon as the examiner's voice fell. As we all know, body replacement technique is a miracle. Many Jonin will be used in actual combat. In actual combat, there is very little room for ninjas to use the body replacement technique, so they must have extremely high proficiency and speed. Otherwise, the body replacement technique has not yet been activated, and other people's kunai or ninjutsu fall on you first, and it will be completely cool. At this time, the body replacement technique displayed by Makoto is completely enough to be used in actual combat. That is a body replacement technique stronger than the two of them, Mr. Chunin. As expected of being a clansman of that lord, this talent is really enviable. The examiner sighed. Such body replacement technique, in fact, do not need them to score. None of them qualify. Finally, there is the clone technique. With the first two, the third item is actually not important anymore. She can graduate straight away. However, the procedures that should be followed still have to be followed, so the examiner read. Then the next item, clone technique. Uchiha Makoto immediately put the knot in front of him with one hand. Immediately afterwards, bursts of smoke rose, and what everyone saw was a row of Makoto clones that filled the entire classroom side by side. Unexpectedly, there are so many clones. The examiner was so shocked that he couldn't control himself. In this ninja school graduation examination, as long as you can use the three-body technique normally, you are considered qualified. Many ninja trainees also passed by. In their class, only 2 or 3 can get high marks. Transformation technique is average, body replacement technique is barely passable, and clone technique can be divided into 3 at most. That's because each of them has sprinted ahead of the exam again and again. Just like a certain exam, the teacher marked the key points in advance. But what about the person who applied for early graduation? Advertisement. She far surpasses her seniors who are 3 years older than her, and her transformation technique even shows the aura of that adult, and her body replacement technique is even more mature than him, Teacher Chunin. For these, let's consider her a genius. After all, she is a member of that lord's clan. But, what happened to the dozens of clones in front of me? These are dozens of clones, not 3, not a dozen. Looking at their appearance, they are absolutely perfect, and there is no difference in appearance from the main body. No flaws can be found. The examiner excitedly filled out the ninja form, and then motioned to the assistant behind him, forehead protector, take a new one, the one with the finest workmanship. Yes, the assistant handed over a brand new Konaha forehead protector. Uchiha Makoto gently picked it up, and put it on his smooth forehead. Thank you, teacher. Thank you in a gentle and polite manner. After such a process, even if you graduated early. The clone disappeared, and Uchiha Makoto walked towards the door of the classroom as if nothing had happened. She has already passed the 867 exam, of course she has to leave. Stay here, are you waiting for dinner? But she just walked away without nostalgia, and the countless gazes behind her were full of reluctance. Hey, I don't know when Kurosaki, will meet her next time. Makoto, so amazing, I can't be ashamed. Naoki clenched his fists. His older sister is Tsunade, and he also knows that Makoto's adoptive father is Uchiha Hiko. Makoto has tidied Uchiha Hiko, so he can't embarrass his sister. Sure to impress them. And, Makoto she. At this time, the examiner called out. Next, Nicholas Cole. Hearing that it wasn't his name, Naoki sighed in frustration. What, I didn't connect with Makoto. The 6-year-old child stepped forward and started his own performance. Sure enough, as Uchiha Hiko speculated, his chakra bottomed out after using the transformation technique once. If he continued the assessment, he would be constipated. Nicholas Cole, fail. Next, Naoki. For the kind of students who don't have much capital, but want to learn from others and graduate at the age of 6, the examiners don't have a good face. If you fail, you will fail, and you will be approved directly. Goodbye to the next one. At this time, Shushu went forward. Chapter 93 Konaha Jonin's card. Outside the classroom. As soon as Makoto stepped out, he looked telepathically at Uchiha Hiko who was outside the rear window. Dad, that crisp voice, not to mention how satisfying it is. Uchiha Hiko couldn't help smiling, and quickly stepped forward to hug Uchiha Makoto. To celebrate your successful graduation, let's go eat roasted yam together. Your sister Tsunade, Uncle Snake, and Uncle Z all have gifts for you. Wait, Hiko-kun, you didn't say about preparing gifts. And that guy Jiraiya is still at Mount Myoboku. Orochi looked sad. That's a side of Orochimaru that no one else has ever shown. Uchiha Hiko turned around with Makoto in his arms, and glared at Orochimaru. What I just said, do you have any objections? Uncle Snake, Makoto asked curiously. Orochimaru quickly narrowed his eyes and smiled. I'm just kidding. In fact, I have all the gifts ready. You will know later. Tsunade stepped forward, looked at Makoto with some sourness, but still had to smile and said, Makoto has grown up and is already a ninja. What a system. Makoto happily Kaido. Sister Tsunade, please take care of me. Elder sister. Father. Orochimaru raised his hand, and began to play the habit of Miyoshi students asking questions when they don't understand. Excuse me, if your seniority is counted like that, shouldn't Tsunade also be called Yonjin's father? Hey, Orochimaru, I've said it all, you can't just look at stereotyped data, you need to combine it with reality. On how Orochimaru resisted a strange fist, Uchiha Hiko. But having said that, if it is combined with reality, it is not impossible for Tsunade to be called dad. In classrooms, Naoki used the most concentrated state and played the highest level of his life. Finally, some examinations were passed with general grades. With Makoto shown in front of him, he's nothing. So, he could only hold the Konaha forehead protector that he stuffed, pushed open the classroom door and walked out. What catches the eye is the picture of Uchiha Hiko hugging Makoto. How close their father and daughter are. Why do I feel a little sad? Well, sister, brother-in-law, I have also become a genin, backquote. Naoki's character is just like that of a yellow-haired boy, he will get angry and feel inferior, but that's all. That's an optimism. Advertisement. Congratulations, Naoki. Both your snake brother and your brother have prepared congratulatory gifts for you. Uchiha Hiko said to Naoki, hugging Makoto. Nima, Orochimaru has the heart to kill. When is he ready to celebrate gifts again? Is the current generation living in such luxury? When he graduated at the age of 6, no one gave him a gift. Also, Hiko, the dog day, also brought Jiraiya. That idiot Jiraiya is holed up at Mount Myoboku again, and he won't come back unless there's something important. So, 2 for himself, 2 for Jiraiya, a total of 4 gifts, all counted on him. These days, money is not money anymore, right? There are 2 more people, Yonjin, as long as any one of them is qualified, you will lose, remember to fulfill the promise. Orochimaru sneered. However, Uchiha Hiko didn't care at all, gently put Makoto on the ground, and followed Tsunade towards the outside of the school. Orochimaru, just take your time and come to me when you're done, old place barbecue queue. No surprises. Neither of the remaining 2 qualified. Orochimaru felt that he had hit a ghost, and he could lose with such a winning rate. A rotisserie for dog days. Hey, is this Master Orochimaru coming? Please come to the bakery, Master Uchiha Hiko, they said they are waiting for you. The waiter greeted. Orochimaru grimaced and walked in. Pushing open the door, it was steaming hot. Dog day is still a feast. As far as the eye can see, it is a long table with people sitting on both sides. The first one was naturally Uchiha Hiko, and Makoto sat quietly beside him, and she sat there very gracefully when the table was not opened. So good looking that people can't wait to be picked up in their arms. In addition to Tsunade and Naoki, there are Hitaki Sakumo, Yuhi Meiko, Might Dai, Uchiha Yexian and others who have a good relationship with them at the table. Is this a typical village nouveau riche? My adopted girl ninja school graduates and can protect the Mandarin, please come here. Orochimaru is disgusted. Advertisement. Then he nodded his head as a greeting to everyone present. After asking, he sat down with his knees bent. Oh, it smells so good. Ahahaha, Orochimaru, I always thought you had no affection, so you also like to eat barbecue. Adai, don't make fun of Orochimaru, it's not easy for Orochimaru, let him show everyone eating a mouse. You are disgusting. Not long after, the barbecue restaurant was filled with a happy atmosphere. The boss is also very happy. In his shop, he can gather the mainstays of Konaha at one time, and even hang a plaque. Drink 3 rounds. Uchiha Hiko held Tsunade and Makoto in his arms, and pointed at Orochimaru carelessly. Snake, you bet me that you lost. Since you lost willingly, from today onwards, you are Naoki's teacher, you must do your best to take care of Naoki. Orochimaru covered his head and nodded in distaste. Alright, Naoki will be left to me, don't worry. Huh, grass. You want to eat grass. Okay Orochimaru, Jiraiya eats bugs every day on Mount Myoboku. I was going to suggest you eat toads, but Shin didn't expect you to eat grass. Naoki was young and was not allowed to drink alcohol. Just listening to the arrangements of the adults, in a daze. How? He became Orochimaru's disciple now. Naoki is a sunny child. He admires Orochimaru very much, because his ninjutsu is excellent, but he admires Uchiha Hiko even more because Uchiha Hiko teaches half of Orochimaru's ninjutsu. If you want to say how Nuo's disciple you want to be more, it is of course Uchiha Hiko. But it's a pity now. Just then, a big hand patted Naoki's shoulder. He followed and saw only Uchiha Hiko's pair of scarlet Sharingan. Sister, brother-in-law, what are you doing? Don't open the Sharingan when you're too drunk. Shang Dui almost peed in fear. It's not a good thing to be stared at by those Sharingans.
Uchiha Hiko was not actually drunk. In the Book of Uchiha, he practiced. There's a method of using chakra to eliminate body toxins. Alcohol does the same thing. He stared at Naoki and said, you don't want to die. The ninja is very dangerous along the way. If you die, Tsunade will be so sad. Naoki's heart trembled. He didn't expect Uchiha Hiko to care about him so much, even thinking about him when he was drunk. At this moment, Uchiha Hiko poked Naoki's forehead with anger and pointed fingers. Chapter 94. Enter Call-in Village by Force, Pain. Brother-in-law, why are you poking me? It's nothing, I'll see you kid owes me a poke. He sneered on the surface, but actually implanted the transfer seal into Naoki's body through contact. The technique of transcribing and sealing is in the ninjutsu library of the Uchiha clan. As the name suggests, the sealing technique can transfer and seal a ninjutsu to another place, and it is set by the caster. Once a certain condition is triggered, the seal will be automatically released, and the ninjutsu sealed inside will be released automatically. The Uchiha family has done many interesting things with the transfer seal. However, Nawaki does not have a Sharingan and cannot repeat the same trick. Therefore, he can only transfer and seal a life-saving ninjutsu in Nawaki's body. Once his life is in danger, the seal will be triggered and ninjutsu will be activated to save his life. This kid's luck is really rubbish. He can be killed by the detonating talisman even if he charges forward. Now that he knows his fate, Uchiha Hiko will find a way to help him change. If it is said that he knew that Nawaki would die, but he was indifferent, then he will no longer have a clear conscience when he looks at Tsunade in the eyes. What's more, this kid is really happy to shout about his brother-in-law. One game last night, all 380 of Konaha's elite strength was poured out. He and Mikoto went home and fell asleep. When the middle of the night opened his eyes on time, he quietly left Konaha village. Others are drunk, can't control their hands and feet, and shake their heads. And he wasn't drunk at all. Not only that, but he's insane now because he's running chakra all the way. Call-in village, here I come. Everyone in Call-in village should thank Mikoto for allowing them to live a few more hours, because Mikoto graduated today, and he, who loves his daughter, has to celebrate for his daughter. Otherwise, leave Uzumaki Mito and he'll be heading straight for Hidden Grass Village. The Kingdom of Fire is adjacent to the Kingdom of Grass, and the Kingdom of Grass is to the northwest of the Kingdom of Fire. It takes a normal ninja 1 to 3 days to go from Konaha to the Country of Grass, but if he acts alone, it only takes half an hour to go from Konaha to the Country of Grass. This is the benefit of high-quality chakra. Just look at the explosive power of Jinchuriki borrowed from the Tailed Beast Chakra to see what that means. Advertisement: the quality of the chakra in his body now is comparable to that of the Tailed Beast Chakra. With such energy running in his body, it's hard for him to become weak. The effect of the Book of Uchiha, that was analyzed and compiled, CDEJ, back then can be seen from Madara. And in this world, there are currently only 2 people who know how to practice, one is him and the other is Mikoto. During the high-speed ride, the smell on his body was washed away bit by bit, and there was a buzzing sound. His figure, in the dark night, is like a monster. After half an hour, the border of the Country of Grass. Uchiha Hiko's figure stopped slowly. Close your eyes for a while, and you can find a few Kusanagi ninjas scattered nearby. It is natural for ninjas to patrol near the border. Especially in the recent discord between the 2 great powers, fire and earth, they are caught in the middle, and the defense force must be doubled. If an ordinary ninja dares to force his way into this place, he will be greeted with the baptism of thousands of pirated ninjutsu. That would be a terrible death. However, Uchiha Hiko is no ordinary ninja. Grass Ninja hasn't found him yet, but he wants to take the initiative to find those grass ninjas on the border. Solve them first, so as not to leak the news and let those people in Call-in village run away. The night is like the tomb of the dead. The black knife in Uchiha Hiko's hand is carrying a light blue blade, flashing a cold light in the air. Thus, the smell of blood spread. Laugh. During the special period, Kusanagi's defensive power doubled, like a unit with only 1 person in normal times, now it is a team of 2. He attacked 1 person, and the other person reacted immediately. It's a pity that it doesn't make any practical sense to react. Either way, it's a death. Illusion Sharingan. The movement of Kusanagi, who was going to send the message, suddenly froze, and the illusion attack by Sharingan, which ignored the distance, was more painful than the knife. Uchiha Hiko's current killing technique is basically a one-shot fatality. The ninja's pain is only for a moment, and then his eyes will go numb and he will lose consciousness. But illusion is different. Illusions generally have a working process, and this process is bound to be extremely painful. Advertisement. Tisk tisk tisk. Why make a noise? Uchiha Hiko smiled regretfully, stepped forward, and cut his neck with a black knife. Kusanagi's head has not yet fallen, but his figure has already exploded here. Ninja killing must maintain a certain speed. Chi 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 chi. On the border of the Kingdom of Grass, the cold wind from the north blows the smell of blood to the Kingdom of Fire. There are corpses in all directions, but no one cares about them. Until Uchiha Hiko walked into Call-in village. At night, the gate of Call-in village is closed. He is just a murderous gatekeeper, and the whole village knows about it. Who is coming? Alarm! The whole village is on alert. There are enemies invading. Watch as flames rise from below, illuminating the street. Uchiha Hiko, who was standing on top of a tree, smiled coldly. As soon as he let go of his hand, a body suddenly fell to the ground. Tom. The body made a hole on the ground, which also attracted Shinobu's attention. What fell? It's the elder. It's the elder. Hurry up, you still have a breath. Elder, still alive. I am the leader. A group of grass ninjas wanted to step forward to save their elders. However, in the dark night, none of them saw the dying elder, and they kept muttering. Run, there is a detonating talisman. Boom 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 boom. The bursting flames were much brighter than the torches at the head of the village. With the flying of many broken fingers, this one-time fishing and killing technique took the life of the leader of Call-in village. No, it should be said that it ended the sinful life of the leader of Call-in village, and if he was alive, he would steal other people's ninjutsu, and even wanted to have a hand in the country of Uzumaki. In the firelight, Uchiha Hiko jumped and shifted, and quickly entered the darkness again. Having stayed in the official organization of Konaha Shinobi Village, he deeply understands that these forces operating in institutions will not be so simple. This kind of smearing tactics won't take long, and how many more people can be killed as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the ninjas in Kao-in Village's systematic operation react and form a group, the Perception Department, Physical Arts Department, Ninjutsu Remote Attack Department, etc. have a clear division of labor, and when they jointly resist foreign enemies, he will be exposed on the map. It can be said that by that time, the effect of the sneak attack has been reduced to zero, and only another measure can be taken. Chapter 95 Bloodwashing the Hidden Grass Village in the Dark. Uchiha Hiko's figure was erratic. With his current basic ability, killing these Cao Yin's younger brothers is no different from killing a pig. The levels of the two are not in the same dimension at all, and their speed and strength are not worth mentioning in the eyes of Uchiha Hiko. Not to mention the forbidden techniques he has mastered now. In this massacre with the lights turned off, he was just leveling A, killing one by one but not managing it. Finally, Cao Yin also reacted. To be precise, some Kusanagi elites reacted from the very beginning, but instead of rushing towards Uchiha Hiko, they gathered towards their center. After they were assembled, they launched their formation. Perception class? Exist? Number of enemies? Report to the captain, the target is only one person. The perception ninja said stutteringly, what an amazing chakra. What? The target is only one person. What are you afraid of? The captain breathed a sigh of relief. Under the wind, they thought it was Rock Shinobi or Konaha who shot at them. It turned out that there was only one person. Everyone is too nervous. Where is that person? Let's surround him and make it difficult for him to fly. Return to captain, it's at 11 o'clock. Go, surround him. In Uchiha Hiko's perception, those weak chakra waves are moving towards him, not 2 or 3, but a large group. Finally couldn't bear to come up to die, with a sneer, he walked straight out of the darkness and jumped onto the roof. Under the illumination of the lights in Kao-in Village, his figure was immediately discovered. However, under the light, Kusanagi looked at the figure of that person, but they stopped in an instant. Looking at the figure of that person, their hearts couldn't stop beating wildly, and the kunai and shuriken in their hands trembled. The leading captain's throat rolled, and cold sweat slid from his forehead to his neck. He knew that person. You, why did you come to our Hidden Grass Village? Is there something wrong with Hidden Sao Village? If we offend you or Konaha, we will all admit our mistakes to you. Not only that. Advertisement after finishing speaking, he knelt down on the ground with a plop. That person. The man who was called the Fox Ambu of Konaha legend in the early years. Legend has it that at that time, he was only a young man when he alone could make many underground forces terrified. That monster with a demon fox mask, wielding a black knife, and holding a thunderbolt in his hand. But then for a while, he disappeared. Many people thought he was killed by his enemies. But it is not, until an incident 5 years ago. The man with the fox mask is back. That time, he took off his mask in front of all the enemies, fearing neither hatred nor assassination. He made his identity public just like that. He is Uchiha Hiko. However, no one dared to hate and assassinate him anymore. Because of that battle, deep fear was buried in everyone's heart. That kind of fear went deep into the bone marrow, and their expressions changed when they talked about it. Because of that battle, the plains of their country of grass took place. Now there, the bloodfront sawgrass fed by corpses spread for hundreds of miles. At this time, when Kusanagi saw that figure, the fear from the soul surged out. Uchiha Hiko looked down at the ants below. A pair of scarlet Sharingan is extremely strange under the reflection of the fire, just like that bloody monster. You did nothing wrong, weaklings, you are not qualified to talk about right and wrong, I was wrong. Having said that, Uchiha Hiko's expression doesn't look like someone who did something wrong at all. The people in Kao-in only felt a bone-chilling chill, and only then did they realize that it wasn't their own muscles that were trembling, but their hearts were trembling. If it is the former, at least it proves that after they reach a certain limit, they will smash the cans and fall up to desperately. But if it's the latter, it proves that they don't even have the courage to resist. Are we going to die? He's going to kill us. Who will save me? Uchiha Hiko looked around, no one seemed to come to rescue them. Advertisement so, he will definitely kill them. I was wrong. My mistake was that I was not strong enough 9 years ago. Otherwise, when that mission was over, I should have turned around and wiped out you weeds. After the words fell, the coercion emanating from his powerful body formed bursts of strong storms, pressing in all directions. Asking for flowers. He has the high-quality chakra that rivals the tailed beast, compressed in his body. Isn't that a real human-shaped tailed beast? I remember that you Kao-in village like to study other people's ninjutsu? While talking, gusts of fresh wind swirled around him. With the operation of the breeze, his body was gradually lifted up. Everyone in Cao Yin watched that scene in disbelief. Everyone is a ninja, and they all know exactly what chakra does. Performing ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu or something, that's basically it. Printing, running, and status generation. But at this moment, Wind's style next to Uchiha Hiko seems to have broken the power rules of the ninja world. Zero, he didn't have any seals at all. Chakra was urging the wind to lift him up slowly. What an amazing power that is. Rao is Kusanagi who likes to study ninjutsu from other countries, and they can't do anything at this moment. They don't understand this kind of power at all. As Uchiha Hiko flew higher and higher, Koin village as a whole became smaller and smaller in his eyes. The temperature in the air is also getting lower and lower. The wind is getting louder and louder. He looked down at Koin village, where the lights and the flames of war merged, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. You like to study other people's ninjutsu, so I implore you to study this technique so that you can use it in your next life. As he spoke, a sphere formed by chakra appeared in his hand. The high-quality chakra is constantly compressed and the chakra ball keeps rotating at a high speed inside, exuding an increasingly terrifying atmosphere. Eventually, the highly compressed chakra ball turned black and reached a certain physical state, forming a ring around it, like a planet in the universe. Big spiral lumber. Uchiha Hiko let go and threw the asteroid down. The speed of the chakra planet is not so fast. But in the dark night, the Kusanagi below looked at the dazzling chakra belt, and their hearts were cast with a shadow of death. They have never seen the ninjutsu, and they don't know its power at all. However, how could the ninjutsu that fell from that person be something like mortal fire style earth style? A. 3A Chapter 96. It was Uchiha Hiko-sama. The black chakra ball fell into the middle of Hidden Grass Village. It was like a ball fell to the ground. Nothing fatal happened. Not even a sound. The Kusanagi ninjas were puzzled. Could it be that the bloody Asura back then had shown kindness and was willing to spare them, although they didn't know what they had done wrong? What's up? Are we alive? Could it be that his ninjutsu has misfired? How about we go and have a look? Just when they stood up, the stone in their hearts was about to fall. Bang! The explosive white light piercing the night erupted from the center of Koin village. The masts and skulls are wiped out. The ever-expanding dead light spreads in all directions, whether it is a human body, steel or a building, wherever it goes. 490 is all destroyed. Kusanagi, who was on the edge of Koin village, looked at the white death light and planned to flee. It's a pity that their escape speed only added a bit of embarrassment. That technique exploded from the central point, and in an instant, the entire Koin village was razed to the ground. This technique is just the bottom one in his forbidden technique catalog. In the sky, Uchiha Hiko controls the breeze, turns around and glides towards the southeast, so that he can fly far away with less effort by following the airflow coming down from the north, which is quite comfortable. Boom! He seemed to see the sun. However, it rises from the feet. There is no need to clean up the battlefield, because wherever the explosion goes, there is absolutely no way someone will survive. It's a mere grass, but that's all. Starting today, Saoyin Village, a ninja force, will be deleted from the ninja world's record list. As for those grass ninjas living outside, they have completely become orphans. It is simply a fantasy to say that they want to rebuild Koin village. The best result is that they become wandering ninjas. Once he becomes a ninja without affiliation, then he has nothing to rely on for his back. How difficult it is to mix in the underground forces. Uchiha Hiko knew it 10 years ago. The northward air current carried Uchiha Hiko into the land of fire. Advertisement. Due to too much movement in the direction of the land of grass, on the border of the land of fire, the resident ninjas nervously gathered into a team, fully armed. The high-level leaders of both the fire and earth countries are at loggerheads. Even when they went to barbecue and dinner last night, they heard idlers chattering about state affairs. Open and shut, talk about the development of the relationship between fire and soil. If the price of a meal rises, blame the enemy country. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen has deployed a large number of troops on the border of the Fire Nation.
Always be on your guard against rock shinobi. Sudden.
A distance explosion exploded in the direction of the country of grass.
The explosion was so violent that it could be seen even on the border of the land of fire. It was as if another sun came out from the northwest. The night sky is reflected like day. That's over there. Could it be that rock shinobi finally couldn't bear to attack? Come out from the Hyuga clan and see what's going on over there. I guess, rock shinobi wants to annex grass hidden village, and then attack us. The grass country is especially suitable for their war. A group of people guessed wildly. The ninjas of the Hyuga family formed mudras with both hands and mobilized chakra to the eyes. With the urgency on the cheeks, the white eyes opened.
In that black and white horizon, the line of sight can project very far. The explosion in the distance is like a hemisphere with an incandescent center and a slightly darker edge. What a terrifying power! Did Rock Shinobi Village send out the Tailed Beast? Such an explosion, even the Tailed Beast can do it, Hyuga's ninja exclaimed. Sudden. Just when he was about to close his white eyes. A black spot in the distance rapidly enlarged. That's it. Hyuga's ninja frowned, realizing that things are not that simple. As the black spot enlarged rapidly, he gradually saw what it was. It turned out to be a person, a man. He actually flew in the air. He didn't ride any flying summoning beast, and he didn't have any weird devices on his body, but he just rose in the air like that. If you want to say how to jump, maybe you can jump that high. Advertisement. But the problem is, that person is flying towards them all the way from the distant sky. Flying in the air. Could it be? Hearing Hyuga ninja say that someone was flying from the northwest, the experienced Konaha shinobi next to him was shocked. He's been ninja long enough. He was there the day Konaha was founded. He was there the year Senju Hashirama died. He was there the year Senju Tobarama died. The last ninja war ended. He is still there. So far, he is there. Therefore, I know much more than these young people. What is it, Uncle Chang? I'm so anxious.
Could it be? Uncle Chang's eyes trembled, and he murmured in horror, is it second Tsuchikage Wu?
Second Tsuchikage? The young ninjas panicked.
Cage level came out in person, it's no wonder they don't panic. But, wait, Senpai, isn't the current Tsuchikage already in the third generation? Asked a young Konaha shinobi practitioner. Ask if you don't understand, honor the tradition.
The old man known as Uncle Chang swallowed his saliva, and said slowly, I was lucky enough to see second Tsuchikage once. At that time, Uchiha Madara had not rebelled against the village. At that time, second Tsuchikage was wrapped in bandages, and withstood Uchiha Madara's attack without dying. I suspect that guy is immortal. Immortal body. Senior, are you pulling away? In this world, where does the immortal body come from? You're still young. Just for a moment when several young people were discussing with senior ninjas. The Hyuga ninja who had been on the sidelines suddenly spoke. No, it may be different from what you said. That person was not wrapped in bandages. On the contrary, I think that 1.3 figure is a bit familiar. I seem to have seen it in Konaha. If I get closer, I can see it clearly. Wait, that one is. What is it, you young man from Hyuga, are you stuttering? That powerful and unique chakra it is Uchiha Hiko-sama. Master Uchiha Hiko blurted out. The Konaha shinobi who were nervously guarding the front line let out a sigh of relief. So it's Master Uchiha Hiko, it's okay, I heard you were going to play cards with me just now, come on. Lousy just caught a pheasant, and now it's going to be roasted and eaten. You can find someone else to play cards with you. It's different from everyone's ease. That Hyuga ninja, looking at the terrifying chakra that has not dissipated in the distance, and at the figure of Uchiha Hiko, fell into deep thought. Chapter 97 Late night Hokage wife and Danzo arrived in the country of fire. The airflow is weak. Uchiha Hiko slowly fell to the ground. He looked suspiciously at the Konaha shinobi guards at the border. To be honest, he had never seen them so passionate and serious. You guys, you should keep it like this, he said casually. But just saying that casually, that group of ninjas seemed to have been beaten with chicken blood. Master Uchiha Hiko praised me. Go away, you obviously said it to me. Lousy stood at the front, didn't he praise me or whom? Hyuga's ninjas are different from them. He silently retreated to the back of the crowd and hid. It's not that he's going to do something bad, but that Hyuga and Uchiha had an agreement, and he must abide by it. While hiding, he was still thinking about the relationship between the explosion just now and Uchiha Hiko. A very intuitive reasoning. That's what Uchiha Hiko did in hidden grass. There are tens of thousands of ways to explode, and 23 other ways can also create an explosion effect at the level of a tailed beast. Could it be that he went to sneak into Kain village to fight alone? This adult is really dedicated, the other side, the border of the land of Earth. They thought they had misremembered the time, and it was early in the morning. But through Iwagaku's unique secret method of earthquake perception, they perceive that it is not the sunrise, but the explosion caused by chakra. To put it simply, it is ninjutsu. Someone used ninjutsu to launch an attack on the hidden grass village in the country of grass. That kind of attack is one time, of course, one time is enough. According to the perception of earthquakes, the power of that ninjutsu is enough to overthrow the entire Kain village. If there are too many, then it is still worth it? Captain Gangan, I can confirm that someone has launched an attack on Kain village, but I can't perceive who the opponent is. It came suddenly, and there is no trace at all. A rock shinobi half-kneeled in front of a tall and strong rock shinobi, report. The tall and strong rock shinobi has wide sleeves hanging and half of his body exposed. His strong body is different from the muscular man in Cloud Shinobi Village. The muscular man in Cloud Shinobi Village looks very reckless, and his body shape, it seems that one word, ruthless. Advertisement, I see. Continue to keep your senses. If Konaha Shinobi makes a move, we have to report to Lord Tsuchikage immediately to start a war. Yes, Captain. Sensing Ninja continued to collect information. At this time, a young man came over. His face was not outstanding. It could even be said that his nose was too big and too round, making him ugly. However, this kind of ordinary noodles is nothing compared to ninjas. What matters is strength. Even the tall and strong Captain Gangan, when he saw this young man, he immediately bowed his body and said, Lord Wangtu, why are you here? Wangtu is the boy's name. It is very compatible with their land country. Most importantly, he still has a heavyweight status. Gangan uncle, don't look outside. I found out that there was a big movement in this direction, so I hurried over to help. Why, didn't you find anything? The tall and stocky rock shinobi shook his head like a hulking brown bear. Nothing has been found yet. That's good, don't take it lightly. I will guard here with you tonight. Lord Wangtu, this is absolutely unacceptable. If the Konaha shinobi suddenly calls, I cannot guarantee your safety. At that time, Master Tsuchikage will blame you. Steel Rock uncle, don't blame me, just like you, I am also a rock shinobi ninja. We are willing to give everything for rock shinobi. Even if I die in battle, my father will only feel honored. Don't worry, I'm really strong now, even if Konaha's Hokage comes, I dare to fight him. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen woke up from a nightmare. In the dream, there was a boy whose face could not be seen clearly. After a few moves with him using earth style, he impaled him with a sword. Scared him into a cold sweat. A disgusted voice came, what's wrong? It's okay, Lake Biwa, I just had a nightmare, I'll go down and drink some water. Sarutobi Hiruzen Kaido. Huh. Sarutobi Biwa turned over and turned his back, unwilling to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. When people reach middle age, some physical conditions will appear. Especially men with a lot of work pressure. I dare not tell anything about the Hokage mansion, for fear of being laughed at. Dignified third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's been 2.5 months without that. She has already paid enough attention to maintenance at ordinary times, not much different from when she was young. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not like this when he was young, he was very positive. Advertisement it's better now, but when I become Hokage, it's getting worse and worse. Last time, he simply surrendered at the beginning. Just don't touch it now, she complains, Slim Yo. When Sarutobi Hiruzen drinks water, he likes to suck his mouth. Normally, this is nothing, but today, she is complaining about being a woman. Don't say you drink water and suck your mouth, even if you breathe air, you can find faults. Can you keep your voice down, you old B******************, D. Sarutobi Biwako scolded. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen shrank his neck, drank it in one gulp, and then gently put down the cup. Lake Biwa, I know I've neglected you recently, but the atmosphere outside has been very tense recently. I have to handle everything carefully. If I'm not careful, it may trigger a war. War is war, I think you are tired of peace, hurry up and fight. Hey, Biwako, don't say such angry words, 950, you are Hokage's wife, so you have to be a bit more generous. Okay. Huh, oh, forget it, let's do it like this. Saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted the quilt and threw himself on his wife. He is going to take the initiative to pay the public food. However, at this moment, his door was knocked heavily. Normal Hokage guards wouldn't be so rude, tuck. Who? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, feeling slightly unhappy. Hiruzen, it's me. A steady voice came from outside the door. Oh, Danzo, what do you need from me right now? While talking, Sarutobi Hiruzen had left his wife and began to dress. Hokage's wife Sarutobi Biwako is also sensible, knowing that Danzo came to look for him in person at this time, it must be a big event for Ninja Village. She also got up quickly and got dressed. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen ushered Danzo in. At this time, Danzo is wearing ninja wartime equipment all over his body. Lake Biwa was puzzled, so he asked, Danzo, what are you? Something has changed. The Kusanagi ninja village in the country of grass was completely destroyed just an hour ago. Danzo narrowed his eyes and said expressionlessly, something has changed. The Kusanagi ninja village in the country of grass was completely destroyed just an hour ago. Danzo narrowed his eyes and said expressionlessly. Chapter 98 Danzo. Is it too early for me to be happy? As soon as these words came out, both of them were shocked. What? Who launched the attack on Kaoin village? Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a hurry. As third Hokage, I know very well at this juncture what it means for a ninja village to be wiped out. Even though it's just a small ninja village, even though Kaoin village is in Shaoran village, its comprehensive strength can be regarded as upper class. Yesterday, he also received an application for instructions from a merchant in the village to go to the country of grass. At that time, he said it in a very peaceful and stable manner. How could there be such a big change overnight? Even if they were attacked by a sneak attack, they were willing to stand on the side of the neighboring country and help Kaoin village a little. But it directly destroyed the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen is asking Danzo, but in his heart, he has put his hat on Rock Shinobi's head. Just listen. Danzo said slowly. The investigation has not been clear yet. I have sent the second group of people out. I believe we will get the answer soon. That's good, but my people can be sure that it wasn't Rock Shinobi who did it. Rock Shinobi's ninjas are still huddled in their own borders, and they may be as anxious as us at this time. Danzo's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen frown tightly. What does this mean? It wasn't Iwagakure who destroyed Kaoin village in the middle of the night. Who else around here has that strength? Country of Rain, Country of Taki. It's impossible to think about those two. Even if Takian village is willing to spend its money and release 7 tails, at least Konaha's ninjas can investigate and get information. Now I don't have any news, I just know that Kaoin village is gone. A ninja village, then gone. Excluding those 2 little ninja villages, the remaining Wind Country and Thunder Country would not be able to go all the way to attack Kaoin village. What is the value of Kaoin? Is it enough for their travel expenses? Danzo, the situation is urgent. I hope you can temporarily merge the route into Hokage Jili Anbu. I need you now, Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. It is said that Danzo did not oppose Sarutobi Hiruzen for the first time. Instead, he nodded, yes, I am also Konaha's ninja, so keep the 2 people around me, and leave the rest to you for the time being. Advertisement only keep 2 for yourself? Hand over all the remaining troops? Obediently. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo. The more he looked, the better he looked. How could Danzo be so cute right now? However, in fact, it is not Shimura Danzo who is well behaved, nor is he a master. It's because the current situation is completely in line with the development direction in his mind, even more perfect than the development direction he expected. He doesn't need to do anything anymore. You just need to follow the trend that will inevitably be stimulated next, and follow the trend. It's that simple. Hearing that Kaoin village was gone, He hid himself in the Gen headquarters and laughed wildly for half an hour, smoking a cigarette to stabilize his excitement. So, at this time, whatever Sarutobi Hiruzen wants, he is willing to offer it all. Even if it means calling him to fight as a Konaha shinobi fighter on the front line, he would be willing. This will not only weaken Sarutobi Hiruzen's defense against him infinitely. The most important thing is that the current matter is his own concern. As long as he is in the main battle, his proportion in Konaha's core circle of power will become larger and larger. This is no longer self-confidence, but can be called an established fact. Danzo, I am very pleased that you are so open-minded this time. Let's go to the office together. Let's go, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, and was about to lead Danzo away. Seeing this, Danzo was overjoyed. Anbu, go and inform the two consultants. He spoke to the heir, but the heir answered him. Anbu, who was hiding in the shadow, immediately ran to the homes of the two advisors. How about handing over all the people who are rooted? His voice is not an order, but just a plain sentence, so Anbu still has to obey it? The more Danzo thought about it, the happier he became, so much so that he couldn't even imagine the future. He was afraid that he would laugh out loud, however. Danzo entered Hokage's office with Sarutobi Hiruzen after an emergency meeting with two advisors. A Konaha shinobi, wearing an animal mask, suddenly returns. He is the second batch of people, a ninja sent by Danzo to investigate the incident. Seeing that all the high-level Konahas were present, the ninja in the animal mask was very stupid. It can be considered that the details of Danzo are in place. Advertisement: the masked ninja took a step forward and directly skipped Danzo, as if he regarded his own master as heir. That acting skill should be the #1 seed under Danzo. Master Hokage. The masked ninja said respectfully to Hokage, I came back from the border of the country of grass, and I learned from the station ninjas that after the explosion, Master Uchiha Hiko passed there. Uchiha Hiko. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the table lightly with his fingers, wondering what he was thinking. Uchiha Hiko. Danzo's eyes, which were still comfortable just now, suddenly became weird, chilling for a while, and appreciative for a while. After the explosion at that distance, Uchiha Hiko passed through the border. According to Danzo's way of judging, that person is inseparable from the destruction of Kaoin village. However, they didn't know why he wanted to destroy Kaoin village. They don't even know that there is any festival between Kaoin village and Uchiha Hiko. Even if there is a festival, Konaha's ninjas cannot attack other ninja villages without permission. This is all ninja common sense. Hiruzen, how do you say how to deal with it? Danzo threw this question to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already thinking. When he asked this question, it was equivalent to urging for an answer. I saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his head, his gaze was rather complicated. He reached into the drawer of his desk and took out the bong. Well, Danzo, if I see you passing by, then can I directly judge that you violated the ninja rules? Danzo was slightly taken aback. He sneaked out of the village and did many bad things. When Sarutobi Hiruzen asked such a question, he went straight to his heart. If he said yes, wouldn't he be digging a hole for himself? Well, if there is no evidence, Danzo started to feel awkward. At this time, Qian knew how. Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked on the table and said, That's right, we don't have evidence now. Didn't he say that Yan is coming back? We just wait. Hearing this, Danzo nodded in affirmation. Uchiha Hiko's actions have always been in line with his inner path. It can be said that, except for the fact that his temper is at odds with him and he always rejects him inexplicably, he appreciates everything else. Very special appreciate that. If Uchiha Hiko is willing to join Root, he is even willing to give half of the power of Root to him. Discuss with him and plan the future of Konaha. Pity. Uchiha Hiko has been ignoring him. Moreover, his strength has grown too fast. It has far exceeded the limits of Danzo's own control. In the past, he still wanted to train that young man, but now, he has to be courteous when talking to others. False. Secondary instrument. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of footsteps stood outside Hokage's office. Advertisement Chapter 99 I killed them all, forgot to ask. Squeak. The wooden door of Hokage's office was pushed open. Uchiha Hiko listened to the voice and looked at the corner of the door, thinking that this door should also be repaired. Hiko, you're back. Of course I came back. Several Anbu have been watching around me. I thought they were spies trying to assassinate me, but when I returned to the village, they all came here. Uchiha Hiko joked. As he spoke, he stepped forward. Wherever he went, whether it was Anbu or Danzo in front, they all consciously gave way. Here, Uchiha Hiko stopped at Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. He didn't speak, just waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to take the initiative to ask questions. Well, Hiko, I remember you called Orochimaru and the others to celebrate Mikoto's graduation last night. Why did you come back from outside at this early morning? Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko smiled slightly and returned, because I drank too much, I woke up in the middle of the night and wanted to drink some water, so I don't know why I went outside. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. So, do you know what happened in Hidden Grass Village? Well, I know this, and, very well, Uchiha Hiko smiled, with an easygoing and gentle manner. At this time, Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen's partner for many years, said, Uchiha Hiko, just before you stepped into the northwestern border of the Land of Fire, the ninja village of Kusakashi 330 in the Land of Grass was destroyed. Uchiha Hiko looked back at Danzo, nodded, yes, it's destroyed. I'm right there. Right there. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a breath. It seems that this matter has been confirmed. Yan, the intelligence ninjas did not find ninjas from other countries. Since you were at the scene, then. Have you found anything? Is there any sneak attack force from rock shinobi or other shinobi villages, or? Before he could speak, Uchiha Hiko interrupted, then I really don't know about that. Why, aren't you here? That's right, but if you want to ask me if I have any other troops from Ninja Village, I really don't know, because I killed them all. I forgot to ask. Uchiha Hiko looked straight into Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes and said calmly. Advertisement. That look was like he had just slaughtered a sheep and asked him to cook the lamb at home later. But, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who heard this, did not dare to do so. These words made him shudder. He killed them all. He wiped out Kusakashi Ninja Village by himself. A rough estimate. He celebrated Mikoto's graduation, took a group of friends to eat and drink, and it was 5:00 in Yoruichi afterwards. When he got home, even if he only lay down for 2 hours, it would be more than 3:00. From Konaha, the land of fire, there is a long distance between the village and the hidden grass village of the country of grass. How did he get to the country of grass? How long did it take to destroy a ninja village and return to Konaha at 5:30 in the morning, Hokage's office? Sarutobi Hiruzen can't figure it out even if he wants to break his head. He thought, Master Senju Tobarama did not teach the Flying Thunder God technique to the Uchiha clan back then. It is absolutely impossible for Uchiha Hiko to sometimes space transfer that kind of ninjutsu. Apart from this method, he really couldn't figure out what other ability he had to go back and forth in such a short period of time. A ninja village was destroyed on the way. In Hokage's office, there was a dead silence. Third Hokage, Assistant Hokage, and 2 advisors were all silent.
You admit that you attacked Kauyan village. Do you know what that means? A consultant suddenly asked. Of course I admit it. There's no shame in admitting it. I went there openly and came back openly. I didn't hide anything along the way. Hearing Uchiha Hiko's reassurance, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke, and he asked, Hiko, do you know what you did? Why did you attack Sogakure village for no reason? And destroy it? Uchiha Hiko looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly, looking into his eyes. Kaido, why? What is your motive for attacking Kusanagi ninja village? Uchiha Hiko laughed as he watched the Konoha executives who were so nervous about Kusanagi's death. He gave a cold, CDFE laugh, and his originally easy-going aura suddenly became stern. Why? Motivation. He looked at the Senju Hashirama portrait on the wall. Hokage-sama, are all the progenitors your teachers? Why are you asking this? Yes or no? Advertisement. Yes. Then as a disciple of Hashirama, you should know his wife. No, it should be said, do you still remember the name of your teacher's wife? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know how to answer, because just thinking of the old man, the guilt in his heart made him breathless. Seeing that he didn't answer, Uchiha Hiko continued. There are some things that everyone present must know in their hearts, because I want to take care of your ridiculous face, so I don't want to air it directly. Uchiha Hiko's words were resounding, but I saw that Assistant Hokage and the 2 consultants looked very strange, and they became very strange. He didn't name them by name, but they knew whoever had done something. They never imagined that people who usually don't care about them know so much about them. The previous words mentioned the wife of first Hokage, that is, Uzumaki Mito. In the following words, they mentioned their ulterior secrets. That is to say, he has already grasped the situation in the country of the vortex. You engraved the emblem of the Uzumaki clan on your backs, but never carried anything for them. What's even more ridiculous and sad is that now that the Uzumaki clan is in trouble, and you don't help, Master Mito begged me. What? Still not allowing me to help? Uchiha Hiko couldn't forget the look he gave Mito before he left. He had already made up his mind to tell Tsunade the truth. She is not only a descendant of Senju Hashirama, but also a descendant of Uzumaki Mito, and she has the right and obligation to know this matter. But, at the last minute, seeing Uzumaki Mito's indescribably complicated eyes, he gave up. That old man, even at the last moment and in the most desperate situation, she didn't want to pass the trouble on to her granddaughter, let alone disturb the stability of Konaha, which was on the verge of limit. That look is irritating, very angry. Therefore, he couldn't even wait for the next day. After celebrating graduation for adopted daughter Makoto, I started preparations when I got home. Waiting for Makoto to sleep sweetly, he immediately set off to kill Kauyan village. Since ancient times, there have been natural reasons for attacking and attacking. Those people said they were afraid of the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan in Uzushio village, but Uchiha Hiko didn't think so. What they are afraid of is that the sealing technique will fall into the hands of others. Since they are afraid of this and that, let them all be killed, and they will not be afraid if they become ghosts. Chapter 100. Drawings in your mouth, are you qualified? Sarutobi Hiruzen on the Hokage throne did not speak for a long time. Anbu, who was reporting at the scene, was already frightened and melted. If he heard correctly just now, Master Uchiha Hiko should have said that he wiped out the entire Kusanagi ninja village by himself. One person can defeat 10 at the same time, Jonin, Toxin. But he really couldn't dare to believe the nonsense that one person destroyed a ninja village. He wants to ask. It's a pity that my level is not enough, and the superior didn't ask any questions, so he didn't even have the qualifications to say. Danzo on the side looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was hesitant and indecisive, and shook his head secretly in his heart. Immediately, he asked Uchiha Hiko. Uchiha Hiko, you help Master Mito, or you help Ushio village, what does that have to do with Kauyan village? Their village is still in the northwest of our fire country. The other side is earth country. Speaking of the country of earth means that what happened in the country of grass may alarm rock shinobi. But Uchiha Hiko replied indifferently, what does it have to do with hidden grass village? Isn't Master Danzo not clear enough? Didn't your people tell you how many forces there are in the Vortex Kingdom? Hearing this, Danzo was shocked. Could it be that even Kusakashi's gang? Hehe, Kauyan village is the most realistic one in Bengta. I killed him. Does Master Danzo think my approach is correct? Uchiha Hiko looked at Danzo with a sneer. Seeing that sneer, Danzo already became nervous. The young man in front of him gave him the feeling that he was not only suppressed in strength, but also in other aspects. That feeling is terrible, it's too dangerous. So, he cast his eyes on the two consultants, and found that the two consultants who usually stood on the same front were also hiding their eyes at this time. Hateful. I personally think that Uchiha Hiko's approach is very correct. At the current juncture, we, Konaha, need to establish our own majesty. The country of Uzumaki has always been our allies, and we must bear part of the responsibility. Danzo said. Advertisement. Then if it's Danzo-sama, will Danzo-sama do the same thing as me? Yes, but, I can't attack a ninja village alone, even though he is a small ninja village. Danzo said, by the way, I'm curious, how did you manage to attack a ninja village in such an extreme time? Destroyed Kauyan village. Oh, Danzo-sama is interested in this, but I think Kauyan village is just a small place. Everyone here, if each person has a ninjutsu, he will be gone. One person with one ninjutsu is gone. Danzo and the Hokage consultant looked at each other. There are less than 10 people in total. When will Kauyan village disappear with so few people and one ninjutsu per person? Even if Hokage from Konaha village is there, it won't help. How can a ninja village be destroyed so easily? If it's so easy, why didn't the guy with the 2-day scale Onamu conquer Kauyan village by himself? Danzo took a breath and asked. Uchiha Hiko, now you are facing the interrogation of Konaha village Hokage and others. You must answer honestly, don't be joking. Tell me, have you been placed around Kauyan village for a long time? Trap. Go this time and detonate the trap. How can one person and one ninjutsu destroy a ninja village? Then it must be prepared in advance, and the Kauyan village can be wiped out in one fell swoop if the preparation is proper. Uchiha Hiko shook his head in denial, and said, that may be because I haven't fought against everyone present. I always thought that you adults are the strongest in the village, and you can't use ninjutsu to destroy a small Kauyan village. Wait, are you saying that you wiped out Kauyan village with just one ninjutsu? Minister Danzo. Why, your information is not complete enough. We only received the news of the destruction of Kauyan, the specific situation, I don't know. What a concept. When a ninja village has such powerful people and techniques, they are more deterrent than tailed beasts. Tailed beasts are notoriously difficult to control. The fighting ability of the tailed beast is indeed strong, but once it is released to fight, it is very likely that it will not be taken back. People and art are different. Advertisement. Humans are highly rational. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been silent all this time, raised his head and looked at Uchiha Hiko in surprise. 9 years ago, it was this man in front of him, who was still a boy, who tried his best to protect Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, and killed Kakuzu. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know much about Kakuzu, but he knows enough about Senju Hashirama. Asking for flowers. Back then, if that person dared to assassinate Senju Hashirama and successfully escaped from the wood-style secret technique, you can know that person's strength is not bad. 9 years ago, Uchiha Hiko killed those characters alone. And now, to what extent has he reached? What level of strength has he reached? Could it be that he really destroyed a ninja village with one ninjutsu as he said? Hiko, what is your ninjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen wondered. Seeing this, Uchiha Hiko smiled. Master Hokage, I now admit that I am the Konaha criminal ninja who attacked Kauyan village. Why don't you call someone to punish me and execute me? Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly shook his head and vetoed, and said, no, since it is to solve the siege of the Vortex Kingdom, effective deterrence is necessary, and you have done a good job. But, I still can't believe it, I myself have been studying ninjutsu since I was a child, and I haven't found any technique that can destroy a ninja village alone. As far as I know, that is, Shodai's wood-style secret technique has that kind of power. But even if it is wood-style secret technique, destroying a ninja village it will take much longer for ninja village than this time. Oh, Master Hokage wants me to share this technique. Send it to Konaha's sealed book. Uchiha Hiko sneered. If it wasn't for blood successor limit, I would still like to learn it. As Hokage, I have never even touched that level of ninjutsu. Don't worry, it's not blood successor limit. It's just an ordinary ninjutsu. Hehe. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen is given the comprehensive analysis report of the Great Spiral Lunyu, it may not be possible for him to display it. That jutsu, in the eyes of Uchiha Hiko, is just an ordinary ninjutsu. Just because the quality of his chakra is ridiculously high, the fire-style ninjutsu he used when he was young will be higher density than others. After practicing day after day and year after year, now that he is close to 20 years old, the quality of chakra already comparable to a tailed beast. With that kind of constitution and chakra, even if it is a level A, it is enough for others to learn for a lifetime. Even if it is just an ordinary ninjutsu, it will be regarded as a blood succession limit. Just ask. In this way he is just stuffing the drawing into Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth, whether Sarutobi Hiruzen is qualified enough to learn how to practice for. Chapter 101 Captain Anbu. Listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen talking with Uchiha Hiko. Danzo secretly makes eye contact with two advisors. They all understand now that Sarutobi Hiruzen has shifted from the big issue of Kusanagi's demise to the small issue of ninjutsu, which already means that he has surrendered. Yu Qing. He is a disciple of Senju Tobarama, and he can be regarded as a half-disciple of Senju Hashirama. He has been favored by his wife since he was a child, but now he is on the sidelines about the crisis in his mother's hometown. Yu Li. He is the Hokage of Konaha, the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Url or long-term alliances and friendly relations. He must make a correct vote, but he did not. He is at a loss for love and reason. On the contrary, Uchiha Hiko is only the captain of the three of Tsunade, but because of the granddaughter of Tsunade, he is connected to Uzumaki Mito, and then related to the Uzumaki clan.
Furthermore, Uchiha Hiko is a member of the Uchiha clan. What happened to 637? In the Valley of the End, everyone knows that this time he can let go of some overt and secret prejudices and help the old man who has no power, picturable. He values fraternity and takes responsibility as a person who owns Konaha Shinobi. Comparing the two, which one is right and which one is wrong and which one is better, needless to say. What will happen here next, they smooth politicians understand, so. Hiruzen, since Uchiha Hiko is back, let's talk first. I will resign temporarily, and go to the northern line to observe first, Danzo pleaded. Seeing Danzo being so active, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately responded, okay, you guys go. Danzo took the order, and finally took a sneak look at Uchiha Hiko. This person can only be an accomplice, not an enemy. Immediately, he and the consultant in that Anbu quickly exited the Hokage office. In the small Hokage office, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Uchiha family are left. Master Hokage, if there is nothing else, I'll go back first? Wait, Hiko? I saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up slowly, took the bong, walked to the window, and looked into the distance. The peculiarity of his bong is beyond the former shape. That doesn't look like the craftsmanship of a Konoha craftsman at all. Advertisement, that's right, that's because Uchiha Hiko had nothing to do in the early years. After analyzing it, he invented a batch of original and harmless tobacco sticks unexpectedly. When Sarutobi Hiruzen works, it can be said that he can't put it down. I have been in Hokage for many years. When I first took office, I was not much older than you now. If I were 19 years old, I was not as sensible as you at that time. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, he said, maybe I will become more and more familiar with other jobs, but when I manage Konoha from this perspective, I will only get tired day by day. The outside world is unpredictable. I can't do everything by myself. Uchiha Hiko deeply felt that there is no perfect person in this world, and human energy is limited. Even if it is recovered with medicine, it is not feasible. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, to be honest, his management ability is a piece of shit, basically at the level of elementary school students, but his wood style is invincible. Second Hokage Senju Tobarama, all abilities are outstanding, but he lost all his wife's money to his big brother, and he was single all his life. That is life. Uchiha Hiko never thinks he is perfect. For example, his ninjutsu is too strong now, and he is not sure about the severity of his shots. Master Hokage should learn from the reckless man in Cloud Shinobi Village. The Konoha family has a great career, and they are not weaker than Cloud Shinobi Village. Sometimes it can be done once if you are reckless, he suggested. Reckless? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered over this word carefully, and suddenly, he seemed to have figured out something. Yan, your identity in Anbu has been exposed for many years, and you haven't done anything with Anbu's identity in these years. Why don't you come back? Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko shook her head like a rattle. No, my daughter has grown up now, I have to spend time with her, and prevent some bastards from thinking of my daughter. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Uchiha Hiko with wide eyes. The light in the eyes of this young man beside him is definitely not a lie. Is he really the man who just evaporated a ninja village? He is so indifferent to his enemies, but so dear to his relatives. Sarutobi Hiruzen blurted out, Hiko, are you interested in the position of captain? No, I'm not interested in anything right now, captain. In Konoha village, captain is not another name for captain, but a new position. The captain and the big captain are two classes. There can be several captains, but there is only one big captain. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said with a smile, the captain of Anbu? Isn't Anbu directly under Hokage all the time? When will there be an extra captain? Advertisement, when I took over in the early years, I agreed with Danzo to establish a route in Anbu, and now I can also establish another one. But the position of captain? Well, it would be nice to have one route, and what I want you to do is to be the captain of Anbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen confirmed again. Captain Anbu actually means Anbu's minister. All along, Anbu's highest officer is Hokage. In this way, assassinating the special forces is equivalent to changing hands. This is a drastic reform. Wait, in this way, isn't Hokage? Anbu has always been under the control of Hokage, and now that the power is handed over, is Hokage emptying himself out? His impression of Sarutobi Hiruzen would not do such a stupid thing. Facing Uchiha Hiko's doubts, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and replied, Hiko, you are a young man with strength and ability. The former dame named him the Assassination Special Forces. I hope you can understand the meaning. I am its Hokage of Konaha village. In addition to assassinating the special forces, I also have to manage the ninjas in the entire Konaha village. No matter how careful I am in the work of such two different lines, problems will inevitably occur. Therefore, leave the assassination of the special forces in your hands. I am very relieved. 1.6 degrees. Rest assured, before this, the Uchiha clan had never gained real power. The Konaha police force given by 2nd Hokage is just a security guard. The special assassination unit given by 3rd Hokage is the trump card. There is no comparison at all. Isn't he worried that the Uchiha clan will not be stable, for example, rebel? Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's dry yellow-side face, Uchiha Hiko couldn't help being startled for a moment and immediately understood. The concept of not leaving the right to Uchiha, that is already a thing of the past. 2nd Hokage is left to Uchiha's Konaha police force, which is now well developed, and Uchiha people are happy to fight for this position. Very stable, very reassuring, this is the first reason for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 102 Iron Daughter Slave. Yan, I want to ask, how far are you now? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked after taking a deep puff of his cigarette. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Hiko raised his hands and looked, to what extent? Tell the truth. In this day and age, he doesn't even have a point of reference. I have no idea how strong I am, so, for example, I probably can take out Rock Shinobi's Onoki, Cloud Shinobi's Eye, Sand Shinobi's Samana and Mist Shinobi's Squint, probably, not sure. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pain in his lungs, as if he was stimulated by something. After a long time, he continued to ask, you mean they're together, or? Uchiha Hiko asked Kaido very puzzled. Of course they came together, and I didn't look straight at each one. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. If the names after Tsuchikage Onoki are not familiar, then, change them all to their titles. 3rd Raikage, 2nd Kazekage, 3rd Mizukage. Now, it's time to get acquainted. Moreover, instead of comparing each one individually, let them all add up to 23. Uchiha Hiko can kill Sikage, that's what it means. Then, he doesn't even pay attention to those 4 shadows, 1 more Hokage is not much, and 1 less Hokage is not much. Only then did Sarutobi Hiruzen know that Uchiha Hiko's strength has reached such a terrifying situation. Isn't that the realm of Senju Hashirama Uchiha Madara back then? One person is enough to overwhelm the world. This is the second reason. He originally thought that Uchiha Hiko is very talented, and now he is probably close enough to his level. In that case, if he cultivates his mood a little, there will be more room for improvement in the future. After all, Uchiha Hiko has a bloodline limit. At that time, it must be a big arm to protect Konaha. But he never expected that Uchiha Hiko's strength had already unconsciously surpassed his expectations. It's not that he's stronger than him alone, but he's already surpassed the current Ninja World certificate. Sarutobi Hiruzen took another puff of the cigarette rod. The horror in his heart still could not be calmed down. Fortunately, before asking about his strength, we discussed the position of Captain Anbu first. Advertisement otherwise, after asking, and then arrange the position, it will change the taste. Fortunately, he is very happy that someone with such strength is willing to take over Anbu. Now there is a question lingering in his mind, is it possible to grow after 30 or 40? Well, Yan, it's dawn, you should go back and look after Makoto. Yeah, then I'll go first. Go, the residence of the Uchiha clan. Before dawn came into the window, Uchiha Hiko got into the kitchen first, put on a pot and heated water. But in the next second, a pair of crystal red Sharingan appeared behind him. Capture. Hearing the familiar voice, Uchiha Hiko quickly turned around and looked at his lovely adopted daughter. Makoto is at home, early in the morning, wearing only loose-fitting pajamas. With bare feet, the pink and white chubby is looming. She holds a seal with one hand, her eyelashes are long and curved, and a pair of crystal red Sharingan is really pretty. Why don't you sleep a little longer? It's only 6 o'clock now, you don't have to go to class. Get up at 8 o'clock. I'll make breakfast and go up to accompany you. What 6 o'clock? It's 6:15, Dad, then I'm late. Dad, you are not late, but absent from class. Uchiha Hiko's heart tightened. Makoto said this, meaning she knew he left in the middle of the night? Ah. That. Master Hokage asked me for an urgent mission, so I took a trip, but luckily the solution was resolved quickly, and I came back in time. Master Hokage. What mission does Master Hokage have? I will verify it later, it is best not to lie to me. Yes. Uchiha Hiko breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the little girl is easy to deceive. No wonder some successful men in the previous life were the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. For them, the little 3, the 4, and the 5 are little girls. Uchiha Hiko's breakfast has always been hardcore. Advertisement after all, the family is rich, and every meal can afford high nutrition. Compared with a considerable number of ninjas who can only eat instant noodles, his family's breakfast can be regarded as a luxurious meal among the luxurious ones. Ninja is a high energy consuming profession, and the energy needed for jumping again and again comes from food in the final analysis. Father, it's time for you to teach me some powerful ninjutsu today. You promised to teach me after I become a real ninja, Makoto said while eating. Uchiha Hiko nodded irrefutably. It's hard to follow a gentleman. I can teach you any ninjutsu you want to learn.
He has never been ambiguous in imparting the skills of the adopted daughter.
Makoto learned Uchiha's signature Great Fireball technique when he was very young, so the talent is needless to say. He is also very concerned about raising a daughter. The chakra refining technique she came into contact with from the very beginning is higher than outsiders. It is the Book of Uchiha, of the same style as Uchiha Hiko. And, since Uchiha Hiko had amassed quite a fortune during that time, he had prepared regular medicinal baths for her when she started her journey as a jonin. The prescription was obtained from Tsunade. It was originally just a gentle and nourishing health prescription. After being analyzed by his analysis system, it was configured according to the content combination into a very cost-effective ninja medicine bath. I have to say that people who have read fantasy novels have more considerations than those stupid ninjas who only know how to punch wooden stakes. In addition to medicinal baths, Uchiha Hiko even analyzed Makoto's favorite clothes. Find a way to increase the quality and strengthen the defense. It is true that she is a hard-working daughter-slave. After breakfast, the father and daughter walked slowly outside the family mansion. The practice field that was once destroyed by his move, Uchiha Flow Wild Wind Flurry, has been rebuilt. He brought his daughter to this old place full of memories. Dad, I want to learn Spiral Shuriken, Makoto said. This? Uchiha Hiko raised his forehead. Although I said you can do whatever you like, but the Spiral Shuriken is still too dangerous for you now. HMPH. Words don't count. Okay, but let's start with the basics and learn the Rasengan first. Okay. Seeing Uchiha Hiko compromise, Makoto jumped up happily and kissed him. Then, Uchiha Hiko started the practice guidance. The development of Rasengan is difficult, but the learning difficulty is really not high. Since there are no balloons, he uses pebbles instead. Look at it, click it, this ninjutsu will be fine. Chapter 103 A Little Floating Uchiha Fugaku Makoto, O_O. Uchiha Hiko. Didn't you understand? It's just a click of karma, and then a click of bing. If you explode this stone, you will probably learn Rasengan. Makoto. ===. It's very simple, use chakra to hit the stone, and then bang it, which is the first step in practicing Rasengan. Forget it, Dad. I want to learn Chidori. Have you mastered the thunder attribute? Just mastered it a few days ago. Uchiha Hiko stepped forward and touched his head. He was overjoyed. You are indeed my daughter. Really, I'm going bald, Makoto protested immediately. The father and daughter were playing around in the training ground. There is a cheerful air everywhere. Unknowingly, a teenager approached. The young man has a gloomy face, but he is quite active and hardworking. Walking through the forest path, the breeze is gentle. Under his dark green Konaha shinobi vest, on the exposed sleeves, the logo of the Uchiha clan is tattooed. At the same time, it is also proving his identity. Father said that the former training ground of that senior is right here. When will I reach his realm? Is there someone over there? Uchiha Fugaku looked through the trees and saw a man and a woman playing happily on the open field. The girl in the forest is like a nimble butterfly. Just a casual glance is enough to make people unable to look away. This morning, everything is facing the sun, but it is not as good as the vitality emanating from her smile. His body walked over there uncontrollably. It seems that it is a flower field under a warm white sky, which is fascinating. Sudden. A bone-piercing chill hit his face, and Uchiha Fugaku shivered all over, and only then came back to his senses. But, the one standing in front of him was no longer that girl, but a solemn senior. Boy, you went to the wrong place. Yan, Senior Yan, my father asked me to come here to practice, saying that this is the place where you used to practice. Uchiha Fugaku was frightened into incoherent speech. Who is in front of him? Advertisement that's Uchiha Hiko, the strongest of the entire Uchiha clan. Moreover, this so-called strongest person is not ranked first in ordinary strength. It means that he is above everyone else. Even if it is the patriarch, the strength gap between him and him is a world apart. His legends in the ninja world are countless. Once, the patriarch wanted him to accept him as a disciple, but he refused on the grounds that his aptitude was too hot. Despite being so evaluated, Uchiha Fugaku did not dare to complain, and still regarded him as a role model in life. Yes, this is where I used to practice, but what's the point of your father letting you practice here? Are you deceiving yourself and others? Uchiha Hiko laughed. Uchiha Fugaku scratched his head with a smile. Kaido. Well, since Hiko-senpai happens to be here, can you give me some advice? Oh, Uchiha Hiko looked at the kid in front of him, but he didn't expect him to be quite thick-skinned. He asked for guidance when he saw anyone. I can give you some advice. I'm afraid I will guide you to death. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku with a bitter face, Uchiha Hiko suddenly had a plan. As far as he knew, 15-year-old Uchiha Fugaku had been promoted to Jonin, not a genius, and certainly not the tail of a crane. The promotion of Jonin at the age of 15 is very common in big families, and it can basically be regarded as an average line. Coincidentally, Makoto has just graduated and is considered a genin. Well, just look at the gap between Makoto's genin and his jonin. How about this? You have a match with my daughter. If you can win within 1 minute, then I am willing to guide you, Uchiha Hiko said. 1 minute. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Makoto. To be honest, Makoto's light made him feel ashamed, and he didn't dare to look at it for half a second. The graduation of ninjas in the family, especially the graduation of Uchiha Hiko's adoptive daughter, this big event, is naturally known to the whole family. Makoto, who just graduated yesterday, is going to fight him like a jonin. Don't talk for a minute, he can win in 3 seconds. Uchiha Fugaku pondered carefully. Senior Yan came up with such a simple question, is he deliberately giving me a chance, and then personally guiding me? Thinking of this, his heart drifted away. Okay, Hiko-senpai, I will definitely pay attention, and I will never hurt Makoto. Makoto on the side grabbed Uchiha Hiko's skirt and complained, Dad, I just want to play with you, not anyone else. Makoto, mind you, it's fighting for your life, not playing, ninjas are not for fun. Advertisement, stop preaching. Makoto pursed his mouth, glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, and then said, it's this guy, come on. Finished talking. The two stood still. Just from the appearance, it must feel that the big boy is bullying the little girl. But is that really the case? Uchiha Hiko smiled slightly and said, get ready, start. One order. Then Uchiha Fugaku was still thinking about how to avoid hurting Makoto and win. After all, everyone knows that the adult dotes on his daughter and will secretly dig up your ancestor's grave if he dares to scratch her skin. However, Makoto on the other side didn't hold back. In her opinion, since Shi Yifu gave her a test, then completing it in the fastest and most efficient way will definitely win her Yifu's appreciation. That was the best reward in the world for her, therefore. With that order, her little white hand immediately formed a yin seal with one hand, and threw several shurikens at the same time with the other hand. Fire Style Impatience Claw Red. The combination of Fire Style and Shuriken is flawless, in the most ideal state and timing. Good money Jiao. The Shuriken is integrated into the fire of Fengshen, and the rotating blade cannot be underestimated. A total of 4 flaming shurikens hit Uchiha Fugaku straight. He never imagined that Makoto could master such ninjutsu, like a person who just graduated from ninja school. I'm afraid it doesn't look like it. I even mastered the technique of one-handed seal. As a jonin, it is impossible for him to just stand there and be beaten. Watching the flaming shuriken flying towards him, he made a gesture to jump away. But at this moment, his right eyelid suddenly twitched. Not good. At some point, Makoto, who just used fire-style ninjutsu, appeared behind him. What a speed that is. Could it be that the moment he released the fire-style ninjutsu, he moved behind him? Body flicker technique. But even if a genin has learned the body flicker technique, how can he skip Jonin's insight? There's something wrong with this. Chapter 104. A family with a young daughter. What on earth gave a genin so much confidence? Dare to throw away fire style and instantly go to the direction of fire style's attack? Aren't you afraid that the target will suddenly get out of the way, and your own ninjutsu will kill you? The fact told Uchiha Fugaku that is the confidence given by strength. I see. Using the exclusive body flicker technique, Uchiha Makoto teleports behind the target, has activated Sharingan, and locks onto the target firmly. On her right hand, thunder actually flickered. That's it, Hiko-senpai's lightning-style Chidori. Uchiha Fugaku was shocked. Unfortunately, it's too late. The fire-style ninjutsu placed in front of him has forced his body to make a decision to move in one direction, and the muscles all over his body have received the signal from the brain and executed it. At this moment, he has no time to dodge. Even with the body replacement technique, it's too late. Because under the stimulation of lightning-style Chidori, Makoto's body speed has an instant explosive speed increase. Also, her Sharingan has locked on Uchiha Fugaku. That flashing thunder thrust must have pierced his body before he used the body replacement technique. What the hell is a genin just out of school? This combat consciousness, this combat experience, this combat ability. Not even a lot of chunin in Konaha village can reach her level. 2690 scary, Senior Hiko's daughter is too scary. Uchiha Fugaku thought to himself. Since you underestimated the enemy and fell into such a situation where you must lose, then you have to suffer for yourself and resist this blow. As long as you don't die, you should be able to save. Laugh. The expected pain did not come. Uchiha Makoto's little hand holding the thunderbolt just pierced Uchiha Fugaku's Konaha shinobi vest, and stopped immediately. The victory is divided. To be able to control such dangerous ninjutsu as Chidori to such a fine level, her talent is indeed very high. Just when Uchiha Fugaku was stunned, Makoto stopped and kicked him out. Sparing his life, kicking him is not too much, right? Advertisement, as expected of my darling daughter, in less than an hour, she has managed to use Chidori so proficiently. Uchiha Hiko's voice of admiration came. Hearing this, Makoto went to Wa, immediately flew into Uchiha Hiko's arms. I have to say, this girl who has accepted the best environment since she was a child is perfect in every way. The so-called talent of a ninja, besides the brain, is naturally some details of the internal aspects of the body. CDEG. Meridians, cells, bones, these subtle differences will be reflected in the strength and talent. Makoto, who has taken medicinal baths since childhood, is really fragrant. Oh no, really white. Wrong, the talent is so soft. Dad, let's go back. Well, the morning exercise is over, it's time to go back and rest and make lunch. Uchiha Fugaku, who was kicked down not far away, watched the scene silently, and fell into a very bad state. What the hell? He's all John and now, today, I was taken by a girl who just graduated. Underestimating the enemy is underestimating the enemy, but there is one thing to say, that girl is not like ordinary people in terms of her mastery of ninjutsu and timing of battles, and her real strength is not bad. But, what does it mean when the morning exercise is over, it's time to go back and have dinner? So he is just a tool man being used. Uchiha Fugaku suffered a soul blow. Back home. Makoto let go of Uchiha Hiko's big hand and quickly ran to the guest bedroom. She tiptoed to open the door and peeked inside. Inside the door, on a straight wooden bed, there was a pink puppet toy. Just like old-fashioned and kawaii, the two are very inconsistent. However, when you continue to look forward along the puppet toy, you will see a young girl with long red hair. The young girl curled up into a ball, the oil marks on her face were still wet. It was the first time she left home, she was so tired that she fell asleep in the middle of the night. At 10 o'clock in the morning, it's time to wake up. Makoto walked into the room lightly. Fortunately, Uchiha Hiko has very high requirements for decoration, and the wooden floor did not make a creaking sound. If it was as poor as Hokage's office, he would have blasted the Uchiha clan to the sky. Kushina, it's time to eat. Makoto poked Kushina's face with a smile. Advertisement then, he picked up his favorite doll and put it aside. Kushina, the sun is up, it's time to get up, she called softly again. Uzumaki Kushina trembled in his sleep, and opened his eyes suddenly, with a very nervous expression. Looking at the surrounding environment, she was tearful again. It turns out that I really left home, not a nightmare. Makoto quickly hugged Kushina into his arms, and patted her on the back lightly. Good boy, you have been crying all day, shall we eat something before crying? Don't. Kushina cried weakly. Yesterday, a certain dude came back with someone else's child, threw it at home, and went to drink by himself. It was midnight when I came back, and I didn't care about taking care of other people's children. Now that I am not starved to death, the Uzumaki clan is lucky. Makoto rubbed Kushina's hair, which was a mess. I'll take you to wash your face. Dad is already cooking. You will definitely want to eat when you smell the fragrance later. While talking, Makoto coaxed Kushina out of bed. This tenderness, I don't know who I learned from. Maybe when she lost her temper when she was a child, there was someone around her who was so patient. The communication between children is far better than the communication between adults and children. By the time Uchiha Hiko came out of the kitchen with lunch, it was already 12 noon. I have been busy alone for so long, but when I saw the two at the dinner table, I was full of blood in an instant. The gentle Makoto has already groomed Kushina, her long fiery red hair is tied back, and she is wearing a beige t-shirt that Makoto used when she was a child. The small face was clean, and when he saw Uchiha Hiko, he was not so afraid, as if he had a backer. Smelling the aroma of the food, Kushina's eyes were like stars. The delicious food on the table is much more fragrant than those small snacks. I'm moving, Makoto said with clasped hands. Kushina also followed the baby's voice and said childishly, I'm starting. Little guy, eat slowly, don't hold back, Uchiha laughed. It may be that he cares enough, or it may be that he has learned some world rules that can't be followed. As soon as the words came out, Kushina's face changed suddenly, and she was really choked. Makoto, who was sitting next to her, quickly patted her on the back and handed her a sip of water, which relieved her. Really, Dad, Makoto complained, eyes widening. Just eat, the ancients said, eat without speaking and not talking proudly. Chapter 105 The Robber Conference, held the heart of a child can't stand the grind after all. People like Uchiha Hiko, who made Uzumaki Kushina like it in just half a day. The other side. The news of Koen Village's demise spread throughout the ninja world within a day. In this age when communication is not very developed, the intelligence network of Dawn Ninja Village is all about relays. They don't have the speed of Uchiha Hiko, but they can make up for it with more people or things. Ninja handover, summoning beasts, secret art, and to a lesser extent carrier pigeons. The second day of Koen Village's demise. Uchiha Hiko, who has become the minister of Anbu, took 2 members of Anbu and started the operation. His actions have nothing to do with justice, and besides, Anbu, who acts with the slogan of justice these days, is probably suffering from some serious illness in his head. Although Uchiha Hiko has always retained the identity of Anbu, he gave up the mask 5 years ago. So, a leader Anbu without a mask, with a blue mask Anbu and a white mask Anbu, quickly headed towards the northeast of the Land of Fire. Connecting to the northeast of Fire Country is the country of Soup. The Soup Country owns Ninja Village, but unfortunately, it is very good. The only thing worth paying attention to is the cult of evil gods that spread in their country, that kind of weird immortal body. Quite a few ninjas will be interested. But, today's Uchiha Hiko doesn't have that interest. He led 2 elites in Anbu, ignored Tang Ren's warning, and crossed their land. After passing through the country of Soup, continued to move forward, and after crossing a small country again, they entered the country of Thunder. Thunder Country has Cloud Shinobi Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages. That is his destination. Snake, White Fang, from now on, our situation will be different, he said. Learn. After hearing 2 responses, the masked duo immediately dispersed. Not long after, I heard screams not far away, sad. These 2 masked Anbu elites can get their identities from their codenames. It's Orochimaru and Hitaki Sakumo. Advertisement over the years. Hitaki Sakumo has been working in Anbu, and the strength he has accumulated over the years is already quite terrifying. Originally, he should have left Anbu and lived a normal life, but Uchiha Hiko suddenly took over Anbu. Well, he has a new goal. As for Orochimaru, he joined Anbu purely out of interest. Uchiha Hiko brought the two of them with him when he went to Cloud Shinobi Village this time. The group of people in Cloud Shinobi Village, although they look reckless, they like to negotiate and hold meetings. Uchiha Hiko received the news that Anbu of Konaha discovered the high-level officials of Kirigakure, Longin Village, and some unknown leaders of wild tribes. Their trajectories of actions, and their final point of reference, are all in the Yunfu of the rich country. If the senior executives of a faction go to the headquarters of another faction, they must be invited to go. Since they are invited to go, it must be the favorite meeting of the senior executives of Cloud Shinobi Village. It's just that this time it's not the Five Cages meeting. It's a meeting about the power of the Vortex country. Koin Village was originally one of them, but now it is suddenly wiped out, and they are very anxious. Received this message. Enthusiastic citizen Uchiha Hiko, even if he didn't get the invitation letter, he still wants to join in the fun. Not long. Orochimaru and Hitaki return without a trace of bloodline on them. Who is it? Just Cloud Shinobi's ninjas, Orochimaru replied. It's a pity that I couldn't intercept an envoy team from another village. Uchiha Hiko regretted that if he could intercept an envoy team from another village, he could rely on Orochimaru's technology. Disguised as them and sneaked into Cloud Shinobi Village openly, summer. So, what to do now? Asked Hitaki. Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, as if a storm was brewing. Well, Tianxian, let us move forward, let's go, let's walk slowly, don't scare other people from going to the meeting. The country of thunder. Cloud Shinobi Village. Today's ninja guards are extremely strict. There are almost no people who go out, only the team that enters. Pedestrians, there will be elite Cloud Shinobi who will come forward to interrogate and verify, and they must pass the verification before they can enter the gate of Cloud Shinobi Village. Advertisement moreover, everyone must enter on foot, and all horse tools and the like must be left outside the village. The inspection procedure is cumbersome and unprecedented. Even when Konaha's second Hokage entered the Land of Thunder to sign the alliance contract, it was not as strict as it is today. Asking for flowers. Cloud Shinobi likes to do all kinds of things. A middle-aged and elderly man with a bald head jumped off the summoning beast, very disdainful. Behind him, followed by two ninjas, watching its forehead protector, it turned out to be Mist Shinobi. The two Mist Shinobi ninjas were carrying weird-shaped ninjas on their backs, and they didn't know how to learn something convenient, such as getting a seal scroll or something. Our Cloud Shinobi is much more straightforward than your Mist Shinobi. If this meeting were held in your village, I'm afraid that each of us would have to be naked for inspection. A tall blonde man laughed. I don't know why, but the blonde-haired and blue-eyed man is born with a dog face. If he doesn't mock others, he will feel uncomfortable. These words fell into the ears of Mist Shinobi's bald man. He moved his eyes slowly and looked at that Cloud Shinobi coldly. That astonishing killing intent erupted at the gate of Cloud Shinobi Village. What a terrible thing it is to break out killing intent at the door of someone else's house. How dare this bald man? The icy killing intent scared Cloud Shinobi, who was still taunting just now, into a turtle and hid 100 meters away. Who dares to act wildly at the door of Lousy? A furious thunderous roar came from above. Everyone at the door looked up, and saw a big black man jumping straight down from a height. Judging by its size, it is as strong as an ox and as fierce as a tiger. I am afraid it is a character. The two bald-headed ninjas behind them immediately took a step forward and pulled out the strange-shaped ninja tools behind them. The ninja is stirred by chakra, and the bandages are broken in an instant. Those turned out to be two ninja tools that looked like living creatures. The dark man looked at the two ninja tools, and said with a sneer, HMPH, do the elders of Mist Shinobi like to bring Jonin swords and 7 people when they travel? Heard the words. The bald head raised his hand, and the two ninja swordsmen obediently withdrew their weapons and retreated behind them. At this moment, the bald man known as Elder Mist Shinobi took a step forward, smiled at the dark man and said, Master Raikage is still so strong, it's been a long time. You, too, are even more terminally ill than the last time I saw you. Each other. Raikage didn't continue to bicker with Elder Mist Shinobi, but looked towards the other door. Chapter 106 When the dog meeting. Is everyone here? Raikage asked the guard at the door. The guard hurriedly stepped forward and replied, the others have already gone in, and the Mist Shinobi are here, so it's all here, boss. Very well, close the door, let's go. Saying so, Third Raikage personally led Elder Mist Shinobi into the gate of Cloud Shinobi Village. Then, the Cloud Shinobi ninja closed the gate of Cloud Shinobi Village. A ninja defense net of the highest specification was automatically deployed. After all, Cloud Shinobi Village has a lesson from the past. Raikage held a meeting, but was attacked and killed by rebels. Inside Cloud Shinobi Village, senior executives from all parties have successively entered the highest standard security meeting room in Cloud Shinobi Village. As the host, Raikage took the first seat. Left, Mist Shinobi Elder, Takin Chief, Kongnin Village Chief. On the right, the Patriarch of the Shuijichi clan, the Patriarch of the Yuya clan, and the Patriarch of the Suzuki clan. Their guards are hidden behind them. Raikage's eyes swept over everyone, and finally landed on the vacant seat on the left. Gentlemen, in the past on July 17th we fought and even fought against each other, but because of the country of Vortex, we sat together. In today's joint meeting, the leader of Kaoin village should also be present. It's a pity that Kaoin village died overnight. The world will be destroyed. At the beginning of Raikage, the elder of Kirigakure answered. Then, Master Raikage, your intelligence is so advanced, now you have found out that it was Konaha or Rock Shinobi who moved the hand. Unfortunately, the time is short, just one day is like letting me investigate the murderer? Well, Master Elder and Master Raikage, please be patient. I personally think that Konaha Shinobi is more suspected. The patriarch of the Yuya clan began to speak. The country of grass is surrounded by 4 countries, fire, rain, earth, Taki. The leader of Takian village is here, so we can get rid of them directly, and then there will be continuous civil strife in the land of rain. Even our own country can't handle it, let alone attack Kaoin village. The only 2 remaining countries are fire and earth. You see, most of the ninjas in Iwagakure, the land of earth, are good at using earth style, but I feel that there is no sign of large-scale earth style ninjutsu in the ruins of Kaoin village. So excluded, only Konaha Shinobi village is left. Listening to the analysis of the patriarch of the Yuya clan, some people believe it and some people don't. Raikage sneered, and said, does Rock Shinobi only know earth style? Haven't you heard of Rock Shinobi's demolition unit? Your Yuya clan has an old feud with Konaha's clan, so don't disturb everyone's thinking here now, otherwise, get lost. The village head of Ninja Village has an unusually strong aura against the patriarch of the Wild clan. At this time, the leader of Kongren village suddenly smiled. Why are you laughing for no reason, sir? Advertisement. Haha. I laugh at the ignorance and incompetence of the Yuya clan. If our Kongren village has a problem with them, then we will launch a violent airstrike, wouldn't it be great? Is this an airstrike? The people of Kongren village have already controlled the sky, why not? Why don't you wait? Hearing this, Third Raikage's face instantly pulled down. I've seen an idiot, but I've never seen such an idiot. I wonder why there are only 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, but it is not your empty ninja village. Ahem. The leader of the Bloodpool clan coughed twice, then opened his eyes and looked at the leader of Nikong Nin village. Shut up. The leader of Kong Ninja village was insane for a moment. What was the pair of eyes he saw, and he was caught in an illusion like a sea of blood. In this way, the conference room became quiet again. There are 7 directions in total, and only 2 Darren villages. The dominance is all in the hands of Dainen village. As long as the elders of Raikage and Mist Shinobi make a decision, they have to obey the rest. If they eat meat, they can eat soup. At this time, the elder of Mist Shinobi stroked his bald head, and then slowly said, whether Konaha attacked Kaoin village or Rock Shinobi raided Kaoin village, it doesn't matter, we all gathered together. Some people are for the sealing techniques of Uzushio hidden village. At this point, the elder looked at Raikage and the leader of Takehide village, and then looked at the leader of Kongren village and those patriarchs. Some people have other goals. But no matter what, we must conquer the Uzumaki hidden village before we have a chance to get what we want. Now we should discuss how to capture Uzumaki in the fastest time. Chaoyan village, not a mere Kaoin village mourning here. Elder Mist Shinobi's words were too harsh. It may offend people, but it makes sense. They were originally a group of bandits who were planning to rob the country of Vortex, but now, they're talking about the demise of Kaoin village. Third Raikage looked at Elder Mist Shinobi approvingly, and said, yes, it is true that we should discuss how to attack first, but what I am worried about is, if Konaha village, the Kingdom of Fire, really launched an attack on Hidden Grass village, whether it is proved that Konaha village has already noticed our movements in Uzumaki, so they went to Kaoin village, where they sent troops to attack. In that case, there is a roadblock in front of us, Konaha, because they have been allied with Uzumaki for generations. Our Cloud Shinobi village almost became an alliance with Konaha once, you should all know that. Yes, of course I know. The elder of Kirigakure sneered, so this time, I specially brought 2 of the strongest ninja swordsmen with me, so as not to be buried in the land of your land of thunder. Don't say that, elder, it used to be, there was a rebellion in the village at that time, and now no one dares to run around under my nose, Third Raikage said very confidently. Indeed, compared to Second Raikage, he looks much more powerful. The elder of Mist Shinobi leaned back tactically, with an elegant smile on the corner of his mouth, since Mr. Raikage mentioned Konaha, the problem is even simpler. The forces we are present must form a coalition to attack the country of the Vortex, invade Uzushio hidden village with a blitzkrieg, and when Konaha's ninjas react, will they start a war with so many of us for a village that has already been destroyed? With a flash in his eyes, Third Raikage reached an agreement with Elder Yian without any trace. That's right, what Elder said is right. However, our Cloud Shinobi village and Kirigakure are very far away from Uzumaki, and we have to invade by sea, which will be slower. Therefore, please invite Takian village, Kong Ninja village, and Yuya the family must do their best. Our Cloud Shinobi village is willing to give you some financial and equipment support first, and I think Kirigakure will do the same? Third Raikage said in a friendly tone. Advertisement. However, upon hearing this, the leader of Longyan village was furious in his heart. The 2 countries of thunder and water are really far away from the country of Vortex. But what Raikage said was not that simple, because the 2 countries of thunder and water are not only far away from the country of Vortex, but also far away from the country of fire. Once Konaha, the country of fire, is in trouble, they can all hide far away. Take them as dogs, however, they have no room for objection. Next to the country of grass is the country of Taki, Who knows if the next explosion will happen in Taki Hidden Village. Okay. Well, we also ask Mr. Rakage and the elders to support us a lot, said the leader of Takian Village. Then what about the leader of Kunin Village? How do you do it? The patriarch of the Shuijichi clan unlocked the illusion of Shuilongan, and the leader of Kongnan Village was much more honest. So he replied, as long as the money from your two major ninja villages is in place, we Kurinan are willing to be the vanguard. We will blow up half of you first, and you can fight again. Mad. Third Rakage took a long breath. This DK is crazier than him. However, since they are willing to be dogs, let him be for a while. The rest of the Yuya clan don't need to ask anymore, they're just a wild clan. For them, what they said just now is not a solicitation of opinions, but a 0.8 task arrangement announced. Since this is the case, then we all have a happy cooperation. Our Cloud Shinobi village will do our best to support the battles of Takian Village, Kong Ninja Village and the Yuya clan. After today's meeting ends, we will send strategic resources immediately. Please also you send troops in the shortest possible time, otherwise, when Konaha's ninjas are mobilized, you will not even be able to leave your own border. Third Rakage slapped his hands and made a final decision. Everyone acquiesced. However, at this moment, there was a sound of hasty footsteps outside the conference room, and a bloody Cloud Shinobi knocked open the door of the conference room. Master Rakage, it's not good, Eight Tails has gone berserk. What? Everyone wait a moment, Third Rakage's personal strength is extremely strong, and it's not a problem to fight Eight Tails alone. Eight Tails has gone berserk, so call it back, don't delay today's meeting. Unfortunately, the moment he just stood up, a crystal blue light pierced the Cloud Shinobi who tipped off the news from a distance. Cloud Shinobi fell, and a figure slowly stepped in. Chapter 107 Like a tiger entering the flock. This road leads well, let's be a ferryman in the next life. Cloud Shinobi's body fell to the ground, a pool of blood gradually spreading out. Everyone in the conference room finally saw the figure of the person who came. The bright yellow light illuminated his figure, and his look of contempt for the world was like a demon lord. If Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi don't know that face, but Taki Village, which is close to the Land of Fire, must know it. The head of Takian Village's eyes trembled, and his palms were already on his ninja tool, Uchiha Hiko. That's a hopeless name. In the early years, Uchiha Madara was frightening. Now that Uchiha Madara has just fallen, this family has born such a monster again. That is a family that is envied and feared. Uchiha Hiko? Third Rakage asked back, is he the legendary Uchiha Hiko? That person's reputation has long spread throughout the ninja world, but very few people have actually seen his face. The third Rakage, far away in the Land of Thunder, knows his name but not his person. In the legendary battle of Qianli Shuiyuan, he wiped out 24,500 people by himself. Among those people, there were rebel ninjas, wandering ninjas, secret organizations, and ninjas from major ninja villages. He single-handedly killed those 2,324,500 people, and to this day, his family members in Ninja Village still dare not take revenge on him. In front of you, the young man slowly walking into the door of the meeting room is the legendary Uchiha Hiko? Not only Third Rakage, the patriarch of the Bloodpool clan on the right side of Third Rakage also stood up. The Bloodpool family is not an ordinary family, they are a family with blood successor boundaries, and they are the same pupil technique system blood successor boundaries as Sharingan. As he stood up, his originally unattractive eyes suddenly became like a ghost crawling out of Nala. The Uchiha clan didn't expect to come here to die. If the Yuya family hates the Konaha family very much, then the Shuijichi family has a killing intent from the bone marrow towards the Uchiha family. That goes back decades. Third Rakage glanced at the body of Cloud Shinobi who fell on the ground, and he could see some details from the scars on the body. Although he looks like a reckless man, but he has a tiger in his heart to sniff roses carefully. D. Third Rakage gritted his teeth, because the dead Cloud Shinobi was forced to come here by being hacked alive. Advertisement. Are there such cruel people in the world? Obviously Lousy has already set up the strongest defense network. How did you get in here? You D. Damn it. Third Rakage was startled and angry. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. The superstar lightning-style chakra rioted all over his body. That the blue lightning-style chakra formed a layer of armor on his body surface, just like the god of thunder coming down to earth. However, face this. Uchiha Hiko smiled softly, and said truthfully to Kaido. Your defense network is really tricky, so of course I entered through the main entrance. 10 minutes ago, a group of 3 arrived in front of Cloud Shinobi Village. Of course, because of the obvious hostility, the guards of Cloud Shinobi Village immediately jumped out and stood in front of the 3 of them. It was a formation to intercept in batches. The Cloud Shinobi stationed in front of the Cloud Shinobi Village was the first formation, and then the Cloud Shinobi in other directions, like being stabbed in a hornet's nest, gathered their points here to form the second formation, 3/4 array. In front of the not too wide and not too small Cloud Shinobi Village, hundreds of people gathered in the blink of an eye. And, the reinforcements are still in progress. Seeing that there are more and more Cloud Shinobi who not only want to block them, but even want to surround them, Uchiha Hiko smiled. Do it. He just said these 2 words. The next moment, Orochimaru and Hitaki who were wearing masks turned into flying shadows and rushed towards Cloud Shinobi. Hulker with many snake hands. Slash the pillar with one knife. Lion Majesty danced with the white sword light, and hundreds of Cloud Shinobi were involved.
And Uchiha Hiko in the middle walked towards the locked gate of Cloud Shinobi village like no one else was there.
He approached like a leisurely stroll, approached, and approached again. But all Cloud Shinobi who noticed him, or tried to stop him, were killed by Lion Majesty and White Fang's blade. Stand before the locked gate. Uchiha Hiko raised his fist slowly. Terrifying strange power gathered on his fist, and immediately, even the surrounding air burst open, and the gate of Cloud Shinobi village was more like fragile thin ice, which could be shattered with one blow. There was smoke and dust everywhere, and Uchiha Hiko stepped into Cloud Shinobi village for the first time. Advertisement however, inside, waiting for him are thousands of Cloud Shinobi. The defense of Cloud Shinobi village is really 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. After the last accident, how about learning to be smart now? The densely packed Cloud Shinobi, looking at the invincible figure, swallowed silently. Who is the ninja who smashed the gate of the village with one punch? Could it be that his strength has already rivaled Master Raikage? However, Uchiha Hiko didn't pay attention to those thousands of people at all. He first sensed it with one-handed mudra, and then turned his head to the door and said, "Snake, 8 Tails is over there, go and liberate it later. I like to see other villages a little more chaotic." The voice fell. He stretched out his right hand and slowly drew the black knife on his back. "Come on, let me see how much Cloud Shinobi weighs today." The Cloud Shinobi are numerous. 697, and this is their home field. Even if they are afraid of their opponent's strength, they are not afraid to fight. However, at the moment when the battle started, the sound of horrified blindness made everyone frightened. Right, Sharingan black knife lightning style Sharingan, he is. Could it be the legendary Uchiha Hiko? Only then did poor Cloud Shinobi recognize the legendary man, the only winner who had walked out of that Shura field. That leap is like a tiger, like a flock of sheep, regardless of whether it is Cloud Shinobi Chunin or Cloud Shinobi Jonin in front of him. Wherever his blade passes, he must be killed with one blow. No matter how good the Cloud Shinobi ninja is, he can't escape the pair of Sharingan, let alone the sword from Uchiha Hiko. Uchiha Flow Wind Ranbu. The blazing flames and fragmented blue blades exploded in the group of Cloud Shinobi like a storm, and Cloud Shinobi, who originally wanted to submerge Uchiha Hiko with the sea of people, was wiped out in an instant. Compared with a few years ago, his swordsmanship system Forbidden Technique has been used to a high degree of proficiency, without any flaws, and the field is smooth. The moment the flame storm dissipated, his figure had already rushed forward. And pinched a terrible seal in his hand, fire-style Huo Huo Kuke. Chapter 108 Desperate crushing the highest meeting room of Cloud Shinobi village. Uchiha Hiko is an honest man, as he said, he really got here step by step. The speed of killing is comparable to the speed of Cloud Shinobi reporting. The miscellaneous little things outside are really not enough to see. Light as soon as he finished speaking, 14 ninjas emerged from all directions and surrounded him completely. Looking at those unfamiliar faces, Uchiha Hiko couldn't help but sneered. "I said you travel without guards, so there was an ambush." As soon as the words fell, one of the 14 people who surrounded him replied, "Your misfortune, I also have a sense of perception." Uchiha Hiko glanced sideways, looked at the mist shinobi forehead protector on his head, and sneered. "Since you have sensed it, don't notify your family Mizukage." "Oh, Mizukage seems to have the foresight." "Didn't come, let's go and capture, even if you are Uchiha Hiko. You can't escape now." A guard smiled proudly. "There are not only us here, but also Lord Raikage and all the adults. Today is your dead end." Hearing this, Uchiha Sound really wanted to laugh. His eyes swept over the people in front of him, and he said disdainfully, "A dead end? Then why should I escape? Have you seen the power of Uchiha?" After speaking, his aura suddenly changed. The purple chakra that turned into substance was like a tsunami bombarding in all directions, and even the steel rock floor under his feet burst in an instant. And the 14 people who tried to besiege Uchiha Hiko were instantly blown away by the terrifying aura. He didn't even raise his hand at all, he just let go of his aura. The sudden difference in energy level caused a chakra riot in the air, and blasted the 14 guards away. Those ninjas who follow the leaders of various forces on missions should be the leaders of their forces, but in front of Uchiha Hiko, they're so vulnerable. When the terrifying coercion spread, the irritable Raikage, who was eager to try, suddenly seemed to be nailed in place, not daring to move. Uchiha Hiko jokingly looked at the dozen or so guards who had been shaken away by him, and asked, "What's the matter? Why are you looking at me with that look? Can't you accept the reality?" "Why, how could it be?" Mist Shinobi, who was still very arrogant before, felt the ninja, but at this moment, he was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. As a perception ninja, he had already sensed a not weak chakra before Uchiha Hiko came in. That kind of chakra is at least the level of Raikage. In that case, with so many people present, it is absolutely possible to take it down. Advertisement however, at this moment, in his perception, the person in front of him is more than Raikage level, it is simply a falling sky. Powerful beyond description chakra, Tailed Beast? No, he has seen tail beasts, the 6 tails in the village can't compare with him. That sense of oppression is depressing. The strangely shaped blade in his hand fell to the ground feebly. Terrible. We will encounter such a monster. Is this the power of Uchiha Hiko? The legendary Uchiha Hiko is so terrifying. Damn. What an amazing chakra. The 14 guards had a stormy sea in their hearts. The man's aura was released, they couldn't even get close, so why are they talking about siege and strangulation? Each of them, the strongest is the two ninja swordsmen from Kirigakure. One of the ninja swordsmen who claimed to have a sense of perception has already knelt down. The rest of the guards of Longyan village and Kongren village are nothing but crooked melons. As for the other three families, only the Bloodpool family can see through it, and the remaining people may not even be able to match a Jonin from Konaha village. How can they stop Uchiha Hiko and protect their boss? Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion outside the conference room, and even this dedicated conference room trembled. Third Raikage's complexion changed. He looked at Uchiha Hiko from a distance, and said, "Have 8 tails arrived in the middle of the village? Damn boy, what enmity does Cloud Shinobi have with you?" "What enmity? Aren't you discussing it? We are discussing the economic and trade relations of all parties. I don't know what is endangering you." It's fine if you don't want to admit it. Anyway, I don't intend to find any reason." Raikage's face became even uglier, and now he understands that this person is not here to reason at all. Instead, they ran over to find fault. "Boy, let's talk about the matter between us and you later. Let Lousy control 8 tails first, let's talk slowly." Advertisement. Third Raikage was burning with anxiety. The 8 tails ran wild in his village. When they ran away before, they would lead them to Yunlei Gorge. Now the livestock is in the middle of the village. Every second you stay here, the damage outside is immeasurable. Saying that, Raikage moved. Third Raikage is known as the strongest shield and the strongest spear, but he is Raikage, and his speed cannot be ignored. The speed of the movie under the lightning-style chakra mode is more than 10 times faster than that of ordinary people. When Uchiha Hiko was learning body flicker technique before, he learned that there are many factions in blinking technique, sometimes space ninjutsu, escape, taijutsu and so on. And at this time, Third Raikage's lightning-style ninjutsu is the body technique of instant body. That lightning-fast speed, in the eyes of ordinary people, is just a flash of thunder. The body of Third Raikage has already left the seat, and arrived at the door of the conference room in an instant. It only takes 0.5 seconds more, and he can escape directly from this meeting room. However, a flash of lightning in the eyes of ordinary people. In Uchiha Hiko's Sharingan, the trace of third generation, Jiao Raikage is extremely clear. From the seat, to passing each other, to sprinting to the door, Uchiha Hiko's eyes are locked on Third Raikage on the move. No way. That calm and indifferent voice sounded like thunder exploding in Raikage's ears. He turned around while moving at high speed, and looked at Uchiha Hiko with horror on his face. "What? Can keep up with my speed?" In fact, not only can Uchiha Hiko keep up with him, he's even faster. His Muji instant body immediately drew closer to Raikage. In the short time before everyone could react, they stretched out a hand and grabbed Raikage Feng. You know, there is a layer of lightning-style chakra armor on Raikage's body, although it is not the lightning style like Chidori, but it is thunder and lightning after all. It is not a wise move to catch thunder and lightning with bare hands. Chapter 109 Raikage of Endless Rage. But Uchiha Hiko reached out and grabbed Third Raikage, who was trying to escape from the meeting room. "I did not allow you to leave, Lord Raikage." After all, Uchiha Hiko's arm surged with enormous power. He grabbed Raikage and threw it back violently. The strong body of Third Raikage, like a cannonball, directly smashed through the entire conference table. It stopped on his original seat. Boom. At this time, Uchiha Hiko reiterated, "Let me remind everyone that if you leave this room without my consent, then I will kill that one first. Just now, Mr. Raikage is the first offender, so don't make an exception." "What the hell? You kid is so arrogant. You be asterisk 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 D." The patriarch, who was originally third on the right side of Raikage, whose name he didn't know, suddenly pulled out the sword from his waist. His taidao is long and narrow, with a blade of at least 1.2 meters. Uchiha Hiko looked away and found that the man had a piercing on his head and a disgusting mustache. "Shaozong, before making the rules, I want to kill you first, because you feel uncomfortable." Uchiha Hiko, Hachiya. Without waiting for Uchiha Hiko to rush forward, the patriarch with the dagger instead rushed towards Uchiha Hiko on his own initiative. Even the movie 107 was thrown away. Why does he not know the heights of the sky and the earth? Could it be that the first rule above touched something in him? Uchiha Hiko was puzzled. Since he wants to fight hard, let's try. As the head of a clan, his combat strength is naturally superior. It can be seen that this man is a good swordsman. So, illusion Sharingan. That person's body, which was still rushing forward, suddenly stagnated, suddenly became unstable, and fell to the ground. Some illusions don't necessarily have to create illusions for people. Sometimes all it takes is a brief loss of control over the target's body. Let his brain signal not reach the limbs and body. Advertisement. The patriarch of the Suzuki clan is a good hand with knives, but the moment his body stiffened, he was already defeated. In this level of combat, any flaw could be fatal, not to mention the complete lack of resistance. Basically, it's tantamount to death. Uchiha Hiko stepped forward, and the black knife in his hand stabbed down the back of the man's neck like killing an ant. "Everyone, who has any opinions?" He stepped on the head of the corpse and asked the few people in front of him. Those people: Third Raikage, Elder Mist Shinobi, the leader of Longyan village, the leader of Kongren village, the patriarch of the Shuijichi clan, and the patriarch of the Yuya clan. Which one of these people is not a figure with face in the ninja world? But, watching Uchiha Hiko stepping on the head of the Suzuki clan patriarch, they all fell silent. The Suzuki clan is not very famous, and there are not many leaders of their clan in the ninja world. That is, Hokage thinks that he is good at swordsmanship, so he wants to find a chance to kill him and take away his clan's swordsmanship. The country of the vortex is an opportunity, but now, the chance is gone. Originally, they had arranged the battle against the country of vortexes, and they saw someone acting as a dog to get the wealth of the country of vortexes for them. Simply sit back and enjoy. It's a pity that everything in the world is changeable, ghosts can think of it, and suddenly Uchiha Hiko pops out. Uchiha Hiko, what do you want? Just tell me what your purpose is, Third Hokage said bluntly, he couldn't afford it. Eight Tails is now rampaging in his village. Every second he waited here, his heart was cut like a knife. Time wasting is equivalent to wasting his life. Those who are present are the ones who want to end it as soon as possible. And the one present, the least anxious, was the elder of Kirigakure. Cloud Shinobi Village under attack. How dare you? It would be even better if Cloud Shinobi Village could take a big hit. Strategic cooperation belongs to strategic cooperation. There is a fart friendship between the two great powers of Leishui. Master Hokage, please stay calm. The legend of Uchiha Hiko is not fake. You have also felt the strength of that guy, CDDI. If he wants our lives, don't you still offer your own head? Mist Shinobi the Elder persuaded, there are so many of us, and one person is no match for him. If we fight together, there may not be no chance of winning. Advertisement unexpectedly. Third Hokage turned his face when he said that he turned his face, and roared on the spot. Boss Water Ghost, shut up lousy, see if the tailed beast is running rampant in your village now, right? Elder Mist Shinobi really shut up. Now the personal face is not worth mentioning, what he needs is the effect, and now the effect has almost been achieved. Seeing that Hokage was so irritable, several other people hurriedly persuaded him. Master Hokage, please calm down, the one standing in front of us is Uchiha Hiko. What purpose does he have for rushing into our place? If he speaks out, is it possible that you still want to satisfy him? To Kikage's guy, Hokage gritted his teeth, me. Master Hokage, with me here, we may not be able to kill the legendary Uchiha Hiko. Please believe me. The patriarch of the Bloodpool clan stepped forward at this critical moment. The patriarch of the Bloodpool clan owns the Blood Dragon Eye of the Blood Successor. Third Hokage once experienced the power of the Blood Dragon Eye. That is a terrifying pupil technique. Even when he is in lightning style chakra mode state 2, there is a high chance of that kind of illusion. Apart from the pupil technique, the patriarch of the Bloodpool clan is not weak at all in other aspects. Among them, if Hokage is the leader, then this person is firmly in the number 1 position. With this person's tautological persuasion, Third Hokage finally stabilized. Gritting his teeth, he roared at Uchiha Hiko. Eight Tails is destroying my village, then, I will vent my anger on you B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* scary, but Uchiha Hiko didn't pay attention to it at all. Some people, his strength and anger are written on his face. For some people, his strength and secrets are hidden in his heart. Uchiha Hiko stared at Raikage, smiled coldly, and immediately raised his right hand, and stood upright in front of him in the one-handed seal. That hand just now forcibly penetrated Third Raikage's lightning-style armor and dragged him back. And there was no scar on that hand. This is the power hidden in his body. Even the so-called strongest shield can pass through, so is he still afraid of a mere civilian? Are you guys done with the discussion? Are you going to listen to my second rule? Or, go straight to war? After Uchiha Hiko finished speaking, Third Raikage, who was already furious to the limit, turned on his lightning-style chakra mode to the strongest state. The original headband instantly turned into ashes, and his long hair danced wildly. Ah! Third Raikage in peak condition, that is the existence that can forcibly challenge 8 tails. His fury, his offensive, are not something ordinary people can bear. Chapter 110. One man battles 20 elites. The previous Third Raikage was in a hurry to save the village. That was a formidable good village chief. Now the Third Raikage is the raging animal. Just now he wanted to go around, but now he is attacking directly, Uchiha Hiko. On the way to attack, I saw the 4 fingers of his right hand lined up, condensing the lightning-style chakra like a sharp spear. Uchiha Hiko noticed this, so he didn't dare to neglect. The puncturability of that technique can be ranked in the top 3 of Jonin world, and only 2 holes were poked. But just when he was about to dodge, he noticed several other figures out of the corner of his eye. Those are Raikage's own guards, and the Bloodpool clan. There were more than 20 people present, all of whom were elites from their respective villages, and they were much stronger than ordinary ninjas. Needless to say, those leaders and patriarchs. When these people gather together, the shadow class can only die. Uchiha Hiko's Sharingan spun rapidly, observing the enemy target that suddenly moved. As expected of the elites of all parties, they actually sealed my life door. It's amazing. In Uchiha Hiko's Sharingan vision, Third Raikage's attacking figure kept slowing down, and the attacking posture of the other crowd could also be seen in full view. Seeing this, he couldn't help but sneer. Since this is the case, I have to show some strength. Facing the siege of so many people, Uchiha Hiko's retreat has been blocked. It should be said that he is now blocked from moving even a little bit. Although this group of elites cooperated for the first time, elites are elites, and only when they consider themselves and others can they fit together like this. Uchiha Hiko, die. I don't know who roared, and the attacks of those people fell at the same time. ninja swords, close-range ninjutsu, physical attacks and more, all smashing down on Uchiha Hiko. If hit by so many attacks, no matter how tough Uchiha Hiko is, he will have to drink his hatred on the spot. But, just when those attacks fell on Uchiha Hiko's body from all directions, a layer of strange power suddenly appeared, like a void armor blocking all their attacks. Their attack that could split gold and crack rocks did not cause any waves on the armor. What is it that is so hard? This is. The elder of Kirigakure looked up and was shocked. What he saw was a layer of silver chakra skeleton, which was like the upper body of a huge skeleton, enveloping Uchiha Hiko. Advertisement. It was the first time he saw this state. But he is no stranger to such power. When he was young, he had witnessed such power. Whoever has this, eyes. Elder Mist Shinobi subconsciously looked into Uchiha Hiko's eyes, he just wanted to prove it. However, that one glance caused his death. In Uchiha Hiko's eye sockets, it is no longer the ordinary pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, but has changed into a brand new pattern. That's Mangekyo Sharingan. Elder Mist Shinobi was horrified. Those were his last words. Uchiha Hiko was inside the Silver Susanoo, watching the group of ninjas attacking him. Especially, the third Raikage in front of him. Lightning Style's four-handed hell thrust is third Raikage's signature skill. Although the four-handed Kanshu does not have as strong a penetrating power as the one-handed Kanshu, it is still much sharper than those ninja swords. However, such a powerful technique turned into tasteless in front of Susanoo. He doesn't know if he can stab someone else's Susanoo. Anyway, his Susanoo completely blocked the seemingly invincible hell thrust. That sharp chakra spear didn't pierce Susanoo even a sliver. You guys only have this little ability? Uchiha Hiko sneered. Immediately, under the spread of chakra, that Susanoo quickly grew from a few ribs into a half-length skeleton. Everything was in the blink of an eye, and the skeleton waved its arms and swept towards those people. The 2 guards of Cloud Shinobi Village reacted quickly and dodged backwards together with third Raikage. But the people in Kongnan Village and Longyan Village were not so lucky. A group of 6 people were all thrown out, spitting blood and not knowing whether they were alive or dead. No matter how strong the leaders of the 2 ninja villages are, they will not be too weak. But now, like a piece of trash, it was blown away by that blow. In addition, Uchiha Hiko has quick eyes and quick hands. Looking at the few people who were trying to dodge, he grabbed a bald head casually. That was the elder of Kirigakure. The huge hand of Susanoo held it tightly in the palm of his hand, and Uchiha Hiko stared at it, and a huge force emerged from Susanoo's hand, just like pinching a persimmon. Asking for flowers. Advertisement, Master Elder. Hateful. This guy actually has such ninjutsu. Kirigakure's 2 guards yelled, looking at the bloody monster's hand. What could they do? In the hands of such a monster, is there any room for survival? The elder couldn't even utter a wail, so he died tragically at his hands. Guarded by Mist Shinobi, who has lost its master, it sets its sights on Raikage. I saw Raikage waved his hand and shouted, "Your elder is dead, died in the hands of that Uchiha. You can either kill him with me, or go and run for your own life." Of course we want to avenge the elder. The 2 guards are also 2 ninja swordsmen, and their personalities are quite different. One of them is a sensory type, who has already been frightened by the sudden change of chakra on Uchiha Hiko. The other has a cold personality. Now when it comes to revenge, how should they revenge? Master Raikage, with all due respect, how do we crack that thing? That seems to be stronger than the legendary strongest spear. The Susanoo just now is considered a shield. The shield blocks the spear, naturally the shield is strong. There is nothing wrong with the guard's understanding. Raikage looked at the silver Susanoo, and silently looked at his right hand. The 4 books are useless, and I will directly upgrade to 1 Guanshu, you all cooperate with me. As he spoke, Raikage bent down 3 fingers at the same time, leaving only 1 index finger. The index finger, which seems to be alone, is actually the strongest blow of third Raikage. That is the true and strongest spear in the legend. There is a qualitative difference between Yaiban Guanshu and Siban Guanshu. He has personally tested it with Siban Guanshu just now. The strength of the shell may, maybe, be broken by Josho. Even if he couldn't break it, he didn't move. Just bite the bullet and give it a try. But at this moment, under the majestic Susanoo, Uchiha Hiko laughed. Master Raikage, your turn is over. Is it? Chapter 111 Susanoo's ability. Uchiha Hiko watched the movement of Raikage's hands. A consistent hand. Interesting. If we talk about third Raikage's combat ability, there is really no solution. He relies on the extremely strong lightning-style chakra armor body protection, and his speed is as fast as lightning. Whether it is defense or speed, he can rank first among the 5 shadows today. At the same time, he has no shortage of attack power. No one among the contemporary moviegoers would dare to resist that hell spike one hand. As for ninjutsu, Raikage just doesn't use ninjutsu often. His ninjutsu is much faster than ninjutsu. If you think that Raikage doesn't know ninjutsu, it's a big mistake. In terms of illusion, it really depends on the face and destiny. No talent for illusion is no talent for illusion. But with the ultra-high-speed flowing chakra in his body, he can ignore ordinary illusions directly. Such a strong man, it is really unbearable to 337 and confront him head-on. Come! With a low shout, Uchiha Hiko rushed towards the third Raikage. Their round of besieging him is over, and now it's Uchiha Hiko's turn to surround them. I see. In the high-level meeting hall of Cloud Shinobi Village, there was a flash of thunder, and Third Raikage also charged towards Uchiha Hiko. The two were approaching quickly. The lightning-style hell spike in Third Raikage's hand is like a cold thorn. As for Uchiha Hiko, Susanoo can be easily retracted, and the half-body just now shrinks into a small chakra skeleton that only surrounds itself when sprinting. Present. No one else can keep up with the speed of these two. Lightning-style hell spike one hand, lightning-style rakery. Gather the lightning-style chakra to the sharp hellish spurs of one finger with that sparkling rakery. The two are intersected in the field. Z. The moment the thunder and lightning collided, a storm suddenly exploded in the entire room, and the invisible force kept bulging their hair and linen clothes. The ring-shaped lightning shockwave spread out around the confrontation between Uchiha Hiko and Third Raikage. The tables, chairs or documents in the conference room flew up in an instant and even turned into ashes. Advertisement: a real man should be tough. Rakery is not as domineering as the Hell Spike Ichigo, but Rakery's essential piercing power is definitely worth it. What's more, the strength of ninjutsu varies from person to person, and that's the Rakery used by Uchiha Hiko. I didn't expect you to compete with lousy in lightning style. Good lightning style, Third Raikage said, looking at Rakery in Uchiha Hiko's hand. His body was full of muscles. It was a kind of self-righteousness, and only those who thought they had the upper hand would say it. Uchiha Hiko sneered back, and then slowly exerted force on his arm. The body types of the two are not at the same level at all. The bull-like body of Third Raikage, probably few people in the ninja world can compare with it. The people of the Uchiha family just often wait for the body. However, that arm, which seemed to be weaker than Third Raikage's, was slowly pushed back under a strange force. What? Third Raikage's expression, from proud to ruthless, from ruthless to doubt, then from doubt to panic, and finally from panic to fear. The ninjutsu he is proud of, at this moment, unexpectedly. No matter how you look at it, the person in front of you, the body of this person, it is impossible to hide such powerful power, right? It doesn't match at all. Uchiha Hiko looked at Third Raikage's unusually wonderful facial expression through the flash of lightning, and sneered. Raikage, is your strength all that it is? Damn boy. Raikage was furious, but unfortunately, he was incompetent and furious after all. That corbel-like arm was so easily suppressed by Uchiha. He has nothing to say. Even though lightning-style chakra mode has been played to ultimate, the activity of lightning-style stimulating cells has exceeded the critical value, causing body tissues to gradually collapse. He has mobilized all the power he can use to this duel. But still lost to Uchiha Hiko. What kind of monster is that? His power emperor is like. Suddenly, a figure is reflected in the irises of Third Raikage. That figure jumped high from behind Uchiha Hiko. It turned out to be his Raikage's bodyguard. Seeing that Raikage is at a disadvantage, I want to attack Toyotomo Hirohiko from behind. Advertisement: Uchiha Hiko, die. Raikage's guards have always been his usual right-hand man. Just like the 5 shadow talks in the past, all those who attended the meeting with the first-generation shadows will eventually succeed the shadows. As for this group, whether they will be able to succeed Ying does not say. Anyway, the strength must be very strong. Cloud Shinobi has quite a large group of people who are good at taijutsu. The guard jumped up high, swung a broad-bladed giant sword in his hand, and slashed at the back of Uchiha Hiko's neck. Lightning-style sonic shock lightning-style knife. It didn't work just now, so what about this knife? The Raikage guard was proud. Ordinary blades can't kill Uchiha Hiko at all, and can't even break through that layer of defense. And this, supersonic lightning-style knife, is to transmit lightning-style into the blade for ultra-high-speed vibration to enhance the cutting force. Even ordinary steel can cut off the same blade after being blessed with such ninjutsu. Steel. This knife can cut through steel. What about that layer of chakra defense? Scandium. The Raikage guard shot triumphantly and just fell down. Susanoo's defense told him, what the heck? The moment the broad-bladed giant sword blessed with lightning-style ninjutsu touched Susanoo, it broke into 2 pieces with a crisp sound. Nani? The Raikage guard looked at the scene in disbelief and began to doubt life. But it was such a short shock. Uchiha Hiko picked up Third Raikage, who was suppressed to the end, locked his neck with one hand, used it as a human body tool, and smashed the guard 0.3 who dared to sneak attack. Regardless of Raikage's weight, it was the strange force on Uchiha Hiko's arm that instantly sagged that person's chest cavity. The force of the impact sent him flying again, hitting the ceiling of the conference room fiercely, causing debris to pile up. If you don't die like that, I suggest you join the cult of the evil god. Seeing that Raikage is in the strongest state, he can't compete with Uchiha Hiko. The idea of fleeing has already taken root in the hearts of several people present. The people of Kongren village have already sneaked to the door. The people of Takian village are ninjutsu preparing to escape. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice came. Hey, I told you, no one can leave without letting you go. The voice fell. Several strands of silver chakra chains, with sharp thorns at the tip, were like shooting stars, piercing their hearts in an instant. Chapter 112 Blood Dragon Eye. That is, those who survived looked along the silver chakra chain, and at the other end, it was Uchiha Hiko's Susanoo. But Susanoo at this time is different from before. The Susanoo just now is just a half body of a skeleton. And now, it has become a fully armed, god-like bust. Skeleton bone raw meat raw hide, clothes and armor changed from the skin. Especially the pair of blood-red eyes on that huge head. That endless cold light really makes one's soul tremble. Down the head, they saw a string of pitch-black hooked jade. Although the string of pitch-black Guyu remained silent at this time, it always gave people a feeling. There must be some secret power hidden on the Guyu. Look down. Everyone discovered that the silver-white chakra chain was shot out from the sleeve of the half-body god. What is that mysterious and unpredictable power? There are 9 chains in total, piercing through the few people who want to escape. That death is horrible. Those who didn't choose to escape just now felt lucky in their hearts. If they were pierced by such chains, it would be better to commit suicide here. The head of the Bloodpool clan looked up at the majestic Susanoo and silently clenched his fists. They are a family who disdain Cloud Shinobi Village. This time I made an exception to find Hokage to cooperate. In fact, I want to use this opportunity to launch an attack on Konaha's Uchiha clan. It can be said that he and the Yuya family beside him are veterans. One wants to deal with Senju, and Hai doesn't want to kill Uchiha. The ruthless people these days just like to find hard jobs. The enmity between the Yuya clan and Senju can be traced back to the Sengoku era. Advertisement and the hatred between the Bloodpool clan and Uchiha is even more distant. But now, the patriarch of the Bloodpool clan looked at the invincible Susanoo, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. Is that power a human being can possess? If we talk about Susanoo in a skeleton state, that's all. Now this mighty god of war posture, even though he only has half his body, is completely different. Just like the gap between a small soldier and a generalissimo. There is no doubt that it is a desperate force. I didn't know that Longyan village was also involved in this matter before. Today's trip was not in vain. Longyan village is next door to Kaoin village. The spy he caught at that time must have incomplete information, which is also reasonable. Detective ninjas are human after all, not omniscient and omnipotent. If it had been known at the time that Longyan village was also involved, then if Kaoin village was bombed that day, it would have turned around and bombed Longyan village again. By the way, there is still a 7 tails in your village, right? Uchiha Hiko asked the leader of Takian village who was pierced by chains and couldn't move. On the silver-white chakra chain, there seems to be some strange power hidden. Those few people have obviously been pierced through their hearts, but there is no sign of their vitality fading away. The leader of Longyan village heard the question and quickly replied, Uchiha Hiko-sama, Uchiha Hiko-sama. I beg you to let us go. We are just small ninja village, just to make a living. There is no other way to participate in this kind of thing. Now I am announcing that we, Longyan village, will withdraw. Shall we withdraw? We are willing to sign a contract with Konaha village and become your subsidiary. Do you think this is okay? Okay. Not good. Uchiha Hiko replied bluntly, you guys are trying to get away to survive. Well, I'm also trying to please you now. Is it not too much to kill a few of you? If I kill you all, it's not enough. Let me vent my anger. Then I will destroy your hidden village and snatch your tailed beast. Then I can be called, just having fun. No, Sir Uchiha. The words of the leader of Takian village fell into his stomach. He suddenly felt a strange feeling of being pulled away from his body, that feeling of stripping, as if the self had left this body. On the other side, with Uchiha Hiko's gaze fixed, the silver-white chakra chain launched from Susanoo's sleeve was slowly withdrawn. The sharp thorns at the front of the chain had barbs, and the barbs hooked out a translucent human-shaped object from the bodies. Your souls will become the nourishment of my Susanoo. Advertisement: the 9 chains pulled the souls of the 3 of Takikakure, the 3 of Kurinan, the dead elder mist shinobi, the guardian of Hokage, and the unlucky Suzuki clan patriarch from their bodies, and were imprisoned on the chains, stored in the silver Susanoo's sleeve. Those souls were decomposed into the most primitive and strange energy different from chakra, which was supplied to Susanoo for absorption. With the flow of that strange energy, the string of pitch-black hooked jade hanging around Susanoo's neck shone with a strange light. Falling into that kind of fate, the 9 of them, not to mention reincarnation, can't even go to the Pure Land. In Pure World reincarnation can't even be reincarnated. They can be said to have died in this world. So, next. Uchiha Hiko's Susanoo absorbed the soul nutrients of those people, and then turned to the remaining few people. How do you plan to die? Looking at the few remaining people, those of the Yuya family can really be ignored as heir. Their family, 097, always reminds people of a name Otsutsuki Yuya. Moreover, in this world, there is often a tradition of using the ancestor's name as the surname of the family. In addition, since the Sengoku period, the Yuya family has been wrestling with the Senju family, and it was also a huge family back then. Thinking about it this way, could it really have something to do with the Sage of 6 Paths? But it's a pity. Back then they regretted leaving the stage in the Sengoku knockout tournament, and now they have become a declining family, with not even a decent person in the family. Today, it is not easy to maintain a quasi-cage level patriarch. Then the rest, only the Bloodpool clan and 3rd Hokage count as targets. 3rd Hokage is too hard. Even if Susanoo is used as a ball, it will not kill him for a while. He didn't want to use illusion to kill such a person. A real man should kill him like a real man. So, Uchiha Hiko locked his eyes on the head of the Bloodpool clan. Looking at the ugly Shueiji boundary pupil art in his eye sockets, he couldn't help laughing and said, "Did you pick out the frog's eyes and put them on yourself?" Bloody Longan, the pupil shows the word, 1, and the whites of the eyes are congested and become very disgusting. It is also the blood succession boundary of the pupil art department, and Sharingan is very beautiful. One thing to say, the creator is really eccentric. Chapter 113 Is it away, out for you? Uchiha Hiko. Hearing the ridicule, the patriarch of the Bloodpool clan was furious. But his fighting style is different from Raikage's. He is a blood successor limiter, and he also specially chose blood succession limiter to fight. So, when he was angry, his eyes were like copper bells. Chakra flocked to his pair of blood dragon eyes quickly, and the pupil power began to activate. Blood dragon eyes have similar abilities to Sharingan, and it is for this reason that the former daimyo of the Land of Thunder entrusted the Uchiha family to take care of the Bloodpool family. That's all from ancient times. This group of people still hold grudges up to now. They are really awesome. If you focus on family development, wouldn't you have become the largest family in Cloud Shinobi Village? Is this your pupil power? Uchiha Hiko didn't dodge anything, just stared straight into the eyes of the head of the Blood Pond clan, just waiting for his illusion. The legend of the Blood Dragon Eye. The pupil technique is absolutely impossible to escape. The world in front of me has changed with the effect of the pupil power. Of course, that is not the heaven-defying power that changes the real world, but a spiritual illusion. Uchiha Hiko took the initiative to accept the illusion from the head of the Bloodpool clan. As for the physical safety of the spiritual world, he didn't worry at all. With his Susanoo around, even 10 Raikages are all right. The world in front of him is blood red. It's like a sea of blood flowing in a desolate valley. And Uchiha Hiko is the person in the sea of blood. In that oppressive sky, a pair of huge disgusting eyes look down on everything. Looking at those eyes, Uchiha Hiko smiled back without fear. Your family's pupil power is only so small. No wonder, no wonder. Illusion is a mental attack, and mental attacks are generally in the form of hallucinations. Uchiha Hiko feels that the pupil technique in front of him, not to mention the most advanced illusion technique in Sharingan, is a basic pupil technique of Mangekyo Sharingan, illusion Mangekyo Sharingan. None of them compare. If Tsukuyomi is used, then the patriarch of the Bloodpool clan should be killed on the spot. Okay, I've seen your pupil technique before, but it's just mediocre. Uchiha Hiko's body was already submerged in the sea of blood, but as soon as he said this, the whole person was in the illusion world created by the Blood Dragon Eye. Fly up. Manipulating mass in the illusion created by others, what kind of operation is that? Advertisement. The patriarch of the Bloodpool clan in the outside world suddenly paused, and then his eye sockets popped out, and dark red tears of blood oozed from the Blood Dragon's eyes. The Uchiha clan. No, Uchiha Hiko is so powerful. It's not that he hasn't seen the Uchiha clan. It's not like they didn't kill the Uchiha clan. Among the Uchiha clan he met before, very few people can withstand his Blood Dragon Eye pupil technique. Those Sharingan with 3-hook jade are not his enemies at all. But today, looking at the Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Hiko's eyes, he fell into despair. That's the Sharingan that the Uchiha clan can evolve, so hateful. These eyes are just the beginning. Uchiha Hiko sneered. The opening of Mangekyo's eyes is the beginning of Uchiha's journey, and the 3-pointed jade is just the foundation. Now, let you experience the power of the Sharingan that once dominated your clan now. Remember, being able to dominate your clan in the past, and being able to dominate your clan today is an inevitable destiny. Saying that, Uchiha Hiko's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan exploded with extremely powerful pupil power, and directly counterattacked the Bloodpool clan. In the illusion of the sea of blood, the heavens and the earth turned upside down, everything flowed against the flow, and the mountains and rivers were shattered. Even the pair of huge blood dragon eyes in the sky were shattered into pieces. With one thought of his, the whole world collapsed. Immediately afterwards, the shattered world became an abyss. Next, this is Uchiha Hiko's illusion space. There are no fancy blood sea barren mountains, but only the patriarch of the Bloodpool clan whose soul is imprisoned. His spirit was imprisoned, and he couldn't even make a sound. Uchiha Hiko's heart moved again, and the ancient torture that belonged to his memory will be presented one by one. Blood Dragon Eye. I don't understand why you dare to challenge Uchiha with a useless pupil technique like you. In this illusion technique, the time, quality, and pain level are all controlled by me. This pupil technique that looks like you do is actually just an ordinary illusion of Uchiha Hiko. He can achieve this level by borrowing the pupil power of Mangekyo Sharingan. The illusion lasts for a while, but the reality is only for a moment. Before the tears of blood fell from the eyes of the head of the Bloodpool clan, his life had already ended in the illusion. Patriarch. Master Patriarch. The two guards exclaimed. However, the Patriarch still fell to the ground like an empty shell. The remnants of the Bloodpool clan, I will give you two choices. Uchiha Hiko looked cold, and said to the two Bloodpool clan guards, 1. Go and kill the Hyuga clan and other guards next to you. 2. You apologize. Advertisement, what? Do you think we'll listen to you? It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Kill others or commit suicide. I don't think this multiple choice question is difficult. After Uchiha Hiko finished speaking, one of the guards was still hesitating, but the other guard had already launched an offensive towards the Hyuga clan. Hey, how can you do that? No, I don't want to die. Hateful. Seeing this, Uchiha Hiko smiled, and didn't mention the second half of the sentence. I will reward you with a good death after killing. Want to get out of this room alive? Then you have to see if it is enough. After finishing all the awful, Uchiha finally looked at Zhang Yang. Today's true master is undoubtedly third Raikage. Zhao Zhao. That third Raikage who can fight with tailed beasts and is like iron. Just now, he crushed third Raikage in terms of reaction speed and physical strength, and now, he wants to beat him to death with his fists. Raikage. How? Do one thing for me, and I'll spare you Cloud Shinobi Village. Spare Cloud Shinobi Village? That sounds great at first glance too. It is simply a bodhisattva descended into the world. But when you think about it, it's such a shame. Raikage gritted his teeth and asked tentatively, what's the matter? I want you to attack Kirigakure. When I break through, I will spare you. I am even willing to let Konaha form an alliance with you again, Uchiha Hiko said leisurely. Hearing this, Raikage subconsciously looked at the elder guard of Miss Shinobi who was still standing there. They're all here. Is it appropriate to say this? But listening to the roar of eight tails outside, he has no choice. Chapter 114 Reincarnation Technique. Raikage can't help it. He moved. Compared to Uchiha Hiko, he is weak in all abilities. But, against that mist shinobi ninjutsu, he can even kill it instantly. I saw a flash of thunder in the hall, and the two ninja swordsmen who were still in a daze were pierced through the chest by a single hand. Well done, Raikage. Uchiha Hiko was very satisfied. I agreed to your request. Now, let me go out and subdue eight tails. Tailed Beast is running rampant in his own village, and there is an enemy he can never defeat standing in front of him. That is really uncomfortable. Now, he's killing allied Mist Shinobi's men, and that's a last resort. Only then can he stop the eight tails from rioting in their village. However, Uchiha refused. No, why not? Why, don't your words count? Did I promise you something? No, you are Master Raikage, don't you even have the ability to distinguish lies from promises? You? Seeing Raikage's distraught look, Uchiha Hiko was very happy. Ha ha ha. It's really embarrassing for you to fight to survive. If that's the case, I'll give you another chance. 570. You think I'll still trust you? I swear this time, I swear to God, only one person present can get out alive. Otherwise there will be a thunderbolt and a terrible death. Sage of Six Paths dreams every night, and the old lady sleeps under the bed every night. The movie was shocked, there is still such a thunder. Furthermore, he has no right to choose, only the fate of being chosen. In the face of that overwhelming strength, he can only follow along. Only one person can survive. The guards around Raikage were startled, but immediately showed a generous attitude. Master Raikage, let me dedicate my last strength for you. West. Advertisement. When the elder Mist Shinobi and the patriarch of the Bloodpool clan all died, the remaining people, even if they united, would not be the opponent of third Raikage. After a chaotic killing, the meeting hall had been turned into a slaughterhouse, and in the end only one Raikage stood in front of Uchiha Hiko. Think about it, 10 minutes ago, there were 20 or so living people standing here. Raikage mourned. But one has to look forward. Now I'm the only one left. Let me go out. CDDB? Raikage asked, glaring at Uchiha Hiko. Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko pointed to the movie and then to himself. 1, 2, Mr. Raikage can't count? Hearing this, Raikage began to despair. The helplessness of despair and anger appeared on this fierce man. You? Raikage's voice was already hoarse, even a little choked up. You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** struggle, the lightning-style chakra mode on Raikage's body has gone berserk, and the lightning-style chakra, which has far exceeded the limit of his body, has stimulated the meridians of his whole body to pieces, and the original blue lightning has now become its blood red. What is it? Grandpa laughed. Are you planning to imitate 8-gate guy dancing? B****************. D. Shut up, I'll kill you. Before the words fell, Raikage's angry and desperate blow reached Uchiha Hiko's forehead. His speed seems to be faster than before, but then some, it doesn't matter. In the field of recklessness, I, Uchiha Hiko, would like to call you the strongest, rest in peace. Raikage's hell thrust was only a centimeter away from Uchiha's forehead, but he would never be able to stab at such a small distance. Dozens of silver-white chains pierced through his body from behind. Uchiha Hiko's use of Susanoo has reached such a level of proficiency. D. Don't worry, movie, after you die, Cloud Shinobi Village will still be alive. I will use a forbidden technique to make you into a puppet, and let you stay in Cloud Shinobi Village as my weapon forever. Don't you guys like to steal other people's things? Then I will let your ninjas live in that world forever? Raikage stared wide-eyed. The chill came from the bottom of his heart. He finally looked at Uchiha Hiko, and started to be terrified. He actually started to be afraid of the young man in front of him. No, do not want, nothing. A dead person has no right to choose. Advertisement speak. Uchiha Hiko Mangekyo Sharingan rotated slightly, and the silver-white chain began to pull away from Raikage's body. However, after pulling out Raikage's soul, he did not dissolve it into nutrients for Susanoo to absorb, but temporarily placed it in the air. Immediately, controlling Susanoo, picked up a dead body on the ground. On one side is the soul of Raikage on the chain, and on the other side is an incomplete corpse picked up at random. The one in his hand began to seal rapidly. In second Hokage's ninjutsu library, there is a category of jutsu whose research involves the aspect of the soul.
Among them, there are several completed techniques. Besides impure world reincarnation, there is another technique called soul imprisonment.
That is the art of imprisoning the soul within the body. After Uchiha Hiko obtained the technique, he analyzed it using the system. A technique that arbitrarily combines soul and body has been derived. Ninja Resurrection Technique. That is a technique that can be used on souls that have not ascended to the Pure Land. Raikage's soul was stuffed into the corpse of a Kirigakure elder guard. The corpse was originally poked a hole by Raikage himself, and now it is completely lifeless. However, reincarnation technique is a forbidden technique that violates the law of life. Whether it is impure world reincarnation, or even Rinne Tensai, sacrifices are needed. The former two require life, the latter requires a lot of chakra. This mod, like many of the mech's mods, is the medium of Rinnegan that changes the way offerings are made. And now Uchiha Hiko borrowed this technique developed by the system, and he also used a different medium, that is, the string of black hook jade hanging around his Susanoo's neck. Every time you absorb the power formed by the soul, it will eventually be fed into the pitch black hook jade. Now, it's time to use it. With the flashing of the pitch black hook jade, a stream of special energy was fed back along the chain and injected into Raikage's soul. When the special energy injection was completed, the strange corpse began to fuse with Raikage's soul. The reintegration of soul and body is a very painful process. In the meeting room, the movie that looked like a guardian of the Kirito ninja let out a heart-piercing howl. Amidst the wailing, that body was also being slowly transformed, with black light flickering, and the original body of Mist Ninja slowly swelled in size and blackened, and finally turned into the original appearance of Third Raikage. Chapter 115. One person, one task. Looking at the brand new Third Raikage, Uchiha Hiko is like looking at a work that has just been completed. Well, with this method, even if I am far away in the land of fire, I can monitor and control everything about you. This is an effect that illusions cannot achieve. After finishing speaking, Uchiha Hiko walked towards the door. Now Third Raikage has become his puppet without the slightest resistance. He only needs one thought to control his actions and control his life and death. And the new body, which is indistinguishable from the main body, will never be perceived by those people in Cloud Shinobi Village. In other words, from now on, Unhidden Village's big boss behind the scenes is Uchiha Hiko. As he walked out of the meeting room, he made a seal with one hand. Fire-style Sukiyaki technique. The Suyaki technique is different from other fire-style ninjutsu. It is 350 flames that burn directly from the target. After he left, all the corpses in the conference room were burned by flames and eventually turned into ashes. Of course, the original version of the third generation is also included. Outside world, Eight Tails is still running rampant. He walked out, looked at the messy Cloud Shinobi village, and couldn't help but frowned. Orochimaru, you are too cruel. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from under the ground. That was Orochimaru. Eight Tails Jinchuriki was a bit tricky, so I cranked it up. When did Eight Tails Jinchuriki become tricky? I remember Eight Tails Jinchuriki from this generation, just the nephew of that Third Raikage. While talking, he pointed to Third Raikage who was following behind him and slowly walking out of the conference hall. He didn't have that thought command. The revived Third Raikage couldn't even open his mouth. That was absolute manipulation of his soul. This is Third Raikage. I don't know who is better than Mr. Sarutobi. Orochimaru was wearing a mask, otherwise there must be a characteristic long tongue licking the corner of his mouth at this moment. Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko shrugged. Then Hokage must be stronger. No matter what the comparison is, the people of Konaha's generation are the strongest anyway. That's right. Orochimaru sneered. If anyone objected to the words of the person beside him, the consequences would be unpredictable. He said that Konaha of the same generation is the strongest, then, Konaha of the same generation is the strongest. At this time, if there is a gangster who dares to jump out and analyze carefully, saying that Tsuchikage Onobi or Raikage is stronger, then his gangster head may be gone in the next second. Advertisement. What about Sakumo? Where did he die? Uchiha Hiko looked at the chaotic Cloud Shinobi village, but he stood with his hands behind his back like an inspecting leader. Pointing to the east, Orochimaru replied, over there, it seems that a family called Nibi trapped Sakumo. Then why don't you help? Does Shuo Mao still need support? Uchiha Hiko sighed helplessly. Let's go and have a look. Saying that, the two dropped the puppet Raikage and ran to the east of Cloud Shinobi village. Hitaki Sakumo is good at swordsmanship, and among Cloud Shinobi, there are many ninjas who are good at swordsmanship. And, they practice lightning style. There is a combination of lightning style swordsmanship. The power of that thing cannot be underestimated. By the way, you just said the two family. Yeah, my ears shouldn't be wrong. Two by wooden golem. Oh, is there someone you know in that family? No, I'll just say it, Uchiha Hiko replied afterward. When is this, not to mention the young Yu wooden golem, now she is not even an egg. The speed of the two was very fast, and soon they saw Hitaki Sakumo, who was fighting all the best. The short sword White Fang is obviously much shorter than Cloud Shinobi Village's Taidao, but in the hands of Hitaki Sakumo, there is no disadvantage. With a short sword White Fang, he insisted on supporting such a group of people to fight. White Fang, it's time to go, it's boring. Uchiha Hiko stood on a high place, casually said to Hitaki Sakumo as if talking on weekdays. Such scuffles, metal clanging, most people probably can't even hear a single sound. But Hitaki Sakumo still received the order. The short sword White Fang in his hand glowed with a dazzling white light. Hitaki Sakumo's swordsmanship may not be the most dazzling, but it is definitely the fastest to kill. That is the murderous swordsmanship that he has trained in Enbu for more than 10 years, combined with the family tradition of bannermanship. At that time, he followed Uchiha Hiko's advice and stayed in Enbu all the time. Now, he can be regarded as walking side by side with him. A white light flashed, like a full moon suddenly appearing among the crowd. Immediately afterwards, I saw the figure of Hitaki Sakumo and jumped up. Advertisement. No one stopped them at all, because those people were already dead. Minister, Mao said respectfully. Since Uchiha Hiko called his codename, White Fang, just now, it is working time and he has to follow Enbu's rules. White Fang, Snake, the mission of the Kingdom of Thunder is over. Next, I will assign an S-level mission to each of you. Yes. Yes. White Fang, go to Kongnin village in the Kingdom of the Sky, and leave no one behind. Snake, look for the remnants of the Bleeding Pool clan in the Land of Thunder, and kill them without mercy. Do you have any objections to the task? No, the two replied quickly. Uchiha Hiko nodded. Scatter. Looking at the two people who left first, Uchiha Hiko looked at the very conspicuous tailed beast. The 8 octopus legs danced wildly, because there was no confrontation with the top power, and Orochimaru had put snakes in the crowd before. Those cloud shinobi are scattered in a group now, and they can only be chased and beaten by 8 tails. Along the way, countless buildings were damaged. Whether Cloud Shinobi has a house to live in tonight, he doesn't care at all. It's this 8 tails, he has a plan. In the ranking of the 9 tailed beasts, 8 tails ranks second in terms of chakra quantity and combat strength. Although it can't compare with the 9 tails that others open, but at least it can be regarded as an old 4.42. Uchiha Hiko rubbed his chin, thinking. Why do such weapons have to be reserved for the idiots like Cloud Shinobi? Grandfather Tsunade, what did Ning think? Even if it's a trade, it's a loss to do so, except for 1 tail. All the beasts were free wild monsters at that time. Since he has captured them all, why not rent them to Cloud Shinobi Village? Why sell the bottom directly to Cloud Shinobi Village? But now looking at the huge purple body, it can easily destroy a large area, whether it is for sale or lease. Bing Zebopung doesn't want to open it now. He just wants to snatch this octopus minotaur, leap forward. He sprinted away, flying onto the head of 8 tails. If you want to take the tailed beast, you must first get rid of the Jinchuriki in the tailed beast. Chapter 116 Walking the cow in full view. Even though 8 tails went so violently, even if they were quiet for a while, Jinchuriki would be about to GG. However, with such a seal and such a Jinchuriki, 8 tails is not pure 8 tails. He wants pure 8 tails. Feeling someone standing on his head, 8 tails' temper instantly exploded. Moo. Well, it's a good call, human, lousy 8 you. Yuki, you are so arrogant, 9 tails dare not be so crazy. Who knows that the pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan that 9 tails saw in a certain valley, was so scared that it exploded, hair. Of course, at that time, that person's eyes were already the eyes of eternity. Even if only the 3-hook jade was turned on, the power of the pupils was still very strong. Uchiha Hiko at this time is not the eye of eternity. Just Mangekyo Sharingan, but not your usual cursed Mangekyo Sharingan either. Legend has it that the Uchiha family is a cursed family. After obtaining that power, every time it is used, it will gradually go into darkness. So Uchiha Hiko chose to open eyes with science. After mastering the power of the 3 Tomo Sharingan proficiently, he used the analysis system to analyze the 3 Tomo Sharingan. At that time, that was the highest analysis time he had ever seen. It took a year. Well worth the year spent though. He opened his eyes scientifically and obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan, which completely purified the so-called curse. That is to say, his pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, as long as it is used normally, will not be like Uchiha Itachi in any case.
Moreover, the pupil power of his Mangekyo Sharingan is also stronger than those in his impression. At this time, 8 tails felt the terrifying pupil power dully. Suddenly, the soul trembled. You, who are you? You don't need to worry about knowing who I am now, just obey me. HMPH. Even if you have pupil power, don't want me to obey a human being. You speak so sweetly. Who doesn't know that Tangtang Yuki is such a tailed beast? By the way, why do you know the name of the tailed beast? So much nonsense. Advertisement. A sneer flashed across Uchiha Hiko's face, and then he jumped down. In the air, the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eye socket looked into the eyes of 8 tails. With just that momentary contact, the pupils of 8 tails changed rapidly. The pupils of the tailed beast turned blood red at this moment, which is the same pattern as Uchiha Hiko's Sharingan. With just a glance, he pointed at Jinchuriki and controlled the house with his pupil power. Hehe, these eyes are really the nemesis of tailed beasts. Speaking of which, the Sharingan and the tailed beast can be regarded as the same power. Corresponding with the same power, it is really convenient. Look at those cloud shinobi, bombarding 8 tails with lightning style, water style, etc. like a bunch of stunners. Those things, can they scratch the skin of 8 tails, or can they cut off the head of 8 tails? Suddenly, Uchiha Hiko's expression changed. When he controlled 8 tails and was about to leave Cloud Shinobi Village, he sensed a wave of malice. That strong killing intent came from above his head. He looked up. That is lightning style chakra mode like third Raikage. However, Using ninjas is too immature. Compared with the rough guy like Third Raikage, this person is like a black brother. Lightning style guillotine drop. The black brother roared, fell from the sky, and killed Uchiha Hiko with one kick. Looking at the lightning style chakra mode on its body, it should be regarded as a cut down version of the young chick. The shape has that shape, but the quality of the lightning style chakra has not reached the level that can be used as armor. Light enhances power and speed without the margin of error of the Third Raikage. Uchiha Hiko has always been unaccustomed to children, except for her own children. For juniors such as Uchiha Fugaku, he is ruthless to train. If he accidentally gets injured and disabled during training, he won't even blink. What's more, the stinky boy and black brother from other villages. Lightning style gun. I don't know why, but today he likes to use his lightning style to compete with Cloud Shinobi Village's lightning style. The strength of the two sides is not in the same dimension at all. He just didn't move, quietly watching that black brother sneak up on him, but subconsciously raised his hand and released a Chidori sharp gun. That blue laser pierced through this person in an instant. The scene was very funny at one point. The black brother, as if deliberately giving away the head, hit the muzzle of the gun straight. Advertisement. Looking at the person who was hung on the Chidori sharp gun, and looking at this familiar scene, Uchiha Hiko smiled. Asking for flowers. I look at you, you seem to be the son of Third Raikage. Cough. The black brother spat out blood and was speechless. The scurrying thunder and lightning were taking away the vitality of his body. If Uchiha Hiko is willing to put him down and hand him over to the medical ninja, then, with the caliber of Chidori rifle, the black brother still has a chance of survival. But I can't let it go. This way of death is considered a good death. To die at my hands, your short life is considered an honor. After finishing speaking, Uchiha Hiko saw that the black brother couldn't hold it anymore, so he swung his arm violently and threw him away. The black brother flew away. Jonin with Cloud Shinobi wanted to catch him, but found that an octopus kicked him down. 0. Awful. Hey, can't you just let me leave this place of right and wrong quietly, and you have to come up and play with me? Hateful. That's Uchiha Hiko from Konaha. We, Cloud Shinobi, are sworn to death with Konaha. Where is Master Raikage? Why is Master Raikage not coming out at this time? Cloud Shinobi's hearts are mixed. Some people hate it, some people panic, but more people are afraid. Uchiha Hiko walked straight on the road, the Chidori sharp gun in his hand scattered, and he didn't take out his weapon again. He just walked straight towards the gate of Cloud Shinobi Village, and the huge body of Eight Tails followed slowly behind, and no one dared to stop him. Take a step here, and the Cloud Shinobi in front will take a step back. The Eight Tails behind will move a little bit, and the Cloud Shinobi will give way to a wide road. Hey, why don't we go? Did he control Eight Tails? That's not sure. Look at Eight Tails' eyes. Then he is going to take away the Tail Beast from our village. We have to stop him. That's right, you go. I'll cover for you. No, you go, I'll cover for you. My cover skills are better than yours. Whose cover technology is high is not to be discussed. Anyway, Uchiha Hiko is in this Cloud Shinobi village, like a demon lord, walking his pet slowly towards the exit of Cloud Shinobi village. That's how blatantly he took Eight Tails. None of those Cloud Shinobi dared to go up, even to shoot a shuriken. Chapter 117. Stay still and be obedient. Uchiha Hiko took Eight Tails away from Cloud Shinobi village and gradually disappeared from people's sight. The huge body of Eight Tails is eye-catching no matter where it is. So, Uchiha Hiko ordered it back into Jinchuriki's body. Nephew of Third Raikage, about the same age as his son. Is a non-mainstream modeling boy. Although the tailed beast had returned to his body at this time, his life was drawing to a close, and only his last breath was left to hang on. Okay, that's it. When I get back to the village, I will break the seal and fish you out of Jinchuriki's body. At that time, I won't need the Sharingan pupil power to control you. With Uchiha Hiko's speed, he can return to Konaha leisurely from Cloud Shinobi village in just one day. Cloud Shinobi village has a kind of iron-clad seal, and that seal is naturally not as powerful as the seal of Nine Tails Jinchuriki in Konaha village, otherwise, it wouldn't make me go berserk at every turn. As for unraveling the sealing technique, Uchiha Hiko will not be able to do it yet. It is said that there are precedences and specializations. Before he was 23, he did not expect that one day he would need to undo the seal of the Tailed Beast Jinchuriki. So, he called a class in Anbu. A class of 4, surrounding the dying Eight Tails Jinchuriki, started a complex procedure. They were still holding seals in their hands with the spells all over the floor. It is estimated that this kind of technical work is given to the young Uzumaki Mito, which is a matter of casual operation with one hand. It's a pity that Uzumaki Mito has a 9 tails in his body, and he is getting old. He is embarrassed to let the old man use chakra to suppress the demon fox of 9 tails and undo the seal of 8 tails at the same time. You know, 8 tails and 9 tails don't get along. If there is a trouble, it will kill Uzumaki Mito. After all, she is also a person, not a god. Even if she was born in Longevity Village, her physical abilities will decline sharply as she gets older. Under such circumstances, Uzumaki Mito can be regarded as Amitabha if he can keep 9 tails in peace. Not long. With the release of the Anbu Seal class. On the dying 8 tails Jinchuriki, the blood-red Tailed Beast Chakra began to emerge. That's a layer of chakra coat. Usually Jinchuriki goes berserk, that's the first symptom. But at this time, the chakra coat only lasted for a moment, and the next second, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki turned blood red. Advertisement. It's like an abstract alien monster. Uchiha Hiko silently turned on Sharingan, staring at the blood-red monster. After all, it was Eight Tails, and he wanted to ensure the safety of his subordinates. The cultivation of the ceiling class was extremely difficult, and it could be said that they were scarce talents. Usually, the people in the ceiling class don't have much fighting strength. To put it bluntly, they are very likely to be crushed to death by the chakra leaked by Eight Tails. Eight Tails, be quiet. Extracting the tail beast is a very painful process. Even though that Jinchuriki was dying, with the leak of Eight Tails chakra, he still opened his mouth and howled in pain. Actively extracting Eight Tails is also a different concept from Eight Tails running wild by itself. Eight Tails took the initiative to go berserk, and may become a complete body in a very short time. But extracting Eight Tails is like cracking a mathematical code, you have to do it step by step. Jinchuriki leaked more and more chakra, his body began to deform, and white bones began to grow on the blood-red abstract body. That's quite a scary chakra momentum. Being in Konaha village, this aura immediately alarmed several existences. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was far away in Hokage's office, frowned, first subconsciously headed towards the direction of Uzumaki Mito's house, then shook his head. No, it's not Nine Tails. It's over the Uchiha family mansion. Another place. Tsunade, who was watering the flowers, suddenly raised his head, only glanced in that direction, and immediately put down the water bottle in his hand. What's going on? As soon as the voice fell, she had already rushed towards the Uchiha family mansion. Uzumaki Mito house. The old man held his abdomen with a tacit understanding, where Nine Tails was sealed. It seems that something terrible has happened, but you'd better be quiet. The work of unsealing the tailed beast continues. It is impossible for Uchiha Hiko to interrupt just because it leaked a little chakra and alarmed a few people. The chakra on Eight Tails Jinchuriki begins to disengage. Just now the blood red, like a soul out of body, broke away from Jinchuriki's body, and turned into a monster with the head of an octopus above. The illusory translucent body, with the increase of chakra constantly materialized. At this time, several figures came one after another. Advertisement. From a distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen was relieved to see that Uchiha Hiko was directing the operation. You kid, what are you doing? What is the shape of this monster? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened. In his impression, the teacher told him about the physical characteristics of the tailed beasts, and one of the tailed beasts seemed to be Sarutobi. What's going on? Came an indifferent voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked sideways, and it turned out to be Danzo. Look by yourself. Danzo looked at the Eight Tails, which was already 70% transparent, and Yishi was dumbfounded. Such a huge chakra that continues to materialize is beyond amazing. Why did such a huge chakra appear in the Uchiha clan? What he is most curious about now is what happened. Number 067 This is Eight Tails. Isn't this the Eight Tails of Cloud Shinobi Village? How could it be here? Could it be that Cloud Shinobi Village sneaked into us? Danzo is still very concerned about the sovereignty of the village. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. If someone invaded, the barrier of perception would have been discovered long ago. Yes, keep watching. Suddenly, a figure flew past. Landed next to Uchiha Hiko. That's Tsunade. Hiko, what's going on? This. Uchiha Hiko smiled, looked at the Eight Tails that was about to take shape, and the pupil power had been restored. This is Eight Tails, we can now think about who to open a cheat for. Although chakra of Eight Tails is not as good as Nine Tails, he is hundreds of times stronger than ordinary ninjas. Even thousands of times. Being a Jinchuriki, some people think it is a sin, but, in his opinion, the tailed beast Jinchuriki are the chosen ones, human beings who have the capital to cheat. Now there is no Eight Tails Jinchuriki in Cloud Shinobi Village. In the future, either an extra Jinchuriki from Konaha Village, or, on the other hand, use Eight Tails chakra. Tsunade came back to his senses and asked. You took back Eight Tails from Cloud Shinobi Village. How dare you put this in the village? God. Don't worry, you see Eight Tails is motionless, more obedient. Chapter 118 Summoning on the Beast's Head. Hiko, I want to know, why is the tail beast from Cloud Shinobi Village in our village? Tsunade asked. Uchiha Hiko smiled without saying a word, and waved his hand, indicating that the Anbu ceiling class would leave the stage with the original Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Then, jokingly towards Tsunade, I think Nawaki is a good boy, or. What do you want to do with Nawaki? Let Nawaki be the new Eight Tails Jinchuriki, and I will help you in the background. In the future, you will definitely be able to tame Eight Tails. Take a closer look. What is the concept of Nawaki who will freely control Eight Tails in the future? Tsunade shook his head unwillingly. Nawaki is already stupid. If he becomes Eight Tails Jinchuriki, he will be as stupid as a cow in the future. Yuki, did you hear that? People say I'm as stupid as you. Hehe, I was just joking. Uchiha Hiko squeezed Tsunade's face, and then explained, I'm going to use Eight Tails as my summoning beast for the time being, and I'll make another plan when I need something later. Seeing that Uchiha Hiko was serious, Tsunade thought about him carefully. Tilting his neck and thinking for a while, he wondered, in that case, isn't Cloud Shinobi Village Cloud Shinobi Village's own fault. I should bear it myself. There is no way. I got a tailed beast back from there, and used it as an interest. Collecting interest. Tsunade glanced at the huge 8 tails. It was near the Uchiha family mansion. Fortunately, it was in a large open space, otherwise it would have to level these houses. By the way, who has ever seen a tailed beast come back after collecting interest? Tsunade looked at Uchiha Hiko, very helpless. Oh, what you do really surprises me every time. Eat Jing. What are you talking about? I don't know. Tsunade quickly pretended to be innocent. At this time, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also stepped forward. After the last conversation, he has a deeper understanding of Uchiha Hiko. At this time, she will not commit low-level confusion. He glanced at the purple 8 tails with some trepidation, and then asked Uchiha Hiko, Yan, you have already run back and forth from Cloud Shinobi Village. Advertisement. Well, the Jinchuriki are hidden deep in the village. By the way, are you really controlling 8 tails now? It's not that. Relax 100,000 hearts. It seems that the leaders of the village are afraid that this giant will run amok and cause damage in their village. Sarutobi Hiruzen has neither wood style nor Sharingan. In his impression, wood style and Sharingan are the best powers to restrain tailed beasts. He is still strong, but just now he felt the huge chakra, almost subconsciously summoning the ape demon. He looked up again at the huge 8 tails and his octopus-like tentacles, silently swallowing his saliva. To be honest, he has to spend a lot of effort to fight this kind of unit. There are many types of ninjas. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is omnipotent, he also has a bias, which is biased towards ninjutsu. He can skillfully use ninjutsu of the 5 attributes, but what effect can that kind of ninjutsu have on an 8 tails? The last resort is the sealing technique. Hiko, you are amazing, exclaimed Hiruzen. He's starting to envy the Uchiha clan now. Just imagine that such a huge unit is right in front of your eyes, and ordinary ninjas are almost scared to pee by the coercion, but Uchiha Hiko can make that monster surrender with just one look. That kind of power, that pair of Sharingan power. Not far away, Danzo also muttered to himself. Danzo, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, has no blood successor limit. But Sarutobi Hiruzen Grandmaster's 5-attribute ninjutsu is different, and Danzo is only good at wind style. He is very sour. In fact, he has long been envious of the blood successor boundary limiter, but before, he was only envious and jealous. At this time, his heart quietly changed, and it became a desire to be alone with Sharingan. The power of the Sharingan, he murmured once. Suddenly, Danzo was startled when he saw the cold gaze cast over. Uchiha Hiko smiled at him and said, Senior Danzo, don't you like the Sharingan of our family? How about I give you a pair? Advertisement. This, Yan, don't talk nonsense. The family's blood inheritance boundary is your family's secret. How could you give me such an outsider? Danzo seemed to be a different person, licking forcefully. Remember, I have taken a fancy to your talent when you were young, and now, I am really gratified that you can achieve such an achievement. Oh, that's all right. The bad idea in Danzo's heart disappeared without a trace in an instant. What Sharingan, if it's not that life, don't try that thing. Uchiha Hiko is here, who dares to be presumptuous? So, how do you sign a contract with 8 tails? Tsunade asked. If you want to summon a beast, I remember that you need a contract scroll. Uchiha Hiko looked at the blood-red eyes of 8 tails, and smiled slightly. I don't need a contract. I have my pupil power. I said 8 tails is my summoning beast. Then, it is my summoning beast. I can't resist. Then if you go to a distant place to fight, how should you summon it? That's it. As he said, Uchiha Hiko jumped straight onto the head of 8 tails, and slammed down the spell that had been prepared in his hand, Ninja Law Seal of Contract. To sign a summoning beast, you don't necessarily need a contract scroll. After all, the contract relationship is established on a spell, whether it is a scroll or a contract seal on the spot, it can all achieve this goal. The characters like the ghost drawing talisman entered the body of 8 tails. At this time, the contract relationship between Uchiha Hiko and Tailed Beast was successfully established. Next, as long as he uses summoning technique anywhere, he can use the time and space characteristics of summoning technique to summon it to his side. Of Lee Tsunade, do you want to sit on the bull's head? It's so beautiful to see Konaha from here. Uchiha Hiko shouted to the bottom. Hearing the sound, Tsunade also disappeared, jumped up immediately and landed beside Uchiha Hiko. The others bowed their heads silently, that is Tsunade's prerogative, and others don't think about it. Tsunade stood on the head of 8 tails and looked at the sunset through Hokage Yanyan. The setting sun sheds a layer of glow on the village, which looks so peaceful. However, that kind of peace is what they saw from the head of a tailed beast snatched from the enemy country. Tsunade looked at it, and seemed to understand something. She looked at Uchiha Hiko, wanting to say something, but, looking at the man's handsome face, she smiled. No amount of words could compare to standing beside him at ease. As long as this man is by her side, no matter what she encounters, she will be fearless. Chapter 119 Analyzing a Tsunade. A few days passed. Many people in Konaha are worried that someone from Cloud Shinobi Village will come to retaliate, or even go to war directly. But, nervously waiting for so long, third Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village didn't even fart. 8 tails lost. No, 8 tails was robbed, isn't he in a hurry? Konaha Shinobi Village. YF2F. Senju Park. The environment in the park was good, and the two of them were lying flat under the big tree. Differential learning, there is a little taste. After a long time, Uchiha Hiko looked sideways at Tsunade and asked, Tsunade, have you ever thought about trying wood style? Wood style. Tsunade smiled softly. I must think, if I can learn my grandfather's wood style, it should be able to help you in many ways, right? Uchiha Hiko said. If you can learn the wood style of Master First Generation, you will not only be able to help me. If that wood style, I'm afraid you may even surpass me. Is grandfather's wood style that strong? Impossible. Tsunade now knows how powerful Uchiha Hiko is. After all, in this Konaha village, she is the closest person to him. Well, strong must be very strong, but I don't know if there is anyone in the world that can restore the inner flavor. That's it. Well, I used to pin my hopes on Naoki, thinking that it would be easier for boys to inherit something from their grandfather, and it turned out that he inherited Hashirama's rough nerves. Con. 013 Tsunade pursed her lips and asked, don't underestimate me as a woman. By the way, I don't know if I should ask a question. Why do you seem to know my grandfather better than me when you mention my grandfather? I am the orthodox granddaughter. What are you thinking? You are still orthodox, I am amused by you. Uchiha Hiko stretched out his hand and squeezed Tsunade, and Tsunade quickly shrank into a ball in shame. I also saw Master First Generation when I was young, but what happened back then, you may have forgotten. Regarding his wood style, I also heard from people in the family. A senior in my family was once a disciple of Tobirama, the master of the second generation, and he knows a lot of things. Oh, Tsunade looked at the distant sky, and suddenly sighed, I thought it was my grandmother who told you, but when I think of my grandmother, I just. Advertisement. Understand, people will eventually reach that point. I mean psychologically normal people. I have seen many people in the ninja world who pursue longevity or even immortality. It seems that the end is not good. The one we met that year Kakuzu, we also saw with our own eyes what kind of ugly monster he turned into. Uchiha Hiko comforted, Uzumaki Mito's body can't be said to be worse than a year, but it is already serious enough to count. Every time I fall asleep, I am afraid that she will never wake up again. There was heat in Tsunade's eyes. Uchiha Hiko turned over and hugged her, we will grow old one day. At that time, I will look at my children and grandchildren, full of speculation and hope for their future. Tsunade. I think if Mito-sama can see Hashirama's wood style reappear, she should feel at ease and satisfied in her heart. Quote. However, many people in my grandfather's wood style family have tried it, and it doesn't work. Some people even tried it with their own lives, but the result is. Tsunade looked sad. The luck of the Senju family is like being sucked dry by Senju Hashirama alone. Since him, no one has become famous again. Tsunade's talent is alright, but Naoki, seriously, looks like an idiot. Of course, this so-called fool is Uchiha Hiko compared with him, Orochimaru and the like. If it is really placed in the vast crowd, Naoki is actually a pretty good ninja. Pity. The chicken head is not as good as the anchovy tail. What's more, people who stand at the top can never be ordinary. Tsunade, if you want to learn wood style, I can help you. Uchiha Hiko suddenly said firmly. Looking at Uchiha Hiko's firm eyes, Tsunade was moved. In her opinion, it is impossible to learn wood style by herself. But with Uchiha Hiko's help, no matter whether she can learn it or not, she is willing to believe him. I want to learn. Tsunade slowly said his answer. Hearing this reply, Uchiha Hiko sat up slowly. Looking into Tsunade's eyes, I said silently in my heart, CDCG, system, analyze Tsunade's cells, I believe in genetic science. Ding dong, prompt host, Tsunade cells are undergoing Shikai analysis, time required, 30 days. Advertisement. 30 days, this time is unexpected, it's not bad. After thinking about it in his heart, he glanced at the analysis column again. Now his ninja level is already extremely high, so he has already obtained more analysis columns. As soon as there were more analysis columns, he started to wave, and when he encountered something of interest, he threw it directly into the analysis column. At this point, the series of rankings come into view. In the past, the rankings were not prioritized, they were only arranged in order of input. Open black lens bracket 1. Tsunade cells. Remaining time. 29 hours 23 minutes and 59 seconds, 57 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 2. Octopus cuisine. Remaining time. 0 100, 1951 close black lens bracket. 3. Beef cooking encyclopedia. Remaining time. 0 100, 1032. Open black lens bracket 4. 4 elephant seal. Remaining time. 1 hour 12 minutes and 30 seconds, 12 close black lens bracket. Opening square bracket comma closing square bracket. Well, Tsunade. Uchiha Hiko turned off the system, and began to plan to fool Tsunade, and spend the 30 days first. With my research conclusions and my personal understanding, I think wood style should be composed of water and soil attributes. Composition. You and I are not unfamiliar with fusion ninjutsu, such as the combination of wind style and fire style, the combination of lightning style and water style, the combination of earth style and fire style, etc. Such fusion ninjutsu is only superficial. Let me give you an example. Lava style is combination of fire attribute and earth attribute. You should have seen the effect. Then, if you want to learn wood style, start with Grandmaster water style and earth style. Tsunade nodded. I think you're right. Well, to be honest. Unfortunately, I am good at physical jutsu and medical ninjutsu. Now I am afraid that I am not as good as Anbu Jonin when it comes to water style and earth style ninjutsu. Seeing Tsunade laughing at himself, Uchiha Hiko encouraged him. The Jonin I saw in Anbu are actually average ninjutsu, but they usually have many tasks and are used too many times. There is a word, practice makes perfect, which is this meaning, so, don't be afraid that what you have mastered now is not enough, as long as you are willing to take the time to practice, the final result will not be deceiving. Okay, I'll start practicing today. Uchiha Hiko smiled, and suddenly said, I have a 29-day fast track method here, do you want to consider buying it for a while? 29-day fast track method. I want it. Just tell me how much it is. Hey, it's inappropriate for the two of us to talk about money. How about this, barter, I'll give it to you in 29 days, and when the time comes, how about giving me a set of 10 times a day package service? Chapter 120 10 Chapter Series. Hey buddy, did you hear where Tsunade went? Konaha village, a man with long white hair, grabbed a Senju tribe and asked. The Senju tribe was a little disgusted, and immediately threw away their arms. He looked at the wretched white-haired man, and replied, What are you doing with Master Tsunade? Me, why can't I find Tsunade? Hey, you don't know me. I just graduated from Mount Myoboku. Have you forgotten? No, I know you, Jiraiya, after all these years, you are still not the same. Don't you think my uncle has become handsome under the nourishment of the immortal power? I am very responsible to tell you that even Yan can only be equal to me. Come on you practiced on the mountain, and you may have done some wretched things by yourself. You should find a mirror to take a look at yourself. If you say that you have changed over the years, it should be that you have become more wretched. What the hell are you? Seeing Jiraiya was about to get angry. The Senju tribe had a contemptuous expression, and slowly spit out a sentence, Master Tsunade has been with Master Yan for a long time, you should go back to the mountains and find a female toad that matches you closely. What? Jiraiya was struck by lightning. He has limited aptitude and is practicing in Konaha village, a group of slow ones. In the same way Orochimaru can master a ninjutsu in one day, he may need 3 months. But in an accidental opportunity, he was reverse summoned by the immortal Fukasaku. After only half a year of cultivation in Mount Myoboku, when I came back, I was already on equal terms with the master. This gave him a taste of sweetness. I ran to Mount Myoboku to look for that old frog to study at every turn, and my life was comfortable and full of hope. But not long after, with someone's help, Orochimaru signed a contract with Ruchi Cave, one of the 3 great fairylands. After getting the snake power that suits him very well, he developed a series of snake ninjutsu, and his strength surpassed Jiraiya in an instant. This made Jiraiya very uncomfortable, so she made up her mind and went directly to retreat and practice in Mount Myoboku. This time, he practiced for 3 years. Not long ago, the great Toad Sage, who loves to sleep and often talks in his sleep, predicted that the whole ninja world would be in turmoil, and Konaha Shinobi village would be involved in the war. He quickly put down his practice and came back. In 3 years, Konaha has not changed much. Advertisement. Haha, look at what you said. In fact, I already knew that Tsunade likes you, and they and I are just friends. I came back today, just want to sit together and have a glass of wine. But, let me find a female toad, you are really going too far. Such a handsome uncle, would you live with a toad? Oh, then I'm leaving, I'll go directly to Yan. Oh, the residence of the Uchiha clan. Some things directly deduct the percentage of physical strength. Uchiha Hiko is standing on the ground with both feet, feeling a pain somewhere. Tsunade, you were too hard just now, this is about to break me. Tsunade lay on Uchiha Hiko's back, his cheeks still wet, it was you made me do that. Okay, today is the 30th day we recorded, now take a rest, and try to walk on the right path of wood style in the evening. Uchiha Hiko went to the table, took a glass of water, the two drank it, and lay down to rest for a while. After their physical strength recovered, they were ready to go to the bathroom to wash up. After all, they are all peripherals. Tsunade was all over his body, his face, his hair. But just before Tsunade stepped into the bathroom, Uchiha sensed a strange but familiar chakra approaching. This chakra is, forget it, let's start the enchantment first. With this in mind, Uchiha Hiko directly formed a seal, and then pressed it on the floor of his bedroom. Boundary Uchiha Flame Formation. A large amount of chakra spread out, and a scarlet flame enchantment rose from Uchiha Hiko's mansion, blocking everything in 4 directions. 30 minutes later, the two walked out of the steaming bathroom. Tsunade wrinkled his nose and complained, I can't stand still. I'd better try wood style tomorrow. I'm afraid I won't be able to concentrate for a while and something will go wrong. Uchiha Hiko hurriedly supported Tsunade. Kaido. No, let's rest for a while. I think the Earth's magnetic field is good today. If we grasp today, it is very likely that we will come up with wood style. Asking for flowers. The Earth's magnetic field is good. What kind of reason is that? Hey. Advertisement. While talking and laughing, Uchiha Hiko made a false move with one hand and withdrew the chakra. Then the outside Uchiha flame array also consumed that wave of chakra, and then slowly dissipated. The two got dressed. Tsunade sat on the bench, and Uchiha Hiko stood behind him, stroking Tsunade's hair with one hand and raising the other in the air. I saw that there seemed to be a Uzumaki in his hand, and there were wisps of hot wind blowing towards Tsunade's hair from the palm of his hand. Well, I want to learn this wind style, Yan. What are you doing learning this? You concentrate on learning. Oh, I want to learn. What is the name of this technique you developed? 0. Wind style hair dryer technique. Outside the door. Outside the house, Jiraiya saw that the flames all over the sky disappeared, so she rubbed her chin and clicked her tongue continuously. He thought, the cultivation in his Mount Myoboku is hard enough, he has learned the secret art of Mount Myoboku, and he also knows a little about enchantment. But I really don't understand. Why is the enchantment of Uchiha Hiko's house so vigorous? He didn't even see a single figure, and the enchantment was unfolded from the outside of the house, every inch of it. Accurate, fast, and firm, from the perspective of a single enchantment, it is perfect. One leaf knows autumn. From this enchantment, he can more or less see Uchiha Hiko's current level of strength. This guy, I've been practicing hard on Mount Myoboku every day. Looking at the situation now, if I don't turn on Sage Mode, I really can't get it. Jiraiya thought. On how crazy a person is, this is the embodiment. He actually thought that if he turned on Sage Mode, he would be able to defeat a real fairy. Hi, Hiko, I'm back, Jiraiya yelled, saying, and rushed to Uchiha Hiko's room. However, just 2 steps ahead, he bumped into a transparent wall. Almost knocked his front teeth out. I see, the flame array disappeared just now, why is there still a layer of enchantment inside? Yan, are you making nuclear weapons inside, making it so mysterious? Chapter 121 The frog in the well ends up in the sea. A long time, Uchiha Hiko opened the door. Looking at Jiraiya not far away, he pointed to the flower pot in front of the door. I set up a bent light enchantment, the distance you see is different from the actual distance, the entrance is on that flower pot. He explained. Jiraiya was stunned, looking down at the flower pot, and then at the wall behind the flower pot. Hiss, don't lie to me, you want me to hit the wall again, right? I said, that enchantment, what you see is different from the actual distance. Why did you set up such an enchantment for your house? Learn and apply, I tried what I researched yesterday, and I forgot to undo it. Then you cancel immediately. Do you like to come in or not? And if you don't come in, you think that if you don't come back for a few years, you will be a guest when you come back. Brother Shaw. Jiraiya finally received a scolding, and felt more at ease. Following. 700, he stepped on the flower pot and walked in. On the surface it looks like it is through the wall, but in fact it is an open space. After finally walking into the courtyard, Jiraiya asked curiously, Boss, can you teach me the enchantment technique? Go away, you still want enchantment, do you want to slap both of you? No way, we haven't seen each other for several years, so I have no face. Yes. At this time, Tsunade, who had her hair tied up, also came out of Uchiha Hiko's room. Yan, I'm done, we should practice wood style. Wood style. Jiraiya was shocked when she heard the name, what did you say? It's wood style, what's the problem? Wood style. Shodai's wood style. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. Wood style was once the romance of many Konaha men. Unfortunately, that is the wood style that only first-generation adults can know. Jiraiya began to doubt life again. He practiced so hard on Mount Myoboku, he ate worms. G worms. In that environment, he persisted for as long as 3 years. After I came back, I thought I could be awesome, blast Orochimaru with one hand. Kick the stinky monkey, open a Sage Mode and get 50% off with Uchiha Hiko. Get to the top of your life. However, the gap between ideal and reality is 2FC King huge. Advertisement. Uchiha Hiko is standing in front of him now, but he can't summon up the courage to challenge him. Just like when he was a child, he can only look up. Just like that battle that made him unforgettable, he could only hide behind him. Uchiha Hiko, he really admires from the heart, stare. This is force majeure. But why Tsunade? One thing to say, she is now the main medical ninjutsu, right? Is it a medical ninja? Even if it is good at strange power, is it also a strange power medical ninja? Why, she actually said something like, practice wood style. Could it be that during the years when he was not in Konaha, did everyone meet some gods? Jiraiya's sense of superiority accumulated with great difficulty was instantly shattered. Shredded. Jiraiya is back, isn't Orochimaru coming back soon? Tsunade suddenly asked. I sent Orochimaru a mission, he's probably picking bodies right now. Pick a body. Jiraiya heard another new word. Wait, boss, what are you talking about? Orochimaru chose a body for himself, what does that mean? Jiraiya asked in surprise. Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko Kaido, oh, Didn't you two communicate? Orochimaru has now developed a technique that can transfer one's soul to another person's body, and obtain the other party's blood inheritance limit and so on. This is so. Jiraiya knelt down. If the two people in front of him knocked his sense of superiority to pieces just now, then after hearing Orochimaru's news, his self-confidence should have been crushed. What he studied was fairy art, and what he practiced was fighting style. And the enemy of his life, all researches involve the soul. Change your soul into a body. To be honest, he has never even imagined this fantasy. Orochimaru is already choosing a body. Moreover, the choice is blood. Follow. Limit. Boundary. Thinking deeper, is it possible that after he is tired of using this blood successor boundary, he can change another body, and the next blood succession boundary? Made. What happened in the past 3 years? Why did he become the most trashy one even though he went to Mount Myoboku to practice? Looking at Jiraiya, whose eyes lost their brightness and began to doubt his life, Uchiha Hiko stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Little Jiraiya, you have done a good job. You have to know that in life, you can't just pursue personal combat strength. Sometimes, it's good to engage in hobbies. For example, if you write a novel, I will invest in it for you. Open a Jiraiya Works house, or something. Little Jiraiya. Advertisement. Jiraiya Works house. Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Hiko slowly. The meaning of these words can be analyzed, that is to say, this guy, Yan, can easily spend the money to open a store now. Why is he so rich? Life is such a failure. Just die. Big brother, I want to go back to the mountains, I suddenly miss the worm ramen of immortal Shima's mother. Come on, little brother, don't you have any mission? The village needs you. If not, my Anbu needs you. Mission. Oh, then Jiraiya remembered, because Toad Sage said a prophecy about me. About you. Tell me. Say that I will meet the son of prophecy and become a teacher of the son of prophecy. Sad. It's okay to think about some things. But be careful, be careful. The central idea of the Big Toad's prophecy is the so-called son of the prophecy, the protagonist is not Jiraiya. I'm almost in tears now. Well, Jiraiya, you have to look forward in life, you think about it, since you will become the life mentor of the son of prophecy, then you are so awesome, you can guide him in any direction, like 4.4 like, kneeling and licking the teacher assigns his own destiny to the teacher, reversely trains the teacher, and feeds back his opportunities and ninjutsu to the teacher. 11. You mean, stealing the apprentice's ninjutsu? I did not say. That's what you mean. Don't be picky. At this moment, a figure passed through the courtyard wall of Uchiha Hiko's house. Those who can pass in this way must be familiar with the enchantment here. It was Anbu with a white cat face mask, wearing Anbu's standard female tights, with a fiery figure. My lord, the snake, White Fang, is back. Well, I see. Then my subordinates bid farewell. After the report, Anbu, the white cat face mask, disappeared instantly. Jiraiya, who is in a sensitive period, has captured another word. Chapter 122 Wood Style. Minister, Your Excellency. By the way, did you say, my Anbu, just now? Jiraiya asked blankly. He's been hit hard enough by the chain already. Yes, that's right. Well, third generation project gave Anbu to me to take care of it. It's nothing. It's actually a part-time job. Don't take it to heart. Uchiha Hiko hurriedly relieved, fearing that poor Jiraiya the child is autistic. However, Jiraiya is still autistic after all. He is a weirdo, he is a ninja just for girls. What? I'm going to be a Hokage man, that kind of words are all single-minded. A real man's dream should be a girl. However, instead of being Hokage, being Minister Anbu is not the same. Think what Anbu does. What a teenage dream. How cool. However, for a long time, the control of Anbu has been in the hands of Hokage. I didn't expect that the third generation project would be reformed. In the past, everyone might just think about being the captain in Anbu. But as long as there is reform, it is not impossible to think about the 23 Anbu supreme leaders. Unfortunately, he missed it again. Now Minister Anbu falls on Uchiha Hiko's head. I'm so miserable. Jiraiya turned around silently, the heavy blow made him forget the enchantment, and hit the air again. That last bump may be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Touching the sore bridge of the nose and forehead, Jiraiya couldn't bear it anymore and cried out. That look is really heart-wrenching. Alas, Uchiha Hiko shook his head, this damn enchantment. He went straight up and revoked that bent light enchantment, broke the enchantment, and made his superficial brother Jiraiya cry regardless of his image. I cried all the way along the streets of the Uchiha family mansion. The tribe saw it, how would they think about Uchiha Hiko in the future? Said that Lord Yan bullied his former friends. Advertisement. Yi is a big person, I cried for a long time. What a shame. Master Yan, it is true that you bring villains. Night. Uchiha Hiko jumped into Senju Park with Tsunade. Originally, he wanted to comfort Jiraiya, but he couldn't go because of the system prompt. Because. Ding dong, prompt host, the analysis of Tsunade's cells is complete, please pay attention to check. Open black lens bracket Tsunade. First Hokage Senju Hashirama and the granddaughter of Uzumaki Mito, the princess of the Uzumaki family, Konaha Jonin, the monitor of the medical class. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tsunade cells. Possessing the genetics of Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade's body hides huge potential. If these potentials are tapped, Tsunade can obtain qualitative changes. 1. Analysis of the hidden strength. Wood style. Wood style secret technique used by Senju Hashirama, so, close black lens bracket. Analysis hides strength. Adamantine sealing chains. The abilities possessed by the Uzumaki family generally only appear in the pure blood Uzumaki family. After analysis, they can be mined and developed. The method is as follows. 1. Derivation. Sage body. With the inheritance of Senju and Uzumaki, Tsunade has a high chance of awakening sage body. Close black lens bracket. Above, looking at the results analyzed by the system, who can sit still, Uchiha Hiko put the matter of comforting Jiraiya behind him on the spot, and immediately dragged Tsunade into Senju Park. If Tsunade can realize all these aspects of the system, then he will cultivate a woman who is comparable to a ninja god. Even, a woman who surpassed the ninja god. What Senju Hashirama has, everything analyzed from Tsunade. The reincarnation of Ashura Chakra is not a problem at all, the 3 words sage body represent everything. What Senju Hashirama doesn't have, Tsunade has too. In Senju Park, Yi Feng is still a bit cool at night. Uchiha Hiko directly opened Mangekyo Sharingan, and sent all the information and development methods analyzed by his system into Tsunade's mind with his pupil power. Tsunade was almost blown out of his head by the huge amount of information. After all, she is not Uchiha Hiko. He has been used to receiving explosive information from the system since he was a child. This is the first time for Tsunade. After a long time, Tsunade just recovered from the dizziness. Digesting the massive amount of information, Tsunade's gaze became more and more radiant. Advertisement. Finally, she jumped straight at Uchiha Hiko with a title face and took a big bite. Hiko, you are amazing. Hee. How do you know so much? Our family has been researching for so long, but we still don't have a clue. You've only been a month. God, how did you do it? To this, Uchiha Hiko replied calmly, I am a scientist. Scientist. Secret research. It's not surprising that this matter is put on Konaha. Orochimaru is the representative figure on the surface. Tsunade believed Uchiha Hiko's nonsense without half a doubt. I feel that as long as you do what you said, you can do it now. Use wood style. That's great, let's try it out now. Once it works, we'll really work on wood style. Good. Tsunade was even more excited than Uchiha Hiko. After all, the Senju clan paid such a high price. The dead bodies of the victims piled up in mountains, and the wood style of Senju Hashirama failed to be reproduced. The most stressful is her parents. One person has to bear the hope, condemnation and ridicule of the whole family, and one person has to bear the pain of his partner. And now, the wood style that has been imagined by countless people is finally going to reappear in the hands of her, Senju Hashirama's granddaughter. Seeing that, Tsunade stepped forward and made 630 seals quickly with both hands. That is not the wood style secret technique like the map cannon, but the wood style foundation. Wood style technique, she shouted stubbornly in a visibly trembling voice. With the seal in her hand, chakra output and transformed a lot according to the way Uchiha Hiko gave her, and a magical power was born. On the grass in front of her, as a gust of wind blew by, the grass began to dance and the ground began to tremble. Soon, a mound of earth bulged up there. Under the dirt bag, it's like something is about to shit. In just a few breaths, a sapling burst out of the ground. That's a sapling that was really made by her. Tsunade was so happy that she cried, but she didn't stop. Now that wood style has appeared, she will let those clansmen who hurt her parents see that she won this breath. Wood style. Tsunade shouted coquettishly. Tsunade used most of the chakra in her body on the wood style for the first time, maybe 70% of the chakra was wasted, and less than 30% of the chakra was used on wood style, but she still stubbornly uses it come out. Uchiha Hiko didn't stop, and it would be unwise to stop such a girl. The small sapling grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it was as tall as Tsunade, but the growth still did not stop. Chapter 123 Shocked Hokage. Chakra is constantly investing in wood style, and a sapling in front of Tsunade is also growing rapidly. In a blink of an eye, they were shoulder to shoulder with the old tree behind them. Okay, the first time you use wood style, it's not enough for you to grasp it. After you become proficient, you can create a forest with the same chakra. Uchiha Hiko stood behind Tsunade, observing with Mangekyo Sharingan, said. Her chakra depletion rate is too high, she can't bear it if it goes on like this, she only did so much energy consuming things during the day, and now she is working so hard. However, despite Uchiha Hiko's warning, Tsunade didn't stop. The young body kept oppressing chakra, so that she took a quick breath while performing wood style in the mudra. And that tree, supported by the large number of chakra, quickly rushed out of Senju Park and pierced straight to the sky. Uchiha Hiko squinted his eyes, and at a glance, he was already on the same level as Hokage Yanyan in the distance. Seeing this, he immediately went to grab Tsunade and interrupted her technique. Tsunade, that's enough. Looking at Tsunade's weak face, it would be a lie to say that he doesn't feel distressed. Hiko, although Tsunade was weak, there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth. Before he finished speaking, he passed out first. Alas, Uchiha Hiko sighed, feeling relieved for her, and at the same time looked at the big tree breaking through the height of Konaha village.
Such a violent movement is no less serious than the movement of 8 tails in the village last month. This naturally attracted a group of Anbu. On this night, normal people, even ninjas need to rest. But the organization of Anbu can be said to be on a 24-hour shift, and must always pay attention to the safety of the village. That is a powerful line of defense hidden in the dark for the village. The Konaha police force is the superficial defensive force. One table, one inside, cooperate with each other. But such cooperation, before Uchiha Yan took over as Minister Anbu, rarely, almost never happened. Either the Konaha police force handles it, or Anbu takes over directly. At this time, it is impossible for Konaha's police force to pay attention to the movement in Senju Park, so naturally Anbu arrived first. Advertisement. A group of masked people looked at the towering tree that rose from the ground, and they were already dumbfounded. Then, is that, backquote, I know only one condition that makes a tree grow so quickly. By the way, that's right, senior, no matter how powerful the ability is, it's impossible for the trees to grow so quickly. I can feel the powerful chakra in front of me, it really is. Shodai's technique. However, Shodai has died long ago, and no Senju people have used wood style since then. How is it possible now? When the Anbu team was wondering, a majestic figure in armor jumped in front of them. Looking at that figure, Anbu hastily lowered his head and said in awe, Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say much. He looked at the towering trees in Senju Park, and couldn't say more. As the descendant of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, he knows no less about wood style than anyone else. Even the children of Senju Hashirama know a lot more. How many times over the years and how many times has wood style needed Senju Hashirama's wood style, but someone was able to reproduce it. Now, privately, Danzo has applied to set up a wood style reappearance project team, and he has his apprentice Orochimaru participate in it. It's a pity, how many Konoha ninjas were killed or injured. Although those ninjas were voluntary, every time they sacrificed, there was strong fear and regret on their faces. How could that not make Sarutobi Hiruzen heartbroken? At this time, he looked at the towering tree in Senju Park in the distance, which was obviously made by the wood style secret technique, and tears filled his eyes. Sure enough, it really is Shodai's wood style. I didn't expect to see Shodai's wood style technique again before I was alive. Master Hokage. Do you know who it is? Is it Danzo? Regarding Danzo, Anbu is no stranger to people, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked directly, and there is nothing wrong with it. The Anbu shook their heads, and one of the ninjas perceived by the Grand Master replied, Master Hokage, I am still very familiar with Master Danzo's chakra, but I didn't perceive it. On the contrary, the chakra in front is like. Who is it? It's the minister, sensing Anbu said the person they are familiar with. Advertisement. That person's chakra no longer needs the ninjas perceived by the Grand Master to perceive it carefully. Even if they stand far away, they can still perceive the huge and unparalleled chakra. If it is compared to thermal imaging, then wherever that person goes, it is like a human-shaped sun. His perceived appearance in the human village is like a gentle tailed beast. Yes, but, how could the Uchiha family have wood style, could it be? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself, he has a deep understanding of the power of Uchiha Hiko. The 8 tails last month made him shudder, and he was afraid of wood style. He suffered a blow from Cloud Shinobi, however, that 8 tails was meek as a sheep after just a glance from Uchiha Hiko. Even, he can easily and freely cast the seal of contract on 8 tails successfully. Such a powerful Uchiha has to remind him of a certain senior, which is human nature, but he is different from that senior. In his eyes, there is not so much darkness. Perhaps, this has a very close relationship with the times we live in. Jump out of the family to see the essence. He is even stronger than the previous senior. He has reached such a level, and he is still in a rising period. According to observations, his eyes are just a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, and he has not yet reached the eternal eyes. In the future, we must jump to another stage, Li Jiao, but now. The unexpected has happened. Wood style. That secret art that is more powerful than the Eye of Eternity. Did Yan also know about the project Danzo is in charge of, or did Danzo take the initiative to find Yan? Certain human experiments are not excluded. Because it is impossible for the Senju people to reproduce the wood style, the Konoha executives have provided countless times of help and provided countless resources. The result is a scoop of white water. The higher-ups have long been disappointed with Senju. Transplanting Senju Hashirama's cells is a shameful and only way nowadays. Could it be that Hiko also transplanted Hashirama-sama's cells? What would happen then? At this moment, the perception ninja said, well, Master Hokage, I don't know if I should interrupt your conjecture. Actually, in front, I also sensed Master Tsunade's chakra. Chapter 124. A word of thanks. Who dares to move? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes burst out, and he wanted to strangle this Anbu to death on the spot. Mada said half of what he said. Is curry healthy? You said Tsunade was there too? That's right, a voice came from the darkness. It wasn't the young voice who sensed Anbu, but a middle-aged male voice like Sarutobi. None of my experiments have succeeded yet. I want to scold my mother when I say it. Danzo? HMPH, the ones in front are definitely not mine. Even if I succeed, I wouldn't dare to let them use such a large wood style for the first time. Danzo looked at the big tree enviously. From the wood style I am afraid that only the offspring of the first generation can be played to such a degree. Countless failures have proved a truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not in the mood to listen to Danzo's nonsense, so he rushed straight towards Senju Park in a hurry. I'm afraid it's only the descendants of the first-generation master. I didn't see Tsunade has the talent of wood style before. Yan, Hyuga, what kind of magical power do you have? Jumping into the park, Sarutobi Hiruzen just walked towards the iconic tree and saw Uchiha Hiko and Tsunade. The two of them sat under the tree, embracing and resting. Taking advantage of the faint moonlight, looking at the weak Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen can be sure, this wood style must be Tsunade's work. It must have cost a lot of 900 chakra to create such a giant tree. It is much more shocking when viewed from a close distance than from a distance. Looking at it from a distance, I just feel that this tree is rather abrupt, much higher than the average line of Konaha. But standing under the tree and looking at it, isn't that really the word, towering? Yuki Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his voice for fear of disturbing Tsunade. Uchiha Hiko looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance and smiled. It's okay. Tsunade slept soundly. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen let go. He couldn't help it anymore, looking at the towering tree, amazed again and again. Wood style. Wood style. How did Tsunade suddenly be able to use such a powerful wood style? It should be because I have that talent, but I didn't think about it when I was a child, and I hid it when I grew up. Baozibo casually created a reason. Anyway, if you think it makes sense no matter how you listen, then that's fine. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen loosened the breastplate slowly. It was too tight, affecting the awe in his heart. To be honest, after a day of work during the day, he is very exhausted physically and mentally, and often falls asleep when he returns home, but today, he may not be able to fall asleep, CDBE. No, you may be so excited that you won't be able to sleep for days at a time. Konaha, especially Hashirama's offspring, especially Tsunade has wood style, he is also very happy. It is not an exaggeration to say that Konaha Amnesty Awards are celebrated. Hiruzen. Oh, it really is Tsunade. Danzo arrived after Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now that he knew that Tsunade could use wood style, he also had a clue in his heart. Sure enough, the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately said, Danzo, our village already has successful wood style users, so, stop that project directly. You and I must pay tribute to the martyrs. Yes, that's right. Danzo could only be honest with Kaido. Anbu's speed is not weaker than Danzo's, but they are very sensible. Deliberately avoided. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished talking with Danzo, they came out from the darkness. Watching that giant tree up close, their mood was the same as that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is the wood style technique of Shodai back then, it's amazing, Anbu exclaimed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in the mood to explain for Anbu. Shodai's wood style secret technique back then could cover the entire park in a blink of an eye. However, Tsunade should be used for the first time. In the future, there will be Shodai's secret technique. Hierarchical control, then, the wood style ninja is back, but I can announce today that Konaha's wood style is back 3. Very good, although it's not the wood style I use, I'm glad I decided to do it. Hey, keep your voice down, shall we go for a drink after get off work? Go away, it's windy and windy outside, how can we take the opportunity to sing? I'm just kidding, are you kidding me? Are you deaf when you were a minister? Tell you, how quiet you are, the minister can hear you. Uchiha Hiko smiled, and the princess hugged Tsunade. Advertisement. Everyone, I don't think this wood style will fail, so take your time and observe. When Tsunade wakes up, I will help her gradually understand wood style and please don't interfere with others, thank you. As soon as the voice fell, he disappeared without a trace. Looking at the open space, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo fell silent. At first, I had some ideas about wood style ninjas, but now, with Uchiha Hiko's, thank you, who would dare to move? Superficially polite, whoever violates the rules of heaven, Maada is a genocide blow. Hiruzen? Danzo wanted to interact with his old partner request. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned sideways and said, no matter what, let's stop that project now. We have invested enough resources and sacrificed enough, but none of the results have been produced. Now, Master Hashirama's granddaughter Tsunade has already used wood style, and our village already has wood style ninjas. No matter what, that project has to be stopped, terminate. Yes. Danzo replied silently. Well, Danzo, I received a message earlier that something is wrong with the situation, I want to discuss it with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to comfort Danzo, and his willingness to discuss with Danzo about such an important issue as the situation is enough to show that this is what a performance opportunity. As expected, Danzo also has a nervous expression on his face, he is paying attention. What's going on? Is it important? Let's talk about it in another place. Okay, let's go to my office. The two left Anbu behind, took a last look at the giant tree with nostalgia, and then rushed to Hokage's office. As soon as he entered the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a big smoke for himself. Fortunately, Danzo doesn't like to smoke opium, and he lives a long time. Look. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly handed the written report to Danzo. This is the important news from our intelligence department stationed in the Land of Rain. After receiving the file, Danzo looked at it with a serious look, his complexion changed drastically. Snapped. The documents were slammed on the table, and the wind blown back the smoke of Sarutobi Hiruzen, choking the old monkey almost to death on the spot. Cough cough cough. This is too disrespectful to our country of fire, and our Konaha shinobi, Danzo yelled angrily. It seems that I accepted your proposal back then and set up several strongholds directly in the Land of Rain, which was correct. Chapter 125 The Life of the Rich Late at Night. The Land of Rain is still not stable. The small country, which was originally a civil war, was interspersed with countless investigative ninjas. Neighboring Konaha and Rock Shinobi are the big heads, and there are also small heads from other ninja villages. In the southeast corner of the Land of Rain, there is a stronghold where Konaha scouts the flow of ninjas. In a corner of a small country, neither too big nor too small, a group of Konaha shinobi often use codes to move their bases within a limited distance. In the long run, it is quite safe, but tonight, the weather has changed. Tonight's rain in the Land of Rain has not come for a long time. Here comes a group of ninjas dressed as rain shinobi. They don't know what channels they used to get the information exchange base of Konaha Detective Ninja, and set up an ambush here. When Konaha's scouting ninjas arrive, the ninjas who ambush early will attack immediately. Earth-style Earthquake Core, Earth-style Heavenly Cover, Earth-style Steel Earth Technique, a square earth pit, a thick earth cover, and 6 sides of the rock layer are tempered. The Konaha shinobi who got trapped in it probably couldn't escape without breaking their throats. But Konaha's scouting ninjas are not vegetarians either. They are highly vigilant in their daily lives, and naturally it is impossible to be careless at the juncture of sending messages. There seem to be only 2 people who sent the letter. But it's actually 2 teams, it's just that the team is drawn very long, just to avoid accidents like today. Once the handover personnel have an accident, they can also know and respond in the shortest time. Either retreat and report again, or rush directly to save people. The 2 teams looked at each other, and there were not many people on the other side, so they chose the latter tacitly. The praying mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole follows behind. The ninja dressed up as rain shinobi just entrapped Konaha's intelligence ninja just now. As long as the time is up and the oxygen inside drops, they can rush in and grab the intelligence scroll. This is a foolproof ambush, however, they did not expect Konaha's reinforcement to come so quickly. Damn it, I got it, Konaha shinobi is really cunning. What to do, Captain? I can't control that much anymore, Konaha's information is right in front of us, we can't let it go. Then us? Squad 1, go inside and grab the Konaha intelligence scroll, Squad 2 and Squad 3 meet the enemy with me. Advertisement, yes, 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 the crowd roared. The 2 sides are at war. This is destined to be a fierce battle. Konaha's investigative ninjas in the Land of Rain are all elites, and they must be elites. Because the Land of Rain is a small country between the 2 great kingdoms of fire and earth. Both sides want to do something to each other through this small country. It just so happens that this small country is still restless, causing civil strife on its own. This is a huge opportunity, even, they can think of a way to control this small country. Therefore, the Land of Rain has become extremely precious. It has become the core of the strategy of the 2 countries. Although this group of people are wearing rain shinobi costumes, Konaha's scouting ninjas are not fools. You can tell who they are by seeing their earth-style ninjutsu. On weekdays, I search for information, and I often get in touch with rain shinobi. If rain shinobi knew such a skillful earth style, the country would have been unified long ago. You be asterisk 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 D in dog's skin. Die. Let my brother out, and spare you all. Hee. You Konaha shinobi are stupid enough to tell ninjas this. Captain, be careful, you just said that Konaha shinobi is cunning, it may be a trap. Konaha village. Daytime. Sarutobi Hiruzen received 2 urgent reports in a row. 1. About the attack on the stronghold of the Kingdom of Rain last night, both sides suffered heavy losses. Second letter, regarding the news about Cloud Shinobi Village, which lost 8 tails, declared war on Kirigakure directly. What kind of thing is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen is blowing his head now, I can't figure out what kind of tricks these foreigners are playing. In the end, he still called his personal guard, go and invite Uchiha Hiko. The residents of the Uchiha clan. It's nothing new that someone brings Princess Tsunade back to the Uchiha family mansion every day, everyone is familiar with it. Let's just pretend that there was no unhappiness between the 2. Let all beings forget the past holidays. It is not the first time that the 2 strongest members of the 2 families have joined forces. In the past, blame Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara for not being a woman, otherwise, big things would have happened long ago. Look at today, it probably looks like this. Advertisement. As the sunlight streamed through the window, Tsunade felt the weight of life beyond his reach. Immediately, Yo-Yo woke up, asking for flowers. The 2 lumps of fat in front were already very heavy, but now, they seemed to be suppressed. Well, she opened her eyes and saw 2 little girls on one left and one on the right. One has loose black hair and bright eyes like stars, and one has a lively red ponytail. Sister Tsunade, you are awake, Dad said to get you some nutritious meals. Do you need me to call Dad over? Makoto asked. Hey, it's so big and soft, let me take a bite. Kushina had a brain circuit problem, and as he said that, he wanted to snatch the teether from his best friend's adoptive father. Tsunade evaded quickly and threw Kushina from the right to the left. Stinky girl, I think you deserve a beating, woo. All right, Kushina, Makoto comforted softly. Tsunade got up and gradually subsided. HMPH, such a small girl is like this, did she see something? Master Tsunade is so fierce, I'm not used to you guys. HMPH. Tsunade smiled smugly. Mada, let you two little loli compete with my old lady for favor. Do you understand what a heart is? Yan likes this one, not your cute one. After straightening the two little lolitas, Tsunade remembered about his wood style. I was so excited yesterday that I wasted a lot of chakra in one go. It hasn't fully recovered until now. However, recovery is still enough to practice wood style. As long as you practice carefully, it is enough. Wasteful use of wood style like yesterday, of course, is out of the question. You two are watching, I will show you a ninja music. Hearing ninjutsu, Makoto's eyes lit up, but Kushina remained the same. Tsunade sat up, ignoring the light leaking. With the mudra in her hand, chakra releases slightly. Wood style technique. With the output of chakra, not far away, the solid wood furniture purchased by Uchiha Hiko began to sprout. After a while, the solid wood furniture became the skin of the Forest of the Elders series. Far away in the kitchen, Uchiha Hiko's eyelids twitched, and felt that something was wrong, so he hurried over to check. From this point of view, people's blood pressure is a bit high. The entire bedroom, and even the entire living room, seemed to have been unoccupied for decades, with branches, weeds, and moss all overgrown. Chapter 126 Strategic Fudge. Uchiha Hiko wants to cry but has no tears. Even if he has money, he can't play like this with a house. How can this be played? He looked at Tsunade, but found that the latter looked pitiful. He must have learned from Mikoto or Kushina, women are all alike. Well, Master Yan, Lord Yan, suddenly, a sound came. Uchiha Hiko walked outside. It turned out to be Hokage's personal guard. What's wrong? Master Hokage has urgent business to invite you. I see, I'll be there right away. Yes, although he said he would go there immediately, he walked slowly to Hokage's office after having dinner with the three girls. What's the matter, Hokage-sama? Sarutobi Hiruzen was very anxious, and asked, 697, straight to the point. Yan, do you know what the people in Cloud Shinobi Village are doing? Why did they declare war on Kirigakure directly? The reason is still, no reason, hid death, now the whole ninja world knows? Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko frowned strangely, and asked in doubt. Why, Ning wants to let them beat us, and this quirk. Advertisement, no, I think there must be something strange about this matter. Think about it, you snatched back their most important 8 tails, and they have never sent anyone to negotiate. Even, for such a period of time, they even stayed in the all the spies in the Land of Fire have also withdrawn. That's normal, after all, it's going to war with the Land of Water, one of the 5 great powers, and it's very much in line with their temperament to gather people to fight with all their strength. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the report in front of him again. As far as I know, Third Raikage is not such a person. Our spies in Cloud Shinobi Village once reported to me that Third Raikage can fighting with 8 tails until both of them are exhausted. This kind of power is really terrifying, but with his responsibility as a shadow, the Tailed Beast in the village is lost. Look for it, but, in this information, I didn't find it at all. Maybe it's because he thinks that 8 tails will go berserk at every turn, and he doesn't want this unlucky thing anymore. Anyway, he can fight 8 tails hand to hand. If he lacks this one, he will have concerns, so he will put it in the village. And don't help him with his work. You might as well throw it away. No, Hiko, I want to hear you give me an honest answer. That day, you took Orochimaru and Sakumo to Cloud Shinobi, what happened? Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko found a place to sit down. It's a long story. Then cut the long story short. Okay, I also received a report from Ambu's eyeliner, saying that several villages and families have sent envoys to Cloud Shinobi Village. Moreover, these envoys are all important figures among them. Either the leader or the patriarch. I realized that this matter is very important, and I didn't care about the safety of this trip. I took Orochimaru and Sakumo, the most powerful people in Anbu, and rushed to the Land of Thunder. Infiltrate Cloud Shinobi Village in their form. Then what? Then it failed. We didn't meet any of them, because they were all one step ahead of us. After all, we were one step late. Therefore, I will increase investment in the Anbu Intelligence Department in the future, and it is bound to establish a real-time reporting intelligence department. Well, good, but you should talk about Cloud Shinobi Village first. After all, we were late. Raikage closed the gate and set up a 3-tiered defense network. The 3 of us couldn't get in even after thinking about it. Orochimaru came up with the idea of 8 tails on a whim. Their 8 tails Jinchuriki was not in a good state, so we released 8 tails. As soon as 8 tails came out, Cloud Shinobi Village was in chaos, but Raikage didn't come forward, so I speculated that Raikage was discussing something with other faction leaders. What are you discussing? I have no idea. After I found them, I found many unexpected people, the leader of Longyan Village, the elder of Kirigakure, the leader of Kongnan Village and so on. They seem to have recognized my identity as Uchiha, and immediately attacked me. You know my identity, temperament and killing ability, so I accidentally started a fight in that conference hall. In the end, Third Raikage wanted to launch forbidden technique to kill me, but I blocked it with Mist Shinobi Elder. I think, Cloud Shinobi Village suddenly turned to Kirigakure. The reason for declaring war is because of this incident. Anyway, something has happened, and sooner or later there will be a fight. It's better to start by yourself. Isn't Cloud Shinobi Village always like this? Even Takikakure and Kirigakure are communicating with Cloud Shinobi Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt terrified. Without Uchiha Hiko's trip, the consequences would be disastrous. Have we been too closed all these years? Is the diplomacy not doing well enough?
Advertisement. This question, if you ask Minister Anbu, you are really asking the right person. Uchiha Hiko replied. Anyway, I kill more crooked nuts than I know. Sarutobi Hiruzen. This issue is better discussed with Danzo than with an Anbu minister. He sighed. No matter what happened, as long as Cloud Shinobi Village doesn't attack Konaha, there are more important things right now, which can be called urgent. Hiko, something happened, you may need to come forward. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko replied, for the sake of the village, I can do it anytime. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. Last month, one of our investigation teams disappeared, and there is no news so far. And just last night, our intelligence base was even attacked, and the identity of the other party has been identified. It is Rock Shinobi. Our ninjas fought with Rock Shinobi, and both sides suffered heavy losses. I guess at this time, Tsuchikage Onogi also received the news, and Hehe, the war between Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi is also affecting the 3.6 Shadows Judgment. Yan, our village may be involved in a war. War, a heavy word. It was during this long period of peace that he had experienced countless battles, and was even forced to kill so many people on the grass country plain. If war really breaks out, the world will only be more cruel. What do I need to do? Uchiha Hiko asked directly. He likes to be direct, such as asking him to directly kill someone, such as assassinating Tsuchikage. Anyway, in today's ninja world, he really doesn't have a single opponent. But third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a long time, and then said to Uchiha Hiko, Hiko, I need you to lead us Konaha to win this war. This is easy to handle, just tell me who our enemy is. Chapter 127 Nine Tails Runaway. Of course he knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking about. It is clearer how much the war that broke out this time will have an impact on future generations. People of later generations even collectively referred to this period as the Second Ninja World War. Its scale is world class. The reason why I specifically asked Sarutobi Hiruzen was because I wanted him to reconsider whether he could take on that responsibility. Obviously, as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen also thought a lot about it. He didn't directly say who the enemy is, but said, I need you to come forward first to settle the conflict between us and Rock Shinobi last night. As for the method to be adopted, then you can figure it out. I have no opinions or suggestions. No problem. Uchiha Hiko Kaido. That didn't look like an order from the superior to the subordinate, but more like a happy smile of cooperation. Just when Uchiha Hiko was about to leave Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stopped him. Hey, wait. Yan. What's wrong? Well, is Tsunade okay? Very good and healthy. What's the matter? Please tell me. Why don't you take Tsunade and go to see Mito-sama first? Mission Chapter 23, it's not too late to go after you're done. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, Uchiha Hiko nodded, okay. Having nothing to say all the way, he returned home and saw Tsunade was still playing wood style with two little lolitas. Anyway, this house is completely unsuitable for adults. He pulled Tsunade and went straight to Uzumaki Mito's residence. This old house is still the same as before, nothing has changed. Even the plants and trees seem to have never grown and never decayed. Tsunade was puzzled. Yan, why did you come to Grandma suddenly? If it was to meet the parents, then. Advertisement. Before she finished speaking, the two sensed the inside of the house, and suddenly a terrifying chakra erupted. Through the window, you can see the fiery shadow. It was so sudden that they were really startled. Broken. Uchiha Hiko's heart tightened, and then his whole figure disappeared instantly, and reappeared, standing at the door of Uzumaki Mito's study. Looking inside, I saw that Uzumaki Mito was kneeling on the ground with no pain on his face, but half of Nine Tails chakra appeared on his body. Half human, half Nine Tails chakra's crimson abstraction. This is. Tsunade followed and ran in. Uchiha Hiko frowned, and walked towards Uzumaki Mito slowly. Tsunade, I think now is the time when Mito-sama needs you the most. What he said was exactly wood style. I just finished wood style last night, today Nine Tails has become so irritable, it really deserves a beating. However, how can I help? I can only create the appearance of wood style, and I haven't learned the secret technique of wood style from my grandfather. Tsunade said hastily. Uchiha Hiko blinked, and his eye sockets had turned into a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. His powerful pupil power looked at the Nine Tails chakra, or Uzumaki Mito's half-body eroded by the Nine Tails chakra. Then, he waved to Tsunade, come here, you don't need those wood-style secrets, you just need to come in with me. Go in. Go in what? Tsunade walked towards Uchiha Hiko while asking, but before she finished speaking, she found that the world in front of her eyes suddenly changed drastically. Looking at the space that was completely different from the wooden house, Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise. Here it is. This is the subspace formed by Jinchuriki and Tailed Beast. I didn't expect Master Mito's space to be so powerful. Uchiha Hiko looked at that space. He had seen that the space of a certain yellow-haired boy was just a sewer, but now, Uzumaki Mito's space can really be called a piece of heaven and earth. Needless to say, the two soon sensed the huge and evil chakra belonging to Nine Tails. It is said that Nine Tails is a gathering of hatred and hatred. Above the chakra, the hatred pawn that can be substantiated rushes to the face. Advertisement. They looked over and saw the aged Uzumaki Mito standing in front of Nine Tails with a look of seeing through everything. And Nine Tails, the beast that knows no good or evil, keeps eroding Uzumaki Mito's mental body with the chakra that he leaked. Seeing this scene, Tsunade panicked. Grandma. With a cry of surprise, she immediately rushed over there. In desperation, she even forgot the fact that she had already learned wood style, and used physical skills to attack Nine Tails habitually. A punch with a strange force slammed straight at Nine Tails, but the cunning Nine Tails only moved a few centimeters sideways, and easily blocked Tsunade's strange force punch with the chains on his body. Even the returning force from the ceiling chain actually sent Tsunade flying. HMPH. Is this the descendant of you and Hashirama, Mito? You are so weak. Lousy will go out and destroy your village after you die. Nine Tails laughed wildly. However, his wild laughter stopped abruptly in the next second. Because, the Tsunade that flew upside down was firmly caught by a pair of chakra's transfigured hands. Nine Tails looked at the materialized chakra with a pair of animal pupils, and felt a sudden tug in his heart. Yes. Nine Tails shrunk his animal pupils, and hatred surged up like a tide. It followed the pair of Susanoo's arms and looked at Uchiha Hiko among them. However, Uchiha Hiko didn't bird Nine Tails at all, but gently put down Tsunade. Are you alright? I'm 407 alright. Then, he looked at Uzumaki Mito again, stepped forward, and asked aloud. Senior Mito, what are you doing? Your seal should be flawless. Why did you deliberately untie Nine Tails? Hey haha. Uzumaki Mito smiled with squinted eyes, turned his head and said, Yan, you're the one who was careful. I know I'm going to die. Nine Tails and I have been together for so many years it was so suffocated, I let it vent, lest I change to a new Jinchuriki in time to protect a child. Hearing this, Tsunade understood the truth of the matter in his heart. In her mind, Grandma is an omnipotent adult, who knows everything, and has always been. She even naively thought that the so-called tailed beast was sealed once in and left alone, as simple as a bottle of water in a glass jar. The sudden outbreak of Nine Tails, she was so panicked that she didn't know what to do, she even thought that her grandmother had already. It turned out that grandma was meant to do this. At this time, Uchiha Hiko rolled his eyes and recalled the expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then he asked Uzumaki Mito, Senior Mito, this is not the first time you have done this. 17. Judging from Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression at that time, it is obvious that Uzumaki Mito is not the first time to do such a thing. Chapter 128 Nine Tails. I'm so bitter. Even, Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately hinted him to come and take a look today. I am afraid, he has already observed the pattern of Uzumaki Mito. If it can form a rule, the number of times I am afraid. Uzumaki Mito shook his head, his eyes full of longing for the future. No reply. Suddenly, the ferocious and terrifying fox laughed wildly. Today is the 31st time. Just 2 more times, the body of that stinky woman Mito will be finished. By then lousy. Noisy. Buzz. Nine Tails only felt a shock in his soul, as if he had been hit by a huge hammer on the Tianling guy. It will never forget the shame of being enslaved by the Sharingan. But today, this man, this Uchiha, this Sharingan man, doesn't want to enslave it, he wants to kill it. That strong killing intent is not weaker than the hatred he has accumulated for countless years. Even at that moment, its heart trembled, and it cringed in fear. Senior Mito, you don't need to do this at all. You hurt your own body and your own lifespan like this. Uchiha Hiko advised, even people from Longevity Village can't play like this, you hurt yourself so much, I'm afraid we won't be able to live to the day when the new Jinchuriki will grow up. At this time, there is no taboo, just telling the truth. Hiko, I have met that little girl Kushina, she is too young, even my sealing technique can't guarantee her safety, from now on, I have to leave it to you and Tsunade. Said Uzumaki Mito, the child Kushina, is her only clan member in this village. As for the country of the vortex, her last bit of life should not be able to go back. Looking at the persistent Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Hiko shook his head helplessly. Senior, let me tell you that you really don't need this. If you think Kushina is too young, I'll find you a mature successor again and it's over. As he spoke, he looked at Tsunade. No matter how bad it is, Tsunade is here. Tsunade. Uzumaki Mito looked at Tsunade with puzzled eyes, not understanding what Uchiha Hiko was talking about. As far as she knows, Tsunade is a medical ninja, but a medical ninja cannot heal Nine Tails Jinchuriki at all. Jinchuriki's inner medical ninjutsu cannot be cured. At this moment, Tsunade formed a seal with both hands, and wood style appeared in this subspace. That is the wood style secret technique that Uzumaki Mito and Nine Tails have only seen again after more than 10 years. Advertisement. Grandma, I have already learned wood style, and Tsunade said, closing her eyes slowly, recalling the information that Uchiha Hiko sent to her mind with the power of her pupils last night, concentrating on it, and immediately a few golden chakra chains extending from her back. The lock is towards Nine Tails, I also understand this. At this time, Tsunade looks like a person who has awakened incredible power. Her face was full of confidence, and she used the wood style and adamantine sealing chains to lock to Nine Tails. The suppressive force from the source instantly blocked Nine Tails chakra that eroded Uzumaki Mito's spiritual body. And, those leaked chakras have also been sealed back bit by bit. This. Little Tsunade, you actually. Uzumaki Mito looked at his granddaughter in disbelief. When did this baby girl become so powerful? She used to be the girl who would come to her grandmother for comfort even for a small school matter. And now, she releases the same wood style as Hashirama from her hand, and the same adamantine sealing chains as herself erupts from her body, and the power of both of them is all reconfigured on her body. I originally thought that Hashirama wood style was hopeless, but I didn't expect to see it again at this time and this place. In the past so many years, not only Konaha's senior management has gradually accepted the hopelessness of wood style inheritance, even the Senju clan, even herself, thinks that her children may not be able to use wood style. After accepting this fact, I also hope that the children can live in peace. The power of Hashirama has been paid attention to by too many people. It is better than anything else to be able to live in peace. Being a parent and being an elder makes you dumb. But she never expected that her ideals, which she had given up for so many years, would actually ignite hope at this moment. Not only Hashirama's power, but even her power, the child in front of me has awakened. Little Tsunade. Uzumaki Mito's eyes were hazy. Chakra of Nine Tails was sealed back by Tsunade, and she just felt relaxed physically and mentally. And Nine Tails is even more frightening. A pair of Mangekyo Sharingan is enough for it to suffer, but Uchiha in front of him has already turned on Susanoo. Long ago, even before Uchiha Madara, it came into contact with these people. Some people awakened Mangekyo Sharingan may not have the ability to open Susanoo. And those who can activate Susanoo, their pupil power is several levels higher than others. Until it was completely enslaved by Uchiha Madara, caught by Senju Hashirama, and sealed by Uzumaki, it rarely saw the outside world. Until today. Advertisement. It saw another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. That person's pupil power is already extremely strong, but he has a very good relationship with this Uzumaki woman. It just said something, and he wanted to kill it. It is cowardly, because the beast's intuition tells it that he really has that ability. That's all. If Uzumaki Mito is dragged to death, at worst, another one will be dragged to death. But at this time, wood style appeared. If the hatred for Sharingan is engraved in the soul, then the fear of wood style is engraved in the bone. The first time I saw wood style was in Senju Hashirama. Because the wood style of an experimental carpenter is not interspersed in the middle, its fear of wood style has never dissipated. It sniffed the wood produced by wood style. Well, it smells like Hashirama. Got it. That person clapped his hands together to create a wooden man who could be lifted up like a house cat with a single slap, and he thought it was too dangerous. I thought that the person with brain problems is dead, and there will be no more in the future. But now, that person's power has returned. I have been practicing Tsunade all morning, and the wood style I performed this time is much more mature than last night. Chakra's conversion rate is at least 85%, unlike last night, which was estimated to be less than 30%. Wood style plus adamantine sealing chains is to bundle Nine Tails into rice dumplings. In the past, Uzumaki Mito's seal had the indestructible strength of a tailed beast. Even the full body of Nine Tails struggled for 10 years, but they still couldn't get rid of half a cent. On the contrary, when Guaoking was young, Mito would come in and steal his chakra at every turn. The fox is so PD off. So now, it really can't even breathe out. Fierce woman, scary. Chapter 129. Dad Susan is warm. Nine Tails cried. It shed tears of grievance. The world created by the old man is really a failure. Born as a tailed beast, I'm so sorry. Looking at his masterpiece, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Let me see it later, I can't forgive you. HMPH. Uchiha Hiko looked at the stupid woman beside her. That's because Mito's seal sealed 99%. You are the master of the physical seal that sealed the water's senior's hostility. If the full body of Nine Tails really came out, Tsunade would probably be beaten to death based on Tsunade's current wood style level. And, since it was part of the seal that Uzumaki Mito intentionally dismantled, she will seal it up herself when Nine Tails is done venting. Although the stupid woman showed off her prestige, her actual effect was zero. The three exited and returned to the real world. At this time, a layer of guards has surrounded the outside. Even the defensive barriers are opened. Scatter. Uchiha Hiko frowned, and said a word coldly. Minister Anbu's majesty cannot be doubted, even if some of them are not from Anbu, they still have to obey orders on such occasions. Little Tsunade, when did you learn wood style? Why didn't you tell me? Uzumaki Mito asked Tsunade when he returned to the real world. Tsunade smiled slightly, looked at Uchiha Hiko, and replied with a smile, it was Hiko who helped me. It only took us 2 months, and I learned wood style. I also learned adamantine sealing chains along the way. I planned to do it today. I came to tell you, but didn't expect. Don't worry about me, I did this after careful consideration, and my body can still hold it. Uzumaki Mito forced a smile. My first Jinchuriki of Nine Tails, you should know, in this case Nine Tails' tails will definitely be dissatisfied when he replaces the Jinchuriki. That's right, when the trapped beast changed its cage, it thought you were going to let it go, and it would definitely cause trouble. Uchiha Hiko nodded and said. Well, I'm doing this to kill it. When it gets used to it, it will be much smoother when it's time to replace the Jinchuriki. No, I don't think it's necessary, Mito-senpai. Advertisement. Yeah, no need now, since Tsunade is here, no need. Actually, Uzumaki Mito didn't really want to get along with that stinky fox. Otherwise, with her strength, she would have become a perfect Jinchuriki long ago, instead of forcibly using the Jinchuriki of Nine Tails chakra occasionally. Uzumaki Mito stood up and walked towards the inner room. The old man came from the inner room slowly, and I brought a scroll that I had hidden for a long time. She came out, handed the scroll to Tsunade, and said, "Little Tsunade, this is what your grandfather and I wrote all our lives. It contains everything from him and everything from me. Now I give it to you." This should have been a scroll that died with her, but now, no more. However, Uchiha Hiko was slightly taken aback when he heard this. There was Senju Hashirama's, all. In addition to wood style and some powerful weapons, is there Senju Hashirama's magic. Senju Hashirama's Senju wood style is a strong group. If Tsunade can learn, wouldn't it be? Haha, with this, Tsunade may pass me soon. Uchiha Hiko laughed. In this world, some people are cheating, and some people have awesome ancestors. Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito smiled, then the two of you are a better match. I never thought that Hashirama's dream will come true in the near future. Senju and Uchiha finally come together. Hearing the clearly directional words of Senju and Uchiha, Tsunade wrinkled his nose, spit. Isn't there a little Uzumaki loli in this guy's family? The Uzumaki family is also on the way. Seeing Tsunade's appearance, Uzumaki Mito was overjoyed. In old age, it is enough to have the care of the younger generation and be able to see the distance. Because of the mission, Uchiha Hiko did not stay with Uzumaki Mito for a while, and left after communicating for a while. Since it was an international negotiation task, he naturally had to bring some manpower. This has nothing to do with strength, mainly lies in the scene. Orochimaru became the queen's tool man, and joined Anbu to be a dog for Minister Anbu. MMP. In order not to make Orochimaru feel lonely and resist, Uchiha Hiko took the sheep Jiraiya by the hand. Advertisement. Of course, two people are not enough, so he took his adopted daughter Uchiha Makoto on a whim. Asking for flowers. Makoto has also graduated from the ninja school, and whoever does the mission with her is doing the mission. Instead of doing the mission of working for others, it is better to follow her lousy to fight the enemy. The real Uchiha should FK everything. Of course, with Makoto and other top-notch loli, it is inevitable to drive Susan along the way to escort her, so as not to be harassed by some disgusting stinky toad. Stinky toad wants to eat swan meat. As for the young girl Uzumaki Kushina, he did not bring it with her. She is not a Konaha ninja yet, whether it is due to the responsibility of acting as a guardian or the responsibility of Minister Konaha Anbu, he cannot take a $level mission on a trip. With Susanoo on his back, Makoto will not slow down the marching speed of the team. When we arrived in the land of rain, the sun had just set. Bah, the weather in the land of rain is terrible. Jiraiya took a sip. Although the practice in Mount Myoboku is hard, the environment is great. Makoto, you have to be careful to hide from the rain. If a girl gets wet in the rain, it will hurt her skin, not good. Makoto smiled and replied very politely. I see, Jiraiya uncle, my dad's Susanoo is not only rainproof, but also warm, please rest assured. Jaahe. Orochimaru was amused. Looking at Jiraiya's deflated appearance, he couldn't mention how happy he was. You idiot, no matter how fast your strength improves, you will always be an idiot. Orochimaru is wearing a mask, Anbu's raincoat, and Jiraiya's silly hat, drenched in the rain. To put it bluntly, it means that he has not been on a mission for a long time and lacks experience. HMPH, I came back this time to show my strength, Orochimaru, just wait for me. Jiraiya swears viciously in his heart that he will surpass the Orochi version in any aspect in the future. Such is the number of tasks. For Jiraiya's performance, Orochimaru didn't take it seriously. How can an ordinary Jonin surpass Anbu who goes to work every day? And the most important point, Jiraiya is an idiot who likes to spend his days and nights. Any foot-washing city can let him live for half a year, want to surpass. Let's go to the palace first. Letting go of that thought, there is still such a slight chance. Hehe 5. Chapter 130. Love the people like your son. Orochimaru, where is the contact point? Uchiha Hiko asked suddenly. The land of rain looks quite small on the map, but in reality, it is quite big. He wanted to appease the Anbu intelligence agents who were performing high-risk work in the land of rain first. Orochimaru said without thinking, over there. I'll lead the way. Allow. Walk. The minister walks the road and never keeps a low profile. Just like 5 years ago, he can just take off his mask and say that he is Uchiha Hiko. Now, he is driving Susanoo all the way to protect his precious daughter, the silvery real chakra, it's hard not to notice it. Somewhere in the land of rain, not long after the three of them left. A rain shinobi came up from the pool and said self-righteously, phew, it's a good thing I have a good ability to hide. 007, or I'll be discovered by that guy. Hey, isn't that chakra too scary? Is it a monster? Haha, my hair is long but my knowledge is short. Master Hanzo is also very powerful, but Master Hanzo is very low-key, like the guy who didn't know the heights and depths just now, he will die sooner or later. It turns out that the legendary Uchiha Hiko is nothing more than that. Yes, is that so? Hehe, There is nothing to doubt. Let's go. Let's go back and report to Lord Hanzo. Uchiha Hiko's coming to the land of rain will definitely not be a good thing. Yes. The other side. Under the leadership of Orochimaru, several people came to Konoha Anbu Mobile Intelligence Point. As soon as the dazzling Susanoo stands there, Konoha Anbu ninjas will know that their boss is coming. Whether it is disability or disease, all came out of the dark. Moment. My lord. My lord. Advertisement. My lord. Master Yan. A group of Anbu members are Konoha intelligence ninjas who were rescued by Anbu members and were conducting targeted investigations, all half-kneeled in front of Uchiha Hiko. Get up, everyone, haven't I changed the rules of Anbu? You are injured, don't have to. Everyone got up quickly, their eyes were full of light, like a child who was bullied in another place, and finally waited for his powerful father to come to find a place. Uchiha Hiko glanced at them, his outstanding insight saw through something, he couldn't help frowning, he asked. I distributed a first aid pill to each frontline member, why didn't you take it? Quote. As soon as there were too many fields in the analysis system, he couldn't help analyzing some weird things. After successfully developing dry food like Baichi Bingliang pills, I turned to the medical field and produced many things, including trauma, internal injury, nourishment, and aphrodisiac, cough cough. Of course, there are also first aid pills that can be called panaceas. That kind of pill is extremely effective. If they use it, their wounds should have been fully healed by now. But looking at it now, the injuries on their bodies are only recovering according to their own physical instincts. Anbu with a broken arm quickly knelt down and said honestly, My lord, I used the first aid pill you gave to Lien, but it's a pity that her injury is too serious. Medicines can heal wounds, but they cannot save lives. When he took the first aid pill for Lien, her lower body was already crushed by earth style. With a thought, Uchiha Hiko fixed Susanoo, then stepped forward and helped Anbu up. I will not let any member sacrifice in vain. You are my subordinates. In the past, you might choose to endure because of the big situation, but now it is different. My lord, Orochimaru, dispense all the medicines you have on you, I need to see them join the fight in 2 hours. Fight. Under the mask, Orochimaru paused, and it took 2 hours for these remnants to recover to the point of rejoining the battle. However, his body still moved. He has prepared a lot of medicine, plus some of his techniques, 2 hours is enough. It just takes some work. However, he was obviously wearing a mask, but Yan called him by his real name. Based on what he knows about Uchiha Hiko, he only knows that the enemy must suffer. Advertisement. Jiraiya on the side looked at these ninjas from the same village, and then at what Uchiha Hiko did, feeling emotional. It's no wonder that Mr. Sarutobi handed over Anbu to Yan. Although the rumored reputation is extremely vicious, he still treats his subordinates the same as he treated us back then. Hey, stupid Jiraiya, don't stand still, come help me. Orochimaru shouted. Hearing the sound, Jiraiya didn't care about the idiot, and ran over immediately. I'm here to help, see my descendant of Mount Myoboku. Summoning technique. Boom. When the smoke dissipated, a strange toad appeared with a hot spring bucket on its back. Seeing the 3-meter-tall toad covered in bumps, even Uchiha Hiko, who was invincible in the world and driving a Susanoo, also took a few steps back in fright. Some things cannot be changed, such as the fear of poisonous toads and stabbing spiders. Even Uchiha Hiko was scared back again and again, not to mention the injured Anbu. I was so scared that my hair stood on end. Well, don't be afraid, Hamasho has a very honest personality. Jiraiya waved his hand with a smile, and then said to Toad, Hamasho, put down the bucket and heal everyone. Thank you. I am willing to help you. Toad Shang said honestly, put the bucket in front of him, then opened his mouth wide, vomit. A sip of golden soup filled the bucket, and then, with the extremely repulsive expressions of several Konoha shinobi participants, it stuffed them into the grid. I am afraid, that is the shadow of a lifetime. Uchiha Hiko is thankful that he is strong enough. Otherwise, even if he was healed by Mount Myoboku's folk remedies, he would choose to commit suicide. I'm sorry, my subordinates, I can't help you 1.5. Just treat it as a practice of psychological quality. Soon, those physically disabled people, as if their potential had been stimulated, quickly avoided Jiraiya and Toad one by one, and all ran to Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru has never been more popular. Dad, I don't want to see Jiraiya uncle in the future, okay. Makoto hid in Susanoo and said to Uchiha Hiko. That reluctantly smiling expression is the last bit of respect for the elder Jiraiya. Uchiha Hiko nodded, covered Makoto's eyes silently, and replied, to be honest, I didn't want to see Toad a few years ago, oh no, I don't want to see Jiraiya anymore. It's all because of my father's innocence. Human nature's sense of curiosity, wanting to see what the so-called Mount Myoboku Toad looks like, has led to disaster. Oh Chapter 131 Tsuchikage's Judgment. That year, the first time I saw that big toad, the big toad took a suffocating breath when it opened its mouth. What I eat every day is worms, it's like brewing with alcohol. Jiraiya is still awesome. 2 hours later, looking at the Konoha shinobi forming an array in front of him, Uchiha Hiko nodded with satisfaction. 2 hours, even Konoha's elite medical class can't do this. Everyone, follow me to Iwagaker's stronghold in the land of rain. This evening, the wind of death will blow. In the small country of the Rain Country, there are two factions of ninjas who are constantly fighting among themselves. In recent years, a ninja named Hanzo has been rumored to stand up, and it seems to have the appearance of dominating the Rain Country. Under such circumstances, several countries that have always been concerned about the Land of Rain have begun to strengthen their intelligence investigations. Everyone wants to eat the big cake of the Land of Rain. Then, you have to attack the opponent's intelligence first, which will seriously hinder the progress of the opponent's intelligence update. This is where the current contradiction between the two great powers of fire and earth lies. The competition between big powers has long been no longer a ninja battle in a small structure. As long as the information on Konaha village in the Kingdom of Fire is a few steps behind, it means that Rock Shinobi's understanding of the Kingdom of Rain has progressed a step further. The Land of Earth is firmly in the palm of your hand. But now, Rock Shinobi made a serious mistake in attacking the Konaha 290 Leaf intelligence point. Not only was counterattacked by Konaha's ninjas, but he was also wounded. A successful attack on an intelligence base should be a neat, rapid, and complete attack, just like a scripted operation. But Rock Shinobi didn't expect that last month's successful attack. This month, the intelligence ninjas on Konaha's front line changed their formation. The update speed in this aspect is faster than their intelligence update speed. It also caused the failure of their upper-level decision-making and command, and caused their surprise attack to fail. It can be seen that reporting is important. In fact, Konaha's ninjas are often sent to attack Rock Shinobi's stronghold. It has been a while since they have been back and forth, but neither side has caught evidence. Advertisement. Either one blow can't make you travel thousands of miles away, or you can set up a net to destroy it instantly. Until recently, it was outrageous. Konaha's Anbu not only changed their formation, but each one of them seemed to have been beaten up in the battle. They fought more than Rock Shinobi, and were counter-killed so many that only a few of them fled in embarrassment in the end. The most anxious person right now is Onoki from 3rd Tsuchikage. When the information reaches his office in Tsuchikage, the shorty is so angry that he wants to jump up and beat the heads of those ninjas who don't deserve it. When the Konaha Shinobi raided us, how did none of you take a bite? Whoever did it, in fact, both countries know it well. It's just that the reason why the Cold War is called the Cold War is that it cannot be put on the bright side. But this sneak attack is 2F ******* G hip. So, let's just pick it out. At this time, a young man came forward. He had a face that looked exactly like Onagi's, but he didn't know how he grew so tall. Is there some other channel in the genes? The boy glanced at the ninja on the side, and then said to Onoki, who was furious. Father, let me go this time. I guess Konaha Shinobi said on the surface that he would send someone to negotiate, but he would secretly attack and revenge us. The Earth-style defense is now strong enough. This son is called Wangtu. Tsuchikage Onogi looked at his excellent son, the anger in his heart gradually subsided, and he began to think about the situation. Fire Nation Konaha village has sent Iwagakure a lawyer letter, and their team is definitely on the way now. In the end, the best thing to do in the negotiation is to admit your mistake without any pain, pay something, and when it's over, everyone will continue to fight in secret. But, however, he was a little worried about that person. After Uchiha Madara, another Uchiha appeared in Konaha. In their eyes, Uchiha is a person, not a family. Onoki has never met Uchiha Hiko. It is precisely because he has never seen it that he feels so uncomfortable. CDCG. The rumored Uchiha Hiko, even deified, was a god who killed 7 people in Cloud Shinobi village, killed his son in front of 3rd Raikage, and finally rode 8 tails back to Konobi. Advertisement. Based on Onoki's experience, he thinks Uchiha Madara was nothing more than that, right? The more Onogi thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, and he said to his son Wangtu, you are not allowed to go. What are you, dare to join that level of ninja battle? Follow my order, and I will lock you up for 30 days from today. If you want to go there, don't even think about doing the task now. Lock your son in a secret brig, so you won't follow in the footsteps of the son of the 3rd Raikage. After Rock Shinobi Anbu took the Lois away, Onoki continued to frown and said, I'm going to hire some outside ninjas now, use them to divert the attention of Konaha Shinobi, and send my order to dispatch the Jonin squad to support the Land of Rain. I don't believe that Konaha dares to fight in the Land of Rain. It's not good for anyone. Yes, also, ask someone to keep an eye on Huang too. If that kid escapes from the confinement room, I will kill you. Yes, Master Tsuchikage. Go and execute. The night was very long. For Rock Shinobi's ninjas in the Land of Rain, this night is like a dark century. They simply don't understand how Konaha's ninja found them. The strategic points of Rock Shinobi ninjas are to update notifications through one of their Earth-style secret techniques. There is no way that may be leaked to outsiders. Unless, someone can spread the perception over the entire Kingdom of Rain and understand the movements of each of them in real time. Unless, is that possible? Can someone do that? Is that still human? Uchiha Hiko smiled, and when Susanoo moved, that huge arm smashed Rock Shinobi on the side into a pulp. Directly ahead, Orochimaru and Jiraiya led Konaha Anbu, who is already red-eyed. Since he has chosen to become a ninja, he will not retreat. Uchiha Hiko brought Makoto to experience the battle on the battlefield. Bloodshed, murder, and even worse, mutilated remains, Makoto had seen it all. She firmly grasped Uchiha Hiko's skirt with her small hands, and her palms were already soaked in sweat. 9-year-old Uchiha Makoto has started 3 Tomo Sharingan. The perennial rain in the land of rain also stopped tonight, but scarlet blood began to rain again. Rivers of blood flowed on the ground, and the air was misty with blood. Wherever you look, there are all corpses, 90% of them are rock shinobi, and the rest are rain shinobi who came to persuade them to make peace. Konaha shinobi has no casualties. Chapter 132. Coincidence, coincidence. Not to mention somewhere in the country of Shigur. Almost at the same time, a group of ninjas, armed with standard weapons, stepped in from the southwestern border of the land of rain. This horse ninja quietly entered the village, known ninjutsu. Each is the best of the best, like a secret service. They only used one person to establish a real-time perception and intelligence system for the entire team. Walking along the border, there are all patients. Superior. How can it be repaired? The weather in the land of rain is so different from our villages. What gets in my lungs is full of water vapor, which is not good for my ninjutsu. Ego overcome. Yes, although they didn't bring their own ninja village's forehead protector, but according to their style and aura, they can probably see the shadow of Tsunade ninja. Tonight, they have only one purpose, and that is to eat a whole cake with the other 2 great ninja villages. After recharging energy for so long, the world should also see the ninjas of Tsunade. They travel very fast, slightly faster than many ninja jonin. Report. After traveling about 50 kilometers, the team leader immediately stood still and briefly ordered Road 23. The ninja of the single-person perception system quickly completed the perception, and within a moment, he reported, I found a concentrated chakra group in front of me, and scattered chakra signs at 3 o'clock. Wait, the chakra group in front of us is approaching us. It is expected to enter the field of vision in 15 minutes. Hearing this, the leading ninja smiled conceitedly. The formation is unfolding. Let me see the ninjas cultivated by the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander. Our Sand Shinobi are the best ninjas in the world. The environment of Tsunade, land of the winds is harsh, and that harsh environment can often cultivate more extreme ninjas. In the ninja world, extreme is not a derogatory term, and it is often synonymous with excellence. With a grin, the leader took out a scroll from behind, and with the flow of chakra, the things sealed in the scroll were also removed. Bang 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 bang. Advertisement. When the smoke cleared, 4 puppets with weird appearance appeared in front of him. It turned out that he was a puppeteer. It is said that puppet masters generally judge superiority based on the number of puppets they can control at the same time. This person can control 4 puppets at the same time, which is enough to prove his extraordinary strength. The distance is very close, Captain, there should be 500 people on the other side, and it's our Tianbei. Huh, that's really interesting. Facing 10 times as many people, the team leader didn't panic at all, instead he looked confident that he was sure of victory. He slowly opened his mouth to command, everyone, prepare to face the battle. I want Mr. Cage to see how powerful our team is. The goal is to wipe it out. Yes, a tidy shout sounded under the night, and immediately after, they took the initiative to charge up. In that dark night, the visibility of ninjas without special abilities is not high. The moon is dark and the wind is high. 10 minutes ago, a group of ninjas came from the land of earth and entered the land of rain. They are the Iwagakure Jonin squad sent to support by 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi. A Jonin team of 500 people is already considered a force worthy of high vigilance in ninja struggles. If it exceeds 1,000, it is basically the same as going to war directly. This team is also fully equipped, and the elite ninjas perform their duties. As soon as they entered the land of rain, they began to perceive an intelligence work. There was no news or distress signal from the mobile base that Rock Shinobi set up in the land of rain, so it should be safe. Master Tsuchikage speculates that those cunning ninjas in Konaha should sneak attack on our stronghold, and even take the initiative to send some elite teams to attack us. This time, with so many of us, we must eat all of Konaha's ninjas. Do it clean. Yes, Captain. Report. Captain, we found a group of not weak chakra waves right in front of us. A ninja put his hands on the ground and hurriedly reported. There are various types of perception. Some people can perceive Fang Yuan without using mudras, and some people need to use mudras to activate specific techniques to perceive. This rock shinobi uses the chakra waves transmitted on the ground to receive perception. As long as the opponent's ninja still walks on both feet, then they will definitely not be able to escape this piece of land. In terms of perception accuracy, this kind of perception is much more advanced, even the strength of chakra can be perceived. Unless, some people have their feet off the ground and the chakra is off. Advertisement. As soon as he heard that there was someone directly in front of him, and it was a, not weak chakra wave, Captain Rock Shinobi laughed immediately. Little Konaha, it's ridiculous, it's a good idea to sneak around from the border to attack us. Let's rush up and kill them together. The swift and violent sprint of 500 people is considered an unrivaled force in the land of rain. Soon, their enemy is locked. These enemies actually have the guts to rush forward. Yes, the enemy in front of them is none other than the elite ninjas from Tsunade. Looking at the few scattered people, the leader of Rock Shinobi couldn't help but sneered. Hee hee, your village is already so poor that you only support so few people. Everyone is as thin as a monkey. Question mark. Although Sand Shinobi doesn't care on the surface, the word still hurts in my heart. Their sand shinobi is really poor, and they have been repeatedly cut by the Daimyo 370, and the second generation project likes to do research on a monster all day long, and the money is in the northwest wind. Therefore, their village had to implement the elite soldier plan. Although the number of ninjas is small, the ones who come out are all elites. Hehe, it's only 500 people, if we kill 10 of them, that's enough to destroy you. Only by you. The captain of Sand Shinobi looked gloomy. In the dark night, few people could notice the slender chakra line, and few people could notice the puppet connected behind the chakra line. Those puppets suddenly attacked from the ground, night, and flanks, not only carrying sharp weapon blades, but also covered with countless organs carrying hidden weapons. That explosive power is not weaker than ninjutsu. What's more terrible is that every weapon and every hidden weapon on their puppets is drunk with Chiyo's special poison. The poison developed by that woman Chiyo herself. So far, in Tsunade, except for Chiyo himself, no one has been able to undo the poison. Therefore, it can be called death by rubbing. The rainstorm-like attack surprised the 500 rock shinobi, but after all, they were all Jonin, so they reacted very quickly on the spot, quickly closing their seals and casting earth style. Almost at the same time that the poisonous needle harvested the first wave of life, a circle of earth walls trapped them inside. Chapter 133 Minister for 10,000 years. Faced with the almost unsolvable earth-style defense, Sand Shinobi is even more proud. With a movement of their hands, the chakra line controls the puppet to fly. One after another, puppets floated in the air, and their strange shapes looked like a doomsday disaster. What are they going to do? No, be careful with poisonous needles. However, this time, what was fired from the puppet was not a poisonous needle, but a dark blue star due with extremely strong pressure. The dark blue poisonous mist is very harmonious with the color of the night, and it is not easy to detect. By the time Rock Shinobi reacted, the poisonous mist had already sprayed out for several meters. Rock Shinobi surrounded himself with an earth-style wall, and the poisonous fog raged. People who are poisoned are more frightening than having their heads cut off. Uchiha Hiko formed a mudra with one hand, and sprayed a flame from Susanoo, burning everything in front of him. It is his habit to dispose of corpses. On the one hand, it can make up the knife, on the other hand, it also looks clean and comfortable. After doing this, he looked at Makoto, whose expression improved slightly. I saw that the little girl nodded with a pale face, indicating that she was okay. With that cute look, one couldn't help reaching out to stroke her little head to comfort her. Then, he looked at Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who were bathed in blood, and everyone in Anbu. My lords, can this revenge be avenged? My lord, for 10,000 years. My lord, for 10,000 years. Feeling this morale, Uchiha Hiko smiled lightly, then, rest on the spot and clean up yourself. After 15 minutes, we will go to Iwagakure and negotiate with Iwagakure under the orders of Master Hokage. Advertisement. Still negotiating? Jiraiya asked. Thinking that I just wiped out a group of rock shinobi, it should be regarded as letting them pay their lives, and I am quite angry, this matter should be turned over. However, the person who killed someone still has to negotiate. Isn't this murderous? Of course we need to negotiate. This is Hokage-sama's order. Uchiha Hiko replied, and immediately glanced around. Also, we came here from Konaha, did we find any rock shinobi obstructing it? What's the meaning? My lord minister, we came here with you and found that there was no one to greet us, so we took a rest for 15 minutes. A clever Anbu replied. Well, let's rest for a while, and it's enough to go to the gate of Iwagakure at dawn. Yes, it was getting brighter. The veritable Konaha shinobi, whose name is justified, slowly pulled to a stop outside Iwagakure. Standing in front of them was an old man in that strange attire, with a red shawl and a green door curtain, which was really funny. Of course, Uchiha Hiko can tell at a glance that this person is not Onoki. Onoki's little brother looks too iconic, if you see him once, you will never forget him. However, judging by the attire on his body, he should also belong to the upper echelon of Iwagakure. On behalf of Iwagakure, I would like to apologize to Konaha. Everyone, it's been a long journey, said the old man. As the leader of the team, Uchiha Hiko stepped forward, looked at the old man, and said with a smile, My lord, why are you apologizing at your own door? I'm afraid this sincerity is not enough. Are you the legendary Uchiha Hiko? You are indeed so heroic. The old man complimented. It looks like a talent who came from a daimyo, who can turn 18 corners on a mountain road with his words. Uchiha Hiko smiled and looked at the little old man in front of him. Many years ago, I came to your village, and at that time, a politician from the Fire Nation talked to you. This time, don't play tricks on me again, outdated, old sir. After finishing speaking, the terrifying majesty emanating from him immediately pressed down on the old man of Iwagakure like a tsunami. Advertisement. To be able to become a high-level executive of Iwagakure, apart from his wrist, his own strength will definitely not be weak. However, under Uchiha Hiko's coercion, the old man only resisted for half a second, then was forced back again and again by the coercion, and finally sat down on the ground. You, Uchiha Hiko, you dare. Why don't I dare? With a cold shout, the terrifying power appeared in Uchiha Hiko's eyes. Under that kind of strength, the old man didn't dare to say anything anymore, and his whole body was trembling. Seeing that the old man was about to go on strike early due to high blood pressure, an unhappy voice came from above. Uchiha Hiko, I admit that you dare to do anything, but at this time, please give me a little bit of face. Looking up, that person is Onoki of the 2-day scale. Onoki knew that he shouldn't fight Konaha Messenger, so he tried his best to suppress his inner anger. As a shadow, it is humiliating enough to say such compromise. Seeing the 2 scales Onogi suspended in midair, Uchiha Hiko sneered, "Is Ning the 3rd Tsuchikage-sama of Iwagakure?" "Yes, exactly. That's right, I'm here to negotiate with you on behalf of the Konaha shinobi ghosts. Since you came out by yourself, I didn't bother to go in. We'll start talking here." Bar. Ha ha ha, this short-sighted kid, it should be the first time to represent the village in negotiations. How can you be so ignorant of the rules? I'm laughing so hard, I want to negotiate here. Yeah, I'm young and ignorant, and I don't understand too many rules. Uchiha Hiko smiled, and suddenly, the 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes became a Mangekyo Sharingan. Onoki opened his eyes wide, and he knew what those eyes represented, very well. Ah, me, well, I'm so stupid, please come down and apologize to the 17 Konaha elite ninjas killed by you rock shinobi. Uchiha Hiko said slowly. Maids, when he said the last sentence, a strong chakra erupted from his body, and that chakra condensed into a solid body in the blink of an eye, turning into that half-body mighty god of war. That god of war like Susanoo raised his arm, that is, he waved at Onogi, the 2-day scale of Tsuchikage. With Onoki's body, if he gets hit by this Susanoo, he will probably resign on the spot. Kneel down to apologize. You brat, you are really talking outrageously. Uchiha Madara didn't dare to say such words to this old man. Onoki used earth style to defend himself, and said angrily. Hearing this, Uchiha Hiko just stood still, his eyes fixed, and dozens of silver chains flew out of Susanoo's sleeves, strangling and killing Onogi. I will say what Uchiha Madara dare not say. I will do what Uchiha Madara dare not do. In a word, I can do what they did back then, and I can do what they couldn't do back then. Chapter 134 Beating Tsuchikage. Your Majesty, Uchiha Hiko, please kneel down for bothering rock shinobi. Tsuchikage Onoki, who was still flying in the air, was suddenly chased and killed by the countless chains. At this time, he couldn't care about his appearance anymore. While dodging quickly, he condensed dust between his hands. The square white cube smashed against the chain that rushed towards him. I saw that all the chains hit by the cube turned into nothingness in an instant. That is, Jiraiya looked at the battle situation and asked hastily. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, that's right, that's Tsuchikage's dust dungeon. It's beyond the limit of ordinary blood successors, the elimination of blood successors. The elimination of blood successors that surpass the limit of blood successors. Jiraiya was startled. He had heard about Tsuchikage before, but it was the first time he saw dust done with his own eyes. He also thought that the dust dunge, which was a fusion of the 3 attributes, was some kind of explosive ninjutsu, the kind that would easily blow up a mountaintop. Unexpectedly, the actual dust escape is actually a Shizune ninjutsu, turning everything it touches into dust. Also, that is the elimination of blood successors that is above the limit of blood successors, doesn't it mean? Orochimaru saw the doubts in Jiraiya's heart, glanced at the battle situation in the sky, and didn't worry at all. Hehe, I said that the elimination of blood successors is beyond the limit of the normal blood successors. It does not mean that the elimination of blood successors is better than the limits of all blood successors. Orochimaru turned to Uchiha Hiko. This person, it can be said that he led him for half his life. His power is the power he admires most in his heart. Not Sharingan, not Uchiha, but him. It is the power of the man Uchiha Hiko. That's 3rd Tsuchikage. And Anbu murmured. There are only 5 shadows in the ninja world. Of the 5 major ninja villages established in the ninja world, only the leaders of these 5 ninja villages deserve to be called shadows. At this time, 1/5 of the people in the world, the famous Tsuchikage, is being single-handedly hunted down by Minister Anbu of his ninja village. That little dwarf seemed to be flying comfortably in the air, but in fact, from the ground, he couldn't imagine how embarrassing he was being chased and killed by the chains. You know, Minister Anbu didn't even lift his leg, and didn't even make a seal, forcing 3rd Tsuchikage to run around all over the sky, and even use the trick of pressing the bottom of the box to save his life. Master Minister is too powerful. CDFI, if I have 1/10 of the power of the minister, I will be content in this life. Give up. I want 1/20 of it. See GUI. Advertisement. Uchiha Makoto, beside Uchiha Hiko, was also observing the situation. She stays by Uchiha Hiko's side all the time. When Susanoo is turned on, she is also standing inside Susanoo. In addition to safety, she can also observe the battle from another angle, Uchiha's perspective. Makoto, you will have this kind of power sooner or later. Uchiha Hiko lowered his head and smiled, as if using Susanoo's ecstasy lock to attack Onogi, it was as easy as playing a small game. Makoto was used to Susanoo, so he just nodded. Will I be as good as dad? Can. Open your eyes to science, you don't need Makoto to lose anything. So, Makoto was destined to have a pair of uncursed Mangekyo Sharingan. Makoto is such a perfect child, how could he be willing to let her endure hardships? Since she is called a father, she only eats XX but not hardships. While chatting and laughing, Tsuchikage Onogi, who danced in the sky, has been punished. Those dozens of chains are endless, even if they are attacked by dust dun, they will be replenished instantly by the new chakra. The question is Susanoo's chain faster, or Onagi's dust escape faster? Obviously, the chain is faster. Even third Raikage, who is known for his speed among the 5 cages, can't escape the chain. Why would Tsuchikage Onogi dodge it? What did he use to hide? The moment Uchiha Hiko used Susanoo, a nojutsu was already lost. This time, he didn't stab Death Shadow with chains. Instead, he tied Onoki with those chains and threw them on the ground. Boom. With a short body, a big hole with a radius of 20 meters was smashed out. Being slammed to the ground from a height of hundreds of meters, the impact is no less than resisting a forbidden technique. The dignified Tsuchikage Onogi, the big bones of both legs were smashed on the spot. Even the lumbar spine was injured. That kind of pain, that is, the strong will of the shadow can resist it. If it were someone else, they must have died suddenly at this time. At this time, Uchiha Hiko sneered, and walked step by step towards Tsuchikage Onogi who was bound by chains. Advertisement. Under that Susanoo's special chains, no one has ever been able to escape. Even the ninja with the most grandmaster escape technique in the world can't escape. Because that chain is blocking the ninja's eye, which is the soul itself. Even the soul is locked, how can chakra work? Onoki, who was clamoring for Uchiha Hiko 2 minutes ago, at this moment, he ended up in such a mess. The huge contrast made the Iwagakure executives on the side dumbfounded. You must know that Onojutsu is truly the #1 powerhouse in Iwagakure. The true patron saint of Iwagakure. But, such a powerful Tsuchikage, it took only a few minutes to fight against that rain country, and he was defeated all of a sudden before he played a few rounds. It happened so suddenly. Forget about support. It's like when a cat catches a mouse, it is willing to play with it at first, but the mouse can't escape from the cat's palm no matter how hard it is, until it gets tired of playing and it's over. Big, Onoki, you. Following the line of sight of the high-level old man of Rock Shinobi, third Tsuchikage Onagi's knees have already got into the soil, and his exposed body is also extremely embarrassing. Uchiha Hiko walked over slowly at this time, and stood 2 meters in front of Onoki. What's wrong? Where's the mighty Tsuchikage just now? Hearing this, Onoki was shocked and terrified, even more ashamed than when he was ruthlessly crushed by Uchiha Madara back then. Back then, he was only a disciple of second Tsuchikage, facing a formidable enemy like Uchiha Madara, it didn't matter if he lost. However, today, he is the 2-day scale Onogi in his prime. It's third Tsuchikage. No matter what, he shouldn't face the Uchiha clan and end up in such a situation. However, even he himself couldn't accept it. Why suddenly, like a waste, he was blocked by the person in front of him, and his legs were shattered. Old man refuses to accept. You Uchiha, you are the most evil in the ninja world. Snapped. A whip kick hit Onamu's face immediately, knocking out several of his front teeth. Self-proclaimed old man, is your mother too anxious to give birth to you?